It is often said that fortune is determined by one's efforts and the influence of feng shui, which significantly impacts various aspects of life, including wealth, health, relations, hips, and family dynamics. If one is diligent and unafraid of hardships, yet finds their pockets devoid of wealth, it may either be a reflection of their ill-fated destiny or the presence of adverse feng shui in their home. Should you desire to alter your fate and aspire to prosperity, turn the page and continue reading. Chapter 1. The preeminent feng shui master of the Qing dynasty. Feng shui possesses the power to bring about demise, striking unseen and rendering individuals bereft of descendants, meeting untimely ends. Conversely, feng shui can nurture individuals, propelling them to great heights, endowing them with wealth and flourishing families. It can even preserve the deceased, offering them a resting place in blessed grounds, allowing for transcendence and eventual ascendance to the celestial realm. You may choose to doubt fate and the principles of feng shui. However, throughout the millennia of Chinese civilization, emperors and dignitaries alike have been captivated by the art of feng shui. If you labor tirelessly yet remain financially destitute, if you possess striking looks and come from a privileged background but find yourself solitary at the threshold of your me, or if you encounter a string of misfortunes, languishing in a haze of despair with poor financial prospects and overall malaise, then it is not merely a matter of unfavorable fate. Rather, it is likely that the feng shui of your abode is flawed. I Cheng Feng's esteemed mentor, Li Jinshan, was once the foremost feng shui master of the Qing dynasty's Imperial Astronomical Bureau. His grandfather, Li Qiansheng, was also a renowned feng shui practitioner, well-versed in the intricacies of yin-yang principles, the enigmatic art of Qimen Duanjia, the divinationo, plum blossom numerology, and various esoteric folk methodologies. I Cheng Feng grew up under the nurturing care of his grandfather, who instilled in him a profound interest in the esoteric arts of geomancy and folk wisdom from a young age. Although he is merely 22 years old, he has attained remarkable proficiency in the realms of feng shui and mystical technique. Having inherited his grandfather's invaluable knowledge, his grandfather established a quaint establishment named Sui Yuan Hall in the coastal city of Qingzhou, where he engaged in various practices such as dream interpretation, naming, divination, and the assessment of feng shui, as well as offering remedies for peculiar ailments and facilitating romantic connections, all while navigating the dualities of yin and yang. Due to his esteemed reputation, many sought his counsel on matters of fate and fortune. However, as his grandfather aged and faced physical challenges, he closed Sui Yuan Hall 2 years prior, retreating to a rustic abode in a seaside fishing village, embracing a seclusion amidst the pastoral landscape. After graduating from university, Li Chengfeng encountered numerous setbacks in his job search, and the emotional toll intensified when his girlfriend of 2 years chose to ride in the luxurious car of a wealthy heir. This disheartening experience weighed heavily upon him. One evening, feeling defeated after a failed job interview, Li Chengfeng purchased 3 bottles of erguota liquor, along with 2 pounds of pig's head meat and several assorted delicacies, before returning to his grandfather's residence. After consuming a couple of strong drinks, he expressed the turmoil within his heart. "Grandfather, I wish to reopen Sui Yuan Hall." "Absolutely not," his grandfather replied without hesitation, his complex gaze reflecting his resolute disapproval. He did not wish for his grandson to tread this path. "Xiaofeng, observe your grandfather's current state. If you wish to avoid such a fate, refrain from mentioning the reopening of the Sui Yuan Hall in the future." Gazing at his grandfather's frail form, Li Chengfeng inhaled deeply. His grandfather was a disabled man, possessing but one eye and missing a leg. As his grandfather would express, this was the consequence of revealing too much of the heavenly secret. Aiding others in defying fate and ultimately facing divine retribution. Having grown up under his grandfather's care, Li Chengfeng was acutely aware of the repercussions each time his grandfather suffered divine punishment. He had witnessed firsthand the transformation of his grandfather from a robust individual to one afflicted by disability. Raising his glass, his grandfather drank deeply, sighed, and then began to speak, affectionately addressing Li Chengfeng by his childhood name. "Xiaofeng, My reluctance for you to tread this path is rooted in my concern for your well-being. Those of our profession, who divulge too much of the heavenly secrets, seldom meet with a favorable end. I do not wish to see you come harm. My hope is that you lead a simple life, marry, father children, and live contentedly. As his grandfather continued, he transitioned to tales of Grand Master Li Jinshan. Li Chengfeng's interest was piqued. He poured his grandfather another glass of wine and listened intently to the stories of the Grandmaster. His grandfather took a delicate sip, his expression drifting into the depths of nostalgia as he recounted events from many years past. The tale began in the twilight of the Qing dynasty. During that era, Li Jinshan, the then director of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, observed the celestial bodies at night. He noted the descent of the Ziwei Emperor star in the west, foretelling the end of the dynasty's ordained longevity, signaling that the Qing Empire was beyond redemption. As the Qing dynasty teetered on the brink of collapse, Li Jinshan donned a robe of Taoist attire and fled the capital, embarking on a life of wandering. Before long, his funds were exhausted, leading him to set up a stall on the street, where he offered services in divination, fortune-telling, and the drafting of letters to make eager living. In a time of chaos and strife, when the common folk struggled for survival, with many barely able to afford a meal, the notion of seeking guidance in fortune-telling was a luxury Fei W could afford. The hardships of his escape weighed heavily upon Li Jinshan, as he faced starvation while concealing his identity as a Qing official, forced into a life of constant evasion. After an indeterminate period of exile, he found himself in the vicinity of Qinzhou, his robe tattered and resembling that of a beggar, having gone days without sustenance. His stomach pressed painfully against his back. In desperate need of a meal, the esteemed master of feng shui disregarded his dignity, squatting by the roadside to scribble characters in the dirt, offering dream interpretations, ND divinations. For 2 days and nights, he remained in his makeshift position, yet not a single customer approached him, ultimately succumbing to faintness from hunger on the street. It was a lamentable fate for the most distinguished feng shui master of the Qing dynasty to find himself in such dire straits. Just as it seemed he would perish in destitution, fate intervened, and he was rescued by the renowned local merchant, Chun Tinghai. Upon regaining consciousness, Li Jinshan discovered himself nestled in a soft bed, attended by 2 lovely maidservants, with a table lavishly spread with an array of chicken, duck, fish, and meat. After enduring a prolonged period of hunger, he relished a hearty meal before finally meeting his benefactor, Chun Tinghai. The 2 men felt an immediate camaraderie, prompting Li Jinshan to remain with the Chun family, where he was treated to fine food and drink each day. In the blink of an eye, 6 months have elapsed, and each day spent in the Chun household, indulging in their hospitality, has weighed heavily on Li Jinshan's conscience. Li Jinshan remained perplexed, unable to fathom why Chun Tinghai had extended such generous hospitality for an entire half-year. He had thought he had encountered a rare and benevolent benefactor. One evening, after several rounds of drinks, Chun Tinghai revealed the turmoil that troubled his heart. "Dear brother, although I, Chun Tinghai, am blessed with immense wealth and have surpassed the age of discernment, I find myself childless. Why is that? Why indeed? Why has heaven dealt me such a hand?" Li Jinshan was taken aback. He had previously scrutinized Chun Tinghai's features and discerned that his destiny was devoid of wealth, characterized by a laborious fate marked by presence of 7 killings. Yet, in the realm of progeny, he ought to have 2 sons and a daughter. A man of no fortune, yet endowed with great riches, destined for 2 sons and a daughter, but childless, his fate seemed to have been altered. Having felt a growing sense of obligation after months of free lodging, compassion stirred within him, prompting him to assist Chun Tinghai in uncovering the reason behind this anim. "Ali, brother Chun, I perceive in your features that your destiny should be blessed with numerous descendants. How, then, is it that you remain without children? It seems there is a discrepancy in your fate." "My dear brother, you possess the ability to read faces." Chun Tinghai feigned surprise, to which Li Jinshan responded with a smile and a nod. "I possess but a modest understanding." The following day, Li Jinshan accompanied Chun Tinghai to assess the feng shui of his residence. Finding no issues with the home's feng shui, he surmised that the ancestral burial site might hold the key to the predicament. Chun Tinghai guided Li Jinshan to the family's ancestral grave, Upon witnessing the feng shui of this place, one cannot help but feel a sense of astonishment. Is this the feng shui configuration that conceals wealth beneath the pillow? My dear younger brother, you possess keen insight. The feng shui of my ancestral tomb embodies the auspicious configuration of concealed riches. Chapter 2. Hidden wealth beneath the pillow. Severing offspring and descendants. Upon observing the feng shui arrangement before him, Li Jinshan furrowed his brow slightly, as he had come to comprehend the reason behind Chen Tinghai's childless state. Chen Tinghai was originally destined for a life of toil, characterized by the 7 killings fate, a configuration that typically results in a lifetime of hard work with little financial reward. Yet, he possessed immense wealth. This was solely due to the auspicious feng shui configuration that concealed riches beneath his pillow, which had altered his destiny. While the hidden treasures beneath the pillow represent a superior wealth-attracting feng shui arrangement, not everyone is entitled to be interred in such a sacred burial site. To be laid to rest in this auspicious location, one's ancestors must possess a profound reservoir of moral virtue and blessings. Otherwise, it would bring calamity upon their descendants, leading to a severance of lineage. Gazing at the hill that resembled a pillow, alongside the 2 graves nestled atop, Li Jinshan let out a sigh. Brother Chun, there's a saying that I am uncertain whether to voice, he began. Dear brother, speak freely, Chen Tinghai urged. Li Jinshan took 2 steps forward, his expression solemn. In the realm of feng shui, there exists a saying. Hidden wealth beneath the pillow severs offspring and descendants. The requirements for moral virtue and blessings for the deceased are exceedingly stringent in such arrangements. To be buried in this auspicious site, one's ancestors must have amassed significant moral merit and fortune. Otherwise, it could lead to a cessation of progeny. Upon hearing this, Chen Tinghai feigned a look of alarm. If one is to sever their lineage, what use is wealth beyond measure? He lamented. What can be done about this? Brother, is there a feng shui site that does not necessitate moral virtue or blessings? Li Jinshan casually responded. There are such places, but before Li Jinshan could complete his sentence, Chen Tinghai's expression brightened with hope, and he quickly implored, Dear brother, I implore you to assist me, lest I, Chen Tinghai, face the dire fate of leaving no descendants. Who shall inherit my vast fortune? I beseech you, I earnestly plead for your help. Li Jinshan furrowed his brows, troubled by the implications of fate. Due to the adverse feng shui, Chen Tinghai's destiny had tragically become one of extinction. Should he attempt to defy the heavens and alter this fate, divine retribution would surely follow. With a heavy heart, he responded, Brother Chun, your fate is already sealed, and I find myself powerless to intervene. If you wish to change your current destiny, I advise you to engage in virtuous deeds and accumulate good fortune. Perhaps a transformation may occur. Suddenly, Chen Tinghai fell to his knees, pleading desperately. Dear brother, I am aware that you possess the means to alter my fate. I beg of you, please assist me. Li Jinshan replied firmly. It is not that I lack the desire to help you, but to intervene would invite divine wrath. The consequences could be dire, struck by thunder, leading to a miserable demise, or suffering a life of calamities, blind and crippled. Li Jinshan voiced his concerns plainly, resolutely declining Chen Tinghai's pleas. Yet, Chen Tinghai continued to kneel, fervently appealing for assistance in return for his past kindness. Brother, in light of my saving your life and the care I have provided over these past months, I implore you to help me. Rest assured, should you incur divine punishment, I, Chen Tinghai, shall don mourning attire for you and care for you in your old age. Li Jinshan sighed, recognizing Chen Tinghai's gratitude. Were it not for him, he might have perished on the streets. Witnessing the desperate pleas before him, he ultimately softened. Very well, I shall assist you in defying fate. Li Jinshan selected an auspicious day to commence the relocation of Chen Tinghai's parents' graves. On his path of exile, Li Jinshan inadvertently stumbled upon a site of exceptional geomantic fortune known as the lotus pod embracing seeds. It was a most fitting location for the burial of Chen Tinghai's parents. When Chen Tinghai beheld the geomantic arrangement of the lotus pod embracing seeds, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. 7 hills encircled the area, resembling a lotus pod from a distance, with the peaks appearing as seeds cradled by the surrounding mountains. Adjacent to these 7 peaks stood a towering mountain, serving as the principal peak of the lotus pod embracing seeds, akin to a guardian gazing down upon 7 children. Truly, it was a marvel of nature, crafted with divine artistry. Dear brother, if I relocate my parents' ancestral grave here, shall I be blessed with offspring? He inquired. Indeed, Li Jinshan affirmed, the lotus pod embracing seeds is an auspicious site for begetting children. Observe how the 7 peaks are embraced by the mountains, akin to 7 lotus seeds nestled within a pod, heralding the promise of 7 progeny. In accordance with Li Jinshan's counsel, Chun Tinghai interred his parents' remains atop the highest peak of the mountain range, and beneath the 7 hills, he constructed 7 empty graves. Once all preparations were complete, the earth suddenly trembled, and although the sky was clear, thunder rolled ominously. Li Jinshan's countenance changed dramatically in fear, while Chun Tinghai was left in a state of panic. Dear brother, what is happening? Li Jinshan remained silent, sensing his vision becoming increasingly blurred until he was engulfed in darkness, rendered blind. He had long anticipated divine retribution, yet he had not expected it to arrive so swiftly. After relocating his parents' grave to the lotus pod embracing seeds within a mere year, several of his concubines and his long-wedded wife, now in her 50s, successively bore him 7 sons. Thus, Li Jinshan's words were fulfilled, the promise of 7 offspring. Chun Tinghai, overjoyed by the birth of his 7 sons, had devoted the previous 2 years to meticulously caring for Li Jinshan, providing him with the finest accommodations and sumptuous meals daily. However, as time passed, Chun began to perceive Li as a burdensome and useless blind man, which soured his initial sentiments. He unceremoniously displaced Li from the luxurious guest quarters to the storage room, replacing lavish feasts with leftover scraps. Infuriated, Li Jinshan confronted Chun, only to uncover an unbearable truth. Chun, with a smug demeanor, revealed, 2 years ago, I saved you because I noticed the talisman of the imperial decree upon you. I surmised that you were a feng shui master who had escaped the palace, which is why I welcomed you into my home, showering you with hospitality to win your favor and seek your guidance in locating a prosperous site for my family's legacy. Now that I have 7 sons, your usefulness has diminished, so why should I continue to indulge you? In that moment, Li Jinshan comprehended that he had been nothing more than a pawn in Chun Tinghai's schemes. Enraged by the revelation, he declared, Chun Tinghai, you ungrateful scoundrel, I will fight you. However, before he could act, Chun kicked him down and confined him in the stable, where he was forced to live and eat alongside the horses. This confinement lasted for over a decade, until the arrival of his grandfather, Li Qiansheng, which would ultimately alter Li Jinshan's fate. Chapter 3. The broken lotus pod embracing the child's nest at that time. His grandfather was merely a teenager, working as a temporary laborer in Chun Tinghai's household, primarily tasked with caring for the horses, which led to his acquaintance with Li Jinshan, who resided in the stable. As time passed, the two developed a profound friendship across generations. Li Jinshan confided his misfortunes to his grandfather, who, filled with sympathy, frequently brought him delicious treats. Their bond deepened, and Li Jinshan took his grandfather as his mentor, bestowing upon him the name Li Tiansheng and imparting all his skills. Through his grandfather's words, Li Jinshan learned that Chun Tinghai was not a virtuous man. He was known for his tyranny, preying upon the weak and disregarding human life. A notorious bully in the region. This revelation filled him with regret for having aided such a villain by assisting him in acquiring a coveted piece of land, leading to swift retribution. Over the span of 2 decades, Chun Tinghai's 7 sons either became officers in the national army or married into affluent families, enhancing the Chun family's influence. Chun Tinghai himself grew increasingly arrogant, establishing himself as the local despot of Qinzhou. His grandfather, who had cared for Chen's horses for years without receiving a single penny, faced violence when he sought his due payment, leaving him feeling oppressed. He shared these grievances with Li Jinshan, recounting the years of abuse inflicted by Chun Tinghai upon the common people. Upon hearing this, Li Jinshan was consumed with anger and, with a grave demeanor, addressed his mentor. Tiansheng, I wish for you to undertake a certain task. Are you willing? To which Li Tianqing replied, Master, as long as it does not violate the principles of righteousness, there is nothing I would shy away from. Very well, Li Jinshan continued. I desire for you to dismantle the ancestral feng shui arrangement of Chun Ting Hai, specifically the Lotus Seed Cave. Agreed. With the fearlessness of youth, Li Tianqing readily accepted, motivated both by vengeance for his master and the desire to rid Qinzhou of this scourge. Upon receiving his grandfather's consent, Li Jinshan felt a profound sense of relief and proceeded to reveal to him the method for dispelling the lotus pod embrace. Listen closely, my child. Do not be careless. To dispel the lotus pod embrace, one must lie in wait behind the grave mound of Chun Tinghai's parents on the night of the full moon, just as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. As the moon rises, you will witness a lotus pod emerging from the summit of the grave, from which 7 children will leap forth, encircling the mound and calling out for their grandparents. Subsequently, you shall see an elderly couple emerge from within the mound, frolicking with the 7 children. At that moment, you must not be afraid. Seize the opportunity to rush to the top of the mound and grasp the lotus pod, uprooting it entirely. Then, turn and flee, but remember, under no circumstances should you look back. After hearing this, the grandfather, filled with curiosity and doubt, inquired, Master, what happens if I look back? You will be frightened to death, Li Jinshan replied. Although the grandfather had studied the arcane arts of Qi feng shui for several years, he had never engaged in practical experience and found it difficult to believe the mystique of his master's words. Despite his blindness, Li Jinshan could sense his grandfather's apprehension and smiled reassuringly. Tonight is the night of the full moon. You will understand the truth of my words once you embark on this journey. Thus, the grandfather positioned himself behind Chun Tinghai's parents' grave mound, adhering to Li Jinshan's instructions. One must commend his bravery, for he even dozed off while lying in wait. At an uncertain moment, a chilling wind swept through, awakening him from his slumber. As grandfather gazed upward at the sky, the moon had already ascended to its zenith, yet he saw no lotus pods emerging from the grave, let alone 7 little children springing forth. He mused that his master was merely boasting, and resolved to confront him upon his return. However, at that moment, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The moonlight illuminated the grave, casting flickering shadows, and a golden lotus pod gradually emerged from the top of the grave, upon which 7 diminutive children appeared. They then leaped down, and upon touching the ground, they grew to the size of ordinary children. The 7 children encircled the mound, incessantly calling out for their grandparents. Grandpa, Grandma, come out and play with us. Ha! Just wait a moment. Grandpa and Grandma will be here soon. Even with the boldness of a lion, grandfather was startled, for he heard an elderly man's voice emanating from beneath the mound. Almost immediately, he beheld an old man and an old woman, adorned in resplendent garments, emerging from the grave. Grandfather was secretly astonished. The scene before him mirrored exactly what the venerable Master Li Jinshan had described. Cautious and alert, he seized the opportunity while the 7 children frolicked with the 2 elders, stealthily climbing to the top of the grave. With all his might, he grasped the base of the lotus pod and yanked it from the ground. He then turned and fled, as a chilling wind swept behind him, accompanied by the cries of the 7 children and the shrieks of the 2 elders. Return to me the essence of feng shui. You have disrupted the fortune of the Chun family. I demand your life in recompense. Startled, my grandfather fled in terror, perhaps driven by curiosity, as he glanced back while running. He beheld 2 elderly figures and 7 children, their faces contorted in malice, hovering in the air in pursuit of him. This horrifying sight drained the color from my grandfather's face, prompting him to flee with unyielding determination. Only when he had completely escaped the confines of the lotus pod embrace cave did the sounds of his pursuers vanish into silence. My grandfather raced to the stable, breathlessly recounting the harrowing event to Li Jinshan. Upon learning that my grandfather had dared to look back, Li Jinshan expressed his astonishment. You, my boy, possess remarkable courage. As the news of my grandfather's disruption of the lotus pod embrace cave reached him, Li Jinshan erupted into joyous laughter, startling several Maras into a frenzied dance. With his wish fulfilled, That very night, my grandfather carried Li Jinshan away from the Chen residence. The destruction of the Chen family's feng shui, the Lotus Pod Embrace Cave, heralded their impending doom within a fortnight. Chapter 4. Chen Tinghai's lineage cut short unbeknownst to Chen Tinghai. The shattering of the Lotus Pod Embrace Cave would unleash dire repercussions upon the Chen family. Cradling his newly born grandson, he wore a beaming smile as he played with the infant. Suddenly, the swaddled baby inexplicably closed his eyes and ceased to breathe. Concurrently, a series of tragic tidings arrived. All 7 of Chen Tinghai's sons met with untimely deaths within a month. Several grandchildren also suffered inexplicable demises. It was only then that Chen Tinghai grasped the gravity of the situation and sought out Li Jinshan in the stable, but found only an empty space, save for a few ominous characters scrawled on the wall. Those who commit numerous injustices shall bequeath no heirs. Chen Tinghai could only watch helplessly as his descendants departed one by one. He could not endure such a blow and descended into madness. It is said that when Chen Tinghai died, he was found sprawled atop his parents' grave, frozen to death. A pitiable individual must harbor some contemptible traits. Everything that Chen Tinghai acquired through manipulating fate with feng shui was lost the moment the essence of the lotus seed was disrupted. Had he performed more acts of kindness and accumulated virtue, his fate might not have been so tragic. After recounting this tale, my grandfather raised his cup and drank deeply, lost in memories. As a descendant of a lineage steeped in feng shui, Li Qingfeng wholeheartedly believed his grandfather's words, though he feigned disbelief, saying, "Grandfather, your story is truly captivating. Might you weave another? Ha ha, this is no mere tale. Go to beneath my bed and retrieve the box lying there. Inside, you will find a small container. Open it and you shall discern whether my words bear truth," replied his grandfather. Li Qingfeng pulled the box from beneath the bed and discovered a beautifully crafted small container within. The moment he opened it, he stood transfixed. Inside lay a golden lotus seed pod, adorned with 7 small holes, yet the seeds were conspicuously absent, accompanied by a piece of lotus root. Gazing at the pod, Li Qingfeng exclaimed, "Grandfather, is this the lotus you plucked from the essence of the lotus seed pod?" Indeed, this lotus pod is known as the 7-seed lotus, formed from the spirit of the earth's veins and the essence of the moon. It is a rare treasure, a celestial gift that appears once in a millennium. Perhaps only this one exists in the world. Grandfather spoke with a hint of pride, revealing that he had preserved this lotus seed pod until now, a testament to its rarity. As Li Qingfeng held the seed pod, a wave of excitement surged within him, one that he could not easily quell. Nature has bestowed upon us numerous enigmatic creations, and this world harbors countless unanswered questions that elude human comprehension. Indeed, humanity is but a speck in the grand scheme, and yet, having grasped a modicum of modern scientific knowledge, we have cast aside the ancient legacies of our culture. This, I believe, is humanity's most profound loss. At grandfather's urging, upon learning of the elder's misfortunes and witnessing his frail body, Li Qingfeng, who had once contemplated abandoning the reopening of the Siyuantang, resolved to proceed with his plans. Even if he were to become as disabled as his grandfather, he was determined to revive the Siyuantang. Observing the thirst for knowledge in his grandson's eyes, grandfather shook his head in resignation, realizing that the child had become entranced. He felt a pang of regret for having shared such matters, as the hope of dissuading him from his ambition now seemed impossible. After all, he had once chosen this path against all odds, driven by a desire to explore the unknown and mysterious aspects of the world. Li Qingfeng met his grandfather's gaze with unwavering determination, his expression grave as he declared, "Grandfather, I will reopen the Siyuantang." Grandfather did not respond immediately. Instead, he lifted his cup and drank deeply, savoring a piece of pig's head meat as he chewed slowly in contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke, "Child, once you embark on this path, you are destined to face solitude, isolation, and hardship, estranged from wealth, life, and power. Are you not afraid?" "I'm not afraid," Li Qingfeng answered without a moment's hesitation. The terms his grandfather mentioned, widower, widow, solitary, lonely, destitute, fate, life, and power, were indeed the divine retribution for those who dared to pry into celestial secrets, commonly referred to as the 5 disasters and 3 deficiencies. The former constituted the 5 disasters, while the latter represented the 3 deficiencies. With a heavy sigh, his grandfather reflected on the fateful moment when he had found Li Chengfeng beside a refuse bin, perhaps a destined encounter that set him on this path. The hopes of securing a job, marrying, and raising a family seemed increasingly unattainable. Very well. If you wish to pursue this path, I shall not hinder you. But I hope you do not come to regret your decision. I shall never regret. All right then. I shall initiate you into the teachings, grant you the vision of the divine, and bestow upon you the Qintian order, formally welcoming you into this lineage. His grandfather produced a jade tablet from his possession and placed it in Li Chengfeng's hands. The tablet, modest in size, about that of a matchbox, was inscribed with the characters Qintian Ling and adorned on the reverse with a vividly carved dragon. In ancient times, the Qintian Ling symbolized the identity of a geomancer, representing both skill and status. Under his grandfather's guidance, Li Chengfeng performed 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows to pay homage to the venerable ancestor, Guopu. He then washed his eyes with heavenly water and purified his body with earth, before receiving the sonic compass. Once all the initiation rituals were completed, his grandfather sighed deeply and spoke with grave seriousness. Xiaofeng, from this day forth, you shall be the 108th successor of the Qimeng school. With heavenly water, you will gain insight into the transformations of the sun, moon, and stars. With the earth soil, you will cleanse your spirit and seek the dragon veins of terrestrial energy. Remember, engage in good deeds, accumulate merit to avert divine retribution, and never use your skills to harm others. Yes, grandfather, I shall heed your teachings. Li Chengfeng felt a surge of excitement. From this day forth, he would be a genuine master of the mysterious arts of Qimeng feng shui. His grandfather rummaged through the room for quite some time, ultimately retrieving a pouch from beneath the pillow and emptying its contents onto the table. Scattered across the surface were several sets of keys, 9 tortoise shells, and a string of bone inscriptions. The grandfather picked up a set of keys and handed them to Li Chengfeng. These are the keys to the Suiwan Hall. They are now yours, he said. As Li Chengfeng accepted the keys, his gaze fell upon the tortoise shells and bone inscriptions, and he inquired with a puzzled expression, "Grandfather, what are these?" "I am uncertain," the grandfather replied. "These tortoise shells and this string of bones were passed down to me by your great master. Before he departed from this world, he instructed me to decipher the inscriptions upon them. However, unraveling these characters is a formidable challenge, perhaps even beyond the comprehension of spirits." The grandfather sighed in resignation. Li Chengfeng picked up one of the tortoise shells, which was densely inscribed with numerous ancient characters. These must be oracle bone script. Yet, he too was unfamiliar with these archaic symbols. The tortoise shells and bones had likely been handed down through countless generations, and both his great master and grandfather had endeavored to decode the inscriptions. In his youth, the grandfather had sought the counsel of many luminaries in the field of archaeology, specialists in oracle bone script, but none had succeeded in deciphering the characters. These inscriptions were believed to be even older than oracle bone script itself. An elderly professor specializing in oracle bone studies had speculated that the characters might represent an even more ancient celestial script. Li Chengfeng carefully reassembled the tortoise shells and bone inscriptions, his heart brimming with curiosity. What secrets did these inscriptions hold? The earliest known script discovered by humanity is the oracle bone script, yet the celestial script predates it. One wonders if, within a lifetime, the inscriptions can be deciphered. Chapter 5. The ancestor in the painting on the following morning, Li Chengfeng, armed with the key bestowed upon him by his grandfather, ventured alone into the old town of Qingzhou. He strolled along a time-worn street, flanked by 2 rows of sycamore trees adorned with numerous fuzzy little spheres. The street was lined with a multitude of shops, and beneath an antiquated residential building stood a shop with its door firmly shut. A crimson plaque hung above, inscribed in gilded characters with the name Suiyuan Hall. Due to years of neglect, some of the gold leaf had peeled away. Below the main inscription were smaller characters that read, "Dream interpretation, naming, divination, feng shui, specializing in various perplexing ailments. Upon entering Sui Yuan Hall, Li Chengfeng found the interior remarkably simple. The white walls bore little embellishment, save for a portrait of the esteemed ancestor, Guopu. Beneath the image rested an altar. Unbeknownst to him, as he crossed the threshold, the figure in the portrait subtly stirred, its eyes fixated upon him. The hall was modest in size, approximately 30 to 40 square meters, with a resting chamber. Against the left wall stood a mahogany writing desk accompanied by a grand chair. To the right of the entrance was a coffee table intricately carved from tree roots, paired with a mahogany sofa. As Li Chengfeng bent down slowly, he discovered a few copper coins beneath the coffee table. He recalled his grandfather mentioning that the feng shui layout of Sui Yuan Hall was termed welcoming guests at the door, a common arrangement believed to attract wealth and clientele. In various establishments such as restaurants, clubs, bathing centers, and hotels, one often observes sofas and coffee tables placed to the right upon entering or within the lobby, with several coins resting beneath the table. To the untrained eye, this merely serves as a resting area for patrons. However, to a practitioner of feng shui, it represents a strategic arrangement for attracting wealth and clientele. Aptly termed welcoming guests at the door, Li Chengfeng approached the altar, first offering 3 sticks of incense to the revered ancestor. Raising the lit incense above his head to bow 3 times before placing it into the incense burner, he then commenced a thorough cleaning of the premises, which had been neglected for over 2 years, resulting in a thick layer of dust. While he was engrossed in his task, an unexpected voice suddenly echoed from behind him. "Come here, young one, and tidy up my dining table." Startled by the abrupt command, Li Chengfeng shivered and quickly turned around, finding no one there. Only the portrait of the revered ancestor hanging on the wall. Puzzled, he wondered if he had misheard. Dismissing the notion, he proceeded to wipe the altar in front of the portrait with a cloth. As he lowered his head to clean, the figure of the ancestor, Guopu, surprisingly smiled and nodded. Fortunately, Li Chengfeng was oblivious to this occurrence. Had he witnessed the portrait's figure acknowledging him, he would surely have fled in terror. Unperturbed, Li Chengfeng continued his cleaning. He busied himself from morning until noon, finally completing the tidying up just as he prepared to take a sip of water and rest. At that moment, a young woman in her 20s, possessing a striking appearance, appeared at the doorway. "Excuse me, may I inquire if Mr. Li is present?" "And you are?" "My name is Yiming Yao, and I have come to seek Mr. Li." Li Chengfeng felt somewhat astonished. His grandfather had retreated from the world for so many years and no longer assisted others with matters of yin and yang. Yet someone had come seeking him. As the first guest, he felt a twinge of excitement. With a smile on his face and a tone tinged with bravado, he declared, "My grandfather has washed his hands of these matters and no longer offers his services. If you have something to discuss, feel free to tell me. I am the grandson of Master Li, and my name is Li Chengfeng. I possess the same abilities as my grandfather, both in what he can perceive and what he cannot." Yi Mingyao scrutinized Li Chengfeng, disappointment flickering in her eyes. She considered him youthful and doubted his capabilities, though his words were rather audacious. In everyone's mind, those proficient in the esoteric arts of geomancy and secretive techniques were typically venerable elders, well past their prime, with white hair and wise countenances. Yi Mingyao reiterated her purpose, stating, "I have come to seek Master Li. I urgently need to see him. Can you take me to meet him? I assure you, I will reward you handsomely for your assistance." Understanding his grandfather's advanced age, Li Chengfeng was reluctant to disrupt the tranquility of his grandfather's life. He was acutely aware that the woman before him harbored doubts about his abilities. Given his youth, a sentiment that was quite natural. Instead of feeling anger, he examined Yi Mingyao's features, noticing the fullness and roundness of her wealth center. He surmised she was likely the daughter of a prominent family. Observing her parental palace, he noted the dark and stagnant hue at the left corner of her forehead, indicating potential health issues afflicting her father. What mysterious ailment could he be suffering from? When Yi Mingyao noticed Li Chengfeng staring at her face with a look of disdain, she thought to herself, how can the grandson of old Master Li be such a lecher? Despite her aversion, she mustered a forced smile, remembering his esteemed lineage, and her tone lost its previous respect. "Could you please take me to see your grandfather?" "No, Li Chengfeng's abrupt refusal darkened Yi Mingyao's expression, as she had not anticipated such a blunt denial. Having discerned her intentions from her demeanor, Li Chengfeng ventured to probe further. If I am not mistaken, you seek my grandfather regarding your father. Am I correct? How did you know? Yi Mingyao, who had been fuming moments before, now appeared taken aback. Li Chengfeng's assumption was indeed accurate. Yi Mingyao had come to seek Li Tiancheng for the sake of her father. 2 years prior, Yi Mingyao's father had inexplicably awakened one morning to find himself completely blind. In pursuit of a cure, the Yi family had consulted numerous medical experts and visited various hospitals, employing the most advanced instruments available to conduct a thorough examination of Yi Guqing's eyes and overall health. The results were astonishing. All indicators showed that his health was even better than that of an average person, with no diseases detected. Strangely, despite the normal test results, his vision remained elusive. After 2 years of treatment and considerable financial expenditure, there had been no improvement in Yi Guqing's condition. Just days ago, Yi Mingyao had learned from the venerable traditional healer Kuang Guohua that her father's ailment might not be a conventional illness that ordinary doctors could remedy. That a suggestion was made for her to seek out Mr. Li Tiancheng at the Su Yuan Hall. For a fortnight, Yi Mingyao visited the Su Yuan Hall daily, only to find the doors resolutely shut. Today, she finally encountered an open door, but it was Li Chengfeng who greeted her. In Chapter 6, humiliated by the Yi family, Yi Mingyao remained skeptical of Li Chengfeng. The news of her father's illness had circulated online. It was entirely plausible that he had merely stumbled upon it. Even if he had deduced her father's condition, what of it? Countless individuals in Qingzhou were aware of her father's ailment. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly, noting the woman's heightened vigilance. Since she had chosen the path of observing the yin and yang and divining fortunes, it was imperative to earn the trust of others. Otherwise, what merit would the Su Yuan Hall hold? As the saying goes, all beginnings are difficult. Given his youth and lack of renown, skepticism was to be expected. Once he garnered a reputation akin to his grandfather's, his youth would no longer invite doubt. In a serious tone, Li Chengfeng remarked, "If I am not mistaken, your mother passed away unexpectedly when you were 13. When you turned 16, you encountered a calamity related to romance, nearly." "Enough, do not continue," Yi Mingyao interrupted, her voice sharp. The events of her 16th year were a haunting nightmare. She had been kidnapped and nearly violated. This incident was known only to her family. How could he possibly know? With a gaze filled with complexity, Yi Mingyao fixed her eyes on Li Chengfeng, questioning him with uncertainty. "Can you truly heal my father's eyes? If I cannot, there will be no charge. If I succeed, the fee will be no less than 2,000. Li Chengfeng extended 2 fingers and waved them lightly. Yi Mingyao furrowed her brow slightly. Was he jesting? Healing her father's ailment required merely 2,000 yuan. Over the past 2 years, she had spent no less than several million in attempts to restore her father's eyesight. Yet he claimed that only 2,000 yuan would suffice. Yi Mingyao found it hard to believe Li Chengfeng's words, but recalling that Li Tiancheng was his grandfather, she spoke with a serious demeanor. "If you can cure my father, I will grant you 100,000. Should you fail, you must take me to meet your grandfather." "Deal." Li Chengfeng suppressed his excitement. He had anticipated that too. 000 yuan was a substantial sum, yet here she was offering 100,000. A pang of regret struck him, feeling it was almost too little. In truth, he was not entirely confident in his ability to restore Yi Mingyao's father's sight. The reasons would only be unveiled upon examination. Sometimes one must take a gamble. If he failed, he could always enlist his grandfather's expertise. If he succeeded, it would mean a windfall of 100,000 yuan. For a recent university graduate like Li Chengfeng, that amount seemed astronomical. He had never encountered such a sum. After reaching an agreement, Yi Mingyao drove Li Chengfeng to her residence. Given her lack of affection for him, she maintained a frosty demeanor, not uttering a single word during the journey. Li Chengfeng, on the other hand, appeared indifferent, engrossed in his phone. They soon arrived at the Yi family's villa, and as Li Chengfeng stepped out of the car, he was instantly awestruck by the sight before him. A 5-story independent villa, boasting an elegant European architectural style, exuding an air of grandeur. Surrounded by lush greenery, the villa exuded an exceptional environment. One could not help but think how these affluent individuals truly know how to indulge themselves. Once I achieve wealth, I too shall acquire a parcel of land and construct a grand villa. A look of disdain crossed Yi Mingyao's face, her heart secretly mocking. It was evident he was a country bumpkin, unacquainted with the finer things in life. "Miss Li, please come in," she uttered coldly, her eyes filled with contempt, before leading the way into the villa. Li Chengfeng offered a faint smile, feeling the sting of being dismissed and looked down upon. It was an unpleasant experience indeed. He yearned to turn and leave, but with a resigned sigh, he accepted that lacking fame made such treatment rather commonplace. In due time, once he gained renown, she would find herself unable to reach his heights. He followed closely behind Yi Mingyao as they entered the villa, which boasted a lavish interior. Without glancing back, Yi Mingyao's frigid voice rang out, "Change in his slippers. Do not dirty my floor." An overwhelming sense of humiliation welled up within him. Yet Li Chengfeng chose to endure it, not merely for the sake of the 10,000 yuan, but out of curiosity. He wished to discern the true nature of Yi Mingyao's father. Just as he slipped on the slippers, another voice echoed from the room. "Mingyao, why have you brought a beggar home?" Yi Wushuang, Yi Mingyao's aunt, descended the staircase. "Aunt, he is a feng shui master. Someone I have invited to examine my father's condition," Yi Mingyao explained. Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of embarrassment, although clad in humble garments. He had ensured they were impeccably clean. Was it that in the eyes of the wealthy, wearing modest attire equated to being a beggar? What stung more was Yi Mingyao's choice of words. She referred to him as having been invited, not engaged. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly, enduring mockery once again. This business deal was hardly worth pursuing. He resolved to don his shoes and take his leave. At that moment, Yi Wushuang descended the stairs, her sarcastic voice piercing the air once more. "At such a young age, you choose the path of deceit. With your ignorance, I doubt you even know what feng shui is. Yet you dare to pose as a master." Li Chengfeng suppressed the fury boiling within him as he slipped on his shoes, then turned to Yi Mingyao, his tone equally frosty. "Miss Yi, since your family does not welcome me, I believe it is best to let this matter rest. I bid you farewell." Yi Mingyao made no attempt to dissuade him, for she had never truly believed in Li Chengfeng's ability to heal her father's eyes. Just as he was about to depart, a voice halted him. "Stop. Do you think the Yi family is a place you can enter or leave at will?" Chapter 7. The true master Li Chengfeng paused, his anger surging. This woman was utterly domineering. Leaving was not an option. He turned to glare at Yi Wushuang and scoffed. "If you won't let me leave, do you intend to keep me here for dinner?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Yi Wushuang's face as she pointed to the slippers he had worn. "These slippers are now soiled because of you. They cost 200 yuan, and you must compensate me for their value. Otherwise, do not think you can leave the Yi residence." With no profit to be gained, was he expected to pay 200 yuan? Li Chengfeng's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Yi Mingyao, exasperated, interjected, and regardless of the circumstances, "He's the one I brought here. Let him go." Yi Wushuang's face displayed a hint of reluctance. "Begone, you wretched beggar. If you dare to deceive the Yi family again, I shall break your legs." Li Chengfeng refrained from uttering harsh words, fully aware that such remarks would be futile at this juncture. Regrettably, he was devoid of funds. Had he possessed money, he would have certainly flung 200 yuan at her face, secretly vowing that he would never return to the Yi residence unless this woman prostrated herself in welcome. He indignantly turned to leave. At that moment, a BMW entered the courtyard of the Yi family. The car door opened slowly, revealing a man clad in a long blue robe, while beyond 50 years of age, who alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing the man, Yi Wushuang's previously furious expression transformed into one of radiant joy as she hurried towards him. "Master Hu, you have finally arrived." "Miss Yi, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting," Hu Yensong replied, his demeanor exuding the grace of a master. Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Hu Yensong here. This man was no ordinary individual. He served as the vice president of the Xianshu Association in Qingzhou and frequently appeared on various entertainment programs, discussing topics related to feng shui and wellness. During his school days, Li Chengfeng had watched Hu's shows. Yi Wushuang ushered Hu Yinsong into the villa, and, as they passed the entrance, Hu Yinsong noticed the slippers on the floor and, with a warm smile, remarked, "Miss Yi, I shall change into a pair of slippers. Otherwise, I might dirty the floor." "Master Hu, you mustn't be so polite. It is our family's honor to have you visit. Do not mention the possibility of dirtying the floor. Even if you were to soil the ceiling, it would still be considered a blessing for the Yi family." Yi Wushuang's tone dripped with flattery, contrasting sharply with her previously domineering demeanor. Yi Mengyao was taken aback upon seeing Hu Yinsong. She had not anticipated that her aunt would invite the vice president of the Mystical Arts Association. Had she known her aunt had summoned Hu Yinsong, she would have resolutely refused to fetch Li Chengfeng, even under duress. The two individuals were simply incomparable. She hurried forward to greet Hu Yinsong. Li Chengfeng felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. This family was indeed shallow and materialistic. For Hu Yinsong to tread upon the Yi family's floor was an honor, while for him to do so was a disgrace. Damaging the family's slippers warranted a penalty of 200 yuan. Truly, one could be driven to exasperation by such comparisons. Yi Wushuang first spoke to Yi Mengyao, then turned her gaze toward Li Chengfeng, rolling her eyes in a mocking manner. "Do you see? This is a true master of feng shui. One ought to take a long look in the mirror. He hasn't even grown a full set of hair, yet dares to call himself a feng shui master." At that moment, Hu Yinsong glanced at Li Chengfeng. Though he remained silent, his eyes conveyed disdain, and a slight smirk played at the corners of his mouth. His expression spoke volumes, leaving a lingering impression. Li Chengfeng was at a loss for words. This woman indeed possessed a sharp tongue, and he found no inclination to engage in verbal sparring with her. Just as he contemplated leaving, another voice resonated from the villa. "Master Hu, I apologize for the inconvenience of your visit. Please forgive our inadequacies in welcoming you." Yi Guqing, supported by a maid, emerged from the villa and exchanged pleasantries with Hu Yinsong. Li Chengfeng turned his attention to Yi Guqing, instantly taken aback. Yi Guqing's eyes were shrouded in a dark mist, which also coiled around his neck. The same ominous energy enveloped his right leg and chest. In the past, Li Chengfeng would have been oblivious to the sinister aura surrounding Yi Guqing. However, since he had paid homage to his master and opened his celestial eye, he could perceive things beyond the sight of ordinary individuals. It was now evident to him that the sudden onset of Yi Guqing's blindness was far from a simple matter. No amount of hospital visits would remedy his condition. The dark mist entwining his neck and right leg, as well as the one enveloping his chest, precisely at the location of his lungs, suggested that he would soon face grave consequences. Seeing Li Chengfeng still frozen in place, Yi Wushuang expressed her displeasure. "You filthy beggar, why aren't you leaving?" "I shall take my leave shortly, but I wish to impart a few words first," Li Chengfeng replied, his demeanor serious as he looked at Yi Mengyao. "Miss Yi, this must be your father. Please take good care of him. He is likely to encounter further troubles in the coming days. Within 3 days, there will undoubtedly be issues with his leg, lungs, and neck." Silence. Yi Mengyao retorted angrily, taken aback by Li Chengfeng's words. "Are you cursing my father? I never asked you to treat him, yet you dare to wish ill upon him." Yi Wushuang, equally incensed, shouted, "Get out this instant. I shall break your legs and silence your foul mouth." Chapter 8. The tormented ones arrive. Li Chengfeng could only sigh in exasperation. His well-intentioned warning had been misconstrued as malice. Since they do not believe her, remaining here will only increase their disdain, leaving her with no choice but to depart in shame. His spirits were somewhat dampened. He had anticipated a lucrative outcome. Yet not only did he fail to earn money, but he also faced neglect and humiliation. Behind him, he could hear Yi Guqing admonishing Yi Mengyao, cautioning her against bringing strangers home, given the multitude of deceivers in the world today. "I understand," Yi Mengyao replied, her gaze filled with resentment as she watched the frail figure exit the Yi family estate, regretting her decision to have brought him home. Thankfully, she had realized her mistake in time. Otherwise, she might have fallen victim to his deception. Arriving in a luxury car, he now had to return by bus. Upon returning to the Sui Yuan Hall, Li Chengfeng did not dwell on the incident. After spending 2 days at Sui Yuan Hall, he noticed that each day, visitors would arrive. peering through the door, only to turn away upon seeing a young man inside. Li Chengfeng felt increasingly helpless. If this continued, he might not even be able to afford a meal, with merely a handful of coins left in his pocket. Sitting in a grand armchair, he idly scrolled through his phone and stumbled upon a piece of news. At a primary school in Qingzhou, 5 youths had gone swimming in the Qingxing Reservoir, and 2 of them had drowned. Now, 3 days had passed, yet their bodies remained unfound, with search and rescue teams still scouring the area. The loss of 2 young lives was deeply lamentable. Just as Li Chengfeng was engulfed in sorrow, a young couple, their faces streaked with tears, entered Sui Yuan Hall. Perhaps overwhelmed by their grief, they paid little attention to the young man in the shop and began to pour out their hearts in distress. "Sir, my son drowned while bathing in the reservoir, and his body has yet to be found. What should I do? I long to see him one last time. Please, I implore you to help us search for our child. We are willing to pay any amount for his return." Li Chengfeng recalled the news he had just seen and thought it was a strange coincidence. He poured them 2 cups of tea and comforted them, saying, "Rest assured, the rescue team will surely locate your child." He was merely a geomancer and had no desire to involve himself in such matters, believing it more fitting to consult a practitioner of yin and yang. However, the young couple, overwhelmed by their grief, pleaded desperately, their sorrow rendering them irrational. As they sank to their knees, "Please, help us find our son. We have been searching for several days." They had scoured the entire reservoir multiple times without success. Li Chengfeng was puzzled as to how this couple had found their way to him. Yet, witnessing their anguish, he ultimately softened and resolved to assist them in recovering the child's remains. He instructed them to procure 2 gourds, paper money, incense, and 2 roosters. Armed with yellow paper, red ink, and a brush, Li Chengfeng accompanied the young couple to the Qingxing Reservoir. During their conversation along the way, he learned that the husband was named Wang Jun. Due to the sweltering heat, their child had gone to the reservoir with several classmates after school for a swim. One classmate accidentally slipped into the deep water. In an attempt to rescue his friend, Wang Jun's son, Wang Xiaoming, was unexpectedly pulled under by the classmate in distress. The rescue team had been searching for 3 or 4 days, but had yet to recover the bodies of the 2 children. At the suggestion of the rescue team, Wang Jun and his wife consulted several Taoist priests and shamans in succession, spending a considerable amount of money, yet failing to locate their child's body. They had sought out the most renowned practitioners in the vicinity, most of whom turned out to be charlatans. As they found themselves at a loss, fate led them to Sui Yuan Hall, where they entered with a sense of tentative hope. Li Chengfeng felt a twinge of confusion regarding how this couple had come to him. Yet he refrained from probing further, as he believed that some things were preordained, perhaps a manifestation of destiny. Soon, they arrived at the Qingxing Reservoir, an expansive body of water with depths nearing 30 meters. The rescue team continued their search and salvage operations. 2 divers were scouring the depths, while a boat dragged fishing nets through the water. On the shore, the parents of another drowned child sat in silence, their tears long since exhausted, their vacant gazes fixed upon the water's surface. Wang Jun approached them, his heart heavy with sorrow, and inquired, "Brother Yang, have you found the child?" "No," replied the man seated on the ground, Yang Dongming, whose profound grief over the loss of his son rendered him almost unresponsive. When Wang Jun introduced Li Chengfeng, he merely acknowledged with a grunt, avoiding even a glance at him, as if indifferent to whether Li Chengfeng was a fraud or not. Li Chengfeng empathized with their anguish. In moments of profound sorrow, one becomes impervious to all else. Wang Jun cast an apologetic glance at Li Chengfeng and expressed his remorse. "I understand your feelings. Come, let's search for the child." Li Chengfeng chose a relatively flat area by the reservoir, preparing to seek the bodies of the 2 children. At that moment, the rescue team leader, Zhang Junjie, approached and, upon noticing the youthfulness of Li Chengfeng, asked with evident irritation, "What is your purpose here?" Before Li could respond, Wang Jun hurriedly interjected, "Captain Zhang, this is Mr. Li, whom I invited from Sui Yuan Hall to assist me in searching for my son." "Are you foolish? With someone like him, how can he possibly help you find your son?" Zhang Junjie scoffed, firmly convinced that Wang Jun had been deceived once again. What capabilities could such a young individual possess? Chapter 9. Folk Mysticism and the Gourd for Corpse Seeking, Part 1. Zhang Junjia's furious gaze fixed on Li Chengfeng as he continued. Your family has already been duped enough. Are you here to further exploit them? Has your conscience been devoured by a dog? Our rescue team has utilized numerous advanced devices, searching for several days without any success in locating the child. What do you intend to use for this search? Merely these 2 broken gourds and 2 roosters? Indeed, Li Chengfeng replied with a serene demeanor, unwilling to engage in a dispute with Zhang Junjia. For his intentions were noble. He feared that the Wang couple might fall victim to further deception. It was evident that they had already been misled multiple times. Otherwise, Zhang Junjia would not have reacted so vehemently. Wang Jun sighed, realizing only then that Li Chengfeng was merely in his 20s, and he felt a pang of regret for having sought the assistance of such a young man. Li Chengfeng, with a serious expression, assured them, rest assured, if I cannot find your child, I will take nothing in return. Upon hearing this, Zhang Junjia's expression softened considerably. However, Wang Jun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Mr. Li, regardless of whether you find my son or not, I shall not allow you to leave empty-handed. Li Chengfeng merely nodded. Wang Jun's ability to utter such words indicated that he was indeed a man of integrity. Zhang Junjia, standing nearby, showed no inclination to depart. He was intent on observing how Li Chengfeng would search for the child. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Dongming and his wife, along with several relatives and friends, approached, remaining silent as they stood by. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Chengfeng placed 2 roosters by the edge of the reservoir. Curiously, the roosters squatted on the ground, utterly motionless. He then lit 6 incense sticks before the roosters and burned 2 piles of joss paper, murmuring incantations as though conversing with the birds, who listened attentively. Zhang Junjia scoffed with derision, his tone laced with mockery, saying, what a charade. Unfazed, Li Chengfeng continued to burn the joss paper before the roosters. Once the paper was consumed, both roosters simultaneously crowed and nodded their heads. Li Chengfeng then placed 2 gourds beside the roosters, and an astonishing scene unfolded. At the moment the gourds touched the ground, the roosters inexplicably closed their eyes, their heads tilting as they lost their vitality. Zhang Junjia, Wang Jun, Yang Dongming, and their friends and family were left in a state of shock, bewildered by the sudden demise of the roosters. Mr. Li, what on earth is happening? Li Chengfeng did not respond, but instead whispered, lower your voices and tell me the birth dates of your children. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming subsequently revealed their children's birth dates. Li Chengfeng dipped his brush in vermilion, inscribing the birth dates of their children upon a sheet of yellow paper, before igniting it before 2 gourds. Once this was accomplished, he formed a sword gesture with his hands and, directing his attention towards the gourds, shouted with fervor, arise. The 2 gourds, placed by the water's edge, seemingly animated by his command, leaped into the water. The onlookers were rendered speechless, while Zhang Junjia wiped the cold sweat from his brow, pondering the impossibility of the spectacle. Convinced it was merely an illusion, as the gourds descended into the water, they floated against the waves, drifting into the reservoir. Given their inherent lightness, it would be expected for them to follow the current, yet these 2 defied the natural order by swimming upstream, an anomaly that defied comprehension. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, the gourds navigated through the ripples and entered the reservoir. The rescue team, engaged in the grim task of recovering bodies, observed the scene with quiet astonishment. Before long, the gourds came to a standstill amidst the undulating waves, remaining motionless upon the surface, impervious to the gusts and swells. Wang Jun, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Mr. Li, what is happening? Why have the gourds ceased their movement? Could it be that our children lie beneath? Li Chengfeng nodded gravely, casting a serious glance at the couples of Wang Jun and Yang Dongming. Ladies and gentlemen, I kindly ask you to step back. Why? They inquired. Your presence here prevents the children from emerging. They wish to shield you from the sight of your sorrow, and they do not wish for you to witness their current state. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming wore expressions of helplessness. They had come to realize that despite his youth, Li Chengfeng was indeed a person of remarkable capability, and they had no choice but to comply with his directives. With tears glistening in their eyes, they turned away, supported by relatives and friends. The couples of Wang Jun and Yang Dongming had scarcely walked a short distance when the two gourds that had been floating on the water's surface suddenly vanished, beginning their slow descent. Zhang Junjie, witnessing this extraordinary sight, could scarcely believe his eyes. He took a few steps forward, his shoes now submerged in the water, his disbelieving gaze searching for the vanished gourds. He shouted loudly, inquiring of the rescue team aboard the vessel, "Where have the two gourds gone?" The team leader responded, "Those two gourds have sunk to the bottom." "How is that possible?" Zhang Junjie exclaimed. "Gourds possess substantial buoyancy. Under normal circumstances, without external forces, how could they possibly sink? This defies the very principles of science." He called out to the rescue team on the boat, "Divers, hurry and plunge into the depths to discover the fate of the gourds." Two divers, having just donned their gear, jumped back into the water with flashlights and cameras in hand. They descended in the direction where the gourds had sunk. The descent of the gourds was not rapid, and soon the divers located the two gourds. Utilizing their filming equipment, they began to document the submerged gourds. Chapter 10. The Folk's Secret Art of Gourd Corpse Retrieval. Part 2. One diver illuminated the slowly sinking gourds with a waterproof flashlight, while the other employed underwater filming equipment to capture the scene. The rescue team on the vessel gazed at the video transmitted by the diver, their expressions a blend of disbelief and astonishment. As rescuers, they frequently searched for the bodies of drowning victims and had encountered numerous bizarre occurrences. Yet this was a sight they had never witnessed before. Zhang Junjie instructed the team to transfer the signal to his mobile device, and, as he observed the screen, he beheld a gourd slowly descending into the depths. This was utterly uncanny. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have refused to believe that, devoid of any external force, a gourd could sink to the bottom of the water. Approximately 10 minutes later, the two gourds finally reached the dark, murky bed. However, the diver failed to locate the bodies of the two children. Upon seeing this, Zhang Junjie raised his phone before Li Chengfeng, inquiring with evident confusion, "Where are the two children?" "Do not fret. Let us continue to observe," Li Chengfeng replied, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the tumultuous surface of the water. He detected a flicker of green light beneath the waves, appearing and vanishing intermittently. "There is something foul in this reservoir." Zhang Junjie redirected his attention to the screen, only to be startled into a gasp as his phone slipped from his grasp. He had just witnessed the head of a child breaking through the mud, slowly emerging. The lifeguards aboard the vessel were equally alarmed, with some letting out shrieks and others instinctively retreating. Below the surface, the two divers shone their flashlights on the gourd, their faces etched with confusion at the absence of the children. Just then, the mud beneath them began to stir, and a child's head broke through the surface, sending the divers into a flurry of panic. Two divers, accustomed to the grim task of recovering bodies, quickly regained their composure as they illuminated the scene with their flashlights. They observed as the gourd-like objects slowly ascended, seemingly propelled by an enigmatic force, pulling the bodies ensnared in the mire to the surface. Despite their bravery, the divers felt a chill run down their spines as they witnessed the corpse gradually emerging from the sludge. After approximately 5 minutes, the body of a child surfaced, soon followed by another. The second child's hand was tightly clasped around the wrist of the first. The beam of the flashlight illuminated their faces, revealing that their mouths, noses, and ears were filled with mud. Their eyes were wide open, reflecting sheer terror, as if they had glimpsed something horrifying in their final moments. The rescue workers aboard the boat, along with Zhang Junjie standing beside Li Chengfeng, were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling, as the two gourds continued to rise. The children's bodies emerged entirely from the muck, appearing almost as if they were alive, gently ascending alongside the gourds. The ascent was agonizingly slow. It took nearly 20 minutes for the gourds to breach the water surface. At that moment, they burst open, revealing two pale corpses afloat. The divers surfaced shortly thereafter, their faces ashen as they removed their masks, utterly terrified. "This is incredibly eerie," one exclaimed. "In all my years, I have never witnessed anything like this. To think that two gourds could extract bodies from the depths of the mud. How is that possible?" The sight of those children emerging from the sludge was profoundly frightening. When one finds oneself ensnared in the mire, escaping proves to be a formidable challenge. The bodies of two children lay ensconced in the depths of mud. Submerged 20 meters beneath the water surface, the notion of extricating them seemed nearly impossible. Yet with merely 2 gourds, the bodies were drawn forth from the sludge. How could this be? It is truly mysterious, astonishing, and uncanny. Zhang Junjie gazed at the floating corpses, then turned his attention to Li Changfeng, swallowing hard before expressing his remorse. "Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for my earlier rudeness. I hope you can forgive me." "Not at all. I bear no ill will towards you. Your intentions were good," Li Changfeng replied calmly, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the water surface, where an eerie green glow flickered in and out of sight. "This reservoir harbors malevolent forces. It would be wise to keep your distance henceforth." "Understood. Let's dig a pit to inter these 2 chickens." "Very well." After addressing the necessary arrangements, Li Changfeng turned to depart, omitting any mention of financial matters. Zhang Junjie had come to regard Li Changfeng as a remarkable figure. The ability to retrieve the children's bodies with mere gourds was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. He had heard tales of extraordinary individuals who possessed esoteric knowledge, surpassing even the profound arts of Taoism. Despite his youth, Li Changfeng's talent suggested he was far from ordinary. As Li Changfeng prepared to leave, Zhang Junjie hastily approached, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Li, may I have a means to contact you?" "Forget it. I prefer not to involve myself in such matters. I am a feng shui master, not a practitioner of yin-yang arts." As Li Changfeng returned to the old town of Qingzhou, it was already dusk. With merely a few coins to his name, he indulged in a bowl of ramen at a roadside eatery. Upon arriving at Suiyuan Hall, he was taken aback to find 2 women standing at the entrance. Yi Wushuang and Yi Mengyao, the very individuals who had expelled him from the Yi family just days prior. The sight of them darkened Li Changfeng's expression. What could these 2 women possibly be doing here? Yi Wushuang, upon noticing him, spoke with her characteristic domineering tone. "You wretched creature, where have you been, making us wait here for so long? What I do is of no concern to you. I never asked you to wait for me," Li Changfeng retorted, refusing to be polite in the face of her insolence. Fuming with anger, Yi Wushuang pointed a finger at his nose. "You insolent fool! How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I won't tear your mouth apart?" Chapter 11. Trouble arising from the mouth. Yi Wushuang, fiery and bold, attempted to strike, causing Li Changfeng to leap back in alarm. "You foul woman! Do not go too far. You dare call me a foul woman? I will not back down." At around 35 or 36 years of age, Yi Wushuang was stunningly beautiful, yet still a single woman who had never experienced romance. The insult from Li Changfeng was intolerable. With a fierce determination, she lunged at him, only to be restrained by Yi Mengyao, who pleaded, "Aunt, please don't cause a scene. My father is still in the hospital." With her anger barely contained, Yi Wushuang glared at Li Changfeng and hissed, "Wretched man, you shall not escape. We will settle our scores later." The woman is truly incomprehensible, her demeanor quite audacious, lacking any semblance of femininity. It seems that should she ever marry in her lifetime, it would only be when the sun and moon swap their places. Yi Mengyao approached Li Changfeng, her expression filled with remorse. "Mr. Li, I am sincerely sorry. That day was entirely my fault. I should not have driven you away from the Yi family, nor should I have looked down upon you or mocked you. I implore you to forgive me." Li Changfeng scoffed, a hint of disdain in his tone. It was utterly implausible that this woman would come to apologize without reason. "If you have come to express your regrets, it is unnecessary. I have not given that incident a moment's thought. Please leave. I have no desire to see you." With that, he retrieved his keys, opened the door, and stepped directly into the Suiyuan Hall, disregarding the 2 women outside. Yi Mengyao, reluctant to depart, lingered at the threshold, continuing to plead, "Mr. Li, I beseech you to spare my father. That day, it was I who offended you. My father bears no responsibility. Please retract your curse, and do not harm him." Li Changfeng poured himself a glass of water, perplexed by Yi Mengyao's incessant ramblings from outside. What curse? What harm to her father? Is this woman unhinged, spouting nonsensical claims? Little did he know that the words he had spoken before leaving the Yi family would soon manifest. In less than 3 days, Yi Guqing suddenly found himself limping, his lungs afflicted, plagued by relentless coughing, and rendered mute. Yi Wushuang hurriedly summoned Master Hu Yinsong to assess Yi Guqing's condition. Hu Yinsong examined Yi Guqing closely, then, feigning profundity, informed Yi Wushuang that Yi Guqing's current state was the result of a curse. Under Hu Yinsong's deliberate guidance, Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang suddenly thought of Li Chengfeng. They came to the startling realization that Yi Guqing's transformation must surely be attributed to a curse cast by Li Chengfeng. Hu Yinsong, still maintaining his pretense of wisdom, conveyed to Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang that he was unable to restore Yi Guqing to his former self. To lift the curse, they would need to locate the one who cast it and seek his forgiveness. Only then could the spell be undone, allowing Yi Guqing to recover. Thus, Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang made their way to Sui Yuan Hall, seeking Li Chengfeng's pardon and requesting him to lift the curse he had placed upon Yi Guqing. After listening for a considerable time, Li Chengfeng finally grasped the implication of Yi Mengyao's words. Realizing too late the consequences of his earlier remarks, he impatiently explained, "Miss Yi, I believe you're mistaken. I did not cast a curse on your father at all. His condition has nothing to do with me. I am merely a charlatan and do not possess any skills in cursing. Please, do not continue to trouble me." Yi Mengyao remained silent, and just then, the door was violently kicked open, accompanied by the fiery voice of Yi Wushuang. "You wretched scoundrel! Have you forgotten the words you uttered when you left our family? You claimed that within 3 days, my brother would suffer ailments affecting his legs, lungs, and throat. Now all of it has come to pass. My brother has become a cripple, mute, and has even contracted tuberculosis. Do you expect us to believe that you're not responsible for this curse? Are you not simply after money? Speak plainly. How much do you desire? As long as you lift the curse for my brother, the Yi family will provide whatever you ask." Li Chengfeng shook his head in resignation. He realized he had truly dug himself into an irretrievable hole. He never anticipated that a mere utterance would lead to such turmoil. Outside the door, Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang took turns pressing him, one pleading desperately while the other resorted to threats and inducements. They were convinced that he had placed a curse upon Yi Guqing. Listening to their incessant chatter, Li Chengfeng could no longer endure it. He flung open the door and shouted in anger, "Will you never cease? Let me make this abundantly clear. I will not cast a spell. I am merely a fraud. If you would not cast a spell, how has my father come to be in this state? Every word you uttered has come to pass, and you dare claim you will not cast a spell?" Yi Mengyao glared at Li Chengfeng with a look of resentment, while Yi Wushuang asserted with great authority, "Speak plainly. How much do you require to lift the curse from my brother?" Li Chengfeng sighed, realizing that it was futile to reason with these two women. They were resolute in their belief that he had cursed Yi Guqing. He impatiently explained, to speak the truth. "The reason your father is in this condition is not due to fate, but rather an issue with your family's feng shui. I have no part in it." Turning his gaze to Yi Wushuang, he noticed that her eyes and neck were ensnared by a dark aura, prompting a faint smile to appear on his face. "You fierce woman, are you not quite fearsome? Mark my words, within 3 days, you shall become blind and mute." Upon uttering these words, Li Chengfeng immediately regretted his statement. Chapter 12. A prophetic utterance. Sometimes, one must be cautious with their words. As Li Chengfeng's declaration lingered in the air, Yi Wushuang, her face ablaze with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at him, launching into a vehement tirade. However, before she could utter more than a few expletives, she suddenly perceived her vision blurring. In terror, she clasped her eyes, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, I cannot see. Mengyao, Mengyao, where are you? My eyes. I cannot see." Yi Wushuang appeared in a state of utter disarray, her hands flailing in search of something to grasp. Yi Mengyao rushed forward, firmly holding her aunt's hands. "Aunt, I am here." Yi Mengyao could scarcely believe what was transpiring. Just moments ago, her aunt's vision had been intact. How could it vanish so abruptly? She waved her hand before Yi Wushuang's eyes, but there was no response. Yi Wushuang gripped Mengyao's wrist tightly, her voice laced with panic. "Mengyao, Mengyao, I cannot see. Hurry, take me to Master Hu. I refuse to become blind." The reality that her aunt had truly lost her sight was unbearable for Yi Mengyao. In her eyes, All of this was the malevolent doing of Li Chengfeng. He had cast a curse upon her aunt. Mere moments after he spoke such a curse, her aunt's sight had vanished. This man was indeed terrifying. With a look of dread, Yi Mengyao glared at Li Chengfeng, her expression filled with wrath. This man was despicable. He had already cursed her father, and now he had turned his malevolence towards her aunt. Li Chengfeng, your cruelty knows no bounds. The Yi family bears you no grudge. First, you cursed my father, and now you've cursed my aunt. Li Chengfeng, if you do not lift the curses afflicting my father and aunt, I, Yi Mengyao, shall stand against you with unwavering resolve, seeking vengeance until the end. Supporting her aunt, Yi Mengyao turned to leave, intent on seeking out Hu Yensong. At that moment, Yi Wushuang also turned away, leaving behind a scathing remark. Li, just wait. Our Yi family will not rest until this matter is settled. Li Chengfeng watched the two beautiful figures depart, his expression a tapestry of complexity. How could it be so coincidental that, mere moments after his words, Yi Wushuang truly became blind? It was now utterly impossible to clarify this situation. Li Chengfeng raised his hand and struck himself twice on the cheek. Alas, it is all due to this wretched mouth of mine. At this juncture, Li Chengfeng surmised that the reason Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang had both simultaneously lost their sight and their voices must be due to an issue with the feng shui of their ancestral grave. If the troubles surrounding their ancestral resting place were not rectified, the next to encounter misfortune would undoubtedly be Yi Mengyao. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Chengfeng closed the door of the Siyuantang. In the few days since reopening the establishment, he had earned not a single coin. And now he found himself embroiled in such significant trouble. Had he known this would occur, he would have never ventured to reopen Siyuantang. Matters of observing the yin and yang and assessing feng shui are all reliant on age and experience. Even if one possesses extraordinary abilities, youth renders one unconvincing. Conversely, even the most ignorant can deceive if they possess the advantage of age. If this continues, he may find himself without means to sustain himself, and it would be wiser to seek stable employment instead. Li Chengfeng lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep, burdened by the uncertainty of how to resolve tomorrow's meal expenses. Time slipped by before he finally succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state, he was roused by a knock at the door. Just as he had managed to drift off, the disturbance awakened him, leaving him somewhat irked. He rose to open the door, only to find two little boys standing on the threshold, hand in hand, devoid of clothing, their bodies pale as parchment and still damp. The sight of the boys sent a shiver down Li Chengfeng's spine, his scalp tingling and hairs standing on end. He suddenly recalled the two drowned children he had discovered earlier that day, using the gourd corpse-seeking technique. It seemed he had unwittingly encountered a midnight visitation. Taking a deep breath to feign composure, he reassured himself that he had never done any wrong and thus had no reason to fear spirits at night. Noticing his trepidation, the boys adorned their faces with endearing smiles and spoke with heartfelt gratitude. "Brother, please do not be afraid. We have come to thank you. Thank you for rescuing us from the water, allowing our parents to see us one last time." At this, they bowed their heads in profound sorrow, reflecting their reluctance to part from their parents and their longing for this vibrant world. They were still so young, having left the world before fully embracing its wonders. Li Chengfeng sighed, no longer frightened, and regarded the two boys with a sympathetic gaze. In a gentle tone, he replied, "It was my duty. You need not feel indebted. I hope you are reborn soon, and in your next life, keep your distance from water." The boys nodded in unison, tears glistening in their eyes as they responded. "Brother, could you please convey a message to our parents?" Li Chengfeng nodded, and the children continued. "Thank you, brother. Please tell our parents not to worry about us, to forget us, and to live happily." With tears welling in his eyes, Li Chengfeng nodded in agreement. The two children then revealed that there was a luminous fish in the Qingcheng reservoir, and it was that very fish that had drawn them into the water. As he watched the two children vanish, Li Chengfeng suddenly jolted awake in bed, hastily opening his eyes. The events that had just transpired felt like an enchanting dream, so vivid and real. Sitting up, he comprehended that it was a dream sent by the two drowned children as an expression of gratitude. Despite their tender age, they possessed a profound sense of appreciation, They were truly remarkable children. Alas, they had simply disappeared. Reflecting on the last words spoken by the children, that there was a glowing fish in the reservoir, he suddenly realized that the flickering green light he had seen at the water's edge was indeed emitted by a fish. Seated on his bed, he pondered the mystery of why the fish in the reservoir glowed. Just then, a loud banging on the door shattered his thoughts, accompanied by the furious shouts of Yi Mengyao. "Li Chengfeng, you absolute scoundrel, come out immediately." Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the clock, which indicated it was just past 4 in the morning. Why was this woman here again? The incessant banging and shouting were utterly tiresome. Chapter 13. The ancestral grave's feng shui is Li Chengfeng donned his clothes. Feeling utterly fatigued due to a restless night and the two children expressing their gratitude in his dreams, his legs felt weak beneath him. As he opened the door, he was met with a disdainful gaze from Yi Mengyao, and he impatiently remarked, "Miss Yi, how many times must I reiterate that your father and your aunt's disabilities are in no way my concern? Please refrain from troubling me any further." Yi Mengyao, however, paid no heed to his explanations. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Li Chengfeng, seemingly prepared to confront him fiercely. The previous night, after Yi Wushuang lost her sight, she had taken her aunt to seek the counsel of Hu Yinsong, the vice president of the Mystic Arts Association. Upon seeing Yi Wushuang, now blind, Hu Yinsong was taken aback. Just days prior, she had been perfectly well. Confusion clouded his mind as he pondered the sudden loss of her vision. As he contemplated how to manipulate the two women, Yi Mengyao interjected, recounting what Li Chengfeng had mentioned about the possibility of Yi Wushuang's eyes and neck being afflicted. Hu Yinsong promptly concluded that Yi Wushuang's blindness was indeed a result of Li Chengfeng's curse. Faced with such profound sorcery, Hu Yinsong declared himself powerless. The sole recourse was to locate the one who cast the curse to seek its removal. Yi Mengyao and Yi Wushuang, feeling helpless, took Hu Yinsong's words to heart. They resolved to return to the Yi household and await dawn, hoping to persuade Li Chengfeng to lift the curse. In the silent embrace of the night, Yi Wushuang found herself unable to sleep, her thoughts restless and turbulent. As the hours slipped away, a thirst compelled her to seek water, yearning for Yi Mengyao to pour her a glass. Yet, no matter how fervently she tried, her voice remained trapped within, rendering her mute for what felt like an eternity. In a mere span of 6 or 7 hours, she had transformed into a voiceless specter. Upon discovering her aunt's newfound silence, Yi Mengyao was consumed by an overwhelming rage. Even before dawn broke, she stormed into Sui Yuan Hall, demanding an audience with Li Chengfeng. Her gaze, filled with venomous disdain, bore into him. She loathed this man with an intensity that knew no bounds. Without uttering a word of superfluous dialogue, she entered the hall, unzipped her handbag, and emptied its contents onto the coffee table. Stacks of vibrant red banknotes cascaded across the surface, a striking display of wealth. "Isn't it money you desire? Here lies 100,000 yuan. Release my father and aunt from their curse, and I shall grant you an additional 900,000, she declared. Li Chengfeng was momentarily taken aback, his eyes fixated on the cash before him, swallowing hard as he processed the sight. This was indeed 100,000 yuan, an amount he had never encountered in his life. Just as he lamented his lack of funds for a meal, fortune had unexpectedly graced him. Observing Li Chengfeng's naive astonishment, Yi Mengyao felt a surge of contempt. She mused to herself, "What a pitiful creature. Does he truly consider 100,000 yuan a fortune? To the affluent, this sum may seem trivial, yet to the impoverished, it represented an astronomical figure." Witnessing Yi Mengyao's extravagant display, Li Chengfeng's demeanor shifted dramatically. The fury that had once marred his features was replaced by a newfound gravitas. Though his eyes remained glued to the money on the table, he attempted to maintain a facade of seriousness as he proclaimed, "Miss Yi, whether it be money or not is inconsequential. I regard wealth as mere refuse. What truly moved me was your heartfelt devotion towards your father and your aunt. In light of your sincere filial piety, I have decided to release your father and aunt from the curse that afflicts them." Yi Mengyao firmly believes that her father and aunt have been rendered blind and mute due to a malevolent curse cast by Li Chengfeng. aware that if he were to attribute their plight to feng shui, she would undoubtedly dismiss it as absurd. Li Chengfeng conformed to her perspective and spoke of a curse instead. Witnessing Li Chengfeng's insincerity only deepened Yi Mengyao's disdain for him, to the point where she wished to rid herself of him altogether. Since you have agreed, please swiftly lift the curse from my father and aunt, so they may endure less suffering. Very well, please wait a moment while I gather my tools. Li Chengfeng took the 3-in-1 compass, closed the door to the Suiwan Hall, and entered Yi Mengyao's luxurious vehicle. This marked the second occasion he had traveled in her car. Observing her cold demeanor as she gripped the steering wheel, Li Chengfeng remained unfazed by her attitude. After all, he was assisting her for monetary gain. This was merely a transaction. Yi Mengyao was eager to restore her family's honor and sought Li Chengfeng's help to break the curse. However, he solemnly declared, "Miss Yi, in order to lift the curse, I must first visit the ancestral grave of your family." Why must we go to the Yi family ancestral grave? How is that relevant to breaking the curse? It is indeed pertinent. Without inspecting your family's ancestral grave, I cannot dispel the curse afflicting your father and aunt. Yi Mengyao felt quite helpless regarding the matter of curses. She was at a loss and could only follow Li Chengfeng's instructions, turning the vehicle towards the ancestral grave of the Yi family outside Qingzhou City. After approximately 2 hours, they finally arrived at the site of the Yi family tomb. Li Chengfeng stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the Yi family burial ground before him. A gently sloping oval hill nestled in the earth, with a smaller hill connected to it at the forefront. From a distance, it resembled a turtle resting upon the ground. He then turned his gaze to a large river about 50 meters away from the hill, flowing alongside the peak downstream. Observing the feng shui of the area, Li Chengfeng could not help but express his admiration. What an exceptional feng shui configuration, akin to a golden turtle hatching its eggs. Standing nearby, Yi Mengyao wore a puzzled expression. "What did you just say?" "I mentioned that your ancestral feng shui configuration is referred to as the golden turtle hatching eggs." Chapter 14. The Superior Feng Shui of Yin Tombs. The golden turtle hatching eggs. Yi Mengyao had previously heard her father mention that the prosperity of their family was attributed to this ancestral feng shui configuration. The golden turtle hatching eggs. However, being well-educated, she held a skeptical view of such beliefs. In her eyes, the success of the Yi family was the result of their ancestors' hard work, effort, and perseverance, rather than any mystical notions of feng shui. Li Chengfeng, gazing at the golden turtle hatching eggs configuration, spoke enviously. "The wealth of your family is indeed the result of this auspicious feng shui. In the realm of feng shui, there exists an adage that states, 'The golden tortoise hatching eggs brings boundless wealth.' Yet, the prosperity of the Yi family today is utterly unrelated to such superstitions. Feng shui is nothing more than an archaic form of feudal superstition. It is in essence non-existent. I refuse to believe that something intangible and invisible can influence one's fortune." Before Li Chengfeng could finish his statement, he was interrupted by Yi Mengyao, exuding an air of intellectualism, outrightly dismissed the existence of feng shui. Observing the woman before him, he let out a soft scoff, recognizing her as someone whose extensive hair belied her limited understanding. The esoteric practices of feng shui have been passed down for millennia, a precious heritage from our ancestors, much of which has been lost due to the denouncement by these so-called intellectuals. Today, he felt compelled to enlighten this woman. He took out his phone, waving it in front of Yi Mengyao, and then, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Miss Yi, may I ask what this is?" "A mobile phone," she replied. "How can two phones, separated by 1,000 miles, communicate with one another?" "Because they can receive signals." He pressed on, "Miss Yi, may I inquire if you can see the existence of the phone signal?" Yi Mengyao was rendered speechless. Everyone knows that the ability of a phone to communicate stems from the presence of signals. While those who own a mobile phone are aware of the existence of these signals, none can actually perceive them. This is the essence of what modernity deems as science. Observing Yi Mengyao's silence, Li Chengfeng continued, "Just because we cannot see the phone signal, does that mean we should deny its existence? In this world, there exist myriad phenomena that elude our visual perception, such as magnetic fields and air. Do you too deny their existence? This left Yi Mengyao at a loss for words. She found herself resonating with Li Chengfeng's argument. Indeed, humanity cannot perceive mobile signals, magnetic fields, or air, yet these elements undeniably exist. Li Chengfeng continued to sway his phone and spoke further. Miss Yi, the fact that we cannot see mobile signals, air, or magnetic fields does not imply their non-existence. The presence of feng shui and energy fields is akin to mobile signals. Although invisible, they are palpably real. You may choose to disbelieve, but one cannot dismiss their existence, as that would be a disservice to the ancients. Feng shui transcends the boundaries of science. Do you understand? Perhaps out of disdain, Yi Mengyao acknowledged the validity of Li Chengfeng's words. Feng shui could very well exist and exert considerable influence on human life, much like the invisible mobile signals. Yet, she was resolute in her unwillingness to accept Li Chengfeng's assertions, seemingly intent on opposing him. No matter what you say in my eyes, feng shui is a non-existent entity. If you assert that feng shui does not exist, how can you then believe that I have cursed your father and your aunt? This left Yi Mengyao speechless, her face flushed with indignation. If feng shui is indeed non-existent, how could curses possibly hold any truth? This contradiction weighed heavily on her mind. Li Chengfeng merely smiled and continued, Miss Yi, I shall enable you to witness the reality of feng shui with your own eyes. Come, let us visit the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Li Chengfeng exuded an aura of triumph. His hands clasped behind him as he sauntered toward the ancestral graveyard of the Yi family, reveling in a buoyant sense of exhilaration. Today, he had successfully maneuvered the young woman to his advantage, a delightful victory indeed. Yi Mengyao observed his retreating silhouette, biting her lip in frustration before hastening to follow him. The Yi family's burial ground was vast, housing the remains of countless ancestors. The burial practices associated with the auspicious golden tortoise were meticulous. The placement of the grave could not be atop the tortoise's shell, but rather beneath it. Should one mistakenly select a site atop the shell, it would be deemed a misstep, referred to in feng shui as golden tortoise laying eggs, with the ominous adage that such a choice would spell doom for the entire family. The rationale behind this belief stemmed from the tortoise's smooth, rounded shell, which sloped from a higher center to lower edges. If an egg were placed upon it, it would inevitably roll off, risking shattering. Thus, in the realm of feng shui, the saying golden tortoise laying eggs, the family is doomed, emerged as a cautionary principle. Regardless of the auspiciousness of a burial site, the precise orientation of the grave was of paramount importance. An erroneous choice could yield vastly divergent repercussions for future generations. Li Chengfeng scrutinized the Yi family's ancestral burial ground, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he meandered through the cemetery with hands clasped behind his back. Outside the graveyard, Yi Mengyao fixated on him, perplexed by his intentions. The land was adorned with numerous pines, which greatly benefited the integrity of the resting place. He then retrieved a 3-in-1 compass, observing its orientation and the spinning needle. After a brief moment, the needle ceased its rotation, pointing toward a nearby mound. Li Chengfeng, holding a trinity compass, approached the burial mound. Upon gazing at the mound before him, his brow furrowed slightly as he murmured, "A tree grows atop the grave. Descendants are left without a path. An ancient tree penetrates the coffin. Heirs ascend to the heavens. This grave signifies great misfortune." Chapter 15. The Grave Feng Shui Taboo. A tree grows on the grave. Li Chengfeng squinted at the mound, noting that at its pinnacle a locust tree, as thick as a bowl, had taken root. The presence of a tree atop a grave is a profound taboo in feng shui. No one would dare to plant a tree there. Even if saplings should sprout naturally, many would hastily remove them. It is customary to maintain a respectful distance when planting trees near ancestral graves, as proximity to the mound may adversely affect the health and fortune of future generations. At this moment, Li Chengfeng comprehended that the inexplicable afflictions of Yi Wushuang and Yi Guqing, blindness and muteness, were intrinsically linked to the grave before him. Observing Li Chengfeng standing solemnly by the grave, Yi Mengyao approached with a hint of irritation, inquiring, "What are you doing here?" When will you lift the curse from my father and my aunt? Li Qingfeng did not respond to Yi Mengyao, but remained fixated on the tree atop the grave. His expression grave as he asked, "Whom does this grave contain?" "Why do you ask?" She replied, puzzled. "Because the afflictions of your father and aunt are connected to this burial site. It seems to contain my great-grandfather," Yi Mengyao said, her face clouded with confusion. Still unable to fathom how her father and aunt's sudden ailments could possibly relate to her great-grandfather's grave. Li Qingfeng circled around the grave, speaking as he walked. Trees are believed to possess auspicious or inauspicious qualities. As the saying goes, auspicious trees planted by graves ensure the descendants thrive in health, while inauspicious trees planted on burial mounds bring illness to the entire family. The elderly are well aware that one must not indiscriminately plant trees in graveyards. Improper planting can lead to considerable troubles. A popular saying goes, "Do not plant trees in graves, nor cultivate them in 3 households," highlighting the meticulous nature of tree planting in cemeteries. Trees are categorized as either auspicious or inauspicious. Among the former are cypress, pine, phoenix trees, elm trees, and willow trees. The most commonly found trees in graveyards are primarily pines and cypresses. Phoenix and elm trees are quite rare, as most people hesitate to plant them. Those lacking the virtue and blessings to plant these trees on ancestral graves will only invite misfortune. Consequently, it is uncommon to see phoenix and elm trees in cemeteries. In contrast, inauspicious trees such as black locust, chuan trees, and palm trees, if present in graveyards, can significantly impact the financial fortune and health of the descendants. If these trees are found in ancestral burial grounds, it is advisable to uproot them while they are still small, once they grow and their roots reach the coffin. Rectifying the situation becomes exceedingly troublesome. If these trees are situated far from the grave, the impact may not be severe, but if they grow atop the grave, they could bring catastrophic consequences to the descendants. On the tomb of Yi Mengyao's great-grandfather, a black locust tree stands tall and judging by its girth. It has been there for no less than a decade. Yi Mengyao remained skeptical, believing that her father's and aunt's afflictions of blindness and muteness have any connection to the black locust tree on her great-grandfather's grave. "Do not attempt to deceive me here. I refuse to believe your ghostly tales. A tree has grown atop the grave, yet how could it possibly affect the living? This woman is truly obstinate. Despite my numerous explanations, she seems to absorb none of it. It appears I must adopt a more forceful approach," Li Qingfeng continued. "Observing the scale of your ancestral tomb, it is evident that the Yi family must be a prominent household. If I am not mistaken, the ailments afflicting your family are not limited to your father and your aunt. There must be many others suffering from similar afflictions, whether it be blindness, lameness, or muteness." "How did you deduce that?" Yi Mengyao exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. Li Qingfeng's words rang true. Indeed, the Yi family is a vast lineage. Qingzhou is the birthplace of the Yi clan, and following their rise to prominence, most members migrated to the capital, leaving only the branch of Yi Guqing to remain in their ancestral land. In the capital, numerous descendants of the Yi family have also succumbed to peculiar ailments, whether it be blindness, lameness, or muteness. In their quest to heal the afflicted, they consulted many renowned physicians, visited esteemed hospitals worldwide, and enlisted the expertise of various distinguished specialists. They even assembled a dedicated medical team. After nearly 2 years of research, they reached a disheartening conclusion. The prevalence of these maladies among the Yi descendants may stem from a genetic anomaly within the family. According to current medical knowledge, conditions arising from such genetic defects remain untreatable. The sole remedy lies in marrying individuals with sound genetics to alter the hereditary makeup of the Yi lineage. Presently, the Yi family teeters on the brink of collapse, their once formidable strength now diminished. Li Qingfeng genuinely felt an urge to laugh. Upon careful reflection, he perceived that the assertions of these esteemed experts and professors bore a semblance of reason. However, the reality diverged sharply from their claims, prompting him to emit a soft snort. This was not merely conjecture on my part, but rather an insight gleaned from the tomb of your great-grandfather. Should the issue concerning this tree remain unresolved, the descendants of the Yi family will increasingly suffer from ailments. It won't be long before you too encounter misfortune. Yi Mingyao shot Li Chengfeng a glare, sensing a curse directed at her, and felt an overwhelming impulse to slap his insolent mouth. Although she wished to dismiss his words, the notion that he could discern the afflictions plaguing many of her family members solely from a tree atop her great-grandfather's grave compelled her to re-evaluate the matter. He might indeed possess the capability to heal her father, her aunt, and other members of the Yi lineage. Yet, an internal conflict raged within her. Should she trust him or not? With a countenance beset by uncertainty, she inquired, "Pray tell, how should this predicament be resolved? Is it merely a matter of chopping down this tree?" Li Chengfeng shook his head, his expression grave. If it were a small tree with roots not intertwined with the coffin, it could be felled without consequence to the feng shui. However, this tree has stood for many years. If removed abruptly, it would harm the roots of your descendants. The most prudent course of action would be to transplant this tree to another location. Ultimately, Yi Mingyao chose to place her trust in Li Chengfeng. Matters beyond the realm of science, it seemed, could only be addressed through the lens of theology. The disturbance of ancestral graves is no trifling matter. Yi Mingyao hesitated to take decisive action and resolved to return home to inform Yi Guqing, allowing her father to deliberate on matters. Yi Mingyao was acutely aware that if she were to divulge this matter to her father, he would undoubtedly become enraged, potentially subjecting her to a severe reprimand. Thus, she conceived a more prudent approach. She would have Li Chengfeng convey the information to her father. Li Chengfeng did not decline. He was confident in his ability to earn Yi Guqing's trust. As Yi Mingyao drove, she and Li Chengfeng made their way toward the urban area of Qingzhou. Chapter 16. The folk curses on the journey back to Qingzhou. Yi Mingyao's demeanor transformed from icy to contemplative. She began to ponder whether she had misjudged Li Chengfeng. Doubts crept into her mind regarding the veracity of Vice President Hu Yinsong's statements from the Qingzhou Mystical Arts Association. Was it truly a curse from Li Chengfeng that had caused her father and aunt to fall ill? As she drove, curiosity compelled her to inquire, and she reverted to addressing him as Mr. Li. "Mr. Li, do folk curses genuinely exist?" Li Chengfeng, who had been engrossed in his phone upon entering the vehicle, was taken aback by Yi Mingyao's initiative in engaging him with such a question. He set aside his device, nodding earnestly in response. Indeed, folk curses do exist, but casting a curse upon someone is an exceedingly complicated affair. It is not merely a matter of uttering a few words to render someone mute or lame. If it were that simple, the world would descend into chaos. Li Chengfeng seized this opportunity to clarify that her father's and aunt's afflictions of blindness and muteness were in no way attributable to him. At that moment, Yi Mingyao experienced a profound realization. She had truly misconstrued his intentions. If it were as easy as uttering a few phrases to blind or mute someone, it would likely require divine intervention to achieve such feats. It was merely a consequence of my impatience at that moment, coupled with the words of Hu Yinsong, the vice president of the Qingzhou Mystic Arts Association, who claimed that my father had been cursed. In my haste, I unjustly attributed this matter to Li Chengfeng. Yi Mingyao's exquisite visage flushed slightly, and with a tone filled with contrition, she expressed, "I apologize. I have misunderstood you. It is of no consequence. I bear no resentment. Our relationship is merely transactional," Li Chengfeng replied nonchalantly. However, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Yi Mingyao's face as she curiously inquired, "Is it true that you possess the art of curses?" "Indeed. Yet, we practitioners of the Qigong arts never employ curses to harm others, for such actions invite divine retribution. Before the Tang dynasty, the art of cursing was exceedingly prevalent in China. Due to its malevolent nature, it was explicitly prohibited across various dynasties, leading to its eventual decline. The curses that still circulate among the populace today are rudimentary forms, such as those involving effigies and verbal maledictions. The witchcraft of the South Seas and the malevolent charms of Thailand are but evolutions of the ancient curse, representing branches of the original Chinese art of cursing. To cast a curse upon an individual, one must possess a medium, be it the victim's hair, nails, saliva, blood, or even their birth date. Yi Mingyao listened intently, astonished by the intricate nature of curses. In her distracted state, she inadvertently ran a red light, nearly colliding with an oncoming vehicle. Alarmed, she slammed on the brakes, leaving a dark skid mark on the pavement. As Li Chengfeng, seated in the back, was thrown forward by the sudden stop, he collided with the front seat, causing his nose to bleed. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Miss Yi, could you please drive more attentively? I cannot be blamed for this. Your narrative was so captivating that I became somewhat entranced. Are you suggesting that this incident is my fault?" Upon witnessing Li Chengfeng's nosebleed, Yi Mengyao felt no remorse whatsoever. Instead, she was quite amused and couldn't help but laugh. Injured, Li Chengfeng clutched his nose, pondering the ancient adage that indeed rings true. The heart of a woman can be most cruel, a sentiment that seemed to apply perfectly to her. He suspected her intentions were deliberate. Otherwise, how could she find such delight in his misfortune? Yi Mingyao's spirits notably lifted. She hummed a cheerful tune as she drove. Soon arriving in the city of Qingzhou, by the time they reached the urban area, it was already noon, and Li Chengfeng, having skipped breakfast, felt famished and sought a place to eat, only to be rebuffed by Yi Mengyao. She took him directly to Qingzhou Hospital. Yi Mengyao had just received a call regarding her father's severe condition, compounded by her aunt's sudden illness. The family took this matter very seriously, dispatching a distant relative, Yi Wuming, accompanied by a team of 5 medical experts to Qingzhou to assess the health of Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang. Just half an hour prior, both Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang had been admitted to the hospital for examination. When Yi Mengyao arrived at the hospital, the examinations had concluded, and she found her father, Yi Guqing, lying exhausted on the bed, while Yi Wushuang appeared equally unwell. Seeing her father and aunt in such distress filled Yi Mengyao with compassion, and she approached the bedside, holding her father's hand gently. Although his eyes were blind and his voice silenced, Yi Guqing could still sense that the hand gripping his was that of his daughter, Yi Mengyao. Unable to articulate his thoughts, he emitted strange sounds. "Dad, it's Mengyao," she swiftly replied, continuing to speak. "Dad, I have discovered a way to cure your illness." Despite his inability to see or speak, the mere mention of a remedy stirred excitement within him. He yearned to know the details. Yi Mengyao gestured to Li Chengfeng, who approached Yi Guqing's bedside and recounted the troubles concerning the feng shui of the Yi family ancestral grave. He emphasized that the root of Yi Guqing's affliction stemmed from these feng shui issues. Initially, Yi Guqing was skeptical, as the voice bore a resemblance to that of a swindler who had visited his home days prior. However, when he heard Li Chengfeng mention that the ancestral grave was arranged in the golden tortoise laying eggs feng shui configuration, astonishment washed over his face. Such intricate knowledge could not be possessed by one unversed in feng shui. Upon concluding his explanation, Li Chengfeng adopted a serious demeanor. "Mr. Yi, if you consent to removing that tree, please nod. If not, we shall leave it at that." Lying on the sickbed, Yi Guqing pondered for a moment before nodding. He was unwilling to remain a blind, mute, crippled, and consumptive soul. He would not overlook even the slightest glimmer of hope, indifferent to the possibility of being deceived. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from the doorway, filled with authority. "Who dares to disturb my Yi family's ancestral grave? My family will not tolerate such actions." It is indeed Yi Wuming, a distant relative dispatched by the family, accompanied by 2 doctors clad in white coats, members of the Yi family's medical team. Li Chengfeng and Yi Mengyao simultaneously turned their gaze towards the trio at the entrance. Chapter 17. The arrogant and overbearing Yi Wuming. Li Chengfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Having finally persuaded Yi Guqing to agree to the removal of the thorny locust tree from the ancestral grave, another member of the Yi family had now appeared to obstruct the process. This predicament proved rather challenging. After all, this was an internal family matter, and Li Chengfeng could not voice much. If they consented, the tree would be relocated, but if they refused, the transaction would come to a halt. Yi Mengyao glared at Yi Wuming with palpable disdain. As a mere distant relative of the Yi family, what right did he have to meddle in family affairs? His audacity in speaking so brazenly irked her greatly. "What does my great-grandfather's grave have to do with you, a distant descendant. You have no authority to interfere in our family matters. Attend to your own affairs and refrain from meddling. Understood?" As she uttered these words, her domineering demeanor radiated the essence of a young lady of privilege. This statement struck deep at Yi Wuming, for there existed a significant disparity between the status of distant and direct descendants within the Yi family. The direct descendants wielded control over crucial financial assets and held prominent positions within the family business, whereas the distant relatives were relegated to menial roles, devoid of any status. Fortunately, in recent years, the direct descendants of the Yi family had succumbed to a peculiar affliction, becoming either blind, lame, or mute, thus affording the distant relatives a rare opportunity for ascendance. Yi Wuming wore a smile, his disdainful gaze fixed upon Yi Mengyao. "What the collateral descendants? The current Yi family is under the stewardship of us collateral kin. As for your direct line, you have either become blind or mute, and I suspect you are not far behind." Haha. When I arrived, third uncle had already instructed me that, due to the simultaneous illnesses of Yi Wushuang and Yi Guqing, all assets of the Qingzhou Yi family are now under my management. This includes the ancestral graves of the Yi family. Without my permission, no one may disturb them. Should anyone dare to tamper with the ancestral graves without my consent, I shall expel them from the Yi family. Yi Wuming's words were explicitly directed at Yi Mengyao and Yi Guqing. Yi Mingyao's expression was exceedingly grim. 2 years prior, when she accompanied Yi Guqing to the capital for a family gathering, Yi Wuming had greeted her with deference, addressing her as Miss. Now emboldened, Yi Wuming dared to flaunt his newfound authority before her, treating her with utter disregard. As a mere woman, she found herself powerless in the face of such audacity, and could only respond in indignation. "Yi Wuming, do not overstep your bounds. I am a direct descendant of the Yi family. If you continue this way, I will inform grandfather when I return to the capital, and he will certainly not let you off easily." "Ha! Am I being excessive? Is that a problem? That old man's survival until the end of this year is uncertain. What good would it do to inform him?" Snorting disdainfully, he continued, "Do you think the Yi family of today resembles the Yi family of yesteryears? The current Yi family is ruled by us collateral descendants." Lying on a hospital bed, Yi Guqing observed with fury that a distant descendant of the Yi family dared to act so arrogantly and disrespectfully towards his daughter. He longed to rise and chastise him, but found himself unable to utter a word. Even a glare felt impossible. Li Chengfeng, standing nearby, quickly discerned that this was indeed a struggle within the aristocracy. The distant relatives of the Yi family were seizing the opportunity presented by the illness of the direct descendants to vie for the family's power and wealth. An astute individual, Li Chengfeng had no desire to engage in such a perilous conflict, as it could easily cost him his life. Sensing the tension escalating, he turned to Yi Mengyao and feigned an apologetic demeanor. "Miss Yi, I regret to inform you that I have pressing matters at home. I must take my leave," he declared, preparing to make his exit, unwilling to jeopardize his life for a business deal. Yi Mengyao felt exasperated. She had not anticipated that Li Chengfeng would abandon her in her time of need, devoid of any semblance of masculinity. Little did she know that in such aristocratic disputes, anyone would likely wish to steer clear. As Li Chengfeng approached the door of the ward, he found Yi Wuming and 2 doctors blocking his path. With a smile and utmost courtesy, he addressed them. "Gentlemen, might you grant me passage? I have urgent matters to attend to at home." Yi Wuming's eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Li Chengfeng. He had overheard every word spoken to Yi Guqing and coldly interrogated. "Was it you who proposed disturbing my family's ancestral grave?" Li Chengfeng sensed the underlying threat in his words and surmised that a thorny locust tree would soon sprout atop the grave of Yi Mengyao's great-grandfather, likely linked to the Yi family. Otherwise, who would allow a thorny acacia tree to grow atop their own grave? Those of advanced age are well aware that trees atop graves are inauspicious, especially a malevolent one like the acacia. It is implausible that the Yi family is unaware of this. It seemed truly unfortunate, having recently landed a significant business deal. Encountering such a predicament felt like a curse brought by Yi Mengyao, the very embodiment of misfortune. On my first visit to her home, I was humiliated by her aunt and subsequently expelled from the Yi residence. The second encounter posed a genuine threat to my life. With a contrite smile, I hastily explained, "I was merely rambling. I am a charlatan, completely ignorant of feng shui. Kind sir, might you step aside? I shall return home and never venture out to deceive again." Yi Wuming smiled faintly, his tone laced with satisfaction. "You are a remarkably astute individual. I relish engaging with the clever. Regardless of your abilities in feng shui, it would be prudent for you to refrain from meddling in the affairs of the Yi family. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Do you comprehend?" "I understand. I fully comprehend." Li Chengfeng nodded vigorously before hastily exiting Yi Guqing's hospital room, sprinting away without a trace. Yi Mengyao felt a wave of disappointment. Having just discovered a method to heal her father, that cowardly man had been frightened off by Yi Wuming. At that moment, she had begun to believe that Li Chengfeng could indeed cure her father, but it was too late. Yi Wuming's triumphant gaze lingered on Yi Mengyao as he taunted, "Rest assured, miss, the medical team I have brought will undoubtedly heal your father, as well as your aunt." Ha ha! An ominous premonition stirred within Yi Mengyao's heart. Chapter 18. Grateful suffers upon leaving the hospital. Li Chengfeng boarded a bus, intent on returning to Suiyuan Hall. He was acutely aware that he could no longer involve himself in the affairs of the Yi family. Otherwise, it would lead to dire consequences. He resolved to return and refund the 100,000 yuan to Yi Mengyao. Throughout history, the conflicts among noble families have been marked by cruelty and mercilessness, and becoming entangled in the strife of the Yi family could yield catastrophic results. Upon arriving at Suiyuan Hall, he noticed 2 men and 2 women waiting at the entrance. They were none other than the couples Wang Jun and Yang Dongming. Beside them lay an assortment of gifts, including walnut milk, ham sausages, and liquor. Their weary expressions suggested they had been waiting for quite some time. Li Chengfeng felt a pang of guilt and understood the purpose of their visit. After assisting the suffering, many would come bearing gifts to express their gratitude. As soon as Wang Jun and Yang Dongming spotted Li Chengfeng, they hurried toward him, their faces marked by a bittersweet smile. "Mr. Li, you have finally returned. Yesterday, you helped us find our child, and we have come today specifically to thank you." Li Chengfeng opened the door to Suiyuan Hall and ushered them inside. Upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback by the sight of red banknotes adorning the coffee table, leading to a brief awkwardness as they instinctively checked the contents of their own pockets. "I apologize. I forgot to tidy up this morning. Please, have a seat while I fetch you some water." "Mr. Li, there's no need for that trouble," Wang Jun and Yang Dongming said, pulling out a stack of vibrant red banknotes from their pockets and placing them on the nearby coffee table, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. "Mr. Li, we have limited funds. Yet this is our heartfelt intention, and we sincerely hope you will accept it. Please do not consider it insufficient. Accept this sum as a token of our gratitude." Li Chengfeng gazed at the money on the coffee table, fully aware that they must have exhausted their savings in search of their child. Their attire indicated that they were not from a wealthy family. This money was likely their last reserve. Although his own circumstances were far from favorable, he could not bear to witness the suffering of others. Remembering his grandfather's words about performing good deeds to accumulate virtue and avert divine retribution, Li Chengfeng approached the table, took 2 stacks of bills, extracted a single note from each, and returned the money to Wang Jun and Yang Dongming. "My dear brothers, you have given far too much. 200 yuan is sufficient." Wang and Yang looked at him in astonishment, their expressions laden with confusion. The fortune tellers they had previously consulted demanded sums ranging from 20 to 30,000 yuan. Even if they failed to find their child, they could easily concoct an excuse and not refund the money. Yet here was Mr. Li, having found their child, asking for merely 200 yuan, which left them feeling quite uneasy, prompting them to hastily push the money back towards him. "Mr. Li, you must accept this money. If you refuse, it signifies a lack of respect towards us. Indeed, to request only 200 yuan, does that imply our child is worth such a meager sum? If you deem our offering too little, we would sell our car or house to provide you with more." "Brother Wang, Brother Yang, you are misunderstanding my intentions. I assure you, 200 yuan is truly adequate." Li Chengfeng once again pushed the money back, insisting that he would not accept it engaged in a prolonged exchange of refusals. Wang Jun and Yang Dongming attempted to persist, but Li Chengfeng firmly grasped their hands and feigned anger, stating, "I've said it before, 200 yuan is sufficient. When I assist others, it is typically only 100 yuan. If you continue like this, I might genuinely become upset." Observing Li Chengfeng's feigned ire, Wang Jun and Yang Dongming exchanged embarrassed smiles, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. There was another matter weighing on Li Chengfeng's mind. He contemplated whether to share the dream he had received from their children. He knew that disclosing it would surely cause them sorrow. Yet, withholding it would betray the trust of the two children. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to speak, delicately addressing them, "Brother Wang, Brother Yang. There is something I'm uncertain whether to share. Brother, whatever you have to say, please do. We are all ears. Last night, your children visited me in a dream. They asked me to convey to you that you should forget them and live happily." Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the faces of Wang Jun and his wife, as well as Yang Dongming and his spouse. They understood that Li Chengfeng was no ordinary individual and held his words in profound belief. They never anticipated that their children would reach out to Li Chengfeng in such a manner, delivering a heartfelt message. Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Jun and his wife, along with Yang Dongming and his wife, knelt before him, their faces awash with tears, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, thank you. Thank you. Please, rise quickly," Li Chengfeng implored. He could hardly bear such scenes, turning away to wipe the tears that threatened to fall, and after helping them to their feet, he spoke. "Two gentlemen, please prepare some clothing for the children. They visited me in a dream last night, still in their nakedness. Indeed, we are aware, in this very evening, I shall prepare garments for the little ones." After lingering for a while in the casual fete hall, they departed, and Li Chengfeng returned all the items they had purchased, retaining only 200 yuan. All that transpired was keenly observed by Yi Mengyao, who was seated in the car. She gazed intently at the departing couple, Wang Jun and his wife, as well as Yang Dongming and his spouse, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity. It suddenly dawned on her that they resembled individuals from a recent news article she had come across online. Just days prior, 2 elementary school students had tragically drowned while bathing in a reservoir, and their bodies had proven elusive despite extensive searches. Remarkably, yesterday, a mysterious master had retrieved the children's bodies from the reservoir using 2 gourds. Accompanying this revelation was a video of the gourds submerging, shared by the rescue teams online. The incident sparked a frenzy across the internet, with many netizens expressing disbelief, convinced that such an occurrence was impossible and suspecting the video to be staged. They found it hard to accept that, without external influence, the gourds could sink on their own and retrieve the children's bodies, an utterly fantastical notion. Yi Mengyao shared the sentiments of those netizens, convinced that it was implausible for the gourds to locate the bodies, as they typically floated on the water surface. Even attempting to submerge a gourd was a considerable challenge, let alone allowing it to sink of its own accord. Yet, as she observed Wang Jun and Yang Dongming emerging from the casual fete hall, a question flickered in her mind. Could it be that the individual who used the gourds to recover the children's bodies was none other than Li Chengfeng? Chapter 19. I am a feng shui master. After Li Chengfeng bid farewell to them, he suddenly noticed a familiar luxury car parked by the roadside across from him. Curiously pondering to whom the vehicle belonged, he was startled when Yi Mengyao emerged from the car, causing him to instinctively exclaim a traditional expletive. What on earth is this woman doing here again? He hurriedly retreated to the Suyuantang and firmly shut the door behind him. Yi Mengyao, witnessing Li Chengfeng's actions, was infuriated. She kicked the door twice and shouted in anger, "Li Chengfeng, you big jerk. I'm not a play god. Why are you avoiding me? Open the door this instant." Li Chengfeng braced himself against the door, responding with irritation, "You are not a play god. You are far more terrifying. I cannot involve myself in the affairs of the Yi family. I will refund you the 100,000 yuan shortly. So please do not seek me out again, all right?" "Absolutely not," Yi Mengyao retorted. "I am merely requesting your assistance in relocating the thorny locust tree atop the grave." However, Li Chengfeng was too apprehensive to comply. He was unwilling to wade into the murky waters of the Yi family's internal strife, nor did he desire to be entangled in their power struggles. Without sufficient incentive, Few would risk their safety to meddle in the Yi family's affairs. It is human nature to be timid and averse to trouble. Not everyone yearns for heroism. History has shown that heroes often face untimely ends. Under ordinary circumstances, how many would willingly take on such a role? Regardless of Yi Mengyao's pleas, Li Qingfeng resolutely refused to open the door. No amount of money could sway him. Engrossed in her negotiations with Li Qingfeng, Yi Mengyao remained oblivious to the luxury car parked nearby, within which sat Yi Wuming. Observing the unfolding scene at the entrance of Sui Yuan Hall, Yi Wuming's gaze betrayed a hint of discontent. In a fit of rage, Yi Mengyao delivered 2 forceful kicks to the door, exclaiming vehemently, "Li Qingfeng, as long as you cure my father's illness, I, Yi Mengyao, am willing to acquiesce to any of your demands, even if it means becoming your girlfriend. I shall not refuse." Renowned as one of the 3 most stunning beauties in Qingzhou City, countless suitors sought her affection. Yi Mengyao, brimming with confidence, believed that her allure would undoubtedly ensnare Li Qingfeng. Alas, she miscalculated. Li Qingfeng was impervious to her charms, as a disdainful voice resonated from within Sui Yuan Hall, proclaiming, "I am a steadfast man. I have no interest in women like you. Leave at once. I do not wish to see you." Frustrated, Yi Mengyao stamped her feet in anger, realizing she was at an impasse with this man who was utterly resistant to both coaxing and intimidation. Despite her breathtaking beauty and her bold proposition of being his girlfriend, he remained unmoved, leading her to question his masculinity. With no choice but to turn away, she clung to the hope that Li Qingfeng was the sole remedy for her father's plight and the salvation of the Yi family. As Li Qingfeng watched Yi Mengyao drive away through the window, he exhaled a sigh of relief, yet hesitated to open the door, fearing her sudden return. Just as he prepared to pour himself a glass of water to calm his nerves, the entrance of Sui Yuan Hall was violently kicked open, shattering the glass and leaving a gaping hole in the old door. Li Qingfeng was taken aback and hurriedly turned his gaze towards the entrance, initially believing it was Yi Mengyao returning. Just as he was about to express his anger, he realized the newcomers were not her. Upon seeing the 3 individuals, his right eyelid involuntarily twitched. Yi Wuming stood at the doorway, flanked by 2 imposing bodyguards, emanating an air of arrogance and casting a disdainful glance around the room. Observing the damaged door and shattered glass, Li Qingfeng was filled with fury. He yearned to confront the trio and deliver a sound thrashing. However, upon noticing the 2 burly bodyguards, he reconsidered, knowing that an impulsive attack would likely result in his own downfall. He could only console himself internally, reminding himself that it was merely a door and some broken glass, nothing of great consequence. A true hero avoids petty losses. A man of resilience knows when to endure, and a gentleman's vengeance may be delayed for a decade. Endure, endure, endure. It was imperative to withstand, otherwise he would surely suffer repercussions. Though his heart burned with rage, he forced a sycophantic smile and rushed to the entrance. "Brother, what brings you here? Please come in. Allow me to fetch you a glass of water." Yi Wuming, however, paid no heed to Li Qingfeng, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. While the adage suggests one should not strike a smiling face, Yi Wuming held a different perspective. He waved his hand dismissively and, with a commanding and arrogant tone, declared, "Demolish this wretched establishment." Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng panicked instantly. This man was excessively ruthless, making a show of force upon his arrival. "Brother, I implore you to reconsider. I rely on this humble shop for my livelihood. Get out of the way, or you'll be demolished along with it," warned one of the 2 imposing bodyguards as they forcefully pushed Li Qingfeng aside. He burst into the surintang, appending the intricately carved tea table made from tree roots, scattering 10 stacks of crimson bills across the floor. The desk was also kicked over, sending its contents sprawling in disarray. The altar before the portrait of the ancestral master was overturned, the incense burner shattered, and ashes floated chaotically in the air. At the moment the altar was toppled, Li Qingfeng inadvertently caught a glimpse of the ancestral master Guopu in the portrait. The serene expression transformed into one of fury. He quickly rubbed his eyes and glanced again at the portrait, only to find the ancestral master's countenance still radiating tranquility, devoid of anger. He pondered whether his vision had deceived him. Meanwhile, another bodyguard stormed into the bedroom, wreaking havoc with loud, crashing sounds. Observing the two bodyguards vandalizing the items in the shop, Li Chengfeng's fury reached its zenith, yet a smile remained affixed to his face, revealing the depths of his composure. In the realm of reality, those who endure humiliation without anger, yet maintain a smile, are the most formidable. Yi Wuming, witnessing Li Chengfeng's smile, mused whether he was a fool. The shop had been ravaged, yet he still appeared amused, unaware that misfortune was imminent. One may provoke anyone, but never a practitioner of Qigong feng shui. The consequences are beyond your capacity to bear. Chapter 20. The Ancestral Master's Dream. Apart from the portrait of the ancestral master hanging on the wall, everything in Surintang that could be shattered had been destroyed, leaving the shop in utter disarray. Surveying the wreckage with satisfaction, Yi Wuming turned to Li Chengfeng, speaking in a tone laced with menace. Today, I shall impart a small lesson to you, one that you shall remember. Remember, do not engage with Yi Mengyao in any manner in the future. Should you disobey, the next blow will be directed at you. Brother, rest assured, I will certainly comply. I have always been obedient since childhood. Li Chengfeng maintained a constant smile, striving to appease the other party. Despite his store being vandalized, he could still smile, leading the onlookers, particularly the younger crowd, to suspect that Li Chengfeng's mind was somewhat unhinged, perhaps having been kicked by a donkey in his youth. However, the older individuals, seasoned by their own experiences, secretly marveled at the young man, recognizing him as someone not to be trifled with, a person who remained unfazed by insults and anger, concealing a lethal intent beneath his cheerful demeanor. Undoubtedly, he was a formidable character. In Yi Wuming's eyes, Li Chengfeng was merely a fool. Having achieved his objective, he turned to leave, casting a mocking remark over his shoulder. Fool! Indeed, I am a fool. Safe travels, brother. As he watched the three men depart in their vehicle, dust swirling in their wake, Li Chengfeng's smile gradually faded. He turned back to the Sui Yuan Hall, approached the grand chair, adjusted it, and then sat down heavily, taking a deep breath. With a grin, he proclaimed, "If no one offends me, I shall not offend them. But if someone dares to provoke me, I shall annihilate their entire lineage." Li Chengfeng had not anticipated that despite his restraint, they would still vandalize the Sui Yuan Hall. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. He would undoubtedly settle this score with them. It was merely a question of time. Had it been someone else facing such a situation, regardless of their ability to retaliate, in a moment of heated impulse, they would have rushed forward to confront Yi Wuming. Many believe that such individuals embody the true spirit of a man. However, Li Chengfeng would not act in such a manner. To him, those with blood and valor were merely brutes. Knowing they stood no chance against him, they still charged forward recklessly. Was this not an invitation to suffering? Li Chengfeng gazed at the entrance, pondering why Yi Mengyao had not yet returned. Moments later, she appeared at the door. She had not ventured far, merely feigning departure in her vehicle before turning back to Surintang. Li Chengfeng had anticipated her return, convinced she would not stray far, which was why he chose to wait for her. In truth, Yi Mengyao had returned long ago, silently observing from her car as Yi Wuming instructed the bodyguards to vandalize Surintang. After Yi Wuming departed, she refrained from approaching immediately out of embarrassment, fully aware of Li Chengfeng's reasons for declining to intervene. This irrational behavior had caused him considerable trouble, filling Yi Mengyao with a profound sense of guilt. As she surveyed the shattered door, the disarray of Surintang, and the disgruntled expression on Li Chengfeng's face as he sat in the grand chair, Yi Mengyao felt a wave of remorse wash over her. She resolved not to impose upon Li Chengfeng any longer. "I apologize. Consider the 100,000 yuan as compensation for your losses. I shall not trouble you again." Tears streamed down her cheeks as the sole hope of healing her father and aunt slipped away, leaving her with the disheartening realization that the Yi family was truly on the brink of ruin. Quietly, she turned to leave, only to be called back by Li Chengfeng. "Miss Yi, do not be in such haste to depart. Do you have further matters to discuss? I promise to assist you in relocating that thorny acacia tree, healing your father, your aunt, and the direct descendants of the Yi family." Yi Mengyao was filled with excitement, surprise, and disbelief. She never anticipated that Li Chengfeng would suddenly acquiesce. The reason for Li Chengfeng's agreement lay in the destruction of Suiyuan Hall by Yi Wuming, compelling him to pay a heavy price. Li Chengfeng calculated the auspicious date for relocating the grave and found that 2 days hence would be ideal for such a task. He instructed Yi Mingyao to prepare funeral paper, incense, candles, and firecrackers in advance, and to gather some individuals to assist in the exhumation and relocation of the ancestral tree at dawn on the chosen day. Furthermore, he imparted some taboos to Yi Mingyao, emphasizing that both the grave relocation and the tree transplantation must occur in the early morning, before the sun rises. Additionally, he cautioned her against enlisting the help of those born under the zodiac signs of the rooster, dog, monkey, or pig. It would be preferable to recruit individuals born in the year of the dragon. Understood, she replied, observing the seriousness in Li Chengfeng's demeanor, which exuded an air of mastery. Yi Mingyao felt a flicker of affection for him. With her assistance, the two of them tidied up Suiyuan Hall, and by the time they finished, it was already evening. Yi Mingyao, her face flushed with anger, proclaimed that Yi Wuming is utterly detestable. Once my father's health is restored, I will have him exact vengeance for you. At the mention of Yi Wuming, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of indignation. He could scarcely contain himself and, eager to see him suffer the consequences, casually inquired, Miss Yi, do you know Yi Wuming's birth date and time? I do. It is all recorded in the Yi family genealogy. Li Chengfeng instructed Yi Mingyao to investigate Yi Wuming's birth date and time, and to procure a lock of his hair or a few of his nails. Yi Mingyao, with a puzzled expression, inquired with curiosity, what do you need his hair and nails for? I wish to demonstrate to you the essence of curse magic. Upon hearing the term curse magic, Yi Mingyao's interest was instantly piqued, and she eagerly departed from the Suiyuan Hall. Little did Yi Wuming realize that his act of vandalizing the Suiyuan Hall would provoke a formidable response from Li Chengfeng, who had previously appeared submissive before him. The repercussions for Yi Wuming would be severe, as all the efforts made by his distant relatives to seize the power of the Yi family would ultimately be in vain. The events of the day had been overwhelming, and after a hasty meal, the fatigued Li Chengfeng soon succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he felt a sharp kick to his rear, followed by the voice of an elderly man echoing in his ears. You little rascal, rise at once. Who? Startled, Li Chengfeng bolted upright in bed, only to find an old man with a white beard standing before him, clad in a multicolored celestial robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Why who are you? You little scamp, you don't even recognize me? How foolish of you to kneel before me so many times. Why you are the ancestral master. The old man standing at the foot of the bed was none other than Guopu, the legendary founder of the Qimen feng shui school. With a displeased expression, he continued, You little rascal, the ancestral master's dining table has been overturned and the bowl has been smashed. Yet you stand there grinning like a fool. How could I possibly have a disciple as foolish as you? I grant you 3 days to ensure that those 3 scoundrels face the consequences, or I shall take you away with me. Upon uttering these words, the old man with a white beard vanished in a thin air. Suddenly, Li Chengfeng, lying in bed, opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. What was happening? It seemed he had just experienced another dream, one featuring the ancestral master. It was undoubtedly a dream, yet why did his backside throb with such pain? It felt as though it had swollen. Goodness, the ancestral master was rather ruthless with those 2 kicks. Remembering the final words of the ancestral master, that if those 3 individuals did not pay the price within 3 days, he would be taken away, he was so frightened that he sat upright in bed. Could it be true? Was it genuinely a visitation from the ancestral master? Chapter 21. Purchasing a golden bowl for the ancestral master, Li Chengfeng, grimacing from the unbearable pain in his rear, found it hard to believe that the ancestral master truly existed and had indeed visited him in a dream, delivering 2 kicks for good measure. The thought of being taken away by the ancestral master was terrifying. He realized that the ancestral master was angry. In a hurry, he crawled out of bed and knelt before the ancestral master's portrait, astonished to see the master's image squinting with displeasure and pouting his lips. Li Chengfeng hastily knelt down and bowed his head repeatedly, muttering, Ancestral master, it is all my fault that those rascals overturned your dining table and smashed your bowl. It is entirely my inadequacy that I cannot defeat them. If only I could, I would surely beat them senseless. Ancestral Master, rest assured, I will ensure they pay the price. Please do not be angry. Do not take me away. If you take me away, who will offer you incense in the future? The porcelain incense burner is shattered, but fret not, for tomorrow I shall procure a golden incense burner for you. Li Qingfeng knelt before the portrait, bowing his head while offering explanations, occasionally stealing glances at the image. When he mentioned the golden rice bowl, the sage depicted in the portrait narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. Once the sage had nodded, he resumed his usual serene demeanor. Gazing at the portrait, Li Qingfeng inhaled deeply, grappling with the indistinction between dream and reality. The experience felt profoundly tangible, yet undeniably surreal. How could a painted figure possibly exhibit movement? Such an occurrence would likely be met with disbelief from anyone he might tell. Bewildered, Li Qingfeng returned to his bed, succumbing to slumber until the break of dawn. The following morning, he awoke to a throbbing pain in his backside, accompanied by 2 fresh bruises of a purplish hue. Recalling the previous night's dreamlike encounter filled him with trepidation. He hastily climbed out of bed and approached the altar, scrutinizing the sage's portrait, which appeared unchanged, radiating its usual aura of tranquility and celestial grace. Li Qingfeng fixated on the image, his gaze unwavering, and cautiously inquired, "Oh, revered sage, did you perhaps visit me in a dream last night?" The portrait remained motionless, devoid of any response. After repeating his question twice, the sage's visage suddenly expressed impatience, and he nodded vigorously. "Oh dear." Li Qingfeng was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground, his terrified gaze fixed upon the portrait of the ancestral master. In his heart, he had already confirmed that the events of the previous night were indeed real. At that moment, the portrait of the ancestral master suddenly spoke. "You little rascal, hurry and procure a golden rice bowl for me. If you fail to do so, I shall take you away tonight." In a flurry, Li Qingfeng prostrated himself on the ground, bowing twice, and raised his left hand above his head, declaring earnestly, "Ancestral master, please wait. I shall procure the golden rice bowl for you at once." The figure in the portrait merely nodded and then resumed its usual countenance. Flustered, Li Qingfeng hastily donned his clothing, seized the 100,000 yuan, and dashed out of the Suyuan hall, locking the door behind him. The glass in the door had all shattered, leaving a large hole. When time permitted, he would need to find a craftsman to replace it. As soon as Li Qingfeng stepped outside, a luxury car came to a halt before him. Inside sat Yi Mengyao, who rolled down the window and inquired with curiosity, "Mr. Li, are you out so early? Is there something amiss?" Yi Mengyao's arrival was fortuitous. He could have her drive him, thereby avoiding the bus. As soon as he entered the car, Yi Mengyao produced a small plastic bag containing several strands of hair and some nails, grinning as she said, "I rummaged through the trash can outside Yi Wuming's room for quite a while before I found these. When will you allow me to witness your curse techniques? Let's discuss that later. I have an urgent matter at hand. First, take me to the gold shop. Nothing is more pressing than procuring a rice bowl for the ancestral master." At this moment, Yi Mengyao's attitude towards Li Qingfeng underwent a significant transformation. She no longer maintained her previous icy demeanor. They soon arrived at a jewelry store named Shanghai Gold. Observing Li Qingfeng hurriedly enter the establishment, Yi Mengyao, following closely behind, inquired with perplexity, "Mr. Li, are you intending to purchase gold and silver jewelry?" "Do not ask what should remain unasked," Li Qingfeng replied. As he perused the treasures within Shanghai Gold, he found a golden incense burner, a pair of gilded candlesticks, and 2 golden fruit dishes that captivated his attention. The total cost of these exquisite items amounted to over 800,000, whereas Li Qingfeng possessed only a mere 100,000. Fortunately, he had Yi Mengyao, the affluent heiress, accompanying him. Though Yi Mengyao was puzzled by Li Qingfeng's choice of purchases, she resolutely opted to cover the expenses, as the amount was trivial to her. Moreover, once Li Qingfeng cured her father and aunt, she planned to compensate him with an additional 900,000, considering this as an advance payment. Upon realizing the existence of the venerable ancestor, Li Qingfeng felt a sense of urgency and prudence, prompting him to acquire some high-quality incense and fruits. Once he gathered all the necessary items, he hastily returned to the shop, arranging the golden incense burner, candlesticks, and fruit dishes upon the altar. He then lit a stick of fragrant incense and reverently placed it in the burner, bowing before the image of the venerable ancestor while murmuring, "Venerable ancestor, I have procured the offerings you desired, and it has cost a considerable sum. Venerable ancestor, I possess a timid heart. I implore you not to visit me this evening." Observing the eccentric Li Chengfeng, Yi Mengyao's expression soured. Having spent a considerable sum, she found herself disillusioned by the acquisition of mere trinkets. All for the sake of a single portrait. Truly, he was quite deluded. Unbeknownst to her, the elderly figure depicted in the painting was fixated upon her. In Chapter 22, The Forbidden Folk Technique, The Shrinking Spell, Part 1, Yi Mengyao stood behind Li Chengfeng, quietly mocking him as he knelt and bowed before the portrait, muttering incantations like a madman. Her impatience grew as she clutched a small plastic bag containing the hair and nails of Yi Wuming. Li Chengfeng, after fervently bowing at the altar, felt a sense of relief when he noticed no response from the image of the ancestral master. He convinced himself that the master had forgiven him, oblivious to the troubles that lay ahead. Believing he had resolved matters concerning the ancestral master's livelihood, he now intended to ensure that Yi Wuming faced consequences. "Ancestral master, wait for me. I shall avenge you. That scoundrel will pay dearly." Turning to Yi Mengyao, Li Chengfeng spoke with grave seriousness. "Bring me Yi Wuming's nails and hair." "Here," he exclaimed as he accepted the bag containing Yi Wuming's hair and nails. He then instructed Yi Mengyao to write down Yi Wuming's birth date on a piece of paper. Curious, Yi Mengyao observed Li Chengfeng intently, eager to discover how he intended to curse Yi Wuming. Li Chengfeng opened the plastic bag, revealing several clipped nails and a few strands of hair. Oddly, the hairs were all curled and twisted. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow as he recalled that Yi Wuming's hair did not appear to be curly. How could the hair here be twisted? In a moment of realization, he understood. This was not hair at all. It was unmistakably a man's pubic hair. How foolish of Yi Mengyao to mistake it for hair. Perhaps it would be best not to enlighten her. If she were to discover that these were not strands from above, but rather a man's pubic hair, one could only imagine her reaction. Gazing at the contorted strands within the bag, Li Chengfeng's face broke into a wicked smile as a forbidden folk technique, the shrinking yang curse, flashed through his mind. This curse had been outlawed by the authorities and reputable sects during the Song dynasty, deemed a forbidden practice not to be employed by anyone. Yet, it continued to be whispered among the unorthodox sections. Noticing Li Chengfeng lost in thought, staring at the hair in the bag, Yi Mengyao, puzzled, inquired, "Mr. Li, is there something wrong with the hair and nails inside? Why are you standing there in a daze?" "Nothing much. I am merely contemplating which curse to employ," Li Chengfeng replied casually. At this moment, Yi Mengyao's curiosity was piqued. She had long been eager to learn how Li Chengfeng intended to curse Yi Wuming, that arrogant scoundrel, and make him experience the bitterness of being cursed. She anxiously pressed, "Mr. Li, what curse do you plan to use against Yi Wuming?" "The forbidden, shrinking yang curse," he responded. Upon hearing the term forbidden technique, Yi Mengyao's intrigue deepened. The phrase evoked an air of profound mystery. Previously, she had never believed in such enigmatic matters, dismissing them all as mere superstition. However, after encountering Li Chengfeng, she came to realize that there exist many mysterious phenomena in this world. Yi Mengyao, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Mr. Li, what is the shrink yang spell, and what happens to those who fall victim to it?" "It is perhaps best for a young lady like you to remain unaware of such matters," Li Chengfeng replied, somewhat awkwardly. "What does being a girl have to do with it? Can a girl know what the shrink yang spell entails?" She retorted, her tone tinged with indignation. "I insist you tell me what the shrink yang spell is." Seeing her unwavering determination, Li Chengfeng reluctantly explained the folk taboo of the shrink yang spell. This spell primarily targets men, having little to no effect on women. A man afflicted by the spell would lose his masculine capabilities, with his manhood and its essence retreating into his abdomen, leaving only a minuscule portion exposed for urination. In the era preceding the spring and autumn period, the shrink yang spell was permitted within the lands of Huaxia. Male attendants serving the royal family in the palace were often subjected to the spell by sorcerers, ensuring they could not misbehave within the imperial harem. However, some attendants managed to learn the method of counteracting the spell, leading to chaos within the royal quarters. It was not until the first emperor unified the 6 states that he sought to purify the harem, opting for a method of physical cleansing for the palace attendants rather than employing the shrink-yang spell. This practice proved more effective and continued until the end of the Qing dynasty. Consequently, the shrink-yang spell became a taboo in folklore, and as time passed, it faded into obscurity, rarely mentioned in contemporary discourse. After listening to Li Chengfeng's explanation, Yi Mingyao's face flushed slightly, pondering how such a curse could exist in the world. She remained skeptical, for such matters sounded like mere fantasy. She did not believe in the so-called shrinking spell that could strip a man of his masculinity. Li Chengfeng, aware of Yi Mingyao's disbelief, chuckled and said, "Miss Yi, do you doubt it? Unless I witness it myself, I certainly cannot believe it. This sounds far too surreal." He continued with a grin, "Today, I shall allow you to witness the formidable power of the folk taboo spell. Casting a curse upon an individual is no simple endeavor. It begins with the creation of a scarecrow, which serves as the primary medium for the spell." Yi Mingyao, puzzled, questioned the necessity of a scarecrow. Li Chengfeng smiled gently and patiently elucidated the rationale behind it. The reason for using a scarecrow to cast a curse upon a person is that humans consume grains and cereals, thereby embodying the essence of these 5 grains. Thus, when constructing the scarecrow, it is essential to select roots from these grains. Chapter 23. The Folk Taboo Spell of Shrinking, Part 2. Li Chengfeng elaborated extensively, and although Yi Mingyao listened intently, she still struggled to grasp the concepts of the essence and roots of the 5 grains. She was unfamiliar with what the 5 grains were, let alone their essence and roots, and could not comprehend why the human body would possess such essence. The most common root of the 5 grains is straw. Hence, it is convenient for many practitioners of esoteric arts to use straw when creating a scarecrow. Li Chengfeng gathered some straw and fashioned a scarecrow, into which he inserted a piece of yellow paper, inscribed with Yi Wuming's birth details, along with his nails and hair. Once the scarecrow was completed, Li Chengfeng sought out a wooden tray, which he filled with moist, kneaded soil. He placed the scarecrow upon the earth, and, pinching a spell paper between his middle and index fingers, began gesturing towards the scarecrow while reciting an incantation in a rapid, almost incomprehensible manner. Heavenly curses, earthly curses, divine warriors from all directions, white curses, nightly curses, wandering spirits day and night, curses from deities, curses from ghosts. The 5 ghosts of the underworld come to cast their spells. The speed of the incantation left Yi Mingyao bewildered. Yet she sensed an eerie quality in the words being chanted. As Li Chengfeng concluded the spell, he gave a gentle flick of his wrist, and the talisman he held ignited, its ashes cascading down upon the scarecrow. "It is done," he declared just as the talisman burned to ashes, and at that moment, Yi Wuming suddenly shivered. It was only then that Yi Mingyao comprehended the complexity of casting a spell upon an individual. It was not merely a matter of uttering a few words. With a face full of confusion, she inquired, "Mr. Li, is that all there is to it?" "There remains one crucial step," Li Chengfeng replied with a smile, as he picked up a coffin nail and drove it between the scarecrow's legs. Simultaneously, Yi Wuming shivered once more, dismissing the sensation as nothing more than a chill, continuing to sip his drink, gazing at the scarecrow nestled within the wooden pallet. With a coffin nail inserted between its legs, Yi Mingyao felt a twinge of embarrassment, pondering the name of the curse, but refraining from further inquiry. Her heart, however, brimmed with curiosity. Could it truly be that Yi Wuming's little bird and its eggs would shrink into his belly? Such matters eluded verification. After all, it was hardly appropriate to request Yi Wuming to disrobe for her scrutiny. Doubt lingered in her mind regarding the efficacy of the shrinkage spell that Li Chengfeng had mentioned. Unperturbed by Yi Mingyao's thoughts, Li Chengfeng approached the portrait of the ancestral master, beaming with delight as he addressed it. "Master, I have cursed him with the shrinkage spell. Are you pleased?" Perhaps due to Yi Mingyao's presence, the ancestral master remained silent. Watching Li Chengfeng converse with the image hanging on the wall, Yi Mengyao felt a chill run down her spine. Was this man truly unwell, speaking to a mere portrait? At that moment, she received a call from Yi Wuming, requesting her return to the company. After hanging up, she said, "Mr. Li, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Ah, no need for formalities. With that, Yi Mengyao departed from Siyuan Hall and returned to the company. For the past few days, her thoughts had been consumed by her father and aunt, leaving her oblivious to the happenings within the company. At this juncture, Yi Wuming had already seized complete control of the Yi family's enterprises in Qingzhou. Upon her return, she sensed the peculiar glances cast upon her by the employees. Yet, she dismissed her unease and proceeded to the general manager's office, where she found Yi Wuming seated in her father's chair, his gaze lecherously fixed upon the woman who entered. Unsettled by his stare and infuriated by his audacity to occupy her father's position, Yi Mengyao felt a surge of anger, though she found herself powerless in the situation. "Yi Wuming, do you have something to discuss with me?" "Miss, it has been some time since we last met. I invited you here simply to reminisce. I have nothing to reminisce about with you. Please do not disturb me in the future." Yi Mengyao's icy tone barely cast a glance in his direction. Yi Wuming approached her, a wave of alcohol reeking from him. He had clearly indulged excessively. He brushed aside her silky hair, inhaling its scent with delight, and said, "Miss, I must confess, you are truly exquisite. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated." "Yi Wuming, what are you trying to do?" Yi Mengyao pushed him away, astonished that he would utter such words. By familial hierarchy, she ought to address him as uncle. Yi Wuming chuckled, a brazen and arrogant laugh. "What do I intend? You ought to know. My purpose in coming to Qingzhou was solely for you. Should you acquiesce to my desires, you will retain your status as the esteemed daughter of the Yi family. Otherwise, you shall possess nothing." Yi Mengyao was taken aback, realizing that Yi Wuming had long harbored intentions towards her. He was indeed more despicable than a beast. To harbor such predatory thoughts as a member of the Yi family was unforgivable. Enraged, she turned to leave, but Yi Wuming, with a smug expression, said, "Miss, you may leave now, but consider this carefully. Your father and your aunt are lying in the hospital, facing imminent peril." Yi Mengyao halted, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Yi Wuming, furiously demanding, "What on earth do you want?" "Miss, as long as you comply with my demands, your father and your aunt shall remain unharmed. Today, should you dare to step out of this office, tomorrow you may find yourself at the hospital to retrieve the remains of Yi Guqing or Yi Wushuang." Yi Mengyao trembled with rage, shocked to discover that Yi Wuming was indeed a despicable and shameless man. The fates of her father and aunt rested precariously in his hands, leaving her filled with regret, yet powerless to act. "What do you want me to do?" "Disrobe and recline upon the sofa." Chapter 24. The Forbidden Folk Technique. The Shrinking Spell, Part 3. Yi Mengyao clenched her soft fists tightly, her emotions a tumultuous blend of humiliation and despair, tears of indignation brimming in her eyes. She longed to see Yi Wuming suffer 1,000 tortures. Now, with the lives of her father and aunt ensnared in Yi Wuming's grasp, she realized that refusal to acquiesce to his demands would lead to dire consequences for them. Slowly, she closed her eyes, wishing to avoid the sight of this loathsome man, tears cascading down her delicate cheeks as she resignedly murmured, "As long as you guarantee the safety of my father and aunt, I will concede to your demands. Rest assured, as long as you fulfill my desires, I will ensure that you are at my beck and call whenever I wish. I shall never harm your father or aunt." With a hearty laugh, Yi Wuming expressed his delight. Ever since he first laid eyes on Yi Mengyao, he had been entranced by her beauty, fantasizing about the day they would share intimate moments. Today, that day had finally arrived, and the thought of conquering her, fulfilling a long-held desire, filled him with unparalleled exhilaration. Suppressing the humiliation within her, approached the sofa and slowly unfastened her upper garment, tears cascading down her cheeks. At that moment, Yi Wuming, in a state of urgency, hurriedly removed his own clothing, his gaze fixated on Yi Mengyao, ready to pounce like a ravenous wolf. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Typically, upon seeing a beautiful woman, his excitement would be palpable. Yet, the woman he had long yearned for stood before him, and he felt no stirring at all. He glanced down in astonishment, only to find that his excitement had inexplicably vanished. How could this be? In a state of panic, he exclaimed, "What happened? Where has it gone? Where is my—" Believing the alcohol had clouded his senses, he quickly rubbed his eyes and looked down again, but still saw nothing. In a frenzy, he searched desperately. Confusion and disbelief etched on his face. Where is it? Where has it gone? Meanwhile, Yi Mingyao, who had been closing her eyes to undress, was startled by Yi Wuming's terrified voice. She opened her eyes in bewilderment, and upon seeing him, was struck with shock, immense shock. She stood frozen, her astonished gaze fixed on his empty space. How could this be? She thought, struggling to believe her own eyes. Hastily, she rubbed her eyes and looked again. Yet the emptiness persisted. The astonishment on her face and the turmoil in her heart were beyond concealment. Yi Wuming's excitement had vanished, leaving behind only an empty void. Stark and desolate, Li Chengfeng's curse upon Yi Wuming has indeed taken effect, which is truly astonishing. The folk-forbidden technique of the shrinking spell has proven capable of rendering a man into a eunuch. Yi Mingyao, initially full of grievance, now wears a look of utter astonishment as she observes the absence of his manhood. In a chilling tone, she remarks, "Yi Wuming, your misdeeds have drawn the wrath of heaven upon you. Be quiet. This cannot be real. I must have drunk too much and am merely hallucinating. If not a hallucination, then surely this is but a dream." Yi Wuming, in utter despair, frantically searches for his missing manhood, unable to fathom its sudden disappearance. Just half an hour ago, it was there, and now it has vanished without a trace. After much effort to compel Yi Mingyao to acquiesce to his demands, he found himself on the verge of success when, inexplicably, it was gone. As a man, who could possibly accept such a fate? In this critical moment, it has vanished, and despite searching for ages, he cannot locate it. With an agitated voice, he cries out, "Where's my manhood? How can it be gone?" Observing Yi Wuming frantically searching for what he has lost, Yi Mingyao begins to realize something is amiss, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Yet internally, she feels an immense satisfaction and silently thanks Li Chengfeng for placing the shrinking spell on Yi Wuming. Otherwise, she would have surely faced disgrace today. With a cold and mocking tone, Yi Mingyao declares, "Yi Wuming, I once believed you to be a man. Little did I know, you are merely a eunuch." Disgusting. Yi Mingyao, exuding an air of audacity, continued in a provocative tone, "Yi Wuming, are you capable or not? If you are, come forth. If not, be gone. This young lady has no desire to squander her time with a eunuch. Silence yourself." Yi Wuming, incensed by her incessant taunts, could hardly contain his fury. Her relentless references to him as a eunuch were nothing short of a calculated assault, a treacherous act that struck at the very core of his dignity. In any other circumstance, he would have made her acutely aware of the consequences of her provocations, of the repercussions that awaited those who dared to insult him. Yet, in this moment, he found himself powerless, for his manhood had vanished. With a furious glare directed at Yi Mingyao, he seethed, "Yi Mingyao, you shall regret this. I will ensure you come to know my true strength." As Yi Wuming regained his composure, the effects of the alcohol began to wane, and he recognized that this was no mere figment of his imagination. His singular focus was now on seeking medical attention, to ascertain the mysterious disappearance of his manhood. He brushed aside Yi Mengyao's derision, hastily donned his clothing, and made a hurried exit from the office, racing towards the hospital. Upon his arrival at the hospital, the urologists were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and unspoken humor as they examined his predicament. They gathered around him, sifting through the tangled mass of hair, searching in vain for his lost manhood. After a prolonged search, they could only locate the tip, while the remainder had retreated entirely. The astonishment on their faces was palpable. They dared not laugh, for it would be a grave disrespect to their patient. The esteemed medical experts did not shy away from discussing Yi Wuming's condition. An elderly physician remarked, "In my many years of practice, this is the first instance I have encountered such an affliction. How can an eggplant shrink into the abdomen? It is indeed a marvel of the world. Such a condition is likely unparalleled across the globe." Several doctors, alongside the medical team from the Yi family, gathered around to deliberate extensively, yet they could not ascertain the nature of this ailment. At this moment, Yi Wuming, devoid of any intoxication, lay awkwardly on the hospital bed, listening to the expert's discourse, his heart racing with anxiety. Esteemed doctors, could you enlighten me on the whereabouts of my eggplant? What precisely is this illness? Is it treatable? Will I recover? Mr. Yi, please remain calm. This illness is exceedingly rare, and we must convene a panel of specialists to explore potential treatment options, responded the doctors. Yi Wuming's complexion turned ashen, perplexed by how he could suddenly develop such a bizarre ailment. Could it truly be, as Yi Mengyao suggested, a divine punishment? Upon reflection, he dismissed the notion, as he held a firm belief in science and did not subscribe to the idea of celestial retribution against wrongdoers. Perhaps it was merely the consequence of excessive drinking, and by tomorrow, he might find himself miraculously restored to health. Upon the doctor's counsel, Yi Wuming was required to remain in the hospital for further examination and treatment. Chapter 25. The Tree on the Grave, Part 1. Having been afflicted by the shrinking yang spell, Yi Wuming found himself in the hospital, devoid of the inclination to seek trouble with Yi Mengyao. The little bird's retreat into its belly has brought considerable distress to Yi Wuming's life. He is now too fearful to urinate while standing, for the consequence would be an embarrassing mishap trickling down his thigh. Thus, he is compelled to crouch like a woman, which fills him with profound shame. As a man, not being able to stand to relieve himself makes him question the very essence of his existence. This torment is a suffering that only a man could truly understand. Though this affliction brings no physical pain, it torments the very soul of man, leaving Yi Wuming exceedingly haggard. If he cannot retrieve the little bird, what purpose does his life serve? Seizing the moment, Yi Mengyao clandestinely visited the hospital to check on her father and aunt, both of whom were visibly worn down by their ordeal, subjected daily to various examinations. Their health continued to deteriorate with no signs of improvement. Despite the medical team's efforts, Yi Guqing remained blind, his cough worsening with alarming frequency, often accompanied by blood, while his right leg had entirely lost sensation. He felt as though life had become unbearable. At this juncture, Yi Wushuang was not faring any better. Besides her blindness and muteness, her lungs had recently begun to falter, mirroring the plight of Yi Guqing. Witnessing the suffering of her father and aunt, Yi Mengyao felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. She knelt beside the bed, clutching Yi Guqing's hand. "Father, Mr. Li has promised to assist me in relocating the locust tree from great-grandfather's grave. If he is not a charlatan, once the tree is moved, you and aunt may find recovery." Yi Guqing, lying on the bed, nodded slightly, harboring little hope in Li Chengfeng. So many doctors and experts have been unable to ascertain the cause of his ailment or provide a cure. How could Li Chengfeng possibly succeed? To spare Yi Guqing from concern, Yi Mengyao refrained from informing him that the Yi family had been usurped by distant descendants. Nor did she mention the bullying inflicted upon her by Yi Wuming. 2 days later, the auspicious day Li Chengfeng had mentioned arrived swiftly. Yi Mengyao enlisted the help of over a dozen workers, all born under the sign of the dragon, and procured incense, joss paper, red cloth, firecrackers, and other necessary items. By a little past 1 in the morning, they arrived at the Suiyuan Hall. During these 2 days, Li Chengfeng had little to occupy his time, and he had engaged a craftsman to replace the hall's great door. In his moments of idleness, he would offer incense to the ancestral figure, hoping for a sign of divine intervention. Regrettably, the ancestral spirit had remained dormant. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Li Chengfeng stepped out of the Suiyuan Hall and beheld Yi Mengyao along with a dozen or so workers. He casually inquired, "Are you certain these individuals are not born under the signs of the rooster, dog, monkey, or pig?" "Rest assured, I have checked their credentials. All of them are indeed born under the dragon sign." Li Chengfeng nodded, contemplating the resourcefulness of this woman, who had managed to assemble such a group of dragon sign individuals, evidently at considerable expense. He then asked, "Have we acquired all the items I mentioned?" "We have everything." Li Chengfeng conducted a brief inspection to ensure that none of the required items were missing. With that, the group set off in 3 or 4 vehicles, laden with various tools, towards the ancestral graveyard of the Yi family, arriving at approximately 3 in the morning. Due to Yi Mengyao being a woman, Li Chengfeng forbade her from accompanying him to the cemetery, instructing her instead to remain in the car. Feeling quite displeased, Yi Mengyao inquired, "Mr. Li, why can't I go?" "Because you are a woman," he replied. "But why can't women go?" She pressed. "It is a tradition passed down by our ancestors. Whether it is relocating graves or observing Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals to honor our forebears, women are not permitted to attend. This custom has existed for thousands of years, as women are associated with the Yin principle. If a woman were to visit the ancestral grave to burn offerings, it could invite malevolent spirits into the home, bringing misfortune. There's a saying in folk culture, when women visit graves, misfortune enters the door. Thus it is imperative that women never accompany men during ancestral rites. Historically, the tasks of grave relocation and offering burning have been the domain of men, which is a testament to the long-standing preference for males over females. Yi Mengyao felt helpless, resigned to waiting in the car. Though she harbored feelings of discontent, she understood that she had to heed Li Chengfeng's words. Sitting in the vehicle, her emotions were tumultuous. She recognized Li Chengfeng's capabilities, yet found it difficult to place her complete trust in him. Would relocating the acacia tree atop her great-grandfather's grave truly lead to the recovery of her father, aunt, and the other descendants of the Yi family? With a sigh, Yi Mengyao realized she had no alternative but to place all her hopes in Li Chengfeng. She observed as he, accompanied by a dozen workers and an array of tools, marched purposefully towards the ancestral gravesite of the Yi family. In the dead of night, I arrived at the Yi family cemetery, gazing upon nearly 100 graves of various sizes, which evoked an inexplicable sense of dread within me. Fortunately, there were many others present. Alone, I would undoubtedly have hesitated to venture into such a place. A chill wind swept through, causing me to shiver involuntarily. The leading worker, Liang Daqiang, upon first laying eyes on Li Chengfeng, exhibited a look of disdain. This young man, with his bleached hair, dared to masquerade as a feng shui master. Not only did Liang Daqiang doubt Li Chengfeng, but over a dozen other workers regarded him as a charlatan as well. Although these laborers viewed Li Chengfeng with skepticism, none stepped forward to voice their concerns. They were merely there to earn their pay, unwilling to involve themselves in matters beyond their scope. This was the essence of the earnest and straightforward migrant worker. However, what transpired next caused them to reevaluate their perception of Li Chengfeng. Liang Daqiang cautiously inquired, "Mr. Li, what shall we do next?" "Do not rush. I will instruct you on our next step shortly," Li Chengfeng replied. He then produced a red cloth strip, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in length, and tied it to a thorny acacia tree. Afterward, he prepared incense, candles, and paper money in front of the grave, and instructed the workers to set off a string of firecrackers. In the stillness of the night, the crackling noise pierced the air sharply. Standing before the grave, Li Chengfeng addressed Liang Daqiang and the other workers, saying, "Brothers, regardless of what you may witness, do not be afraid. Rest assured, we have encountered all manner of things and know not the meaning of fear. Indeed, we have lived long enough to have seen all sorts of demons and monsters." "Ha!" Liang Daqiang and several workers responded with laughter. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly, having discerned the mocking tone of the workers, who derided him as a charlatan. He chose not to engage with their taunts, instead directing his attention to the nearby grave, murmuring softly, "Esteemed ancestors of the Yi family, I beg your pardon for this intrusion. I am Li Chengfeng, a disciple of the Qingmen sect, summoned by your descendants to alleviate their tribulations. I humbly request that you, venerable ancestors, step aside. Should I inadvertently offend, I hope you will not take it amiss. If you consent, kindly withdraw. If you do not, I shall take my leave, and the Yi family will surely face extinction. You must understand this better than I. In matters of disturbing the grave, it would have been ideal for a male descendant of the Yi family to kneel and weep before the tomb. But alas, Yi Guqing was ill, and he had but a single daughter, Yi Mengyao. Thus, Li Chengfeng could only offer an explanation to the ancestors of the Yi family, Liang Daqiang and the other workers. Witnessing Li Chengfeng's murmurs directed at a grave, thought him a remarkable pretender. However, The ensuing events rendered them ashen with fear. The timid among them sank to the ground. Various exclamations filling the air. What on earth is that? Terrifying. Ghostly fire. From the grave of Yi Mengyao's great-grandfather emerged a ghostly flame the size of a basketball, followed swiftly by an array of spectral fires of varying sizes erupting from all adjacent graves. These ethereal flames soared from the graves and ascended towards the hillside opposite. Some, gripped by terror, attempted to flee, but Li Chengfeng urgently called out, "Do not run. They mean you no harm." Chapter 26. The Relocation of Trees from the Grave. Part 2. Li Chengfeng found himself at a loss for words. Moments ago, these individuals had boasted unabashedly, claiming to be unafraid. Yet now, they were quaking in terror. Merely a few ethereal will-o'-the-wisps had sent them into a state of panic. The reason the ghostly flames emerged from the graves was that their owners were aware of the living presence nearby. Hence, they chose to manifest as will-o'-the-wisps instead of revealing their true forms, fearing they might frighten the mortals. Little did they realize how timid these individuals truly were, and indeed, they were thoroughly spooked. In truth, even Li Chengfeng felt his legs quiver at the sight of nearly 100 ghostly flames emerging from the mound. But as a feng shui master, he could not afford to show fear. He had to endure, regardless of his trepidation. Liang Daqiang called back all those who were about to flee. At this moment, they recognized that this young man was no charlatan, but a genuine feng shui master with real prowess. Their gazes towards Li Chengfeng transformed, filling with reverence. Most of these workers hailed from rural backgrounds and held a firm belief in the supernatural. Witnessing Li Chengfeng utter a few incantations, summoning the spirits within the grave to retreat to the side, was a spectacle they had never before encountered. They silently praised the young man for his remarkable skills. Once all the ghostly flames had settled on a nearby hill, Li Chengfeng, with a serious demeanor, recited the land peace mantra, then continued with his incantations. To open the grave and disturb the earth, may the benevolent spirits withdraw and the malevolent spirits depart. After reciting a lengthy litany, he finally permitted Liang Daqiang and the workers to commence their task of uprooting the trees. The strength of many is indeed formidable. In merely 20 minutes, the grave of Yi Mengyao's great-grandfather was unearthed, exposing the roots of the acacia tree. Although the tree was no thicker than a bowl, its root system was remarkably extensive. Numerous roots intertwined with the coffin, while some penetrated the decayed wood, intruding into the coffin itself. Liang Daqiang and the workers nearby were taken aback by this spectacle. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal hand was grasping the coffin, intent on crushing it. The sight of the coffin ensnared by roots and the invasive tendrils sent shivers down their spines. Li Chengfeng sighed, exclaiming, "Roots breaching the coffin, descendants departing this world." Liang Daqiang, intrigued, inquired, "Mr. Li, what does roots breaching the coffin signify?" "I'll explain when the time allows, but we must relocate the tree before dawn," Li Chengfeng urged. As he approached the acacia, he noticed traces of severed roots and many new ones sprouting. If this tree had grown naturally, it would not bear such signs of being cut. It was evident that someone had deliberately planted this acacia atop Yi Mengyao's great-grandfather's grave. This individual seemed intent on employing the arcane arts of feng shui to bring ruin upon the Yi lineage, displaying a heart of unyielding malice. Did they not fear divine retribution? Li Chengfeng discerned that the person responsible for planting the tree was undoubtedly a practitioner of feng shui. He turned to Liang Daqiang and instructed, "Brother Liang, sever all the roots, then move this acacia aside. We shall find another location to replant it." Indeed, Liang Daqiang worked with remarkable speed alongside the laborers, and within mere minutes, he severed all the tree roots and lifted the locust trees outside the Yi family tomb. Li Chengfeng understood very well that merely relocating the trees was insufficient. It was imperative to remove the roots from within the coffin as well. He instructed Liang Daqiang and several workers to open the coffin lid. A nearby laborer, wielding a flashlight, shone it into the coffin, only to be startled and let out a scream, causing the flashlight to tumble to the ground. Inside the coffin lay an entanglement of tree roots and a ghastly, pale, human skeleton rested within, accompanied by two large rats scurrying about. Frightened, the rats leaped from the coffin and vanished into the darkness. The owner of this skeleton was none other than Yi Mengyao's great-grandfather. Li Chengfeng approached the coffin with a flashlight, directing its beam inside. He observed that numerous roots had penetrated the skeleton. One particularly thick root branched out in multiple directions, invading the eye sockets and mouth of the skull, while another root ensnared the skeleton's neck. Continuing his inspection, he noted additional roots embedded in the rib cage, entwined around the ribs and further down. Roots ensnared the right leg bone. Li Chengfeng was taken aback. Upon his first encounter with Yi Guqing, he had noticed dark energy coiling around his eyes, neck, chest, and right leg. At that time, he had been perplexed by the origin of this dark energy and its presence on Yi Guqing. Now, observing the roots ensnaring the skeleton in the same areas as the dark energy on Yi Guqing, he was struck by an unsettling realization. Li Chengfeng has come to understand that Yi Guqing, Yi Wushuang, and the direct descendants of the Yi family have all unexpectedly fallen ill, with most of their ailments exhibiting striking similarities. The root cause has been identified. These roots have entwined themselves around the remains within the coffin. With the reason now discerned, Li Chengfeng felt an urgent need to act and hastily addressed Liang Daqiang beside him. Brother Liang, could you enlist a few individuals to completely remove the roots from within the coffin? Liang Daqiang promptly shook his head. None of the workers behind him were inclined to venture into the coffin to extract the roots, as they deemed such an endeavor inauspicious. Many were reluctant to engage in grave digging, even under the cover of night, unless Yi Mengyao offered a tempting incentive of 2,000 yuan each, which had convinced them to come. They had only agreed to relocate the trees, not to delve into the coffin itself, especially with a set of bones lying within. The task was far too daunting. It was certain that no one would be willing to undertake it. Seeing the reluctance among the crowd, Li Chengfeng continued, "Gentlemen, might I request your assistance?" "Absolutely not. If someone is to descend, it should be you." "We shall not go," they retorted. "How about this? If anyone is willing to descend and clear the roots, I shall speak with Miss Yi and ensure that each individual receives an additional 20,000 yuan. As the saying goes, under a heavy reward, a brave man will arise." Upon hearing the figure of 20,000 yuan, some individuals fell into contemplation. This amount was not insignificant to them. After laboring tirelessly for an entire year, they would only earn about 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. To retrieve a root from within a coffin, a task that takes merely a few minutes, could yield an astonishing reward of 20,000 yuan, an amount equivalent to half a year's earnings for many. This prospect stirred the hearts of numerous individuals. An older worker, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "Young man, can I trust your words? What if I descend to fetch the root, and Missy refuses to pay me?" "Rest assured, my friend," Li Chengfeng replied. "If Missy does not compensate you, I shall cover the amount myself." Upon hearing this assurance, the older worker ceased his objections and leaped into the coffin, commencing the extraction of the roots. Soon, another individual joined him, lending a hand in the effort. Liang Daqiang followed suit, and soon the three men filled the coffin. Those who had contemplated joining them found it too late, regret settling in their hearts as the prospect of 20,000 yuan slipped away. The roots entangled with the skeletal remains were swiftly dislodged. Within mere minutes, the coffin was cleared of roots, and the trio ascended promptly. Li Chengfeng, with a serious demeanor, addressed them, "Gentlemen, you may rest assured that every penny I promised will be delivered." "Indeed, we trust you," they replied. After ensuring everything was in order, resealing the coffin, and restoring the grave to its original state, Li Chengfeng turned his gaze toward the nearby hill. The ghostly lights, emitting an eerie green glow, danced upon the hill, creating a most unsettling sight. He called out to the ancestral spirits of the Yi family, "Esteemed ancestors, we have completed our tasks. You may return now." As the ghostly flames heard Li Chengfeng's voice, they swiftly descended from the hills and re-entered their designated graves. Liang Daqiang and the laborers stood frozen in astonishment at this extraordinary spectacle. It was indeed a miraculous event. The ghostly flames could be commanded to depart at will, and now they returned with equal ease. After the ghostly flames belonging to Yi Mengyao's great-grandfather soared back, they did not immediately plunge into the grave, but instead hovered beside Li Chengfeng. Gazing at the flames so close at hand, Li Chengfeng's face turned ashen with fear, uncertain of their intentions. "What do you want?" he stammered, retreating a couple of steps, his gaze fixed on the ethereal flames. Beside him, Liang Daqiang and the other laborers trembled, their legs shaking uncontrollably, with some so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. A few attempted to flee, but their legs refused to obey. They could only shut their eyes in terror. Just then, a gentle yet hollow voice emanated from the ghostly flames. "Thank you, young celestial master, for rescuing the Yi family. We shall surely repay your kindness." Having uttered this, the floating flames sank back into the grave, vanishing without a trace. Realizing that the ghostly flames bore no malice, Li Chengfeng exhaled a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that this old spirit nearly frightened him to death just to express gratitude. One of the laborers, panting heavily, exclaimed, "That was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I will never take on such work again, no matter the price." A few of the bolder individuals could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Li Chengfeng also smiled faintly. Before dawn, he chose a spot and replanted the acacia tree. Once everything was in order, Li Chengfeng, along with Liang Daqiang and the laborers, returned to the parking area carrying various tools. Yi Mengyao anxiously awaited by the vehicle, and upon seeing Li Chengfeng striding toward her, she hurriedly approached and inquired, "Mr. Li, has the tree been moved?" Li Chengfeng did not respond directly. Instead, with a weary expression, he remarked, "Perhaps it is better for these gentlemen to explain it to you. I am rather fatigued and wish to take a nap." With that, he opened the car door, but suddenly recalled something and turned to Yi Mengyao, saying, "The three gentlemen who went into the grave to clear the roots, I promised them an additional 20,000 each. Please settle the payment for them." "Very well. I shall take care of it shortly," she replied. Li Chengfeng then settled into the car, reclining in the back seat, and soon fell into a deep slumber, no longer concerned with the happenings outside. Liang Daqiang and the laborers began recounting the earlier events to Yi Mengyao, exchanging words animatedly. Yi Mengyao listened with growing trepidation. When she heard of the ghostly fire emerging from the grave, disbelief washed over her. "Impossible. I do not believe it. How could ghostly fire arise from a grave? Even if it could, there is no way it would obey his commands. Miss Yi, we speak only the truth. There are many of us, and we all witnessed it with our own eyes. We may be simple folk, but we could not fabricate such a tale. Mr. Li is truly remarkable." He commanded those ghostly flames, and they followed his lead. He summoned the ghostly flames back, and they returned, a truly wondrous phenomenon. Having lived for the better part of my life, I have never witnessed such an extraordinary occurrence. Ultimately, Yi Mengyao chose to believe. She yearned to witness firsthand how Li Chengfeng commanded those spectral fires. Alas, as a woman, she felt eternally excluded from such matters. Involvement in these affairs would undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble. It must be said that Yi Mengyao is a remarkably kind-hearted woman. After transferring 60,000 yuan to Liang Daqiang and the two workers, she generously sent an additional 10,000 yuan to ensure the workers could enjoy a proper meal. Yet, her heart was burdened with unease. The thorny locust tree atop her great-grandfather's grave had been removed, and she remained uncertain about her father and aunt's well-being. Fear gripped her, and she was deeply concerned that, despite the tree's removal, her father and aunt's ailments might persist, leaving her hopeless in seeking their recovery. As she sat in the car, observing Li Chengfeng, who lay asleep in the back seat, she realized with a start how handsome he appeared while resting. She pondered how she might express her gratitude if he truly healed her father and aunt. Was offering him a mere 1,000,000 yuan sufficient to repay such immense kindness? Should she perhaps pledge herself to him, as it seemed the only fitting way to express her profound appreciation? Just as Yi Mengyao was lost in these thoughts, her phone suddenly rang from her pocket, displaying an unfamiliar number. Initially reluctant to answer, as most unknown numbers were often associated with telemarketing, she intended to hang up, but inadvertently pressed the wrong button, inadvertently connecting the call. She hastily raised her hand intending to hang up the phone, but at that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the receiver. "Mengyao, where are you?" Yi Mengyao remained silent, tears cascading down her cheeks as the sound of that familiar voice reached her ears. She could hardly believe that she would hear this cherished voice again in her lifetime. The phone rang once more, and it was still that recognizable voice. "Mengyao, can you hear your father speaking? If you can hear me, please respond." "Father, father, I hear you, I hear you," Yi Mengyao exclaimed with overwhelming excitement, her voice laced with concern. "Father, are your eyes and health better now?" "Yes, I am well. I don't know what happened, but when I awoke this morning, I suddenly found that I could see and speak. My legs and lungs are also well. It is truly astonishing." Yi Guqing's health had miraculously returned, and the ailments that once plagued him had vanished, filling him with indescribable joy. Just as Yi Guqing was conversing with Yi Mengyao, the door of the hospital room was abruptly pushed open, and Yi Wushuang, clad in a patient gown, rushed in with an elated expression. "Brother, I can see now, and I can speak." "Yes, I see." Yi Wushuang stood frozen, her astonished gaze fixed on Yi Guqing. Realizing he had just spoken, his eyes now capable of sight, and his body restored to health. Yi Mengyao, on the phone, succinctly recounted the extraordinary events that had just unfolded. Upon discovering that the acacia tree atop the grave had been removed, Yi Guqing suddenly realized that his illness was indeed linked to the tree. At the very moment the acacia was taken away, his body returned to its normal state, a phenomenon that was nothing short of miraculous. Such occurrences defy explanation through medicine and science. The depth of Chinese culture is truly profound. He marveled quietly at the remarkable abilities of the young Li Chengfeng. It was not merely a matter of having some skill, but rather, he possessed considerable talent. Li Chengfeng was indeed a great benefactor to the Yi family. Without him, the family's assets would have been usurped by distant relatives. In a state of urgency, Yi Guqing clutched his phone and inquired, "Mengyao, where is Mr. Li? I wish to meet him. He is currently asleep in my car. I will bring him to you shortly." "Excellent. Please bring him over at once." As Yi Guqing awaited the arrival of Yi Mengyao and Li Chengfeng, a significant event unfolded within the Yi family of the capital. Yi Qingtian, the patriarch who had been ill for 2 years and was the grandfather of Yi Mengyao, suddenly awoke with a start from a peculiar dream. In this dream, he encountered his deceased father, who, with a solemn expression, informed him, "The survival of our Yi family through this tribulation is entirely due to the efforts of Master Li. We, as descendants of the Yi family, must not be ungrateful. We must repay Master Li generously." Yi Qingtian, filled with confusion, was about to inquire which Master Li was being referred to when he abruptly awoke. How could my father send such a dream, urging the Yi family descendants to repay this Master Li? Who is this Master Li? He pondered, feeling it all too strange. Could it be an omen of his impending demise? As he stood there, his face adorned with a look of bewilderment, he casually blinked and turned his gaze towards the window. When the radiant morning sunlight cascaded upon his eyes, he was momentarily rendered speechless. "I can see, my eyes. My eyes can truly see." In a flurry of excitement, Yi Qingtian hastily descended from his bed, astonished to discover that his ailments had vanished overnight. Doubt clouded his mind as he rubbed his eyes vigorously and cast another glance at the sun. Indeed, it was true. His vision had been restored. A chuckle escaped him as he recalled the dream from earlier, leaving him intrigued and questioning the nature of this occurrence. Who was the Master Li that his father spoke of? Was the sudden alleviation of his ailments somehow linked to this Master Li? An array of questions swirled within his mind. Simultaneously, the direct descendants of the Yi family, upon awakening that morning, were equally astonished to find their maladies had disappeared. What transpired during that singular night? The Yi family had expended vast sums of money and resources, enlisting numerous individuals to no avail, yet now, after merely a night's slumber, all direct descendants had regained their health. In their newfound vigor, they rushed to visit other ailing family members, only to discover that they too had been restored to health. Change was imminent for the Yi family in the capital, as a power struggle loomed between the direct and collateral descendants. The collateral descendants, witnessing Yi Qingtian's recovery and the restoration of all direct descendants, were consumed by resentment and indignation. They watched helplessly as the direct lineage of a Yi family, once on the brink of demise, now seemed poised for resurgence, rendering their previous efforts in vain. How has it come to this? Chapter 28. The Unorthodox Feng Shui Master. The collateral descendants of the Yi family were utterly flustered, having savored the sweetness of power. They were reluctant to relinquish it back to the direct descendants of the Yi family. Yi Beiquan, the third master of the Yi family, lay soundly asleep in his bed. Beside him, a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure. At this moment, as he slept deeply, the door was suddenly thrust open, and Yi Wugong hurriedly rushed into the room, speaking in an anxious tone. "Grandfather, something terrible has happened." Startled awake by the abrupt intrusion, Yi Beiquan was irked, casting a displeased glare at Yi Wugong. "You rascal, who permitted you to burst in here? Whatever it is, can it not wait until I awaken?" Yi Wugong pide sidon. "Grandfather, there is no time to waste. I must inform you. That old coot Yi Qing Tian's eyesight has miraculously returned, and all those direct descendants of the Yi family have regained their health overnight." "What?" Yi Beiquan, who had been brimming with anger moments before, was now utterly astonished, unable to fathom the truth of this revelation. The old coot Yi Qing Tian was on the verge of death, and the direct descendants of the Yi family had either gone blind or become mute. How could they suddenly recover? He swiftly sat up in bed, staring at Yi Wugong in disbelief. "What did you just say? Please repeat that." Yi Wugong reiterated his earlier statement, leaving Yi Beiquan in profound shock. How could their health have been restored in just one night? What on earth is happening? Suddenly, he grasped something significant. It must be that the ancestral grave of the Yi family has been tampered with. He hastily took out his phone and dialed Yi Wuming's number. Lying on a hospital bed, Yi Wuming, upon seeing his grandfather's call, quickly answered with a respectful tone. "Grandfather, what made you think to call me? You useless fool. Tell me, has anyone disturbed the Yi family's ancestral grave?" Hearing the furious voice of Yi Beiquan on the other end, Yi Wuming trembled in fear and hurriedly replied, "Grandfather, the ancestral grave. It should not have been disturbed." "What do you mean should? I do not wish to hear that word. Answer me directly. Has anyone meddled with the Yi family's ancestral grave?" I don't know." Yi Wuming was still unaware of the events that had transpired, but listening to his grandfather's wrathful tone filled him with an ominous premonition. For the past few days, Yi Wuming had been undergoing examinations and treatment in a hospital, completely oblivious to the fact that the tree atop the grave had already been removed. Yi Beiquan, listening to Yi Wuming's hesitant responses over the phone, was consumed with anger, having already surmised that the ancestral grave of the Yi family had indeed been disturbed. Initially, Yi Beiquan had forbidden Yi Wuming from going to Qingzhou, preferring the more mature and composed Yi Wugong to go instead. Yet, Yi Wuming insisted on his desire to go, and so his request was reluctantly granted. Before Yi Wuming departed, Yi Beiquan had repeatedly admonished him to keep a vigilant watch over the Yi family ancestral grave, ensuring that the thorny acacia tree atop it was not touched. Now, however, his response was one of ignorance. In a fit of rage, Yi Beiquan shouted into the phone, "Useless! How could I have allowed you to go to Qingzhou?" He then abruptly hung up the call. Listening to the incessant beeping on the phone, Yi Wuming was filled with perplexity. What on earth had transpired to incite such fury in his grandfather? Yi Beiquan hung up the call, now devoid of any drowsiness, hastily donned his clothing, and with an anxious expression proclaimed, "Wugong, prepare the car at once. I must meet Master Sato." "Oh," Yi Wugong replied casually, before heading to the garage to start the vehicle. The Master Sato mentioned by Yi Beiquan was none other than Sato Kenichi, a renowned onmyoji from a small island nation, and one of the top 10 onmyoji in the prestigious Kyukyu sect. The Kyukyu sect, also known as the Kyukyu school, represents the largest esoteric sect in that small island nation, founded on the principles of Chinese Taoist mysticism and Buddhist esoteric practices. This sect is also referred to as the True Word sect and Eastern esotericism. They have amalgamated Chinese Taoist philosophies, feng shui techniques, and esoteric arts, adopting the chrysanthemum as their emblem, thus forming a rather dubious sect. Soon, Yi Beiquan and Yi Wugong arrived at Sato Kenichi's residence, guided by a bodyguard. They entered the villa, which was imbued with the architectural style of the small island nation. The imposing black doors were intricately carved with chrysanthemums, and the symbol of the flower was omnipresent throughout the villa, creating an eerie atmosphere. Upon entering, Yi Beiquan beheld Sato Kenichi seated cross-legged on the carpet, a pool of fresh crimson blood before him. "Master Sato, what has happened to you?" Yi Beiquan inquired, but Sato Kenichi offered no reply. He appeared exceedingly frail, his complexion ashen, instead coldly questioning, "3 years ago, did someone disrupt the ghost-hanging coffin technique that I laid upon your family's ancestral grave?" Last night, Sato Kenichi felt an unsettling turmoil within him. This morning, he experienced a dull ache in his chest and, after retching several times, coughed up blood. He was at a loss regarding the cause of his affliction, as he had committed numerous misdeeds. Upon seeing Yi Beiquan and Yi Wugong hurriedly enter, he surmised that the ghostly locust tree coffin-piercing technique he had set up 3 years ago at the Yi family ancestral grave had been disrupted. When the feng shui arrangement, imbued with the destiny of a yin-yang master, is violated, the practitioner faces dire consequences. The repercussions may range from a mere shortening of lifespan to fatality. Yi Beiyuan, oblivious to the severity of the situation, hurriedly praised him, exclaiming, "Master Sato, you truly are extraordinary. You can even deduce that someone has tampered with our ancestral grave." "Silence. Why did you not station someone to guard that tree? Now that the coffin-piercing technique has been broken, I have suffered its backlash. You scoundrel, do you intend to bring about my demise?" Sato Kenichi seethed with rage, aware that the disruption would cost him at least 10 years of his life. Seeing Sato's fury, Yi Beiquan quickly offered an explanation. "Master Sato, it was my oversight. I did not realize that someone had disturbed the tree atop the grave. Now, Yi Qingtian and those of the direct lineage of the Yi family have regained their health. All the power of the Yi family will undoubtedly be reclaimed by them. What shall we do now?" Upon hearing this, Sato Kenichi found no inclination to continue quarreling with Yi Beiquan over the displaced tree. The most pressing matter at hand was to devise a means to rectify the current predicament. Originally intending to seize control of the Yi family through Yi Beiquan, just as victory seemed within grasp, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Yi Qingtian and the direct descendants of the Yi family inexplicably recovered from their ailments overnight. 3 years of meticulous planning now lay in ruins, a reality that Sato Jinni found intolerable. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely declared, with a fierce glint in his eyes, "I shall personally journey to Qingzhou." Sato Jinni's purpose for traveling to Qingzhou was twofold. First, to uncover the individual responsible for relocating the locust tree. Second, to devise further schemes to tamper with the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Although Yi Beiquan also wished to travel to Qingzhou, he felt compelled to remain and confront Yi Qingtian. Thus, he proposed that Yi Wugong accompany Sato Jinni on his expedition. As Chapter 29 unfolds, titled The Ancestor's Fury, Yi Mingyao drove Li Chengfeng to the hospital, where he lay peacefully asleep in the back seat. Observing Li Chengfeng's deep slumber, Yi Guqing refrained from disturbing him, opting instead to await alongside Yi Wushuang and Yi Mingyao. Seizing the moment, Yi Mingyao recounted the revelations she had gleaned from Liang Daqiang and the workers. Yi Guqing listened, astonished. Had it been in the past, he would have found it impossible to believe that someone as young as Li Chengfeng possessed such remarkable abilities. Yet, witnessing the miraculous overnight recovery from his affliction compelled him to accept the reality before him. Perhaps due to her bias against Li Chengfeng, Yi Wushuang remained skeptical, viewing him merely as a filthy beggar and a deceitful charlatan. As Yi Guqing gazed at the slumbering Li Chengfeng, he turned to Yi Wushuang and Yi Mingyao, stating, "He has bestowed upon our Yi family a profound grace. He is our benefactor and will henceforth be treated as an esteemed guest of the Yi family. Despite his youth, he possesses a profound mastery of the esoteric arts of feng shui, and it would be prudent to cultivate a cordial relationship with him rather than harbor any animosity. Have you heard?" Yi Mingyao nodded, her attitude towards Li Chengfeng having undergone a considerable transformation. She no longer wore an icy demeanor, particularly after witnessing him employ an ancient and forbidden technique, the shrinking yang spell, which rendered Yi Wuming incapable of manhood. She had come to regard him as an idol in her heart. In stark contrast, Yi Wushuang wore a scornful expression. To her, he was merely a deceitful charlatan who aspired to be a distinguished guest of the Yi family, an ambition she deemed utterly unattainable. She resolved to seize the opportunity to unveil his ruse, hoping to reveal his true nature to Yi Guqing and Yi Mengyao. While the three were engaged in conversation outside the vehicle, the door was unexpectedly thrust open, and Li Chengfeng emerged, stretching languidly. Yi Guqing, with a smile upon his face, hurried forward, expressing heartfelt gratitude. "Mr. Li, we owe you a great debt. Without your assistance, the Yi family would have faced ruin. Your kindness is beyond words. Please, if you require anything." Before he could finish, Li Chengfeng interrupted, waving his hand dismissively. "I am merely a hired hand. There is no need for thanks. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Li Chengfeng harbored no desire for further entanglement with the Yi family. In his eyes, it was merely a transaction: perform the task, receive payment, and sever all ties. This, he believed, was the most favorable conclusion. With the thorny acacia tree now removed from the grave, and both Yi Guqing and Yi Wushuang restored to health, this business had reached its natural end. Yi Guqing appeared somewhat awkward. He was not angry, but rather felt a pang of regret. He had initially hoped to cultivate a friendship with the man, only to find him so indifferent, making the prospect of camaraderie seem rather challenging. He sighed softly, recalling his first visit to the Yi family, where he had been humiliated by the younger sister and subsequently expelled from the household. It was evident that he was still harboring resentment. As he noticed Li Chengfeng preparing to leave, Yi Guqing hastily instructed, "Mengyao, see Mr. Li off." Li Chengfeng, not one to decline, was about to enter his vehicle when he turned back to say, "Mr. Yi, there is a matter I wish to bring to your attention." "Oh, please do enlighten me." "The ailments afflicting your family stem from meddling at your ancestral grave. The individual who tampered with it is likely a geomancer. I believe he has become aware of the relocation of the thorny locust tree. Rest assured, he will not let this matter rest easily. This situation is far from resolved, so do exercise caution." Yi Guqing nodded, expressing his gratitude, yet his brow furrowed as he watched the departing vehicle, firmly believing in Li Chengfeng's words. Beside him, Yi Wushuang regarded the retreating car with disdain, scoffing, "Brother, he is nothing but a charlatan. His claims about the ancestral grave are sheer nonsense. There is no truth to it whatsoever. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by him. I cannot fathom what methods he employed, but that little girl Mengyao has been utterly beguiled." A displeased expression crossed Yi Guqing's face as he replied with a grave demeanor, "Sister, I am aware of your prejudice against Mr. Li, and I hope you can set aside your biases. If a feng shui master, who has meddled with our ancestral grave, were to come knocking at our door, we must rely on Mr. Li to confront him. It is unlikely, for I cannot help but find him displeasing. Should that master dare to approach us, I shall seek out Master Hu Yinsong, the vice president of the Metaphysics Association." Yi Guqing shook his head helplessly, a trace of mockery curling at the corners of his lips as he thought of Master Hu, ridiculing himself for mistaking a charlatan for a master and a master for a charlatan. Upon hearing Yi Wushuang mention Hu Yinsong, her face lit up with admiration. Yi Guqing found himself at a loss with his sister, as she remained undeterred, relentlessly pursuing her beliefs. Yi Mengyao escorted Li Chengfeng back to the Suyuantang, then turned with a grateful expression and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, our Yi family." Her words were abruptly interrupted by Li Chengfeng. "No need for thanks. Our relationship is merely a business transaction. Remember to transfer the remaining funds to me. Above all, do not disclose to anyone that I relocated the locust tree, especially not to Yi Wuming." "Understood," Yi Mengyao replied softly, yearning to finish her earlier statement. But Li Chengfeng opened the car door without a backward glance and exited. With a resentful gaze, Yi Mengyao watched him stride into the Suyuantang, pounding her hands on the steering wheel in frustration. What a jerk. That insufferable straight man has no sense of romance. Here I am, a beautiful woman wishing to discuss feelings with you, and you bring up money instead. It infuriates me. Yi Mengyao retrieved her mobile phone and transferred 200,000 to Li Chengfeng, then swiftly departed from the Sui Yuan Hall. Li Chengfeng opened the door and stepped inside. intending to offer a few sticks of incense to the ancestral figure. However, upon gazing at the portrait of the ancestor, he was momentarily paralyzed with shock. The figure in the painting glared with wide eyes, pursed lips, and a sullen expression, exuding a palpable anger. A wave of trepidation washed over him. What could have provoked the ancestor? He hurriedly produced 3 exquisite incense sticks, ignited them, and placed them in the censer. Yet, as soon as the fragrant sticks were inserted, the once wafting smoke abruptly extinguished. Startled, Li Changfeng realized that the ancestor was refusing his offerings. This was no trivial matter. He quickly knelt before the portrait, cautiously addressing the ancestral figure. "Ancestor, what troubles you? Have I once again incurred your displeasure? If I have offended you, please let me know, and I shall amend my ways." As Li Changfeng expressed his apologies and bowed deeply, the expression of the ancestor in the painting softened considerably. Miraculously, the 3 sticks of incense reignited in the censer. With the fragrant smoke rising gently, Li Changfeng finally exhaled in relief. Just as he contemplated quenching his anxiety with a sip of water, the ancestral figure unexpectedly spoke. "Little fool, do you understand why I am angry?" The sudden voice startled Li Changfeng, causing his cup to nearly slip from his grasp, and he shook his head in disbelief. The ancestor continued, "It is because you have been deceived. The golden rice bowl you procured for me is nothing but a counterfeit. How could someone like you exist within our esteemed Chiman sect, utterly ignorant of gold? It is truly disgraceful." The image of our venerable founder muttered a few words before resuming his usual demeanor. At that moment, Li Changfeng finally comprehended the source of the founder's displeasure. He hastily approached the altar to examine the incense burner, candlestick, and the golden fruit plate. Their exterior gleamed with a golden luster, yet upon biting into them, he found them unyielding. Gold is relatively soft. If one were to bite it, it would bear the marks of teeth, whereas counterfeit gold would resist any such attempt. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Changfeng quickly fetched a kitchen knife and began scraping the incense burner with its tip. In a short while, a thin layer of gold plating was removed, revealing brass beneath that bore a color strikingly similar to that of gold. Enraged, he found himself seething with indignation. Having spent over 800,000, he had unwittingly acquired a collection of fakes. The incense burner, fruit plate, and candlestick were merely coated with a thin veneer of gold. Their interiors comprised of brass worth only a few dozen yuan per kilogram. This matter could not be left unresolved. Li Changfeng procured a plastic bag and placed all the items from the altar, incense burner, fruit plate, and candlestick, inside. He was determined to confront the unscrupulous merchants at the Shanghai Gold Store and demand an explanation. Chapter 30. Folk Forbidden Techniques. The 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth. Part 1. With the plastic bag in hand, Li Changfeng stormed into the Shanghai Gold Store, seeking out the salesperson who had originally persuaded him to purchase the gold. He forcefully tossed the plastic bag onto the counter. "You deceitful merchants! You spent over 800,000 in your store for this incense burner, candlestick, and fruit plate, only to discover they are all counterfeit. Refund me immediately." The saleswoman, a strikingly beautiful woman in her 20s, donned a red professional outfit complemented by an incredibly short red skirt. In the face of the furious Li Changfeng, she remained utterly composed, her expression serious as she stated, "Sir, all the products sold in our store are genuine and of the highest quality. There are absolutely no counterfeit items. Please refrain from tarnishing our reputation and affecting our business." Li Changfeng, indignant, retorted, "How can you lack shame? I purchased these items from your store, yet you refuse to acknowledge it." He slammed the receipt onto the counter, demanding a refund, only to be met with a refusal from the staff. Their altercation drew the attention of numerous onlookers, including customers shopping in the store and the manager, Han Lily. The customers exhibited expressions of caution. Purchasing gold is no trivial matter, and acquiring counterfeit gold would entail substantial losses. As a group of customers approached, Li Changfeng picked up an incense burner and, with a grave demeanor, addressed the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the gold incense burner I purchased just a few days ago from their store. It is merely coated with a thin layer of gold, while the interior is composed entirely of brass. This establishment is a fraudulent one. I implore you not to buy from them." Several customers examined the incense burner and candlesticks, confirming their counterfeit nature, and each expressed their outrage, condemning Shanghai Gold Store for selling fake products. A few customers promptly turned to leave. Manager Han Lily regarded Li Chengfeng with a smile, her demeanor calm and collected, as if she frequently dealt with such matters. "Sir, I kindly ask that you refrain from defaming our store's reputation. The Shanghai Gold Store, a subsidiary of the Shanghai Group, has always upheld integrity as its foundation, vowing never to sell counterfeit goods." Li Chengfeng was incensed. The audacity of these people was astonishing. Pointing to the incense burner, candlestick, and fruit plate displayed on the counter, he shouted furiously, "How can you still claim not to sell fakes? If you do not sell counterfeit goods, then how do you explain this incense burner?" The nearby customers echoed his sentiments, demanding an explanation from Han Lily. Seeing the support from the patrons, Li Chengfeng felt a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Han Lily smiled faintly, her demeanor exuding pride as she replied, "Dear customers, these items were indeed purchased by this gentleman 2 days ago at our store. When we handed these items over to him, he inspected them thoroughly, and they are all composed of 999 pure gold. Now, after more than 2 days, he returns claiming they are counterfeit and demands a refund, which is utterly unreasonable. I would like to ask all present, if you were in this situation, would you issue a refund or not?" The onlookers fell into silence. To return gold items purchased just 2 days prior seemed to blatantly suggest an attempt at fraud. Li Chengfeng suddenly realized that, even if he was in the right, it would be difficult to convey his truth once the gold left the store. Returning it would prove exceedingly challenging. He hurriedly clarified, "Everyone, I only discovered today that the gold is fake. I had no knowledge of this 2 days ago." Han Lily, brimming with self-satisfaction, interjected, "Sir, there is no need for further explanation. Everyone here is perceptive. You purchased a genuine set from our store, only to fabricate a counterfeit set in an attempt to extort us. Such an antiquated ruse might deceive only the naive." Under the deliberate manipulation of Han Lily, the onlooking customers have already branded Li Chengfeng as a fraud, their furious gazes fixed upon him as they point and whisper. The audacity of today as swindlers is astounding. They dare to conceal the authentic goods while presenting the fakes to demand a refund. We must promptly notify the authorities and ensure he does not escape. Yes, call the police. The transformation in these customer sentiments is astonishing. Initially, they viewed the issue from a customer's perspective, aligning themselves with Li Chengfeng. Now, however, they have swiftly turned against him, advocating for the jewelry shop instead. Han Lily wears a triumphant smile, for he has encountered such scenarios countless times and navigates them with ease. Once a customer exits the store with their purchased gold, returning to seek a refund is utterly impossible. Li Chengfeng is at a loss for words. Deep down, he understands he has fallen into their trap, and it is too late to plead his case. This tactic is indeed ruthless. Having acquired a multitude of counterfeit gold, he now finds himself unjustly labeled a fraud. It is a bitter predicament, leaving him with no recourse to voice his grievances. Seizing the moment, Han Lily asserts with righteous indignation, "Esteemed customers, at Shanghai Gold Store, all our gold is genuine. There are absolutely no counterfeit items. You may purchase with complete confidence. Should you discover any counterfeit goods from our establishment, I assure you a tenfold compensation for any falsehood." Many customers erupted in applause, while others urged Han Lily to call the police and have Li Chengfeng apprehended. However, Han Lily, displaying a gracious demeanor, declared, "Let it be. He has not succeeded in his fraudulent endeavor, and we have incurred no loss. We shall forego the matter of calling the police and grant him a chance. Sir, I hope you will conduct yourself properly and refrain from such deceitful and extortionate actions in the future. Otherwise, you shall inevitably face the consequences of the law. Today, for the sake of our esteemed customers, I offer you this opportunity. Depart now, and do not return to Shanghai Jewelry Store." Many customers gave Han Lily a thumbs up, praising her magnanimity and character. Li Chengfeng was incensed and furious, yet utterly powerless. Demanding a refund was out of the question. Remaining there would likely result in a beating from security or being apprehended as a fraudster. As the saying goes, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. With no money retrieved and the risk of being assaulted or arrested looming, he found himself in a predicament of futility. Reluctantly, Li Qingfeng had no choice but to exit Shanghai jewelry store in disgrace, unable to swallow the bitter pill of being swindled out of 800,000, only to be branded fraud. One could not help but admire the cunning tactics of Shanghai jewelry store. They presented themselves as respectable while deceiving all their customers. Even if he were to report the incident to the authorities, he would possess no evidence to substantiate that Shanghai jewelry store sold counterfeit goods, especially as the events had transpired 2 days prior. Reporting it would only bring misfortune upon himself. If it were someone else, they would have to swallow their grievances in silence, letting the matter rest. After all, behind Shanghai Gold Store stands the prestigious Shanghai Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in Qingzhou City. However, Li Qingfeng, a feng shui master, held a different perspective. He was determined to make the Shanghai Gold Store pay for their transgressions. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became, his anger simmering within him. With a plastic bag in hand, he strode confidently down the street. As he passed a garbage bin, his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of a cat lying beside it. The feline was emaciated, little more than skin and bones, clearly a stray that had succumbed to illness. Observing the pitiful creature, Li Qingfeng felt a pang of sympathy and muttered, "What a poor little cat." He continued walking, but after a few steps, he abruptly halted and turned back to regard the dead cat on the ground. A thought struck him, an ancient folk feng shui technique known as three corpses block wealth. This method is designed to obstruct one's financial fortune and is a long-lost forbidden art. To utilize the three corpses technique effectively is no simple task. The primary requirement is to gather the three corpses, which is quite a challenge in itself. The so-called three corpses consist of the first corpse, the deceased cat, the second, a hairless dead crow, and the third, a starved bat. Each of these unfortunate beings met a tragic end, and while they may not be considered ominous, they are indeed rare harbingers of misfortune, laden with ill luck. Li Qingfeng approached the garbage bin and lifted the cat's lifeless body. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I shall make you aware of the dire consequences of deceiving me. As a practitioner of feng shui, I truly harbor no desire to wield my skills for harm. Yet, when faced with unscrupulous adversaries, leniency is not an option. Even if it invites divine retribution, I must ensure that such merchants face the consequences of their actions. Thus, Li Qingfeng resolved to employ the folk feng shui technique, known as the three-corpse barrier, to compel the Shanghai Gold Store to pay its due price. In Chapter 31, the folk technique of the three-corpse barrier, Part 2, Li Qingfeng rummaged through a refuse bin and retrieved a plastic bag, within which he placed the corpse of a sick cat. He then boarded a bus back to the Sui-Yuan Hall. There, he concealed the feline remains in the greenery by the roadside, too superstitious to bring the corpse inside the hall. The presence of such a morbid entity was believed to bring great misfortune. Merely approaching the entrance of Sui-Yuan Hall with it would invite 3 years of bad luck. Now that he possessed the body of the sick cat, his next quest was to locate a hairless dead crow and an emaciated bat. Living crows and bats were seldom encountered, making the search for their hairless and starved counterparts a formidable challenge. As the saying goes, man proposes but fate disposes. Many events are guided by destiny, and since he fortuitously stumbled upon the sick cat's remains, perhaps the universe would conspire to aid him in his further endeavors. Finding a hairless dead crow and a gaunt bat within the city seemed an insurmountable task, for crows typically roost near graveyards or crematories. With business at the shop rather slow, Li Qingfeng decided to take a stroll, while also seeking out the remains of crows and bats. He recalled a close friend named Wang Bin, who resided in the countryside on the outskirts of Qingzhou. Having visited his home previously, where they would search for bird nests, catch wild chickens, and hunt rabbits, he surmised that Wang Bin might know where to find crows and bats. Since graduating, each has been preoccupied with job hunting, resulting in infrequent contact. It would be delightful to reunite with an old classmate and request a favor. Li Qingfeng first called Wang Bin to confirm he was at home before deciding to visit. Wang Bin was elated to learn of Li Qingfeng's impending arrival. Li Qingfeng boarded a bus heading towards the countryside and soon arrived at the suburban village of Xinzhuang, where Wang Bin resided. He purchased some gifts in the town and hired a tricycle. Upon arriving at Xinyu village, as Li Changfeng disembarked and prepared to walk into the village. He was met with an unsettling wave of ominous energy. Suddenly, he discerned something was amiss. He quickly looked up to observe the village road shrouded in dark, sinister aura, and the entire village enveloped in this foreboding presence. Li Changfeng, puzzled, wondered what had transpired in this village to cause such a transformation. Hesitation gripped him as he contemplated whether to proceed into the village. The pervasive darkness suggested that entering might lead to unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Wang Bin, who had been waiting at the village entrance, hurried over to greet his old friend with a broad smile. Just come as you are. There's no need to bring anything. Those gifts are not for you, but for my uncle and aunt. After some pleasantries and a brief discussion about their job searches, both sighed in unison. In this day and age, it is exceedingly challenging for university graduates to find satisfactory and suitable employment. After graduating, Wang Bin sought several jobs, but not only were the salaries meager, he often fell victim to the bullying of seasoned employees. In a fit of frustration, he returned to his hometown. Upon learning that Li Changfeng had opened a fortune-telling establishment named Sui Yuan Hall, where he provided services such as naming, divination, and interpreting dreams, Wang Bin chuckled. You've done well for yourself. I've heard that this line of work can be quite lucrative. You must have earned a fair sum. Indeed, I made some money. But alas, I was deceived. Li Changfeng recounted the tale of purchasing counterfeit gold, which incited Wang Bin's fury as he vehemently condemned the unscrupulous merchants. As they conversed, they unknowingly strolled towards the village. Upon entering, Li Changfeng noticed a palpable sense of malevolence pervading the air, causing him to furrow his brow in alarm. We've walked into a predicament, he thought. During the day, the village was often filled with the sounds of cackling chickens, barking dogs, and bellowing cattle. Li Changfeng gradually halted his steps, his expression turning grave as he remarked, Bin, has your village been experiencing frequent misfortunes lately? How do you know this? Wang Bin inquired, astonished. As soon as I entered your village, I sensed a dark aura looming over it, accompanied by the unsettling sounds of restless livestock. This is a classic omen of calamity. What has transpired in your village? Wang Bin, taken aback, had previously dismissed Li Changfeng's fortune-telling as mere trickery for a livelihood. However, he now felt that his old classmate might possess some genuine insight. He proceeded to recount the troubling events that had unfolded in the village. The tale began a fortnight prior, when the once thriving village was beset by inexplicable deaths among its livestock. Chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep began to perish mysteriously. Within just a few days, the majority of the village's animals had succumbed, leaving only a scant few remaining. After the demise of poultry and livestock, humanity follows suit. In recent days, frail elderly individuals have been passing away daily, and many younger folks are also experiencing deteriorating health. Wang Bin, while speaking, coughed intermittently, revealing the toll on his own body, and he sighed deeply. Once, our village thrived with bountiful harvests and flourishing livestock. Not a single soul fell ill, and many were affluent and held positions of authority. Yet, inexplicably, within a mere fortnight, individuals have either gone bankrupt or been apprehended, and the health of the villagers has declined sharply. As soon as Wang Bin finished speaking, the sound of weeping resonated from not far ahead. A funeral procession approached, prompting two individuals to hastily step aside to clear the path. Observing the mourners clad in traditional mourning attire, lamenting as they passed by, Wang Bin remarked, "This marks the 9th elder from our village to have departed." Li Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. With livestock in distress, homes in disarray, wealth dissipating, and the seal of authority fallen, the continuous funerals heralded dire omens. If the villagers do not evacuate, they risk succumbing entirely. What has transpired in this village? Just as he pondered this, Li Changfeng was suddenly startled by the anguished cries of two cattle, an old cow and a calf, seemingly emanating from the eastern side of the village. The cries were filled with agony, as if they were in a desperate struggle for life. He questioned, "Is your village engaged in the slaughter of cattle?" The sound is profoundly unsettling. What cries of cattle? I have heard nothing of the sort. Chapter 32. The superior feng shui and the twin oxen call to plow. Li Changfeng, his expression laced with perplexity, pondered how he could possibly fail to hear the resounding calls of the two oxen. He then turned his gaze toward the eastern part of the village, solemnly asserting, "The sound of the oxen is emanating from that direction. Listen closely." Wang Bin, equally bewildered, observed Li Chengfeng's demeanor and sensed that he was not jesting. With a serious countenance, he began to listen intently. After a prolonged moment, he could only discern the crows of roosters and the barks of dogs, leading him to question in confusion. "Chengfeng, are you certain you're not mistaken? There is no sound of oxen. I only hear the clamor of chickens and dogs." "I cannot be mistaken," Li Chengfeng replied firmly. "There are indeed two oxen bleating, and their cries carry a tone of fear and trepidation." He had unwavering faith in his auditory perception. There were unmistakably two oxen wailing incessantly from the east, their cries piercing the stillness. Yet, he found himself baffled as to why Wang Bin could not perceive them. Perhaps it was due to his previously awakened celestial sight, allowing him to perceive what others could not and to hear what remained unheard. At that moment, a middle-aged woman passed by, prompting Wang Bin to approach her with a serious expression. "Air, have you heard the sound of oxen?" "What oxen?" She replied, "I only hear the calls of chickens and dogs." Wang Bin, now smiling, turned to Li Chengfeng and chuckled, "You must have misheard. Let us not dwell on that. Come, let us go to my home and enjoy a drink or two." Li Chengfeng shook his head, suddenly realizing that this sound was audible only to him, while others remained oblivious. He turned his gaze toward the eastern edge of the village, his expression grave. "Binzi, believe me, I truly heard the sound of cattle. It emanated from the east of the village. May I go and investigate?" Captivated by the two distinct calls of the cattle, Li Chengfeng was determined to uncover the source of the sound. Seeing Li Chengfeng's unwavering resolve, Wang Bin had no choice but to accompany him toward the eastern part of the village. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at the eastern road junction, drawing closer to the source of the bovine calls. The eastern entrance was an expanse of farmland, offering a broad view. Yet there were no cattle in sight. Wang Bin chuckled, "Do you see any cows? Our village's cattle have long since perished." Li Chengfeng, equally perplexed, observed the absence of any cattle while the calls continued to resonate. What could be the explanation for this phenomenon? He followed the sound further, with Wang Bin reluctantly trailing behind. Not long after, beside a sycamore tree, Li Chengfeng spotted an intricately carved stone bull and a smaller stone calf. The cattle calls were indeed emanating from these two stone sculptures, each bellow echoing with a dark, ominous energy. Upon seeing the stone figures, Wang Bin jested, "Chengfeng, you can't be suggesting that the sounds are coming from these stone cows, can you?" "You guessed correctly. The calls of the cattle are indeed resonating from these two stone sculptures." "Do not jest with me. How could these stone oxen possibly make sound?" "Yes, you. I speak only the truth." Li Chengfeng approached the two stone oxen, gently caressing their surfaces. These sculptures were exquisitely crafted, appearing remarkably lifelike. The two stone oxen lifted their heads, their mouths agape, seemingly calling out towards the village, with fields stretching behind them and a parasol tree nearby. Li Chengfeng marveled at the scene, discerning from the positioning and demeanor of the stone oxen that this was no ordinary stone carving, but rather a feng shui arrangement. He casually remarked, "If I am not mistaken, these two stone oxen represent the superior feng shui configuration known as double oxen plowing the fields, and moreover, it is a configuration imbued with spiritual essence." "Enough of this nonsense. Come, let us hasten to my home for a drink before the dishes grow cold," interjected Wang Bin, skeptical of Li Chengfeng's assertions. To him, they were merely stone sculptures, with no connection to feng shui, let alone a superior configuration such as double oxen plowing the fields. He found Li Chengfeng's tales to be entirely fabricated. In Wang Bin's eyes, feng shui was merely a legend, implausible in reality. He could not fathom how these stone carvings could be linked to any feng shui arrangement. Just then, an elderly man, over 60 years of age, passed by carrying farming tools. Upon hearing the phrase double oxen plowing the fields, he halted in his tracks, a look of astonishment crossing his face as he fixed his curious gaze upon Li Chengfeng. "Young man," he inquired, "how do you know that these two stone oxen represent the superior feng shui configuration of double oxen plowing the fields?" "Esteemed elder, I am a geomancer, well versed in the esoteric arts of feng shui, and I can readily discern the energies of this place." The old man was taken aback, scrutinizing Li Qingfeng anew. At such a tender age, he was indeed a practitioner of feng shui, capable of recognizing the dynamics of this specific site. It was difficult for him to fathom. This was his first encounter with such a youthful geomancer. Wang Bin, too, wore an expression of astonishment. He had initially presumed Li Qingfeng to be speaking fancifully. Yet it turned out that his assertions were undeniably true. These two stone cattle were indeed emblematic of the feng shui configuration known as double cattle summoning the plow. Most of the village's youth were oblivious to the nuances of this feng shui arrangement, and even if they were aware, they would be skeptical. Only the elder generation was cognizant of the feng shui site located at the eastern edge of the village, referred to as double cattle summoning the plow, which had long safeguarded the community, ensuring bountiful harvests and flourishing populations. With curiosity etched on his face, Wang Bin inquired Uncle Lu, "Are these stone cattle truly a feng shui site, known as double cattle summoning the plow?" "Indeed," the elder replied. "These stone cattle have stood sentinel here for over 2 centuries." Having just completed labor in the fields and feeling somewhat fatigued, the elders settled beneath the sycamore tree and began recounting the tale of the double cattle summoning the plow feng shui site to Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin. Chapter 33. The 3 origin schools and the 8 patterns of Dragon Gate. The elder retrieved his pipe, tapping it against the earth before taking out a small cloth pouch containing tobacco. He pinched a portion of the leaf and placed it into the bowl of the pipe, igniting it and inhaling deeply, releasing a cloud of murky smoke as he regaled them with the story. "This tale I learned from the previous generation 2 centuries ago. Our village was not known as Stone Cattle Village, but rather as Lower River Village. At that time, our village was exceedingly impoverished, often facing the dire situation of having one meal while anticipating the next. The livestock we raised frequently perished, rendering our village notorious as a desolate and impoverished locale among the surrounding areas. The young women from neighboring villages had no desire to marry into our community. Eventually, we invited a geomancer, who claimed to be a descendant of the San Yuan Ipai Longmen Baju school. He asserted that our village was situated on a site of geomantic affliction and urged us to relocate as a community. Upon hearing the name of the San Yuan Ipai Longmen Baju, Li Qingfeng felt a surge of astonishment. This school, which first emerged during the Tang dynasty, is renowned in history for its geomantic practices, primarily serving the imperial court of the Tang. The Longmen Baju's principles regarding the observation of water have been passed down through generations. Wang Bin listened intently as the elder continued his narrative, taking a deep drag from his tobacco pipe. Initially, the villagers were reluctant to move, unwilling to abandon the land they had inhabited for decades. The geomancer calculated and warned of impending calamities, proclaiming that if we did not evacuate within 3 days, disaster would befall us. At that time, no one took the geomancer seriously. The villagers dismissed his warnings. Unexpectedly, a torrential downpour occurred for 3 consecutive days, culminating in a devastating flood that swept through the entire village of Xia, leaving nothing in its wake. Fortunately, the geomancer remained and, in the dead of night, rushed to Xia, awakening all the villagers and leading them to higher ground, thereby sparing them from disaster. Subsequently, the village of Xia was rebuilt in this new location, where the geomancer instructed the carving of 2 stone oxen, placing them to the east of the village. He also had a phoenix tree planted nearby, claiming it would provide shade and shelter from the rain for the 2 stone oxen. The feng shui master completed his tasks and departed from Xia village, leaving behind a profound statement. The 2 stone oxen he had placed were part of a superior feng shui arrangement, symbolizing the dual oxen that cultivate the land. He foretold that, though the auspicious moment had yet to arrive, it would ultimately ensure the villagers' prosperity and well-being. The villagers, however, were oblivious to the significance of this prophecy, dismissing it and continuing to endure their impoverished existence. 2 years later, amidst a heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures, an elderly woman and a small child tragically perished beside the 2 stone oxen. Following this event, each morning, many villagers began to hear the sounds of an old ox and a young calf emanating from the eastern part of the village. Initially, Those who heard the calls assumed a nearby cow had escaped and set off to search for it. But after much effort, they found no livestock. Eventually, they discovered that the mysterious sounds originated from the two stone oxen. Astonished, the villagers ponder how stone oxen could possibly make sounds, suspecting they had encountered a supernatural phenomenon. At that moment, someone recalled the feng shui master's words about the dual oxen cultivating the land, realizing that this was precisely the intended meaning. From that day forth, whenever the villagers heard the calls, they would labor in the fields day after day, year after year, leading to increasingly bountiful harvests. As time passed, the village underwent significant transformation. In years of severe drought, when neighboring villages suffered from barren lands and failed crops, only Xinyu village enjoyed favorable weather, leading to an increase in the wealth of its inhabitants, with many ascending to positions of prominence. The villagers finally awakened to the realization that the feng shui master was no ordinary individual. In tribute to him, many villagers proposed renaming Xia village to Xinyu village. After the old man finished speaking, he tapped his pipe and stood up with a cheerful demeanor, preparing to return home for dinner. Wang Bin, still somewhat incredulous, asked with a puzzled expression, "Uncle Lu, can these two stone oxen really make sounds?" "Indeed, when I was a child, I distinctly heard them call out. For some reason, I can no longer hear them now," the old man replied with a hint of regret, before shouldering his farming tools and preparing to leave. In a gentle tone, he addressed Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. "You two can continue to play here. I must head home for my meal." Wang Bin gazed at Li Chengfeng in astonishment, then turned his eyes to the departing elder, struggling to comprehend how stone oxen could produce sounds. Scientifically speaking, stone oxen lack any vocal apparatus. So how could they possibly make a noise? Such a notion defies the principles of science and upends the laws of physics. Watching the old man's retreating figure, he hurriedly inquired, "Uncle Lu, did you truly hear the stone oxen's calls when you were young?" "Yes, I did, not just once," the old man replied without looking back. However, Wang Bin's next statement halted the elder in his tracks. "Uncle Lu, my brother here just heard the stone oxen's calls as well." The old man turned, disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Li Chengfeng with astonishment, asking in a surprised tone, "Young man, can you still hear the stone oxen's calls now?" "Yes," Li Chengfeng nodded, then turned his gaze to the two stone oxen, his expression gravely serious as he remarked, "The sounds of these two stone oxen seem to convey a sense of anguish. If I am not mistaken, your village is currently in turmoil, with livestock restless and households unsettled, undoubtedly related to the feng shui configuration of the twin oxen. It seems someone has tampered with the feng shui arrangements." The elder nodded with excitement. Having suspected that the recent series of misfortunes in the village stemmed from issues with the feng shui, he confided his concerns to the village chief. However, the chief dismissed such notions as superstition. Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's remarks, the elder felt as though he had encountered a savior, incredulously asking, "Are you saying someone has meddled with the feng shui?" "Indeed. Recently, has your village been visited by any strangers?" The elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. His routine consisted solely of working in the fields and returning home to rest, so he was often unaware of newcomers. Beside him, Wang Bin interjected, "About half a month ago, two individuals from an island nation came to our village. They sought to purchase the two stone oxen from our village chief, but he refused to sell them." Chapter 34. The Earthly Calamity and the Unbinding of the Oxen. Li Chengfeng, perplexed, wondered why those two islanders would venture to a remote village to acquire stone oxen. Considering the timeline, it seemed that the individuals who had tampered with the feng shui configuration were indeed those two islanders. Wang Bin, filled with indignation, expressed his discontent. "Our village has no grievances with those two islanders. Why would they interfere with the stone oxen and disrupt our village's feng shui?" Li Chengfeng recalled a popular legend that spoke of a group of esteemed onmyoji from the island nation of Kyushu, who traversed the lands of Huaxia with the intent to dismantle various feng shui formations. Moreover, they would also arrange ominous feng shui traps to undermine the fortunes of Huaxia. There were whispers among the populace that these onmyoji once ventured to Kunlun Mountain, seeking to sever the principal dragon vein of Huaxia and thereby obliterate its national destiny. Upon their arrival in Kunlun, They encountered the dragon guardians, who vigilantly protect the sacred dragon veins of Huaxia. Tragically, those on Myoji who dared to enter Kunlun met with a grim fate, resulting in the failure of their mission. From that day forth, the On-Myoji from Kyushu dared not tread lightly upon the Kunlun Mountains again. Unable to disrupt the primary dragon vein of Huaxia, they turned their malevolent intentions towards smaller dragon veins and the revered local feng shui formations, leaving countless such formations in ruin over the years at their hands. The elder nearby, filled with indignation, exclaimed vehemently, "For centuries, these islanders have harbored ill intentions towards Huaxia. Their malevolence is truly despicable." Wang Bin, however, was filled with curiosity and inquired, "Chengfeng, what is the Dragon Guardian?" Li Chengfeng replied earnestly, "I have heard from my grandfather that the Dragon Guardians are a mysterious organization established by the Huaxia authorities in collaboration with the Sanyuan faction and the Longmen 8 formations. The members of the Dragon Guardians possess various expertise. Some are adept in the 8 formations of feng shui, others are skilled in Taoist mysticism, and some are martial arts masters. Their primary duty is to safeguard the dragon veins of Huaxia from the clutches of marauding foes. Only those of exceptional ability are granted entry into the Dragon Guardians." Grandfather once recounted how a captain of the Dragon Guard had extended an invitation for him to join their ranks, a proposal he declined. Accustomed to a life of freedom, he had no desire to integrate into such a regimented organization. Li Chengfeng now comprehends that these island sorcerers seek to acquire the 2 stone oxen, undoubtedly to dismantle the feng shui arrangement known as double oxen plowing. When they found the village chief unwilling to sell, they resorted to insidious methods to disrupt the local geomantic balance. Li Chengfeng's purpose in seeking Wang Bin was to enlist his assistance in locating a hairless crow and a withered bat. He had not anticipated encountering such dire circumstances. Perhaps this was fate. As a feng shui master and an old classmate of Wang Bin, he felt compelled to intervene upon discovering the turmoil in the village. He could not stand idly by while lives were at stake. If the source of the feng shui disturbance remained unidentified, the entire populace of the village could perish, with only a few resilient souls surviving. As a practitioner of Qimeng feng shui, he must prevent such calamities from unfolding. These island sorcerers were indeed malevolent, intent on condemning the villagers to death. The elder's face was a canvas of fury as he recalled the numerous livestock that had perished and the several lives lost, all due to the malice of those 2 sorcerers. With a hoe in hand, he struck the ground in anger, cursing those wretched islanders, convinced they would eventually face retribution and meet their demise in due course. After venting his frustrations, the elder turned to Li Chengfeng, his tone softening considerably, revealing a sense of urgency. "Young sir, as a feng shui master yourself, can you discern what tricks those island sorcerers have employed? Help our village to overcome this disaster." "Rest assured, my dear elder, I shall do my utmost." Li Chengfeng, however, lacked absolute confidence in identifying the root of the problem. The 2 On-Myoji from the islands had undoubtedly employed exceedingly sophisticated techniques on the stone oxen. As Li Chengfeng circled around the 2 stone oxen, he was astonished to discover minute fissures appearing on their heads, bellies, and legs, from which oozed crimson blood. Wang Bin, who had been closely following Li Chengfeng, along with the elder, witnessed this shocking spectacle, their hearts filled with utter astonishment and dread. "How could the stone oxen bleed?" An incredulous Wang Bin inquired. "Chengfeng, what is happening? How can these stone oxen bleed?" At that moment, Li Chengfeng himself was at a loss to explain the phenomenon. It was the first time he had encountered such an occurrence. After circling the stone oxen several times, he counted a total of 72 bleeding points, with each drop that fell to the ground vanishing without a trace. After a brief silence, he finally spoke. "What a malevolent act. They have employed the earth fiend dissection technique." Wang Bin, filled with curiosity, asked, "What is the earth fiend dissection technique?" Li Chengfeng explained, "It is a method that harnesses the energy of 72 directional earth fiends, using this energy to assault the stone oxen, thus dismembering them and ultimately dismantling the dual oxen as agricultural feng shui arrangement. Now that more than 20 days have passed, if we wait until the 49 days have elapsed, These 2 stone oxen will be reduced to fragments, scattered into 72 pieces. By the time that moment arrives, all living beings in the village will perish completely, including mice, ants, and even earthworms, along with the maggots in the latrines, who will not escape unscathed. As Li Chengfeng spoke, many villagers who had been working in the field prepared to return home for lunch. Noticing a crowd gathered around the stone ox, they curiously drew closer. The number of onlookers swelled, and upon witnessing the bleeding stone ox, they were filled with a mix of shock and fear. How could a stone ox bleed? This was utterly unfathomable. When they heard Li Chengfeng proclaim that, after 49 days, all living creatures in the village would meet their demise, disbelief was etched upon their faces. Yet, reflecting on the recent occurrences in the village, they found themselves compelled to believe. In rural communities, many hold such beliefs. At that moment, the village chief, Wang Shilai, rushed over in a brand new Audi. Upon seeing the bleeding stone ox, terror flickered across his face. The sight of a stone ox bleeding was profoundly eerie. Many villagers surrounded the chief, recounting Li Chengfeng's earlier remarks. After listening, Wang Shilai was incensed, adopting an authoritative demeanor, glaring at Li Chengfeng and scolding him in a raised voice. Who do you think you are, daring to spread such outrageous rumors in our village? Do you believe I won't call the authorities to have you arrested? Li Chengfeng raised an eyebrow slightly, unimpressed by the village chief's inflated sense of authority, as if he were a figure of great import. Just a village chief, he thought, and he truly held him in disdain, retorting, "Who am I? And why should I inform you?" Chapter 35. The crow's lament and the mouse's relocation. Regardless of the circumstances, the individual in question held the esteemed position of village chief. While Li Chengfeng might disregard his authority, Wang Bin could not afford to do so, as he still had to reside in the village. Wang Bin hastily approached the village chief to elucidate the situation regarding the bleeding stone cattle and the recent occurrences in the village, suggesting a potential connection to the 2 stone cattle. He emphasized that the demise of our village's chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep could very well be attributed to those 2 islanders, who had tampered with the stone cattle, leading to unrest among our livestock and instability within our homes. My classmate is a feng shui master and can assist us in resolving these issues. Initially, Wang Shilai shot a disdainful glance at Li Chengfeng, but upon hearing the mention of the 2 islanders, a palpable anxiety crossed his face. He then adopted a serious demeanor and retorted, "There are no islanders. Do not speak recklessly. I have not encountered any such individuals." "Chief, have you forgotten? It was merely half a month ago that 2 islanders visited our village, seeking to purchase these stone cattle. I was the one who brought them to your home," Wang Bin replied with a furrowed brow, perplexed that the chief could forget such a recent event. Seeing the clarity with which Wang Bin recounted the incident, Wang Shilai shot him a glare. Realizing that the matter of the islanders' visit could no longer be concealed, he resorted to bureaucratic jargon, conceding, "Indeed, there were 2 islanders who came to our village seeking to buy these stone cattle, but I did not sell them. These 2 stone bulls are treasures of our village. Regardless of the price offered, I shall never part with them." The villagers gathered around nodded in agreement, affirming that no amount of money could persuade them to sell the stone bulls. Li Chengfeng attentively observed the shifting expressions of Wang Shilai as he spoke, noting the incessant blinking of his eyes, a clear indication of deceit. With a faint smile of curiosity, he inquired, "Esteemed village head, are you certain you have not sold the stone bulls to those 2 individuals from the island? Even if you have not sold them, it is likely you have reached some form of agreement with them." "Utter nonsense." Wang Shilai glared at Li Chengfeng with a menacing gaze, his demeanor betraying a hint of panic. His voice rose in anger. "This is a matter concerning our village. It is of no concern to an outsider like you. I advise you to keep your nose out of our affairs. Should you persist in your baseless accusations, I will ensure you do not leave this village." Faced with Wang Shilai's threat, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of trepidation, acutely aware that he was on foreign soil where he could indeed find himself in peril. Nonetheless, his words had already awakened the villagers to the realization of Wang Shilai's deceit. Although he had not sold the stone bulls, he had undoubtedly struck some agreement with the 2 islanders. Despite this awareness, none dared to confront him directly. It was then that an elderly man stepped forward, his weathered face etched with sorrow and anger. Wang Shilai, speak the truth to the people. Have you sold the stone bulls or agreed to any terms with them? If you have not consented, how could they dare to meddle with the stone bulls? This matter concerns the lives of over 2,000 people in our village. It is imperative that you speak the truth to everyone. The villagers gathered around turned their gaze towards Wang Shilai, awaiting his response. With the situation having escalated to this point, Wang Shilai no longer concealed the truth. He brazenly declared, "What are just 2 stone oxen? I sold them. And what of it? It is not illegal. I sold these worthless stones for over 1.5 million. Do you think that is not worth it? With this money, we can repair bridges and pave roads for our village, can we not?" Many villagers, upon hearing the figure of 1.5 million, had their eyes gleaming with anticipation, realizing that this sum might be pocketed solely by Wang Shilai. Their anger was palpable. Over half a month ago, 2 islanders approached Wang Shilai with a clear intention to purchase the 2 stone oxen. They initially offered 20,000, which was promptly rejected. Undeterred, the islanders continued to raise their offer, eventually reaching 1.5 million. Who could resist such a sum for 2 stone oxen? Wang Shilai was acutely aware that these stone oxen were communal property belonging to all the villagers, and should they be removed from the villagers would undoubtedly object. He voiced this concern. Strangely, upon understanding the situation, the 2 islanders conferred briefly and made a decision. They would purchase the stone oxen but would not remove them. They merely sought ownership rights. Thus, Wang Shilai accepted the 1.5 million and signed the contract. Initially, he had no intention of disclosing this transaction to anyone, wishing to keep the entire sum for himself. Little did he anticipate the turmoil that would ensue in the village following the sale of the 2 stone oxen. The elderly man, filled with fury, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Wang Shilai, you are foolish. These 2 stone cattle are the guardians of our village. How could you possibly sell them?" To which Wang Shilai arrogantly retorted, "I am the village chief. If I wish to sell, then sell I shall. Who are you to stop me?" Wang Shilai displayed utter disdain for both the elderly man and the gathered villagers, who, though seething with anger, remained silent, save for the old man's vehement rebuke. At that moment, a cacophony of cawing erupted from the sky, as a flock of crows, numbering around 50 or 60, descended into the village, alighting upon a tree and creating a raucous commotion. Many villagers, intrigued, gazed at the crows when suddenly one exclaimed in astonishment, "Look, so many rats." Immediately, a swarm of rats surged forth from the village, with numerous large ones clutching smaller ones in their jaws, fleeing at a breakneck pace as if their lives depended on it. Strangely, some rats, while scurrying, collapsed upon the ground, kicking their legs a few times before lying still. Devoid of life, these rats swiftly disappeared into the fields. Wang Bin and the surrounding villagers were taken aback by this scene. What is happening? How could there be so many rats? Why have the crows come to our village? Li Changfeng furrowed his brow, observing the cawing crows perched on branches and the scattering rats. The crows weep and the rats relocate. This is an ominous sign, a harbinger of great misfortune. The crow is an exceedingly peculiar bird. It never ventures into villages inhabited by the living, instead choosing to roost in graveyards and crematories, places imbued with a heavy, somber atmosphere. Should a flock of crows descend upon a village of the living, it is invariably a harbinger of calamity. In the realm of geomancy, this phenomenon is referred to as the crows lamenting. While all harbor a deep aversion to rats, these creatures possess a remarkable sensitivity to danger and natural disasters. When they sense impending peril, they scurry from their burrows and relocate en masse, a phenomenon known in geomantic terms as the rats relocating. If a horde of rats frantically flees from a village, one can be assured that significant troubles lie ahead. Currently, this village finds itself besieged by both the crow's lament and the rat's relocation, a clear indication that dire events are imminent. Should the geomantic issues remain unresolved, the villagers may be doomed. The onlookers, upon hearing this, were gripped with fear, yet Wang Shilai was consumed with rage. He raised his hand, pointing at Li Changfeng in a threatening manner. "If you continue to spread your nonsensical and misleading words, I shall alert the authorities to have you apprehended. I do not disseminate falsehoods. I speak only the truth, Li Chengfeng replied. At that moment, Wang Bin and the elderly man emerged, standing beside Li Chengfeng. They addressed the gathering villagers. Dear uncles, aunts, and elders, he is my classmate and a skilled geomancer. He operates a establishment named Sui Yuan Hall in Qingzhou City, dedicated to dream interpretation, divination, and geomantic consultation, and he possesses genuine expertise. Recently, our village has been plagued by numerous misfortunes, with deaths occurring daily, undoubtedly linked to these two stone cattle. My classmate just mentioned that he could hear the mournful cries of two stone oxen, and I wholeheartedly believe his words. I trust that he can assist our village in overcoming this calamity. Upon hearing Wang Bin's remarks, Li Chengfeng felt deeply moved. The sensation of being trusted by others is truly delightful. While Wang Bin continued to speak, a middle-aged woman emerged, her astonished gaze scrutinizing Li Chengfeng from top to bottom. The more she looked, the more familiar he appeared, and she soon recognized him. With an expression brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, You are Mr. Li from the Sui Yuan Hall. Li Chengfeng nodded slightly, glancing at the middle-aged woman, confirming he did not know her. However, the woman was extremely animated. She set down her farming tools and rushed to Li Chengfeng, grasping his hand fervently, exclaiming, Mr. Li, I know you, I know you. A few days ago, my sister's child drowned while bathing in the reservoir, and we could not find the body. It was you who retrieved it with a gourd. I followed you that day, and I saw clearly how you used the gourd to locate the child. It was truly miraculous. Upon hearing this, the villagers surrounding them gazed at Li Chengfeng in astonishment. He was the master who had located the child's body with the gourd. How could this be? He seemed far too young. The news regarding the gourd's role in finding the body had recently gone viral online, and while many had seen it on their phones, few truly believed such an extraordinary occurrence could happen. A middle-aged woman witnessed the entire process of Mr. Li Chengfeng using a gourd to search for a corpse. Upon returning, she recounted the event to the villagers, who remained skeptical, treating it merely as a topic of casual conversation at the village square. Now, standing before them was the very Mr. Li. The villagers were instantly reminded of the news and the woman's earlier words, struggling to believe that the videos circulating online were indeed authentic. The woman appeared highly agitated, grasping Li Chengfeng's hand. Her eyes brimming with tears, she implored, Mr. Li, our village has experienced numerous strange occurrences in recent days. Many chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep have perished. Just 2 days ago, my child's grandparents passed away one after the other, and my child's father's health continues to deteriorate. You must save our village. I am willing to pay any amount. Even if others refuse to compensate you, I shall. The sincerity in her voice reflected her profound trust and respect upon realizing that Li Chengfeng was indeed the esteemed Mr. Li from the Suyuantang. The surrounding villagers, swayed by her earnestness, found their own skepticism wavering, despite their reluctance to believe. The peculiar events unfolding in their village compelled them to reconsider their stance. With death becoming a daily occurrence, a pall of dread loomed over the village, leaving everyone anxious about who might be next. The sight of blood streaming from the stone cow, the unsettling cawing of crows overhead, and the frantic escape of rats from the village were all ominous omens, foretelling impending calamity. Seeing the villagers rally around Li Chengfeng, Wang Xilai erupted in anger, vehemently exclaiming, Fellow villagers, what era are we living in? We must have faith in science and not succumb to superstitions. I hope you can awaken to the truth and refrain from believing the words of deceivers. Should you fall victim to their trickery, do not blame me for not having forewarned you. Wang Bin, with a grave expression, raised his hand to point at the stone ox, which continued to ooze blood, and furiously demanded, Village Chief Wang, were you not going to enlighten me with science? Pray, elucidate why this stone ox bleeds. Wang Xilai stammered, utterly at a loss for words. The bizarre phenomenon of blood flowing from the stone ox would likely baffle even the most esteemed experts, who might merely disguise their ignorance with scientific jargon to mislead the common folk. Yet, Wang Xilai, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, insisted, These 2 stone oxen have already been sold to the islanders. None of you are permitted to interfere, should anyone dare to do so. I shall ensure they face the consequences. As the village chief, I hold dominion over all matters in this village. Those who defy me shall find no peace in this community henceforth." Wang Shilai's declaration incited the villagers' ire. An elder stepped forward, indignantly retorting, "Wang Shilai, who do you think you are to utter such words? Without the support of our village's men and women, you are nothing here." The surrounding villagers echoed his sentiments, united in their outrage. "Wang Shilai, we elected you as our village chief out of trust, yet you have committed such an act. Without the consent of the entire community, you clandestinely sold the 2 stone oxen to the islanders. How shameless you are, willing to do anything for the sake of money. We have the power to elect you as our village chief, but we can just as easily choose another. Prepare for your downfall." Wang Shilai has incited the wrath of the villagers. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he approached his Audi, flung open the door, and bellowed at the gathered crowd. "Listen well. Next time we vote for village chief, anyone who dares to withhold their support from me will find life in this village unbearable." The moment his words fell, the villagers' anger intensified. Several of them, armed with farming tools, charged forward, one vociferously declaring, "I'll make sure you can't stay here any longer." Terrified, Wang Shilai hastily jumped into his car, slammed the door, and accelerated away in a panic. The villagers were merely attempting to intimidate him. They had no intention of resorting to violence, as such actions are against the law. Li Chengfeng, Wang Bin, and the onlookers could not suppress their laughter. Wang Shilai was nothing more than a coward who thrived on bullying the weak. Once Wang Shilai was driven away, many villagers crowded around Li Chengfeng, their eyes filled with hope. A middle-aged woman urgently implored, "Mr. Li, you must save our village. Fear not, dear lady. I assure you, having encountered this matter, I shall not stand idly by." Li Chengfeng responded with conviction. He understood that with each passing day, another life was lost. As time wore on, the toll would only increase. It was imperative to unravel the curse of the earth fiend and the ox. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that the sun had yet to set. After calculating the time, he determined that although it was somewhat late, it was not detrimental. Listening to the anguished cries of the stone ox, Li Chengfeng was resolute in his decision to act without delay. He first instructed the villagers to excavate several deep pits near the stone ox, allowing the malevolent energy to flow into these hollows, thereby mitigating the impact on the stone ox. Once the pits were completed, Li Chengfeng circled the stone ox and then crouched down, intently observing the blood seeping from the stone ox onto the ground, while calculating the positions of the 72 malevolent energies. Lacking a Sanha compass, he resorted to using his fingers to ascertain the directions. Based on the locations where the blood fell, Li Chengfeng determined the positions of the 72 malevolent energies, marking each spot as he identified them. In less than half an hour, he had located all 72 positions, all situated around the 2 stone oxen. He instructed the villagers to dig down at the marked locations. The villagers, ever diligent, rolled up their sleeves and commenced their labor. As they dug deeper, they discovered the soil to be remarkably loose, indicating prior excavation. Shortly thereafter, one villager let out a startled cry, collapsing onto the ground, his tools flung aside. "Mother, I'm terrified. There is something down there." Chapter 37. The technique for dispelling malevolent energy from the ox. Many villagers rushed over upon hearing the shout, peering into the pit where they glimpsed a furry object, seemingly accompanied by a knife handle. Caked in mud, its true nature was obscured, leaving the villagers to speculate curiously about what might be buried. What would be hidden within? Let us unearth it to find out. Li Chengfeng urged 2 courageous villagers to continue digging, and before long, they unearthed the object from the pit. Upon witnessing the unearthed remains, a palpable fear washed over the onlookers, causing them to instinctively retreat a few steps, scrutinizing the gruesome discovery. An ox's head, with wide, unblinking eyes and a gaping mouth, protruded its tongue, a butcher's knife cruelly embedded between its eyes. The expression on the ox's visage was one of torment, suggesting it had endured excruciating pain before its demise. When Li Chengfeng beheld the ox's head, a wave of compassion surged within him. These 2 formidable yin-yang masters were indeed exceedingly cruel. This creature had been brutally tortured to augment its resentment. Li Qingfeng instructed the villagers to continue excavating at the marked spot. Before long, numerous other remains were unearthed: the liver, lungs, legs, hooves, belly, and tail of the ox. The entire carcass had been dismembered into 72 pieces, each impaled with a knife, precisely corresponding to the 72 positions of the earthly fiends. Each organ and limb of the ox aligned with the stone ox, facilitating the summoning of the energies from the 72 earthly fiends, thereby disrupting the feng shui arrangement of the dual oxen that summoned the plowing force. Adjacent to the small stone ox, a set of juvenile oxen bones was also excavated, employing the same heinous methods. As the villagers unearthed all the skeletal remains, a sense of wonder enveloped them, their faces reflecting respect and reverence. A group of villagers gathered, unabashedly discussing their astonishment in loud voices. Mr. Li is truly remarkable. He managed to accurately predict the location of these buried oxen remains. It was evident to them that Mr. Li had not merely guessed. He had calculated with precision. Hearing the villagers behind him praising and complimenting him, Li Qingfeng felt a tinge of shyness, choosing to feign ignorance while secretly reveling in their admiration. In truth, there exist numerous methods to disrupt the feng shui arrangement of the twin oxen plowing. Yet the approach employed by the two practitioners of yin and yang, Jiuzhu and Yilu, is among the most nefarious. Designed not only to shatter the feng shui, but also to ensure that those who benefited from it would face extinction. This reveals the depths of their malevolence. Observing the knives embedded in each ox's body, Wang Bin expressed his confusion and casually inquired. Li Qingfeng took a deep breath and, with a tone of compassion, explained, "These knives were inserted while the oxen were still alive, intended to inflict greater suffering and amplify their resentment before death. The greater the ox's resentment, the more potent the malevolent energy becomes, allowing for a swift accumulation of earthly evil energy to disrupt the feng shui of twin oxen plowing." The onlookers, including Wang Bin, clenched their teeth in anger, expressing their outrage. These two islanders are truly worse than beasts. Their methods are utterly cruel. Should I encounter them, I shall ensure they are left in a state of utter disarray. Li Qingfeng merely offered a brief account, unwilling to delve deeper into the art of dispelling earthly evil through the slaughter of oxen, as the brutality exhibited by the yin-yang masters surpassed all expectations. The bodies of the oxen were tainted with earthly malevolent energy, prompting Li Qingfeng to order their incineration. As the flames consumed the bodies, plumes of black smoke emerged, drifting towards the direction of Qingzhou City. Li Qingfeng gazed at the dissipating black mist, counting a total of 72 strands of it. Observing the vanishing malevolent aura, he was acutely aware that the earthly fiend's ox-resolving technique had been disrupted, and the yin-yang master behind the scheme would inevitably suffer a backlash. Though whether it would leave him blind and crippled or deaf and mute remained uncertain. Once the ox's body was incinerated, the crows that had been cawing raucously upon the branches seemed startled, suddenly taking flight en masse. With the successful dismantling of the earthly fiend's technique, the two adept yin-yang masters, both of the 9th chrysanthemum rank, instantly sensed something amiss, for their orchestrator, Sato Kenji, had fallen prey to the backlash. Unbeknownst to Sato Kenji, who was enjoying his meal, 72 strands of black energy infiltrated his body. He merely felt a sudden chill before expelling a mouthful of fresh blood, subsequently collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony and howling in torment. His dining companion, Takahashi Masaneo, was rendered speechless with shock. "Kenji, what has happened to you? Please do not frighten me." The words ox, stone, and break escaped Sato Kenji's trembling lips amidst his excruciating pain. Concurrently, numerous inexplicable wounds manifested upon his body, appearing as though inflicted by a blade, with blood quickly saturating his white kimono. The room echoed with heart-wrenching cries, unmistakably signaling his profound suffering. The last wound emerged between Sato Kenji's eyes, a gash slowly revealing itself, from which blood gushed forth. With a final, harrowing scream, he collapsed to the floor. His legs kicked a few times before falling still, his breaths ceasing entirely. Takahashi Masaneo, who dined with him, turned pale with fright as everything transpired so abruptly. In a state of sheer panic, he exclaimed, "Kenji, what has happened? Speak to me. You cannot die. I shall take you to the hospital this instant." Chapter 38. The repercussions of retribution. Observing Sato, Kenji, sprawled on the ground, writhing in agony, Takahashi was consumed by anxiety, utterly powerless to assist. Forced to witness his friend convulse helplessly. The very actions Kenji had once enacted upon the ox had now rebounded upon him with full force. It dawned upon Takahashi that the earthly demise exorcism had been disrupted. Puzzled, he contemplated who could have possibly thwarted the earthly demise exorcism. It was a known fact that even a master geomancy would find it challenging to identify the 72 earthly demise positions. Sato Kenji, the youngest and most exceptional Inyang geomancer of the Q-Kiku lineage, had dedicated 5 arduous days to locating all 72 positions for the incantation. This highlighted the immense difficulty involved in pinpointing the 72 positions. To dismantle the earthly demise exorcism, one must precisely identify the 72 positions in the correct sequence. Any slight miscalculation would render all efforts futile, and the one attempting the disruption would face the backlash of the earthly demise energies. Had Takahashi known that Li Changfeng had accomplished this feat in less than half an hour, identifying all 72 positions without a compass, relying solely on his fingers for calculations, he might have fled back to his homeland, vowing never to confront Li Changfeng in China again. As Takahashi endeavored to transport Sato Kenji to the hospital, he realized with despair that it was too late. Kenji had already succumbed to the void of death. He knelt upon the ground, weeping uncontrollably at the lifeless body of Sato Kenji. "Kenji, your brother will arrive in Qingzhou in a couple of days. You cannot perish. If you were to die, how shall I face your brother?" Takahashi Masanobu was consumed by sorrow, unable to accept the grim reality of Kenji's untimely demise. They had successfully navigated numerous superior feng shui arrangements in the realm of Huaxiao without incident. Yet this time, fate had turned against them, claiming Kenji's life. The horror of his death was compounded by the grotesque nature of his injuries. Kenji's body bore 72 peculiar stab wounds, each one exuding a dark, malevolent aura that dissipated into the air. Overwhelmed by terror, Masanobu collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with fear. He silently vowed to avenge Kenji's death. Meanwhile, Li Changfeng had circled the 2 stone bulls several times. The bleeding from the bulls had ceased, but minor fissures remained. If all went as anticipated, with the passage of time, the stone bulls would absorb the essence of heaven and earth, as well as the brilliance of the sun and moon, swiftly mending their cracks. The once agonizing bellowing of the bulls had faded into silence. After attending to everything, the sun had set, and Li Changfeng finally exhaled in relief. Some villagers, still apprehensive, cautiously inquired, "Mr. Li, is this truly sufficient? Will there be further fatalities in our village?" "It should not be a concern," Li Changfeng replied offhandedly, suddenly recalling something and adding, "In the coming days, it would be wise for you to assign guards to the 2 stone bulls. For those individuals from the island nation are certain to return." Unbeknownst to him, the practitioner of the layout had met a tragic end, having fallen victim to the very backlash they had unleashed. The villagers nodded in agreement, deliberating among themselves before deciding to vigilantly guard the 2 stone cattle day and night, ensuring that no harm would befall them again. Li Changfeng had resolved a significant issue for the village, rescuing the entire community of Shinyu village. And every villager gazed at him with profound gratitude. A throng of villagers surrounded him, showering him with thanks and extending invitations to dine at their homes, particularly a middle-aged woman who grasped his arm, urging him to come with her. Li Changfeng felt quite helpless. Such was the nature of his profession in geomancy. He was revered wherever he went, and after alleviating the troubles of others, it was customary to be met with overwhelming hospitality. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Bin stepped in to extricate him from the situation, addressing the middle-aged woman. "Auntie, this is my classmate. If there is to be a meal, it should be in my home. How can he go to yours? Please let go of his hand." The middle-aged woman, somewhat resigned, wore a sincere smile and reluctantly released Li Changfeng. Under the respectful gazes of the villagers, Li Chengfeng followed Wang Bin further into the village. The once lively village, filled with the sounds of roosters and dogs, had now fallen into a serene hush. The two walked side by side, engaging in conversation, and soon arrived at Wang Bin's home. Upon entering, they exchanged pleasantries with Wang Bin's parents and placed the supplements he had brought on the table. Wang Bin's parents, exuding warmth and simplicity, chuckled, "Why this child? You come to visit, and yet you bring gifts. Uncle and auntie, it has been a while since my last visit. Bringing you some supplements is the least I could do." Wang Bin's mother prepared a sumptuous spread of dishes, but refrained from offering Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin any alcohol, citing the rationale that children should not drink. The meal was imbued with warmth, evoking a sense of home for Li Chengfeng, who was reminded of his grandfather. Since the reopening of Sui Yuan Hall, he had not returned to visit the elderly man. He resolved to see his grandfather once the busyness of the coming days subsided. After finishing their meal, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin retreated to the former's bedroom, where Wang Bin, grinning, inquired, "So, what brings you to seek me out? What nonsense is that? Can I come to visit you without a specific reason?" Li Chengfeng replied with a smile, "Don't give me that. If you had no reason, you certainly wouldn't be here," Wang Bin countered. Li Chengfeng then revealed the purpose of his visit. Upon learning that Li Chengfeng sought a hairless crow and a starved bat, Wang Bin's face was a canvas of confusion. "What on earth do you need those for? To harm someone?" Wang Bin was utterly perplexed. He couldn't fathom how the corpses of such ordinary creatures could be wielded as instruments of malice. It was the first time he had ever heard such a notion. He pondered if Li Chengfeng intended to research some sort of virus, a criminal endeavor that should not be entertained. He hastily urged Li Chengfeng to abandon this line of thought. Li Chengfeng then explained his intention to employ the folk technique of the three corpses blocking wealth to teach a lesson to the Shanghai gold store. Upon hearing about this folk practice, Wang Bin's interest was immediately piqued. Having studied for over a decade, he had acquired a wealth of cultural knowledge. Yet he had always dismissed concepts of feng shui and mysticism as mere superstition. However, witnessing the blood flowing from the stone cow shattered his previous worldview, granting him a newfound understanding of this enigmatic realm. He gazed at Li Chengfeng, curiosity etched on his face. "Chengfeng, I still do not comprehend how a hairless crow and an emaciated bat could possibly be used to harm others. It seems utterly preposterous." Li Chengfeng smiled at Wang Bin, aware that an ordinary person could hardly grasp how the corpses of deceased animals could be wielded as instruments of malice. Such a notion was indeed sensational, bordering on the fantastical. To the layman, a sickly cat, a hairless dead crow, and a starved bat were merely animal carcasses. Yet, to the eyes of a practitioner of Qimeng feng shui, they represented entities of great misfortune, capable of ensnaring individuals in a web of ill luck with but a modicum of manipulation. Li Chengfeng continued, "Binzi, should you remain skeptical, once you procure a hairless crow and an emaciated bat, accompany me back to Qingzhou. I shall allow you to witness firsthand the potency of the folk art known as the three corpses blocking wealth." Wang Bin nodded, posing numerous inquiries regarding feng shui, which Li Chengfeng patiently elucidated. The two conversed until the midnight hour. The following morning, while the two remained ensconced in slumber, they were roused by the call of Wang Bin's mother. "Xiaofeng, Binzi, rise swiftly, breakfast is ready." Though modest and fair, the breakfast was imbued with warmth, featuring freshly ground soybean milk, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and tofu rolls. After satiating their appetites, Wang Bin led Li Chengfeng to the mountains and forests behind the village. In their school days, Li Chengfeng had accompanied Wang Bin to this very range. The peaks were breathtaking, a series of mountains stretching into the distance, their summits adorned with lush greenery, constituting the renowned Tianma Mountain Natural Scenic Area, a celebrated destination within the country. Two individuals engaged in lively conversation as they ventured into the forest. Within the woods, the incessant chorus of insects and birds filled the air, and the atmosphere grew refreshingly invigorating. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting radiant beams upon the forest floor, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Although they had visited before, The sight of such splendor prompted them to gently close their eyes and extend their arms, embracing the wonders of nature, unable to suppress their awe. The scenery here is truly exquisite, and the air is remarkably pure. In the city, one could never inhale such pristine air. Undoubtedly, if the Tiamishan landscape were not beautiful and the air unwholesome, it would not have been designated a National Natural Scenic Reserve. Amidst this mountainous terrain, numerous isolated grave mounds dotted the landscape, often accompanied by the cawing of crows overhead. The two navigated through the woods, guided by the calls of the crows, occasionally glancing upward to discover several nests perched on tree branches, along with wasp nests dangling from the limbs. Li Feng was unfamiliar with which nest belonged to crows. However, Wang Bin, having grown up at the foot of the mountain, possessed an impressive knowledge of bird nests. With just a glance, he could ascertain which bird had built it. Having entered the mountains in the morning and meandering through the forest for much of the day, whenever they encountered a crow's nest, Wang Bin would scale the tree to investigate. While they found several crow carcasses, they did not encounter a featherless crow. Exhausted from climbing up and down the tree, Wang Bin, panting, expressed his bewilderment by asking, "What is a featherless crow? How could a crow possibly be without feathers?" Observing the breathless Wang Bin, fatigued from exertion, Li Feng felt a twinge of guilt. Seizing the opportunity during their respite, he regaled him with tales of crows. Have you ever heard of the stories of the lamb kneeling to nurse and the crow repaying its mother's kindness? The tale of the lamb refers to the young lamb kneeling to suckle, while the story of the crow conveys how, when the young crow's mother foraged for food, it would later reciprocate by providing nourishment for her when she grew too old to fly. Li Feng nodded before continuing with his inquiry. Do you know why the old crow cannot fly? Is it not due to age? Li Feng shook his head, explaining that the inability of the crow to fly is not merely a consequence of aging. Rather, it is because, as crows grow older, they undergo molting, during which they shed their feathers and grow new ones. During this molting period, they are incapable of flight and rely on their young to find sustenance, thus giving rise to the tale of the crow's repayment. If an elderly crow, during its molting phase, has no young one to provide food, it will resort to consuming its own feathers, ultimately leading to its demise in the nest, resulting in a featherless crow. Such a crow, seen through the lens of a feng shui master, is considered an ominous omen. Captivated by Li Feng's narrative, Wang Bin became increasingly intrigued. Eager to ascertain the veracity of his words, he darted through the forest, climbing up and down the trees. Li Feng, standing below, watched Wang Bin ascend the towering tree with growing concern. Wang Bin, panting heavily, ascended a tree and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then gazed upon the crow's nest before him, where a hairless crow lay quietly, resembling a desiccated corpse. He marveled inwardly at the existence of such a creature and hurriedly called down to Li Feng. "Feng, we have found the hairless crow. Be cautious." Li responded. Wang Bin tossed the crow's body down, and Li promptly placed it into a plastic bag. Their next pursuit was the emaciated bat. Bats tend to inhabit dark, dry locales such as tree hollows and caves, often revealing their elusive silhouettes. Descending from the tree, the two continued their wanderings in the mountains, searching for the frail bats. They trekked for a considerable distance, both fatigued and breathless, yet not a single shadow of a bat crossed their path. Upon reaching a mountaintop, they leaned over to gaze down, the scenery splendid, but their exhaustion rendering them indifferent to its beauty. Li Feng plopped down on the ground, a twinge of regret tugging at him as he contemplated whether to abandon their quest. The endeavor of locating the corpses of 3 different animals was proving to be an arduous task. Yet, the thought of the misdeeds perpetrated by Shanghai Jin's shop ignited a stubborn resolve within him. The money they had been swindled out of was no trifling sum. Over 800,000 yuan. Such an amount could easily purchase a 2-bedroom apartment in Qingzhou City. Wang Bin settled beside him, adopting a humorous tone. "I'm utterly exhausted. This is all your fault. Wouldn't it have been more delightful to lounge in bed, scrolling through my phone? Yet here I am, traipsing through these desolate mountains in search of a hairless crow and a starving bat. Am I losing my sanity? Ha ha! Who would have thought we were such good brothers? With a brother like you, I truly feel unfortunate." The two sat atop the mountain, resting for a while. Li Qingfeng took a couple of sips from his mineral water and then gazed around, reveling in the breathtaking scenery before him. The mountains were majestic, the landscape enchanting. Both Li Qingfeng and Wang Bin were utterly captivated, lost in the beauty of nature. Suddenly, Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow slightly, sprang to his feet, and with a look of astonishment, stared at three distant peaks. The three peaks were interconnected at their bases. The two outer peaks towered high, while the central peak was significantly lower, yet possessed a rectangular shape. Under the sunlight, beams of light cascaded upon the peaks, making them shimmer as if they were aglow. From afar, the three interconnected peaks resembled a golden ingot. He was taken aback, incredulous that such an exceptional geomantic configuration was hidden within Tiamishan. If they had not been resting at that precise spot, with the sunlight casting its rays behind the mountain, they would have never discovered this auspicious sight. After the initial shock, a smile spread across Li Qingfeng's face as he became increasingly certain that this was indeed a prime geomantic location. Unable to suppress his exclamation, "This is the resting place of the Golden Youth." The resting place of the Golden Youth is an exceptionally rare and superior geomantic site, signifying prosperity and flourishing descendants. Should one bury their ancestors here, it would be near impossible not to amass wealth. Chapter 40. The Wealth-Bearing Beast, the Treasure Mouse Wang Bin. Seeing Li Qingfeng suddenly stand up, gazed at the distant peaks with a puzzled expression and asked, "Qingfeng, what is the matter?" "Nothing much. The scenery here is truly remarkable." Li Qingfeng casually replied, refraining from disclosing the matter of discovering the exceptional feng shui configuration of the Golden Boy to Wang Bin. Such prime locations are rare and elusive. Should Wang Bin become aware of this particular feng shui arrangement, it might lead to unwarranted complications. After a brief respite, the duo resumed their search for the emaciated bats in the forest, rummaging through several tree hollows without success. Having grown up in Tiamishan, Wang Bin was well acquainted with the terrain and led Li Qingfeng to a certain cave. The entrance was overgrown with vegetation and flanked by several pine trees, making it difficult to discern the cave's presence without careful examination. After clearing the vegetation that obstructed the cave's mouth, they discovered a stone tablet on the right side, inscribed with three prominent characters, "Treasure Spitting Cave." Judging by the degree of weathering and the style of the characters, this tablet was undoubtedly over a millennium old, prompting a sense of bewilderment in Wang Bin, who curiously inquired, "Why is this cave called the Treasure Spitting Cave?" "This cave is the cultivation site of the Treasure Spitting Mouse," Wang Bin replied, recalling tales from his grandfather during his childhood. "There are indeed treasure spitting mice within this cave." Upon hearing the name, Li Qingfeng was taken aback. "Are you referring to the wealth-attracting beast, the treasure-spitting mouse?" "Yes. How did you come to know that the treasure-spitting mouse is a wealth-attracting beast?" Wang Bin expressed surprise at Li Qingfeng's knowledge. While many are familiar with the Pai Xiao as a harbinger of fortune, few are aware of the treasure-spitting mouse, also known as the Mongolian mouse. It is one of the ancient divine beasts, revered in Tibetan Buddhist culture as the oath beast of the Yellow Zong Master, holding a position of great significance. Li Qingfeng's knowledge of the treasure mouse stemmed from an ancient tome he had perused. The fact that Wang Bin was also aware of the treasure mouse left Li Qingfeng somewhat perplexed. This classmate was typically absorbed in his studies, so how could he possess such knowledge? Li Qingfeng refrained from inquiring further, unaware that Wang Bin's ancestry was far from ordinary. Standing outside the cave, Wang Bin confidently declared, "There must be bats within this cavern." Li Qingfeng, poised at the entrance and gazing into the inky darkness, momentarily fancied he glimpsed a pale shadow darting through the cave, moving with the swiftness of lightning. An inexplicable sense of dread gripped him. Could there be monsters lurking within? Was it perilous to venture inside? Just as he contemplated the decision, Wang Bin had already stepped forward, urging, "Let us go. We must quickly find the emaciated bats so we can return home." Reluctantly, Li Qingfeng followed Wang Bin into the cave, grateful for the flashlight they had prepared in advance. Illuminated by its beam, the two ventured deeper into the cavern. Indeed, the cave was teeming with bats. The ground was littered with their droppings. Pointing the flashlight towards the ceiling, they beheld bats hanging upside down from the rocky walls. This startling sight took them both by surprise. Wang Bin, shining the flashlight around, looked up in astonishment, exclaiming, "There are simply too many bats here. How are we to find the emaciated ones among such a multitude?" "Keep your voice down. We must not disturb them," Li Chengfeng cautioned softly. Though their voices were hushed, in the confined space, even the slightest sound resonated loudly. The bats hanging upside down from the cave's ceiling were startled, emitting shrill cries as they swiftly flew out of the cavern. The two individuals hurriedly crouched down, shielding their heads to avoid being bitten by the frightened creatures. In a matter of moments, the bats had vacated the cave entirely. Once tranquility returned to the cave, they cautiously stood up, and Wang Bin couldn't help but exclaim, "This is truly alarming. Bats carry so many germs. If one were to bite me, I might very well meet my demise." "Rest assured, bats generally do not attack humans unless provoked," came the reassuring reply. Recognizing that this was the bats' nesting site, they surmised there must be some deceased bats nearby and began to search the cave with their flashlights. As they probed the depths of the inky darkness, Li Chengfeng felt an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him. Wang Bin shared this eerie feeling, shining his flashlight haphazardly around the cave, yet finding nothing amiss. After a brief search, they spotted a bat, roughly the size of a fist, hanging motionless against the stone wall. Li Chengfeng quickly directed his flashlight towards the bat for a closer examination. It appeared emaciated, little more than skin stretched over bones. A lifeless husk that had long since succumbed. Intrigued, Wang Bin inquired, "Chengfeng, is this bat still viable?" "It should be," Li Chengfeng replied thoughtfully. "This bat seems to have aged beyond its ability to forage, resorting only to consuming the feces of other bats, which ultimately led to its demise from malnutrition." He then retrieved a plastic bag and carefully placed the bat's carcass alongside that of crow. The remains of sickly cats, crows, and bats have all been located. "Next, we shall employ the 3 corpses to enact a financial curse upon the Shanghai gold shop," Li Chengfeng remarked, weighing the contents of the bag with satisfaction. "Well, we have gathered everything we need. Let us return." Indeed, now that we have procured all the necessary items, the two are eager to depart from this cave, as it emanates an unsettling aura, with a sense that something in the dark recesses is observing them intently. As they turn to exit the cave, a sudden sound echoed behind them, as if something had fallen from above. Wang Bin shuddered, his voice quivering as he said, "Chengfeng, did you hear that? It seems something is following us." "I did hear it. Do not dwell on it. Just keep moving forward," Li Chengfeng replied, maintaining a semblance of calm. Having encountered numerous challenges since the re-establishment of the Suijin Hall, the pair dared not look back, hastening their steps, each footfall accompanied by a rhythmic sound echoing behind them. Wang Bin, gripped by fear, whispered, "It feels as though we are being stalked. What should we do?" Li Chengfeng remained silent, his curiosity piqued by the unseen presence trailing them. He cautiously slowed his pace, then abruptly turned, illuminating the darkness behind with his flashlight. Nothing was there. Wang Bin hurriedly followed suit, shining his light in frantic sweeps, but found nothing amiss. "I distinctly felt something behind us. How could it vanish so suddenly? Are we encountering something unclean? That is unlikely." Li Chengfeng had already opened his heavenly eye. If there were any foul entities within this cave, he would undoubtedly perceive them. Although he did not detect any malevolent presence, he was certain that something was trailing behind them. Gathering his courage, Li Chengfeng called out into the depths of the cave. "I am Li Chengfeng, a disciple of the Chimen school. I wonder which esteemed being resides within this cave. I apologize for any disturbances caused and humbly request your forgiveness. If I have inadvertently offended, I sincerely apologize and hope you will not hold it against us, your humble juniors." As soon as his words faded, a series of chattering sounds echoed from within the cave. Soon, a round little head emerged from behind stone, with 2 small eyes darting about, fixated on the unfamiliar visitors. Its ears were remarkably large, lending it an irresistibly adorable appearance. Confirming the absence of danger, the little creature hopped out from behind the stone, showcasing its fluffy white fur, short legs, and plump body, resembling a charming little ball of fur with a long tail. roughly the size of squirrel. Li Shengfeng, illuminating the creature with his flashlight, expressed his curiosity. What on earth is this? It looks like a mouse. Despite its mouse-like appearance, it bore significant differences, particularly its considerably shorter snout. Wang Bin squinted slightly, scrutinizing the little animal before earnestly proclaiming, "This must be the wealth-bringing beast, the treasure mouse." Chapter 41. The Folk Forbidden Art of Three Corpses Blocking Wealth. Part 3. Li Chengfeng still could not fathom the existence of the legendary wealth-attracting creature, the tabeishu. The small being before him seemed merely a mutated mouse, certainly not the mythical tabeishu. As dusk approached, he was reluctant to squander any further time in this place, casually remarking, "This is just an ordinary mouse. Let's hasten back." Wang Bin replied softly, pondering that perhaps he had indeed misjudged. The tabeishu was a fabled wealth-bringing beast, a rare, auspicious creature seldom seen in a millennium. How could it possibly manifest in the real world? Even if it did, it was likely no one would recognize it. Li Chengfeng produced an unfinished sausage, skillfully removing its casing and tossing it before the little mouse. With a grave expression, he said, "Little one, we are heading home now. Do not follow us any longer. Do you understand?" Chirp, chirp. The tiny mouse appeared to comprehend Li Chengfeng's words, responding with a couple of squeaks before seizing the sausage and darting swiftly into the depths of the cave, vanishing in an instant. Once the little mouse departed, the sounds behind the two men faded as well. With the sky darkening, the pair hurried down the mountain, dismissing the incident from their minds. Upon returning to Wang Bin's residence, it was already evening. As they entered the courtyard, they were greeted by the sounds of lively chatter emanating from within the house. The modest courtyard was adorned with numerous gifts: cigarettes, alcohol, various supplements, fruits, boxes of sausages, pure milk, as well as pig's head, beef, and lamb. Gazing at the heap of items in the yard, Wang Bin was utterly bewildered. What was the situation? He hurried into the main room. Li Chengfeng looked at the boxes of cigarettes and liquor, fully aware that these items were gifts from the villagers as a token of gratitude for resolving a significant dilemma they had faced. He shook his head in resignation, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. When it came to helping others with matters of life and death, one never lacked for food and drink. Upon Wang Bin's entrance, he found a modest room crowded with people, some seated, some standing, and others squatting on the ground. A middle-aged woman and an elderly gentleman were among them, and on the nearby table lay 6 stacks of bright red cash. Wang Bin was taken aback by the unexpected gathering. As soon as he returned, the middle-aged woman anxiously inquired, "Nephew, where is your classmate? Why didn't he come back with you?" "He is outside." Upon learning that Li Chengfeng was just outside, the villagers poured out of the room. Since yesterday, when Li Chengfeng had broken the curse of the earthly fiend, tranquility had returned to the village. The deaths of livestock had ceased, and most importantly, no further fatalities had occurred in the village that day. This brought considerable relief to the hearts of the villagers. To prevent the 2 foreigners from causing further havoc, they had even increased their watch over the 2 stone oxen. In a gesture of gratitude towards Li Chengfeng, the villagers had purchased numerous gifts and pooled together 60,000 yuan, hoping to present these tokens to him. The villagers present regarded him with expressions of deep appreciation, and the elderly gentleman extended the 60,000 yuan towards him, expressing with heartfelt emotion, "Mr. Li, without your intervention, our village's men, women, and children might have faced total annihilation. It was you who saved our village, who rescued every villager. You are our village's benefactor. You must accept this money." Gazing at the sincere and earnest villagers before him, Li Chengfeng smiled gently, taking only 200 yuan. He waved the banknotes and said, "Elder, 200 yuan is sufficient. You may take the rest back. These are trivial matters and do not require such an amount." Upon seeing Li Chengfeng accept only 200 yuan, the villagers present were filled with agitation, each wearing a stern expression as if they wished to confront him. To an outsider, one might mistakenly believe that Li Chengfeng harbored some deep-seated grudge against them. The villagers expressed their outrage, each voicing their discontent. "Mr. Li, you must accept this money today. If you refuse, it would mean you look down upon the elders and young ones of our village. If you do not accept this money, Do not think about leaving our village. Indeed, if you do not take this money, do not expect to depart from our village." The villagers were unwavering in their sincerity. And Li Chengfeng understood, well, that should he decline the money, the villagers would not allow him to leave. Reluctantly, he accepted the funds. Once Li Chengfeng acquiesced to their wishes, smiles illuminated the faces of the villagers, who then departed in satisfaction. After all the villagers had left, Wang Bin looked at Li Chengfeng in astonishment. In less than a day, he had earned 60,000 yuan, along with numerous gifts valued at no less than 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. The villagers regarded him with reverence, truly evoking a sense of envy. The profession of a feng shui master appears to be remarkably lucrative. In a single day, he earns what others make in an entire year. Wang Bin, draping his arm around Li Chengfeng's shoulder, chuckled, "You're quite impressive. In less than a day, you've amassed such wealth." Li Chengfeng laughed in response, jestingly remarking, "Are you envious?" "Of course I am," Wang Bin admitted, a hint of bashfulness evident in his tone. "Chengfeng, could you teach me the art of feng shui? I aspire to become a feng shui master myself." Not only does this profession allow one to effortlessly accumulate riches, but it also garners respect from others. Truly, it is an enviable path. Li Chengfeng, with a smile, shook his head. Mastering the intricacies of feng shui is no simple feat. It requires exceptional talent and insight. One must also be adept at calculating the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the positions of auspicious and inauspicious stars, and the 24 directions. He elaborated extensively, and Wang Bin listened earnestly, ultimately relinquishing his aspiration to become a feng shui master. After all, he was entirely unfamiliar with concepts such as heavenly stems and earthly branches, the 60 jiazi, and the 24 directions. How could he possibly succeed in this field? It would be more akin to being a charlatan than a true master. As a feng shui practitioner, one must also be well-versed in the principles of unity, duality, the 3 talents, the 4 symbols, the 5 elements, the 6 harmonies, the 7 stars, the 8 trigrams, and the 9 palaces, among other esoteric arts. Lacking even the most fundamental understanding of these principles, the aspiration to become a feng shui master was utterly unattainable. The following day, Li Chengfeng returned to Qingzhou City, with Wang Bin accompanying him to the Suiyuan Hall. Eager to witness firsthand the formidable power of the folk magic known as the 3 corpses blocking wealth. Upon returning to the Suiyuan Hall, the first action Li Chengfeng undertook was to approach the offering table, where he lit 3 fragrant sticks of incense, bowed 3 times, and solemnly addressed the portrait of the ancestral master. "Rest assured, ancestor, I shall ensure that those deceivers pay their dues and avenge your honor. This bronze incense burner will suffice for now. Once I earn some money, I shall procure a pure gold set for you." After uttering these words, he bowed 3 more times and inserted the incense sticks into the burner. As he lifted his gaze to the portrait, he was struck with astonishment as he perceived the ancestral master nodding in acknowledgement. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through him. If Wang Bin were to witness this, it would be quite a predicament. He quickly turned around, only to find Wang Bin drinking water, completely oblivious to the nod from the portrait. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Once Wang Bin finished drinking, he eagerly inquired, "Chengfeng, everything is in place. We are merely awaiting the right moment. When shall you employ the folk-forbidden technique of the 3 corpses to thwart the wealth of the Shanghai gold shop?" Li Chengfeng calculated the dates on his fingers. Realizing that to enact the 3 corpses wealth-blocking technique, he needed to select a 3-break day, and fortuitously, today was indeed such a day. This evening presented a perfect opportunity to implement the technique against the Shanghai gold shop. However, Wang Bin's face was etched with confusion, and he curiously asked, "Chengfeng, what exactly is a 3-break day? Why must we perform the 3 corpses wealth-blocking technique on this particular day?" Chapter 42. The Folk-Forbidden Technique of the 3 Corpses, Part 4. The term 3-break day refers to the trifecta of misfortune, the breaking of wealth, the breaking of body, and the breaking of luck. It is also recognized as a day of great calamity. If an individual is afflicted by the ominous 3-break days, that particular day is destined to be fraught with misfortune and adverse luck. Not only may they suffer financial losses, but they could also encounter grave dangers, signified by the term blood calamity, which refers to bodily harm. Many who are impacted by the 3 break days often choose to remain indoors or retreat to temples for 2 days, partaking in vegetarian meals and reciting sacred texts in an effort to avert disaster and escape calamity. The rationale behind employing the 3 corpses to block wealth technique on this day lies in its power to not only obstruct the financial fortunes of others, but also to ensnare them in a web of misfortune and ill luck, leading to their financial ruin and personal detriment. Wang Bin, upon hearing this, remained incredulous and skeptically inquired whether the mere presence of these 3 animal corpses could genuinely impede someone's fortune and bring them bad luck, deeming the notion absurd. You wouldn't understand, and if you don't believe it, that's your prerogative. Li Changfeng retorted, weary of the need to elucidate. He realized that further explanations to Wang Bin would be as futile as playing music to a cow. Despite his lack of comprehension, Wang Bin was insistent on understanding the reasoning behind it, relentlessly urging Li Changfeng for clarification. With patience, Li Changfeng continued to elaborate. Many fail to grasp how feng shui can affect an individual's health and financial well-being. The Yellow Emperor's Yin symbol classic states, fish born in water do not perceive water. Humans born in air do not perceive air. Spirits born in earth do not perceive earth. This phrase encapsulates the essence of the 3 environments in which fish, humans, and spirits exist. Fish dwell in water, yet are oblivious to its presence. Humans live in air, yet cannot see it. And spirits inhabit the earth, yet remain unaware of it. A dragon born of water does not perceive water. Water encompasses various forms such as fresh, salt, and polluted, each harboring distinct species of fish. Should freshwater fish be introduced into salt water, they would inevitably perish. This illustrates the profound influence of water on fish, for they exist in reliance upon it. Similarly, a person born of qi is oblivious to its essence. Qi is the foundation of life, manifesting in diverse forms: malevolent qi, waning qi, turbid qi, ominous qi, impure qi, spiritual qi, and prosperous qi, among others. Each locale possesses its unique qi field, thereby demonstrating the impact of qi on humanity, as individuals are sustained by it. Spirits born of earth remain unaware of the soil. Earth is categorized by status: auspicious, inauspicious, malevolent, and fortunate, each with significant variations in soil composition, such as loam, clay, black soil, and sandy soil. The distinction in soil quality and status greatly influences spirits, as they depend on the earth for their existence. The 3 corpse blocking wealth technique is capable of altering an individual's financial fortune by transforming the qi of a location, shifting prosperous qi into waning and ominous qi. Li Changfeng elaborated extensively, leaving Wang Bin in a state of confusion. Although he could not grasp everything, he gleaned some understanding. Li Changfeng took a sip from his cup. As a feng shui master, he harbored no desire to utilize forbidden techniques to harm others. Such practices, if mishandled, invite divine retribution. Before deploying the 3 corpse blocking wealth technique, Li Changfeng resolved to afford the Shanghai gold shop one final opportunity. As the adage goes, one should spare others when possible. Should they return the ill-gotten gains, he would consider the matter resolved. He decided to revisit Shanghai gold shop to ascertain their stance. Since the reopening of the Suiwan Hall, I have managed to earn some money, no longer struggling for even the means to afford a meal. With some currency in hand, Li Changfeng decided against taking the bus and instead hailed a taxi, accompanied by Wang Bin, to the Shanghai jewelry store. The establishment thrived with bustling activity, continuously welcoming customers. However, upon seeing the 4 prominent characters spelling out Shanghai jewelry store, Li Changfeng's ire surged. As the 2 approached the entrance, they were abruptly halted by 2 security guards. The guards, already familiar with Li Changfeng, dismissively remarked, "What are you doing back here? Get lost immediately. You are not welcome at Shanghai jewelry store. Leave now, or I shall break your legs." Li Changfeng, seething with anger, retorted, "How shameless you are! After deceiving me out of so much money, you deny me entry and even threaten violence." A heated argument ensued between him and the guards at the entrance. The commotion attracted the attention of the store manager, Han Lily, who approached with an air of arrogance, her heels clicking against the polished floor. With a scornful gaze fixed on Li Changfeng, she disdainfully declared, "I spared you last time, yet you still dare to cause a scene here. Shall I call the police to have you arrested before you learn to behave? Leave at once, and do not let me see you again." Li Changfeng was perplexed by the audacity of these fraudsters. How can you, a bunch of swindlers, have a gall to act so brazenly after deceiving others? Is there no sense of reason left among you? Wang Bin, filled with righteous indignation, confronted the situation upon discovering that Li Changfeng had been swindled out of 800,000. His fury escalated as he realized the audacity of the perpetrator, who not only deceived others, but also displayed an air of impunity, threatening to report the victims to the authorities. Is there still a semblance of justice? Is there any law left? Han Lily, with a slight smile, cast a disdainful glance at Wang Bin and let out a derisive snort, reveling in her overbearing confidence as she proclaimed, "I am indeed a fraudster, and I admit to conning your friend out of 80,000. Even if you know, what can you possibly do about it? If you have the guts, report me, or take me to court. Do you possess any evidence? And even if you do, what then? Our illustrious Shanghai group, under the dominion of the formidable boss Deng Sihai, has connections both in the shadows and in the light. Do you truly believe you can win a case against us?" Her arrogance was palpable, exuding a sense of superiority as if the world revolved around her. This was the nature of Shanghai Gold Store. Even if one fell victim to deceit, they had no choice but to endure it. Li Changfeng and Wang Bin were thoroughly incensed by Han Lily's words. Li Changfeng, maintaining a semblance of calm, recognized that her bravado stemmed from a place of considerable backing. In contrast, Wang Bin was overtaken by impulsiveness, exclaiming, "I refuse to believe that there is no place for reason. I shall lodge a complaint against you at Shanghai Group." Han Lily retorted with a chilling warning, "If you dare to cause a scene at Shanghai Group, you will suffer far worse consequences." With that, she dismissed both Li Changfeng and Wang Bin, instructing the nearby security personnel, "If they dare to disrupt our business, beat them severely. If they die, it shall be on my head." Wang Bin, seething with rage, was on the verge of charging forward when Li Changfeng restrained him. "Binzi, a wise man does not suffer losses in front of him. Let us depart." Wang Bin, observing the imposing security guards blocking the entrance, ultimately regained his composure and left, grumbling under his breath. He had intended to lodge a complaint against Shanghai Jewelry at the Shanghai Group headquarters, targeting Han Lily, but was promptly deterred by Li Changfeng. Han Lily had made her threats abundantly clear. Causing a ruckus at the Shanghai Group would lead to dire consequences, and her words were certainly not mere bluster. One could not fathom how a woman could be so audacious without the support of powerful allies. Witnessing the other's brazen intimidation, Li Changfeng abandoned any reservations, feeling justified in employing the three corpses blocking wealth technique to ensure that Shanghai Jewelry would face the repercussions it deserved. Upon returning to Suiyuan Hall, Li Changfeng began to gather the necessary items for the three corpses blocking wealth ritual, procuring 3 lengths of hemp rope to bind around the necks of a sickly cat, a featherless crow, and an emaciated bat. The ritual did not require an abundance of materials, as the deceased cat, the hairless crow, and the starved bat were already embodiments of misfortune. With the bustling activity at Shanghai Jewelry during the day, they resolved to wait until nightfall, when fewer people would be around to perform the ritual. Chapter 43, Folk Forbidden Technique, 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth, Part 5. That night, Li Changfeng arrived at Shanghai Jewelry alongside Wang Bin, carrying the lifeless bodies of the 3 animals and a folding ladder, waiting patiently outside. As the night deepened, the store closed its doors, and the streets fell silent, save for the rare passing vehicle that stirred a gentle breeze, providing a semblance of relief from the oppressive summer heat. Seizing the opportunity in the stillness, the duo stealthily approached the entrance of Shanghai Jewelry, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Eyeing the tightly shut rolling shutter, Wang Bin whispered a question. "Riding the wind, what shall we do next?" "Speak softly. There's a security guard on duty in the store." "Oh." Li Changfeng stood at the entrance of the Shanghai Jewelry store, first glancing down at the ground, which was entirely made of concrete, overlaid with a layer of tiles. The thought of digging a pit to bury the corpses at the door was utterly impossible. If only he could excavate 3 holes to inter the carcass of the sick cat, the hairless crow, and the emaciated bat. It would be relatively convenient and less likely to attract attention. Unfortunately, the concrete surface, coupled with the tiles, rendered such an endeavor futile. Li Changfeng had anticipated this, which is why he had previously bound the 3 animal carcasses with twine, preparing to hang them behind the signboard. The sign of Shanghai Jewelry Store was not particularly large, positioned above the entrance with a terrace directly behind it. Li Changfeng gazed at the sign, resolved to climb up to the terrace and suspend the sick cat, hairless crow, an emaciated bat behind the sign. Wang Bin steadied the ladder, whispering gently, "Be careful." Li Changfeng nodded, clutching the 3 carcasses as he ascended the ladder to the terrace, where he began to survey the layout. Within the realm of feng shui, there exist 4 significant wealth positions: the bright wealth position, the hidden wealth position, the life wealth position, and the annual wealth position. To obstruct the financial fortune of Shanghai Jewelry Store, one must identify the bright, hidden, and annual wealth positions. Li Changfeng produced a Sanha compass, standing on the terrace, murmuring incantations as he calculated the 3 pivotal wealth positions. In the northeastern quadrant reside the deities of wealth, while in the southwestern direction, others seek their fortunes. To the north, one finds the proper orientation, and to the east, a refuge is established. The south, too, holds its significance, representing the true abode of wealth. Li Changfeng, with each mention of a wealth position, illuminated the corresponding area with a radiant golden glow. However, for those unblessed with the sight of celestial insight, such brilliance remains unseen. In a mere moment, he identified 3 wealth positions, each shimmering with golden light, a testament to the thriving business of the Shanghai Gold Store. With a subtle smile, Li Changfeng hung the corpse of a crow at the bright wealth position, the remains of a bat at the dark wealth position, and the lifeless body of a sickly cat at the annual wealth position. The once resplendent golden light of the wealth positions was soon shrouded by the malevolent aura emanating from the 3 corpses. The placement of these remains was meticulous. The hairless crow and the emaciated bat aligned with the door frames, while the ailing cat corresponded with the crevice in the center. This so-called technique of using corpses to obstruct wealth effectively barred the entrance of prosperity. Witnessing the overwhelming negative energy that cloaked the 3 wealth positions, a satisfied smile graced Li Changfeng's face. He let out a soft hum before descending the ladder. However, as he reached the final rung, his shoes slipped, causing him to lose his footing and collide with the ladder, producing a loud noise that startled the security guard on duty at the gold store. In an instant, a voice rang out, demanding to know who was outside. Li Changfeng and Wang Bin were taken aback, scarcely daring to breathe as they listened to the security guard's footsteps gradually approaching the store entrance. Just as they were at a loss for what to do, a piercing cat screech suddenly emanated from above the door. The footsteps inside the store abruptly halted, followed by a string of curses. "Damn feral cat. Can't you let anyone sleep?" Always screeching outside the door. Only then did Li Changfeng and Wang Bin breathe a sigh of relief. Cautiously, they picked up the ladder and stealthily departed from the Shanghai Gold Shop. They walked a considerable distance before stopping, at which point Wang Bin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "Changfeng, have you set up that folk taboo technique, the 3 corpses blocking wealth? Can you reveal how it was arranged?" Li Changfeng nodded and briefly described the events on the terrace. Wang Bin, intrigued, pressed on with his questions. "Now that the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique is in place, what will happen next to the Shanghai Gold Shop? I'm not entirely sure what will transpire. This is my first time using the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique to harm someone," Li Changfeng replied. The 2 of them chatted as they waited for a taxi by the roadside, and after approximately an hour, they finally hailed a nighttime cab. Upon returning to Sui Yuan Hall, they were both exhausted and fell straight onto their beds, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, the Shanghai Gold Shop opened its doors as usual, with many employees arriving early. Before long, Han Lily made her appearance at the store. She maintained her usual air of arrogance, but upon reaching the entrance, she noticed a feral cat sprawled in the middle of the doorway, while a crow perched on the right door frame and a bat lay on the left. Her expression subtly shifted as she noticed the presence of crows, bats, and a wild cat. A look of disdain crossed her face as she called out loudly, "Security! How can there be a wild cat at the entrance? Hurry and chase it away, along with the crows and bats." The security guard hurriedly emerged, scrutinizing the entrance with a perplexed expression. "Manager Han, what crows and bats are you talking about? How can there be none? I saw them with my own eyes just now, right at the entrance." Han Lily's words trailed off as she suddenly froze. In the brief moment she turned her head, the wild cat, crows, and bats had vanished without a trace. How strange! Could it be that she had imagined it? Numerous employees had also spotted the wildcat lounging at the entrance, as well as the crows and bats perched on the door frames that morning. Yet, upon approaching for a closer look, the wildcat, bats, and crows would disappear as if they had never existed. It was indeed perplexing. Everyone wore expressions of confusion, but none paid much heed to the incident. They resumed their duties, unaffected. Han Lily gathered all the staff for a meeting. With the Qixi festival approaching, many couples were getting engaged or married, providing a prime opportunity for Shanghai Gold Store to launch a promotional campaign. Han Lily brimmed with confidence, envisioning soaring sales figures for the store during this festive occasion. The prospect of substantial commissions and bonuses filled her with delight. Each employee was equally motivated, eager to capitalize on the Qixi festival to earn a significant profit, their faces adorned with smiles as they awaited customers. Soon, the street in front of the Shanghai jewelry store became increasingly bustling with pedestrians. Couples strolled hand in hand, parents ambled with their children, elderly individuals took leisurely walks, and hurried workers dashed by. Despite the throngs of passers-by, the interior of the Shanghai jewelry store appeared remarkably desolate, with few customers entering. Even when potential buyers approached the entrance, they inexplicably turned away. Those who did step inside, regardless of the staff's enthusiastic promotions, shook their heads and exited without making a purchase. By noon, not a single piece of jewelry had been sold. A group of beautiful saleswomen gathered, munching on sunflower seeds and engaging in conversation, their voices tinged with mild frustration. "What on earth is happening today? Half the day has gone by, and I haven't sold even a single pair of earrings." One lamented. "Indeed, yesterday was so different. I sold 6 bracelets, 13 pairs of rings, and 2 necklaces, earning over 2,000 in commissions alone." Another chimed in, "Just a moment ago, I spent half an hour trying to sell to a customer, and my voice grew hoarse." Yet he still walked away. It's utterly infuriating. From morning until noon, there had been no business transactions, and Han Lily's expression mirrored her displeasure. Observing her employees gathered in idle chatter, she reprimanded them sharply. "What are you doing chatting during work hours? Return to your respective stations immediately. Instead of thinking of ways to sell our products, you only know how to chat here. The poor business in the store is because of your distractions. Each of you will face a fine of 100 yuan. The shop assistants, upon hearing about the fines, wore expressions of discontent, yet dared not confront Han Lily, instead dutifully maintaining their positions at the counter, awaiting the arrival of customers. As the days swiftly passed from dawn to dusk, not a single piece of jewelry was sold. Once a thriving establishment, Shanghai Jewelry Store, which boasted daily revenues in the millions, inexplicably witnessed a drastic decline in business over the following period. Chapter 44. The Folk Forbidden Art of 3 Corpses Blocking Wealth, Part 6. This was, after all, the first time employing the folk forbidden art of 3 corpses to inflict harm. Li Feng was equally curious to ascertain whether this technique truly had the power to obstruct one's fortune, ensnaring them in misfortune and adversity. Wang Bin, too, was intrigued by the prospect. After all, Li Feng had traversed mountains and rivers in pursuit of the corpses of crows and bats, casting the 3 corpses blocking wealth spell. Would it indeed exact a toll on Shanghai jewelry store as he claimed? Was the folk forbidden art of 3 corpses blocking wealth merely an ancient superstition passed down through generations? Or did it genuinely possess the capacity to influence one's financial fate? The moment of witnessing a miracle was at hand. To validate the authenticity of the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique, Li Feng and Wang Bin frequently lingered near Shanghai jewelry store, observing whether it was indeed affected. Seated in a fried chicken shop opposite the jewelry store, They ordered 2 cups of cola and 2 large fried chicken meals, complete with chicken wings, drumsticks, and fries. After taking a sip of cola, Wangbin picked up a chicken wing, munching as he spoke. Changfeng, I recall just a few days ago, Shanghai jewelry store was bustling with business and thronged with customers. Why has it suddenly become so desolate today? Could it truly be that the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique has taken effect, obstructing the fortunes of the Shanghai jewelry store? Li Changfeng nodded thoughtfully, munching on a chicken leg as he responded. It seems so. The 3 corpses blocking wealth technique is indeed a notorious folk taboo, capable of hindering one's financial prospects. Li Changfeng's understanding of this folk taboo is rather limited. He is only familiar with the methods of its arrangement and remains uncertain about its efficacy in obstructing wealth. Witnessing the current plight of Shanghai jewelry store, he now comprehends the formidable nature of the 3 corpses blocking wealth technique. Little does he know the extent of harm such folk taboos can inflict. Being categorized as a forbidden technique surely implies a terrifying aspect. The events that subsequently unfold catch him completely off guard. He could never have anticipated that the malevolent energy unleashed on the day of the 3 destruction would be so potent. As they consumed their fried chicken and sipped cola, the 2 observed the Shanghai jewelry store as though nothing were amiss, catching glimpses of the stunning female sales staff through the glass. Once bustling with business and drawing in millions daily, the store now faced utter neglect, its fortunes dwindling. Han Lily's much-anticipated Qixi Festival promotion ultimately ended in failure, raking in less than 20,000 yuan over nearly half a month. Even if business was poor, the idle employees sat in the store, accomplishing nothing, yet felt inexplicably fatigued and achingly sore by the end of their shifts, their spirits diminishing with each passing day. Odd occurrences also transpired within the store. A recently married staff member, 2 months pregnant, found herself without customers and resorted to secretly playing on her phone at the counter. The female sales associate was the very one who had once extolled the virtues of incense burners, candlesticks, and fruit bowls to Li Changfeng. Due to her pregnancy, she found herself feeling hungry more frequently, so she took out some snacks that her husband had purchased for her, delicious chocolate-filled creamy biscuits, fragrant and sweet. As she blissfully savored the biscuits, an unexpected cawing of a crow pierced her serene moment. Confusion washed over her. How could there be a crow in the store? Turning her gaze towards the source of the sound, she beheld a crow at the entrance, staring intently at her. Oddly enough, this crow appeared to be devoid of feathers. As she observed, the crow tilted its small head, its dark, beady eyes locking onto hers, emitting a hollow and piercing cry while flapping its featherless wings, swiftly approaching her. The sales associate was taken aback, utterly bewildered. How could a featherless crow fly? As the crow drew nearer, she instinctively shrieked and recoiled. But the crow was far too swift, landing on the counter in an instant. The featherless crow perched atop the counter, its dark eyes fixated on her abdomen, incessantly squawking at her midsection. Panic-stricken, she stumbled back several steps, raising her hand to point at the counter, exclaiming in terror, "Security, come quickly. There's a featherless crow here." The 4 security guards on duty, along with other staff members, hurried over, inquiring about the commotion. A crow! A crow! There's a featherless crow over there." Everyone followed the direction of her finger, yet they saw nothing, let alone a featherless crow. One female staff member, her face etched with confusion, asked for clarification. "Xiaoqing, could it be that you have misperceived? Where's their crow?" "The crow is right there, right there." Her terrified gaze was fixated upon the crow perched upon the counter, while the others remained oblivious to its presence. At that moment, the crow's beady black eyes locked onto her abdomen, emitting a piercing cry as it flapped its featherless wings and swiftly flew towards her midsection. In the midst of the saleswoman's horror-stricken expression, the crow vanished into her belly, prompting her to scream and flail about, desperately patting her stomach in an attempt to extract the creature. Yet, the crow had already disappeared without a trace. The security guard and other female staff members looked on with bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Just then, they noticed crimson blood trickling down her thigh. One female employee, utterly shocked, pointed at her leg. "Xiaoqing, your leg." In a panic, She glanced downward to see blood streaming down her thigh, her complexion paling as she fainted to the ground. The nearby security guard swiftly dialed for emergency assistance. Upon the arrival of the paramedics at the jewelry store, they were met with urgency. The patient has suffered a miscarriage and is exhibiting signs of severe hemorrhage. Quickly, transport her to the hospital for urgent care. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, seated in the fried chicken shop, observed the ambulance with puzzled expressions, unaware of the incident at Shanghai jewelry store. What is happening? Why has an ambulance arrived? Wang Bin, filled with curiosity, ventured outside to inquire and learned from the gathered crowd that a female employee at Shanghai jewelry store had experienced a miscarriage and was suffering from significant blood loss. Wang Bin cast his gaze towards the entrance of the Shanghai jewelry store, where vivid crimson blood still stained the ground, and a security guard was diligently mopping the floor. The sudden miscarriage of a female employee left Li Chengfeng with the impression that it was merely an unfortunate accident, oblivious to the notion that it was the result of the three corpses blocking wealth technique. Later, it was revealed that while the life of the saleswoman was spared, the child, a little boy, was lost. Han Lily was equally incensed. The store's business was already faltering, and now such a calamity had befallen them. As afternoon approached, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin made their way back to Sui Yuan Hall, having spent the day at a fried chicken restaurant. Observing that the Shanghai jewelry store had not received a single customer from dawn till dusk, this outcome filled them with a sense of satisfaction. And as they exited the eatery, Wang Bin could not help but exclaim in awe, "Truly, it is an extraordinary folk taboo. Chengfeng, could you possibly teach me this technique? If anyone dares to offend me, I could set up a three corpses blocking wealth formation at their doorstep, obstructing their fortune and ensuring their family's misfortune." Absolutely not. Your very words reveal your malevolent intentions. Should I impart such forbidden knowledge to you, the world would descend into chaos. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin bantered as they stepped onto the street, awaiting a taxi. At that moment, a female employee emerged from the Shanghai jewelry store, adorned in a fitted blazer and a strikingly short skirt, her beauty and figure remarkable. As she exited the store, a shrill cry pierced the air from behind, prompting her to turn around in startled astonishment. A palm-sized bat flapped its wings and swiftly flew toward her. Chapter 45, Folk Forbidden Techniques, The Three Corpses Blocking Wealth, Part 7. The female shop assistant, upon sighting the approaching bat, was gripped by terror, screaming in panic and instinctively darting about in an effort to evade its attack. In her frenzied state, she lost all sense of reason, inadvertently running into the middle of the road. Despite her frantic attempts to dodge, she found herself unable to escape the peculiar bat, which seemed capable of penetrating her very being. It landed upon her chest, only to suddenly reappear on her back. It settled on her head, then astonishingly manifested upon her face. The unfolding scene was utterly horrifying for the woman. She jumped and danced about, furiously slapping her head and cheeks, emitting cries of terror. "Help! There's a bat. The bat is biting." Passers-by halted, their faces etched with confusion as they glanced at her, pondering whether this woman was mentally unstable, standing in the middle of the road and causing a disturbance. Many displayed expressions of disdain. Clad in high heels, the shop assistant leaped chaotically on the road, and as her heel broke, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. At that moment, an automobile approached head-on. Observing a figure ahead, the driver instinctively pressed the brake as the bat, seeing the woman tumble, ceased its assault and veered towards the oncoming vehicle, vanishing at the instant of impact. Strangely, the newly purchased automobile experienced a sudden brake failure at that moment. Regardless of the immense effort exerted on the brake pedal, the vehicle refused to halt, leaving the driver helplessly witnessing the car roll over the woman. Curiously, after the front wheels passed over her legs, the rear tires came to a steady stop upon them, and the engine unexpectedly shut off. The tires remained firmly pressed against the woman's legs, while the driver attempted to restart the car, yet the ignition remained unresponsive, and the vehicle could not be moved. The anguished cries of the woman emanated from beneath the car, and soon she succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. This harrowing scene was vividly observed by Li Chengfeng, who stood not far away. He yearned to rush to the aid of the female shop assistant. But the rapidity of events left him paralyzed. The car was already crushing her legs. Staring in disbelief, his gaze, tinged with fear, shifted to the sign of Shenghagen's store. Recalling how he had witnessed a bat attack the shop assistant before it flew into the automobile. Having opened his third eye, he trusted his vision would not deceive him. It dawned on him that the sudden miscarriage of the shop assistant, along with her inexplicable presence in the middle of the road, leading to her legs being crushed by the car, was likely no mere accident, but rather the result of a malevolent financial blocking technique. Wang Bin was equally startled. The abruptness of the incident left him bewildered. He gazed at the shop assistant, whose legs were crushed, feeling a pang of sympathy as he questioned, "What is happening? Is this woman unwell? How could she suddenly run into the middle of the street, shouting about bats?" There were no bats. It was evidently her own chaotic cries that filled the air, and she even threw herself onto the ground, inviting the cars to run her over. Was she truly courting death? Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, articulating his conjecture. All of this must be the result of the San-Si blocking wealth technique. Surely not. The San-Si blocking wealth technique is said to only obstruct one's financial fortune. How could it possibly drive someone to madness? This is not madness. There indeed was a bat attacking her moments ago. The day Li Chengfeng cast the San-Si blocking wealth technique was a day of 3 breaks, which can lead to financial loss, bodily harm, and misfortune. The calamity they now face is indeed a matter of bodily harm. Wang Bin, his face a picture of astonishment, inquired, "Then what shall we do? Will those in the Shanghai jewelry store also face peril?" Li Chengfeng nodded, acknowledging a realization he had not foreseen. The folk art of the San-Si blocking wealth technique proved to be exceedingly violent. Not only could it obstruct wealth, but it could also lead to loss of life. His intention had merely been to teach the Shanghai jewelry store a lesson, never to endanger lives. Now, 2 female employees had been hospitalized, and he could only wonder what else lay ahead. The same ambulance soon arrived at the scene of the incident, taking the injured employee to the hospital for emergency care. Her legs had been crushed, and she would now spend the rest of her life confined to a wheelchair. With such events unfolding, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin found no desire to return home. Fearing further misfortune for their employees, they made their way back to the fried chicken shop. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Han Lili emerged from the Shanghai jewelry store as 2 security guards promptly secured the entrance behind her. The once proud and arrogant Han Lili now appeared markedly haggard. Not long after she stepped outside, she was startled by the sound of a cat's wail echoing behind her. Hollow and jarring, it seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld. Drilling into her mind and inducing discomfort, Han Lili shivered involuntarily and turned to see a gaunt wild cat crouching a short distance away, staring intently at her. With a face full of disdain, she exclaimed, "Go away, don't follow me." The wild cat appeared to comprehend her words and suddenly vanished from sight. Han Lili rubbed her eyes in confusion. The cat had been right there at the entrance, and now it had inexplicably disappeared. She dismissed the incident, attributing it to her recent fatigue, and proceeded towards the car parked nearby. Unbeknownst to her, at the moment she opened the car door, the emaciated wild cat leapt inside beside her feet. Li Chengfeng had witnessed the entire scene and contemplated warning Han Lili against driving that evening. However, recalling her domineering and arrogant demeanor, he concluded that any attempt to advise her would not only be unappreciated, but would likely result in humiliation for him. Ultimately, he abandoned the thought and watched as Han Lili settled into the car and drove away. As she maneuvered the vehicle onto the road, the unmistakable sound of a cat's wail resonated within the car. She quickly glanced in the direction of the noise, and there on the passenger seat lay the very same gaunt cat, its form shifting from a mere blur to a discernible presence. Han Lili was instantly engulfed in fury. How had this feral cat managed to leap onto her vehicle, soiling the seats in the process? She had yet to comprehend that the cat had gradually materialized from obscurity, suddenly appearing in the passenger seat. "You wretched creature, daring to board my car, I shall see to your demise." With her left hand gripping the steering wheel, she raised her steel thermos with her right, hurling it at the feline intruder. The piercing sound reverberated within the car as the wildcat sprang into the air, deftly evading the incoming thermos and landing directly upon the steering wheel. The unforeseen spectacle left Han Lili pale with terror as she frantically swatted at the cat. completely oblivious to the fact that the vehicle was still in motion. In that moment, the car spiraled out of control, careening recklessly down the road, forcing pedestrians to scatter in alarm and colliding with several other vehicles. Ultimately, Han Lily's car crashed into a bubble tea shop, wreaking havoc inside and injuring two customers who were merely there to purchase drinks. Fortunately, as the speed had not been excessive, Han Lily only sustained minor abrasions, escaping serious injury. As she regained her composure, she noticed that the wildcat had vanished from the steering wheel. Gazing at the chaos strewn about the road and the damaged bubble tea shop, the reality of her mishap began to dawn upon her. Soon, traffic police arrived at the scene, and Han Lily hurriedly conveyed her account of the incident, explaining that the appearance of the wildcat, which had leapt onto the steering wheel, had precipitated the accident. Yet, no one else had witnessed the feline. The traffic police suspected Han Lily of driving under the influence. However, subsequent blood tests revealed that she had not consumed alcohol. They then questioned her mental state and conducted a psychological evaluation, which confirmed her soundness of mind. Despite her desperate explanations, claiming that a cat had leapt onto her steering wheel, no one believed her. Fortunately, there were no serious injuries, and the traffic police were reluctant to pursue her liability further, agreeing to waive her punishment provided she compensated all parties for their losses. Han Lily felt utterly helpless. Having depleted her savings over the years, including the 800,000 yuan she had defrauded from Li Chengfeng and the 50,000 yuan commission from her company. Once all matters were resolved, Han Lily recalled the cat and the incident where she attempted to strike it with a thermos, only to find that it had seemingly missed the cat entirely. The experience left her pale and trembling, rendering her too fearful to return to work at the Shanghai gold shop. Consequently, the headquarters dispatched a new manager to take her place. In the days that followed, strange occurrences plagued the Shanghai gold shop, with numerous employees facing bizarre misfortunes. On nights of the full moon, when the moonlight illuminated the shop sign, the security guards on duty would hear eerie cat cries, accompanied by the cawing of crows and the screeching of bats. Terrified, several guards resigned en masse. Due to the ongoing incidents, the shop was forced to suspend operations for a thorough investigation, which eventually reached the ears of the owner, Deng Sihai. Chapter 46, Folk Bands and the Three Corpses Blocking Wealth. Part 8. Now, the Shanghai gold shop was receiving its just desserts, with many employees injured or maimed, leaving Li Chengfeng with a lingering sense of guilt. Initially deceived out of 800,000, the fury within has now subsided. To avoid causing harm to the innocent, Li Chengfeng resolves to dismantle the three corpses blocking wealth technique. Wang Bin concurs with Li Chengfeng's decision, as the Shanghai jewelry store has been forced to close due to this malevolent spell. Witnessing the beautiful female employees suffer misfortune fills him with compassion. Yet, reflecting on their deceitful and arrogant behavior, he believes that their punishment is indeed deserved. Having paid their due, it is only fitting that Han Lily, too, has lost everything, making the dismantling of the spell appropriate. That evening, under the cloak of night, Li Chengfeng, armed with a folding ladder, returns to the entrance of Shanghai jewelry store with Wang Bin. The store is devoid of security personnel, allowing them to position the ladder against the wall unobstructed. Li Chengfeng ascends the ladder to the terrace, followed by a curious Wang Bin, eager to witness the arrangement of the three corpses blocking wealth technique. Upon discovering the cadaver of a sickly cat, a hairless crow, and a withered bat hanging behind the sign, he chuckles. I thought it would be a complex setup, but it's simply their bodies hung above the door. Indeed, it is as simple as that, Li Chengfeng replies, withholding the critical information that these corpses must be placed at the three wealth positions. Misplacement would render the technique ineffective. Wang Bin then turns to Li Chengfeng and inquires, what must be done to dismantle the three corpses blocking wealth technique? Simply remove the bodies and incinerate them with cinnabar fire, Li Chengfeng responds. As the two individuals approach the corpse, intent on unfastening it from the hemp rope binding it, an unexpected occurrence transpired the moment their hands grazed the coarse fibers. The lifeless body, previously thought to be devoid of motion, suddenly stirred, emitting an eerie cacophony of sounds, meows, croaks, and shrill squeaks. Startled, both recoiled instinctively. retreating several steps while casting horrified glances at the ensnared remains. Wang Bin, pale as death, gasped in disbelief. What in the world? Is it truly possible for a corpse, long departed, to still exhibit signs of life? The cadaver of a sickly cat flailed its limbs desperately, striving to free itself from the constricting rope around its neck. Each time its claws brushed against the hemp, the rope pulsated with a crimson glow. In tandem with this luminescence, anguished cries emanated from the feline's withered mouth, which opened and closed in a grotesque manner. Its sunken, hollow eyes rotated slowly within their sockets, casting a malevolent glare upon Li Changfeng and Wang Bin. Meanwhile, the carcass of a crow flapped its featherless wings, attempting to break free from the bindings, and emitted a series of cawing sounds, its sharp beak snapping open and shut in the direction of Li Changfeng. In contrast, the bat's remains hung eerily still, suspended by the rope. Yet its tiny eyes remained fixed intently on Wang Bin and Li Changfeng. A chilling breeze swept through the oppressive summer night, transforming the atmosphere into one of unsettling coldness, causing both men to shiver involuntarily. Witnessing such a bizarre spectacle for the first time, Wang Bin felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, his body covered in a sheen of sweat, his complexion as white as a sheet. Trembling, he inquired, "Changfeng, what on earth is happening? How can these animal corpses still be animated?" Li Changfeng furrowed his brows tightly, now comprehending why the three-corpse blocking wealth technique was categorized as a folk taboo. The mere classification as a forbidden art indicated its terrifying nature. It not only obstructed wealth and harmed individuals, but also had the power to refine demonic entities. The carcasses of a sickly cat, a raven, and an emaciated bat, nourished by the three wealth positions, had already transformed into malevolent beings. Should they escape, they would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the world. A solution was imperative to obliterate the corpses of these three creatures. Just as Li Changfeng pondered his course of action, the bodies hanging from the rope abruptly ceased their swaying. He then witnessed the emergence of ethereal forms from the carcasses of the cat, bat, and raven, each steadily descending onto the terrace. Upon landing, the souls unleashed piercing cries directed at Li Changfeng and Wang Bin. Meow, caw, squeak. Although Wang Bin had not awakened his third eye, he beheld the scene before him, and upon hearing their cries, he stood frozen in fear. Li Changfeng sensed the gravity of the situation and urgently shouted to Wang Bin, "Binzi, run." Awakening from his stupor, Wang Bin hastily inquired, "Run where?" "Where else? Just jump down." Without time to descend the ladder, Li Changfeng and Wang Bin leapt from the nearly 3-meter-high terrace. Upon their feet meeting the ground, both uttered a simultaneous ouch as they sat down, feeling a sharp pain in their calves. Meow! An ear-piercing cat's wail echoed behind them. The cat's soul stood on the terrace, glaring at the two below, emitting furious cries. The two individuals felt a chill creeping down their spines, instinctively dropping to the ground and abandoning the ladder, sprinting away with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, a chilling wind swept behind them, intermittently accompanied by the eerie cries of a cat, as well as the cawing of crows and the screeching of bats. Turning to glance back, Wang Bin beheld a crow and a bat soaring in the air, closely followed by the sickly cat. This sight sent a jolt of terror through Wang Bin, prompting a piercing scream as he desperately surged forward. Good heavens! This is utterly terrifying. Help! Li Changfeng, too frightened to pause, marveled at the speed of his companion and hastened to keep pace with Wang Bin. He never imagined that the folk banishment technique, three corpses blocking wealth, could be so horrifying. The ethereal forms of the sick cat, the bat, and the crow were relentlessly pursuing them. Chapter 47, Folk Banishment Technique, Three Corpses Blocking Wealth, Part 9. Listening to the piercing cries behind them, the two young men occasionally glanced back. Each time they spotted the three vengeful spirits in pursuit, their instinctual response was to quicken their pace. On that silent night, the two young men raced through the streets as if possessed, one of them incessantly calling out, "Help! They're ghosts! Good heavens, I'm terrified!" Many residents, abruptly awakened by the unexpected commotion, were irked by the disturbance. Those with short tempers flung open their windows, only to witness two fools racing down the street in the dead of night, grumbling in irritation. What on earth is wrong with you? Running around like lunatics in the middle of the night? They're ghosts. Help! Yes, they're ghosts. Awakened by the commotion. The residents had been grumbling just moments ago. Upon hearing the mention of ghosts, they suddenly perceived the unusual behavior of the two individuals. In a daze, it seemed as though three peculiar figures were pursuing the young man. Terrified, they hurriedly shut their windows, mumbling reassurances to themselves. It's all just an illusion. I have seen nothing. Sleep, sleep. This is merely a figment of my imagination. Li Chengfeng was at a loss for words. After running for such a long time, nearly exhausted, he could still manage to call out. This indicated that he had indeed been frightened. After an indeterminate duration of flight, both men were panting heavily. Unable to run any further, their pace gradually diminishing until they finally collapsed onto the ground. Wang Bin gasped, "Damn it, I can't run anymore. Let them devour me. I'm done for." As Li Chengfeng spoke, he turned his head to glance back, and curiously, the sickly cat, the raven, and the bat had vanished without a trace. Their piercing cries now silenced. Wang Bin also turned to look behind him, his face a mask of confusion. Where have those filthy creatures gone? He lamented, lying back on the ground, eyes closed. I must be dreaming. What I just saw must be a fabrication. Li Chengfeng sighed in relief, pondering for a moment before arriving at an understanding. The reason they had not been pursued was due to the presence of the sick cat's carcass, the hairless raven, and the emaciated bat, all bound by a hemp rope, preventing their souls from straying too far from their bodies. When a soul distances itself excessively from its corporeal form, it dissipates, inevitably returning to its physical vessel. After an extensive respite, the two individuals gradually regained their composure. Wang Bin, lying on the ground, suddenly sat up as if resurrected and earnestly inquired, "Chengfeng, am I dreaming? None of this is real, is it?" "Indeed, we are but dreamers. You even wet your pants in your slumber," Li Chengfeng remarked, detecting an unpleasant odor and shifting his gaze to Wang Bin's trousers, which were thoroughly soaked. Unable to suppress his laughter, he watched as Wang Bin, bewildered, exclaimed, "Damn it, how did I wet myself? When did this happen? I was completely unaware." After a moment of laughter, Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed as he contemplated how to dispel the three corpses obstructing their fortune. If the three animal corpses were not promptly destroyed, the consequences would indeed be dire. The signboard of the Shanghai Gold Store had obstructed the sunlight, preventing it from reaching the corpses, which had resulted in their transformation into malevolent spirits. To break the spell, it was imperative to dismantle the signboard at noon, allowing the corpses to be exposed to the sun's rays, and then incinerate them with fire mixed with cinnabar powder. Only this method could effectively dissolve the three corpses' hindrance to wealth. Sighing deeply, Li Chengfeng expressed his resignation. "Let us return home. It is your fault that I wet my pants. You must purchase me a new pair to compensate for my loss." "Very well, I shall buy you too." Wang Bin chattered behind him, while Li Chengfeng responded with a smile, though his heart was laden with an immense burden. The thought of the cat's corpse, the crow's corpse, and the bat's corpse transforming into malevolent spirits left him with an overwhelming headache. Little did I anticipate that the once ill-fated cat, raven, and bat, after undergoing a transformation, would evolve from mere harbingers of misfortune into formidable embodiments of calamity. I silently vowed that henceforth, regardless of the circumstances I encounter or the grievances I endure, I would refrain from resorting to the arcane folk practices. For I have now come to understand the terrifying nature of these esoteric arts, which elude human control. Upon returning to the Hall of Serendipity, I, Li Chengfeng, found myself restless on my bed, tossing and turning, haunted by thoughts of the injured and distressed female attendants. My inherent kindness swelled within me, and I felt a pang of guilt. Regret washed over me as I reflected on my impulsive actions. I should not have recklessly employed these folk techniques to harm others, for in doing so, I harmed myself as well. Observing Wang Bin in a deep slumber, I, unable to find rest, rose from my bed and approached the portrait of our esteemed ancestor. I offered 3 sticks of fragrant incense, my heart heavy with contemplation, and posed a question to the revered figure. "Ancestor, have I erred in my actions?" My gaze remained fixated on the portrait, hoping for a sign of divine intervention. Before long, The ancestor's visage seemed to illuminate with a smile as he adjusted his beard, expressing his disdain with a dismissive tone. You have not erred. You are merely upholding justice and acting in accordance with heaven's will. Had you not intervened, many more would have fallen prey to deception. What you have done is indeed virtuous. Remember, as a disciple of my esteemed sect, it is your duty to uphold righteousness and vanquish wickedness to avoid divine retribution. Hearing these words from the ancestor alleviated much of the guilt and self-reproach that weighed heavily on my heart. With a smile, I expressed my gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for your guidance. To which he replied, do not thank me. Your tribulations are yet to unfold. Chapter 48. The ancestor in the portrait. Upon hearing the ancestor in the portrait mention that trouble lay ahead, Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed slightly, a wave of unease washing over him. With a pleading gaze directed at the ancestor's image, he cautiously inquired, esteemed ancestor, what further troubles may I anticipate? Could you perhaps provide a hint, so that I may be prepared? The secrets of fate are not to be divulged. The affairs of the world are shrouded in an inscrutable destiny. Adversity often conceals fortune, and fortune may harbor adversity. If it is fortune, it shall not be calamity. If it is calamity, evasion is futile. Little rascal, accept your fate. Once the ancestor concluded this cryptic statement, he reverted to his usual demeanor. Regardless of the methods employed by Li Chengfeng or the fervent pleas he uttered, the ancestor's image remained unresponsive. Frustrated by the ancestor's behavior, Li Chengfeng glared at the portrait, exclaiming, old rascal, to speak only half the truth is worse than remaining silent. Now my heart is in turmoil. Just as he finished his lament, a sudden sharp pain struck his forehead. Instinctively, Li Chengfeng cradled his head and glanced upward, finding nothing amiss. Bewildered by the unexpected blow to his forehead, a sense of irritation brewed within him, prompting him to utter a curse, only to be met with another sharp thwack that made him grimace in pain. The ancestor in the portrait, visibly enraged, puffed his cheeks and glared, half of his body emerging from the canvas, his face a mask of fury. Little rascal, you dare to insult even me? Do you believe I want to take you away right this moment? Startled by the prospect of the ancestral master emerging from the painting, Li Chengfeng fell to the ground in terror. The master's audacious attempt to materialize from the canvas was utterly alarming, prompting him to hastily apologize. Master, I acknowledge my mistake. There is no need for you to emerge. I am timid, so please do not frighten me. The ancestral master, having already protruded halfway from the painting, suddenly retreated back within. You insolent wretch, should you dare to show disrespect to me again, I shall take you away. Rest assured, master, I shall never dare again. Upon uttering these words, the ancestral master in the painting resumed his usual serene demeanor, stroking his beard with a tranquil expression, adorned in a colorful, celestial robe. Standing before 3 humble cottages, gazing at the mountains and rivers depicted in the artwork. Meanwhile, Wang Bin, who had been sleeping, was roused by Li Chengfeng's voice and, in a disgruntled tone, inquired, Chengfeng, what time is it? Why are you still awake, conversing with someone outside? I'm watching a movie. The secret of the painting must remain concealed from Wang Bin. Observing the ancestral master in the painting, Li Chengfeng was suddenly beset by numerous questions. How could the master reside within this artwork? Did the painting harbor some hidden secrets? Was his grandfather aware of the mysteries concealed within? The painting, titled Guo Pu Hiding in the Mountains, boasted a history of at least several millennia, yet it appeared as pristine as if it had just been created, showing no signs of age whatsoever. Li Chengfeng shook his head in resignation. Since he became a disciple of the revered master and joined the Chimen sect, he had encountered numerous bewildering events. These occurrences were truly beyond comprehension. Contemplating them only induced a headache. It was far more comforting to simply sleep. The following morning, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin did not rise from their slumber until after 10 o'clock. They made their way to the noodle shop across the street, where they savored 2 bowls of lamb noodle soup from Hunan. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Wang Bin pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and, with a serious expression, announced, Chengfeng, my mother just called and said there's something at home that requires my attention. I won't be able to hang out with you anymore. Goodbye. As soon as Wang Bin finished speaking, He paid the bill without a backward glance and strode out the door. Li Changfeng stood there, bewildered, recalling the previous night, when he had been so frightened that he had wet himself, and now understood the reason for Wang Bin's departure. Wait, I still have something to say to you. Without turning around, Wang Bin's voice came back, tinged with indignation. I don't want to hear anything from you. It was just too terrifying. I will never hang out with you again. I realize now that you're not a normal human being. I'll pretend you're not my classmate. So don't come looking for me anymore. I don't know you. Upon hearing this, Li Changfeng could not help but chuckle. The tone of Wang Bin's voice clearly indicated that the events of the previous night had indeed frightened him greatly. For an ordinary person, encountering such phenomena for the first time could either be exhilarating for a select few, but most would feel fear and trepidation. Li Changfeng left the noodle shop and caught up with Wang Bin, placing a hand on his shoulder with a grin, and said cheerfully, "Observe your cowardice. How can you call yourself a man? They are merely a few small creatures. What is there to fear? Go away. Are those truly small animals? I was so frightened that I nearly soiled myself, and you still find a humor in it. I want to return home to my mother. I shall never play with you again." The events of last night have deeply etched a shadow in Wang Bin's heart. Every time he sees a cat on the road or birds soaring overhead, an inexplicable fear wells up within him. Li Changfeng sighed, his expression grave. "Binzi, I must convey something crucial to you. Those three vile entities have set their sights on us. If we do not eradicate them, no matter where you flee, they will inevitably find you." Upon hearing this, Wang Bin gradually halted his steps, turning to face Li Changfeng with a look of grievance, filled with regret. Curiosity has indeed proven fatal. I should never have followed him to Qingzhou to witness the power of the folk-forbidden technique, the three corpses blocking wealth. I have now seen its potency firsthand, yet it has cost me dearly, he lamented. "Changfeng, I am timid. Please do not deceive me. How could I possibly deceive you? If we do not eliminate those three foul beings, they will undoubtedly continue to haunt you. In that case, even uncle and aunt will share in your misfortune." Li Changfeng replied earnestly. Chapter 49. Folk Funeral Customs and Tripping Strings. Wang Bin furrowed his brow, recognizing the seriousness in Li Changfeng's demeanor, understanding that he was not jesting. He witnessed firsthand how the three corpses blocking wealth technique caused the closure of the Shanghai gold shop, and how the female staff members faced a series of calamities. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of folk taboo practices. Deep down, he understood that he had become entangled with three malevolent entities and could not bring them home, fearing that his parents would also suffer. The only solution now was to dismantle the three corpses blocking wealth technique and incinerate the corpses of the three foul beings. Wang Bin sighed, expressing a hint of reproach. "Alas, meeting you has been the unluckiest event of my life. Rest assured, as long as I am here, you shall be safe," Li Changfeng replied with a smile, placing his arm around Wang Bin's shoulder and giving it a reassuring pat. Under no circumstances could they fail to dismantle the three corpses blocking wealth technique and burn those animal corpses. Failing to do so would surely lead to endless repercussions, with the first victims being himself and Wang Bin. Li Changfeng returned to the Sui Yuan Hall, gathered some vermilion powder, and handed a bundle of hemp rope to Wang Bin, preparing their supplies for the trip to Shanghai Gold Shop. Wang Bin weighed the hemp rope in his hands. Curiosity etched across his face as he asked, "Changfeng, what do we need so much hemp rope for?" "To securely bind the corpses of those three foul beings, lest they escape," Li Changfeng replied. Looking at the ordinary hemp rope, Wang Bin felt a twinge of anxiety. It seemed so fragile that with a bit of force, it could easily be torn apart. "Binding those three foul beings with this is no jest," he said, discarding the rope onto the ground and suggesting, "Changfeng, this hemp rope lacks durability. We should purchase some nylon rope instead, as it is much sturdier." Li Changfeng shook his head, his expression solemn. "Do not underestimate the significance of these hemp ropes. When it comes to dealing with unsavory matters, hemp is far more effective than anything else." "Why?" Wang Bin was perplexed. How could a rope that breaks with a mere tug possibly be more useful than nylon? Li Changfeng smiled and began to narrate the tale of hemp ropes. Indeed, while hemp may not possess the strength of nylon, it holds remarkable significance in the annals of Chinese history. Many are aware that when a villager passes away, It is customary to bind the deceased's feet with hemp rope, commonly referred to as the binding rope, intended to prevent the occurrence of a false resurrection. This practice persists in various regions such as Shandong, Hunan, Jiangsu, Anhui, and Hebei. It is well known that regardless of the era, when an elder in the family passes, the descendants don mourning attire and engage in vigil, pouring broth during the funeral rites. The term donning hemp in ancient times referred to wearing hemp garments, which have become quite rare today. Most opt for hemp ropes instead, typically tying one around the waist. The act of pouring broth may be known by different names in various locales. Hemp ropes have numerous legends and uses throughout Chinese history. In the realm of feng shui and taboos, hemp ropes are considered inauspicious, and one should not place them carelessly within the home. Li Cheng Feng Ernest the Seishan Vangbing, emphasizing the importance of never having hemp ropes scattered about the house, particularly beneath the bed. What are the consequences of such placement? It is believed that keeping hemp ropes at home brings misfortune, adversely affecting the health of the elderly residents. Li Chengfeng shared much wisdom with Wang Bin, who listened attentively, recalling that indeed, when elders in the village passed away, they were always bound with hemp ropes. Whether it be the bearer's cord or the binding cord, all are fashioned from hemp, a tradition bequeathed by our ancestors. Two individuals were seated in a taxi, one speaking while the other listened, and even the taxi driver paid keen attention, exclaiming with admiration, "Young man, it is impressive that you possess such knowledge at such a tender age." "I have merely heeded the words of the elder generation," Li Chengfeng replied politely with a smile. "These customs have been passed down through millennia in the land of Huaxia. Yet many regions have forsaken them, with numerous metropolitan areas adopting Western funeral practices. As society evolves and Western culture permeates, one cannot help but wonder if the ancient burial traditions of Huaxia will endure." The funeral culture of Huaxia is steeped in reverence for the departed, contrasting sharply with the relatively simplistic and less ceremonious nature of Western funerary customs. Before long, the taxi halted near the Shanghai gold shop, and Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin alighted. Wang Bin, clutching the hemp rope, wobbled towards the shop, only to be halted by Li Chengfeng's call. "Wait, what is it?" Wang Bin queried with a look of confusion, turning to face him. "Do you not see the throng gathered at the entrance of the Shanghai gold shop?" Li Chengfeng pointed out. Wang Bin had indeed noticed the crowd earlier, but had given it little thought. Upon closer inspection, he realized something was amiss. At the entrance of the Shanghai gold shop, there were no fewer than 20 individuals, including Han Lili and several female attendants. The vice president of the Qingzhou Mystical Arts Association, Hu Yensong, was also present, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Observing the elderly man's appearance, he appeared to be around 60 years of age, clad in a traditional tang suit and wearing a pair of cloth shoes. His back was slightly stooped, and his hands were clasped behind him. The nature of his attire suggested that his status was undoubtedly significant. This venerable figure was none other than Hu Tianzhong, the president of the Qingzhou Xuanwu Association and also the second uncle of Hu Yensong. Li Chengfeng also spotted Deng Sihai, the chairman of Shanghai Group, renowned as a prominent entrepreneur in Qingzhou. He had frequently seen Deng on television. The series of bizarre occurrences at Shanghai Gold Store had already captured the attention of the upper echelons of Shanghai Group. When Deng Sihai learned that employees were experiencing a string of unfortunate incidents, leading to a dramatic decline in business, he was taken aback, sensing that the matter was far from straightforward. Consequently, he summoned Hu Tianzhong, the feng shui consultant of Shanghai Group and president of the Qingzhou Xuanwu Association, to investigate the situation. Hu Tianzhong began by circling the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Store, keeping his head lowered to inspect the ground, yet he found no anomalies. As he was engrossed in his examination, he suddenly heard the sound of a cat meowing from above. He quickly raised his head to look at the entrance, where the cacophony of cat cries echoed incessantly. The sound was hollow and jarring, causing discomfort to the ears. The expression on his aged face shifted to one of grave concern as he inquired of those nearby whether they could hear the cat's cries. They all shook their heads in denial. While others were oblivious, he alone could perceive the sound, leading Hu Tianzhong to surmise that the issue must lie above the entrance. Hu Yensong approached Hu Tianzhong, bending slightly in a gesture of respect, and inquired, "Uncle, What is the matter with the Shanghai gold store? Have you discerned the problem? Hu Tianjing nodded slightly, and then turned to the serious-faced Deng Sihai, saying, Mr. Deng, could you find someone to climb up to the terrace and check if there's a cat up there? Certainly, Deng Sihai replied softly, instructing one of his bodyguards to ascend the terrace. Chapter 50. The trouble foretold by the ancestorly Cheng Feng and Wang Bin stood a short distance away, observing the events unfolding at the entrance of the Shanghai gold shop as the bodyguard climbed the ladder to the terrace. Li Chengfeng's heart sank. He feared that the clandestine folk magic known as the three corpses blocking wealth might soon be exposed. Recalling the troubles foretold by the ancestor last night, he understood that this was indeed the impending trouble he had been warned about. Should these individuals discover who had employed the folk magic at the Shanghai gold shop, leading to its closure and the misfortunes befalling its employees, the one responsible for such malevolent acts would meet a most gruesome fate. Both men were prominent figures, one being the president of the Qingzhou Xian Arts Association and the other the chairman of Shanghai Group. Ordinary individuals could hardly provoke their ire. As this realization struck, cold sweat trickled down Li Chengfeng's forehead. He was indeed entangled in a grave predicament. If they were to capture him, he knew he would face a dreadful end. Unbeknownst to Li Chengfeng, another formidable trouble had already arrived in Qingzhou. Sato Kenichi, who was now gazing upon the lifeless body of Sato Kenji, his face etched with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Wang Bin remained fixated on the bodyguard scaling the terrace, oblivious to the turmoil brewing within Li Chengfeng. The bodyguard ascended to the terrace, whereupon he beheld the grotesque sight of a deceased cat, a crow, and a bat, all bound by hemp ropes. The three carcasses had desiccated into mummies, presenting an unsettling spectacle. The small eyes of the three remains were wide open, all directed towards the bodyguard, as if they were fixated upon him. A chill ran down his spine, and he felt an overwhelming discomfort as he tremulously reported to those below, Chairman, there lies a cat, and a crow, along with a bat above. They are all lifeless, bound to the iron frame behind the sign with hemp ropes. It is exceedingly strange. I feel as though they are alive, staring directly at me. Huatian, upon hearing this, deduced that the bizarre transformation of a Shanghai jewelry store was undoubtedly linked to the corpses suspended on the door. Though he had not witnessed the three bodies firsthand, he was uncertain of the nature of this sorcery. He turned to the nearby Deng Sihai and inquired, Mr. Deng, could you dismantle this sign? I wish to ascertain the situation above. Certainly. Deng Sihai instructed 3 additional bodyguards to ascend the terrace, who proceeded to shatter the LED sign. The glass shattered with a cacophony, raining down onto the ground. In no time, the area before the entrance was strewn with shards of glass, glimmering under the sun's rays. When the sign of Shanghai Jewelry Store was entirely demolished, what lay revealed before the onlookers were the bodies of the deceased cat, crow, and bat, bound by hemp ropes. The spectators were left in a state of shock, their faces pale as they grappled with the ominous implications of the corpses hanging from the door, exuding an eerie aura that sent shivers down their spines. Many have speculated whether the recent events at the Shanghai Gold Shop are connected to the carcasses of the 3 animals. When Han Lily beheld the lifeless body of the sick cat, her eyes reflected an abyss of terror, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She recalled the wild cat that had leaped onto her steering wheel that fateful night, its color and size identical to the feline corpse hanging on the door. With a trembling hand, she pointed at the cat suspended above and stammered, It's this cat that jumped onto my steering wheel. The other shop attendants, standing nearby, wore faces etched with fear. They too raised their hands, pointing at the crow and bat hanging on the door, their voices quivering as they exclaimed, That hairless crow is the one that crawled in my belly. And that bat, I have seen it too. Hearing this, Hu Tianjing furrowed his brow. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the corpses hanging on the door seemed to have transcended into the supernatural. Deng Sihai's face bore a semblance of shock as he turned to Hu Tianjing and asked, Chairman Hu, what is going on? I do not know. Hu Tianjing responded casually, stepping forward to scrutinize the bodies affixed to the door. He muttered to himself, a hairless crow, a starved bat, and judging by the cat's physique, it appears to be a victim of illness. These are ominous portents. Their display on the door must be attributed to some malevolent sorcery. Though he was aware that this was an esoteric technique of dubious origin, he could not discern which specific practice it belonged to. With a plethora of folk sorcery, witchcraft, and other arcane arts like those attributed to Liu Ban, it was entirely reasonable that he was unfamiliar with it. Hu Tianzheng fixated on the lifeless body of the ailing cat. A look of perplexity etched across his face. What sort of scheme is this? I have never encountered anything like it before. He sighed, reflecting on his decades of life, his esteemed position as an elder of the Orthodox sect, and the president of the Qingzhou Mystical Arts Association. It was rather astonishing that he could not identify the nature of this particular arrangement. Hu Yinsong, gazing at the bodies above, inquired with evident confusion, "Uncle, what does it signify to hang the carcasses of 3 animals above the door?" Hu Tianzheng shook his head in resignation, then spoke with grave seriousness. "Take several photographs and send them to your second uncle. He should have insight into this matter." "Understood." Hu Yinsong promptly retrieved his phone, capturing multiple images of the animal remains suspended above the door, before sending them to his second uncle, Hu Tiangang. Recently returned from Kunlun Mountain to the capital, Hu Tiangang was startled when his phone chimed with a message notification. Upon opening the images sent by his nephew, he was taken aback and swiftly made a call to inquire about the situation. Hu Yinsong succinctly recounted the events, and upon hearing this, Hu Qinggong's expression turned serious. "Pass the phone to your second uncle." "All right." Hu Yinsong hurriedly handed over the phone. As Hu Tianzheng took the call, he heard his younger brother, Hu Qinggong's voice. "Second brother, calculate the directions. Ascertain whether the 3 animal corpses are hung in the 3 major wealth positions." "Understood." Hu Tianzheng retrieved the 3-element compass and began to calculate the 3 financial positions in front of the Shanghai gold shop. The feng shui compass is generally categorized into 3 types: the 3-element compass, the 3-combination compass, and the 3-element 3-combination compass, while the Changfeng utilized the 3-combination compass. Hu Tianzheng employed the 3-element compass. After approximately 20 minutes of meticulous calculation, Hu Tianzheng finally identified the 3 financial positions, his face suddenly reflecting astonishment. The locations of the 3 animal corpses corresponded precisely to the 3 financial positions: the visible wealth position, the concealed wealth position, and the annual wealth position. He hastily dialed a phone number to relay this information to his younger brother, Hu Tiangang. Chapter 51. The Convergence of 3 Souls and the Escape of the Cat's Corpse. Seated anxiously at his desk, Hu Tiangang awaited the call, his heart racing with impatience. He pondered how his elder brother's skills seemed to be deteriorating, taking such a protracted time to locate the 3 financial positions. His frustration toward his elder brother was palpable. Had it not been for the profound background of the Hu family, he mused, his elder brother might not even have gained entry to the Mystical Arts Association, let alone ascend to the presidency of the Qingzhou Mystical Arts Association. After what felt like an eternity, the ringtone finally echoed in the silence, and he swiftly answered the call. Upon learning that the locations of the 3 animal corpses were indeed the 3 financial positions, Hu Tiangang's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. He spoke with utmost earnestness. "Brother, if I am not mistaken, this must be the folk taboo technique known as 3 corpses blocking wealth." "What? You mean to say this is the long-lost folk taboo technique known as 3 corpses blocking wealth?" "Indeed," Hu Tianzheng exclaimed, overwhelmed with astonishment. He recalled having perused an ancient text titled Collection of Forbidden Techniques from the Tang Dynasty, which had cataloged numerous names of folk taboo techniques, but lacked the methods for their deployment. Many ancient folk prohibitions have long been lost to time, and it is quite remarkable to have even a single name of such a forbidden technique survive. Today, witnessing the long-lost folk prohibition known as the 3 corpses blocking wealth has left me utterly astounded. It is astonishing that there are still individuals proficient in ancient folk techniques, audacious enough to wield them to inflict harm upon others. I cannot help but wonder what manner of person would perform the 3 corpses blocking wealth at the entrance of Shanghai Gold Store. Hu Tiangang, holding the phone, wore an expression of fury and spoke with a stern tone. "Second brother, you must remove the 3 animal corpses and incinerate them with peachwood fire or cinnabar fire. They must not escape. Do you understand?" "Understood." Hu Tianzheng replied verbally, though in his mind he thought, these 3 corpses have already turned into mummies. How could they possibly escape? What need is there for cinnabar or peachwood fire? It would be simpler to just set them ablaze. If Hu Tiangang were aware of Hu Tianjing's thoughts, he would undoubtedly be enraged. He continued, furthermore, we must identify the scoundrel who is using the 3 corpses blocking wealth to harm others. Such scum shall not be tolerated in our Huaxia mystical arts community. Understood. Hu Tianzheng responded perfunctorily before ending the call. At that moment, Deng Sihai approached, his tone tinged with anger. President Hu, what on earth is happening? Hu Tianzheng took a deep breath and recounted the matter of the folk prohibition to him, then asked with a serious expression, Mr. Deng, may I inquire if you have offended any formidable individuals? President Hu, that question is not one I can conveniently answer. Deng Sihai fell into deep contemplation, burdened by a multitude of enemies who wished to dismantle the Shanghai group and bring about his demise. Such matters could not be spoken of openly, yet within his heart, a fierce resolve stirred. He would uncover the identity of this individual and exact a brutal vengeance. How audacious it was for someone to dare employ forbidden folk arts within his territory. Hu Tianzheng, noticing the flicker of murderous intent cross Deng Sihai's face, recognized he had broached a perilous subject and swiftly sought to change the topic. Mr. Deng, I kindly request that you instruct your bodyguards to dispose of the carcasses of those 3 animals and incinerate them. Very well, Deng Sihai replied nonchalantly, motioning to the bodyguard still on the terrace to remove the remains of the 3 creatures. All attention was riveted upon the animal carcasses, and no one noticed a large, ominous cloud gradually veiling the sun above. Not far away, Li Chengfeng suddenly observed a shadow shifting upon the ground and instinctively looked up, realizing that half the sun was obscured by the encroaching cloud, a chill of foreboding gripping his heart. At that moment, a bodyguard had already removed the corpse of the sick cat, carelessly tossing it onto the terrace behind him and preparing to untie the rope binding the raven's body. As the bodyguard's hand grazed the rope, the darkened sky fully shrouded the sun, and to everyone's astonishment, the raven's corpse began to stir, emitting a cacophony of caws. The bodyguard, startled, stumbled backward, landing heavily on the terrace, right beside the lifeless cat, his eyes wide with terror as he beheld the unsettling movements of the raven and the bat. The lifeless body of the ailing cat suddenly stirred, rising with a mechanical grace. The bodyguard, rendered speechless by shock, trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom how a deceased feline had transformed into a mummified form capable of movement. Rather than attacking the bodyguard, the cat directed its cries towards the bats and crows, seemingly attempting to communicate with them. The corpses of the bats and crows remained bound by hemp ropes, rendering them immobile. Hu Tianzheng, Hu Yensong, and Deng Sihai, witnessing such an uncanny spectacle, were equally taken aback. Although Hu Tianzheng was the president of the Mystical Arts Association, this was the first time he had encountered such an event, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Han Lily and the timid female staff members, terrified, turned to flee, vowing never to return to this place. Deng Sihai, regaining his composure, solemnly inquired, President Hu, how can the mummified crows and bats still move? It must be a manifestation of spiritual transformation. Hu Tianzheng admitted his own helplessness. Despite holding the title of president of the Qingzhou Mystical Arts Association, he was merely a figurehead, skilled only in rudimentary esoteric techniques, adept at posturing as a master, but utterly powerless in the face of such phenomena. True masters, possessing genuine abilities, either affiliated themselves with the nation's enigmatic organization, the Dragon Gate 8 Bureau and the Guardian Dragon Guard, or chose to live in seclusion, detached from worldly affairs. The members of the Mystical Arts Association were merely a collection of individuals seeking fame and recognition. Amidst the plaintive cries of the ailing cat, the souls of the bats and crows emerged from their lifeless forms, ultimately alighting within the body of the cat. This scene was observed by Li Chengfeng, who stood not far away, his expression one of bewilderment and astonishment as he exclaimed, "The 3 souls have merged. This is troublesome." As the souls of the crow and bat entered the corpse of the cat, the lifeless feline let out a cry directed towards Li Chengfeng before leaping off the terrace, and disappearing into the adjacent sewer. Witnessing this, Wang Bin trembled in fear, stammering, That dead cat has escaped." Chapter 52. The Art of Chiman's Evasion Techniques, Part 1. Li Chengfeng found himself at a loss for words. These individuals were truly more adept at causing trouble than resolving it. With the cat's corpse having fled, it was too late to lament. The only recourse now was to devise a method to subdue the cat's remains, lest it transform into a malevolent spirit that could wreak havoc upon the world. He recalled how the cat had cried out in his direction just before jumping from the terrace, fully aware that it would surely return to seek him out. The souls of the crow and bat had completely intertwined with the corpse of the ailing cat, resulting in a singular entity with 3 souls. Now, the cat's remains had irrevocably morphed into a demon, making it exceedingly difficult to reclaim. If allowed to cultivate its powers unchecked, it would undoubtedly bring calamity to the region within a century, and capturing it thereafter would be akin to scaling the heavens. As a mere geomancer with limited martial prowess and no knowledge of the esoteric arts to vanquish demons, Li Chengfeng faced a formidable challenge in subduing the cat's corpse. Wang Bin turned to him, concern etched on his face as he inquired, "Chengfeng, do you think that dead cat will come back to seek vengeance?" "Indeed," Li Chengfeng affirmed with a nod, recognizing that the first course of action for the escaped cat would undoubtedly be to exact retribution upon its captor. Wang Bin could not help but tremble slightly, his voice tinged with fear as he inquired, "Then, what should we do?" "Let me think." Li Chengfeng took a deep breath, contemplating methods to deal with the cat's corpse, which could appear at any moment. He knew he must not underestimate the situation and needed to prepare in advance. With his eyes half closed, he pondered for a long time, various strategies flashing through his mind, shaking his head at times and nodding at others. Finally, he sighed, uncertain whether his solution would be effective. "Do not worry. I have devised a method to confront the cat's corpse." "What method have you thought of? Could you share it with me?" "The art of Chiman Duanjia." You know Chiman Duanjia?" Wang Bin's curiosity was instantly piqued. He had often watched films featuring Chiman Duanjia, where various masters could not only soar through the skies and traverse the earth, but also summon winds and rains, alter landscapes, and command spirits. They were truly remarkable. As a disciple of the Chiman school, Li Chengfeng was naturally well-versed in some of its techniques, particularly in strategizing and summoning spirits. However, the more advanced abilities such as moving mountains, filling seas, flying, and controlling the forces of nature were beyond his current capabilities. Throughout Chinese history, there indeed existed legendary figures capable of such feats, like the revered pair, Mountain Mother, Zhuge Kongming, and Giguzi. In that moment, Wang Bin had forgotten his fear. He was eager to witness how Li Chengfeng would employ Chiman Duanjia to confront the cat's corpse. Li Chengfeng stood at a distance, gazing at the entrance of the Shanghai gold store, unable to suppress a sigh. It was all due to these people, had they not arrived. That lifeless cat would undoubtedly have escaped. The individuals gathered at the storefront looked up, their faces awash with bewilderment as they stared at the corpses of the bat and the crow. Hu Tianzheng, Hu Yensong, Deng Sihai, and others were still struggling to believe their eyes. How could a cat that had turned into a mummy possibly run away? Such an uncanny and bizarre occurrence defies explanation. Even experts in the biological sciences would likely be at a loss to elucidate this phenomenon. Regaining his composure from his shock, Deng Sihai, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "President Hu, how could that dead cat still run? Can you explain what is happening?" The onlookers, filled with anticipation, turned their gazes towards Hu Tian, eager to hear his interpretation from a metaphysical perspective. The corpses of these 3 animals must have undergone spiritual transformation. What does spiritual transformation entail? Is it akin to what we commonly refer to as zombie resurrection? A bespectacled man beside them asked curiously. Hu Tianzheng shook his head, believing that explaining metaphysics to these individuals would be akin to playing a lute to a cow. It would not only be a waste of breath, but also of precious time. Spiritual transformation is not the same as resurrection, he asserted. Resurrection implies a lack of soul and consciousness, whereas spiritual transformation involves both. There exists a profound distinction between the two. Seeing that his uncle was reluctant to elaborate, Hu Yensong quickly stepped forward, adopting the demeanor of a master, and gravely stated, Everyone, it seems we have all misjudged the situation. That cat is not dead. It merely feigned death. As the bodyguard untied the rope binding the cat, it promptly dashed away, an entirely ordinary occurrence devoid of any mystical implications. Hu Tianjing regarded Hu Yensong with an approving gaze, silently commending his nephew's cleverness. He maintained a serious facade while deftly deceiving others, hastily echoing, "Indeed." That cat was merely playing dead, as were the bat and the crow, entirely unrelated to any spiritual transformation. When the bodyguard approached to untie the rope, the supposedly lifeless bat and crow were startled, resulting in their flapping wings. The onlookers felt a wave of disappointment, realizing that Hu Yensong and Hu Tianjing were merely placating them, and chose not to pursue further inquiries. Their explanation, while somewhat plausible, left much to be desired. Deng Sihai then turned his attention to the crow and bat corpses hanging by the door, a smirk of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he refrained from pressing for more answers. At that moment, Deng Sihai discerned the true nature of Hu Tianjing and Hu Yensong. He had initially believed them to be masters of their craft, and had even invested heavily in hiring Hu Tianjing as a consultant for feng shui and metaphysics for the Shanghai group. To his dismay, he discovered that they were nothing more than charlatans. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Hu Tianjing exhaled in relief, pleased that the matter had been resolved. Approaching Deng Sihai with a smile, he said, "Mr. Deng, please have the bodies of the bat and crow removed and burned, so that Shanghai Gold Shop can reopen." "Very well," Deng Sihai replied, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Hu Tianjing. He instructed the bodyguard still on the terrace to incinerate the bat and crow corpses, then handed Hu Tianjing a check for 2 million, turning away without a backward glance as he walked toward the car parked by the roadside. Hu Tianjing held a check in his hands, and upon seeing the figures inscribed upon it, a radiant smile illuminated his aged face. Earning 2 million with such ease made him feel that wealth was indeed effortlessly attainable. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude towards the retreating figure of Deng Sihai. "Thank you, Mr. Deng. Should you require anything in the future, please do not hesitate to command. My nephew and I are at your service at all times." Deng Sihai merely grunted in response before entering his vehicle, casually uttering 2 words, "Drive." Chapter 53. The Folk Forbidden Technique of the Shrinking Charm. Part 4. As the patrons gradually vacated the entrance of the Shanghai Gold Shop, the body of the crow and that of the bat were disposed of by the bodyguards, incinerated without ceremony. Li Chingfeng and Wang Bin returned to the Sui Yuan Hall. Although the 3 corpse blocking wealth technique had been dismantled, the corpse of the dead cat had vanished, casting a heavy pall over their spirits. They could not shake the foreboding thought that at any moment that deceased feline might reappear, entwining him in misfortune, besetting him with ill luck, and leading to calamities that could result in his suffering or even demise on the streets. Wang Bin unlocked the door of the Sui Yuan Hall, while Li Chengfeng stood by, noticing 3 luxury cars parked by the roadside. The foremost vehicle appeared particularly familiar, and as he pondered its owner, the door swung open. Yi Mengyao emerged from within. Upon spotting Li Chengfeng, a sweet smile graced her face, and she waved her delicate hand, her gentle voice greeting him. "Mr. Li, hello. Long time no see. What brings you here again?" Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, his icy tone inquiring. The once smiling Yi Mengyao now bore an expression of awkwardness, a flicker of anger simmering within her. This insufferable man truly lacks sensitivity. When a stunning beauty greeted him with a smile, he responded with an icy demeanor. "I curse him to remain perpetually single, a lifelong bachelor." Wang Bin, upon catching sight of Yi Mengyao, was momentarily spellbound, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "This woman is extraordinarily beautiful and possesses such grace. How delightful it would be if she were my girlfriend." Observing Wang Bin's reaction, Li Chengfeng wore an expression of exasperation, lightly striking the top of his head. "Can you not aspire for greater heights? It's not as if you've never encountered a woman before. She's just a girl, after all. Ha! She is truly exquisite." Wang Bin, unabashed, kept his gaze fixated on Yi Mengyao. Li Chengfeng could only shake his head in resignation, reflecting that the nature of men indeed holds true. Yi Mengyao, infuriated, gritted her teeth. casting a resentful glance at Li Chengfeng. This man is utterly despicable. She is still an innocent maiden, yet he so casually refers to her in such a derogatory manner. At that moment, a car door swung open behind them, and a man emerged, appearing ghostly pale and utterly worn down, his emaciated frame suggesting a lack of vitality. Li Chengfeng was taken aback upon seeing him, questioning whether this was indeed a human being. If so, how could he become so unrecognizable? Upon noticing Li Chengfeng, the man burst into tears, unable to contain his sorrow. Li Chengfeng stared at him, puzzled, as the man seemed familiar, yet he could not recall who he was. Two bodyguards then emerged from the vehicle, supporting the unsteady man as he approached Li Chengfeng. A man approached Li Chengfeng, suddenly kneeling before him and striking his forehead heavily against the ground. After 3 such gestures, he finally spoke with a quivering voice. "Mr. Li, I beg you, spare me." "Who are you? Are you a man or a woman?" Li Chengfeng exclaimed, taken aback. The figure before him appeared masculine, yet the voice was distinctly feminine. Startled, he jumped back 2 steps, questioning the man's sanity, wondering if he was a failed transgender individual. The man on the ground wiped away his tears and, in a voice laced with distress, said, "Mr. Li, I am Yi Wuming." "Yi Wuming? You are Yi Wuming?" "Yes." Yi Wuming nodded vigorously. Li Chengfeng was astonished, unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at Yi Wuming. In just over a month, how could he have transformed so drastically? Once a robust man, now his voice resonated with a woman's timbre. Li recalled how Yi Wuming had once strode in with an air of arrogance, accompanied by bodyguards who vandalized the Suyuan Hall without remorse. Now, however, Yi Wuming appeared frail and emaciated, swaying as he walked, reliant on 2 bodyguards for support. Observing Yi Wuming's current state, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of delight. The saying, "good and evil will be rewarded," rang true. Just as he was reveling in this realization, a thought struck him. Yi Wuming's misfortune seemed to stem from his own actions. A month ago, he had been subjected to a folk sorcery known as the Shrinking Yang spell, and now, after more than a month had elapsed, the incident had long been relegated to the recesses of his mind, nearly forgotten. However, upon observing Yi Wuming's current state, the memory of the spell resurfaced, and he was astonished that it had sought him out. Li Chengfeng was once again confronted with the terrifying nature of folk sorcery. He was profoundly shocked and recognized a crucial truth. Such sorcery should never be wielded recklessly. The so-called Shrinking Yang spell does not merely deprive a man of his masculine abilities. It also contracts his virility, resulting in an imbalance of yin and yang, rendering a man androgynous. Yi Wuming repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, wiping away his tears with a trembling hand, his voice laced with a plaintive plea. "Mr. Li, it was all my fault. I should not have allowed my bodyguard to vandalize Su Yuantang. I implore you to spare me. I shall never dare to repeat my mistakes. I wish to be a normal man. If you are willing to lift the curse upon me, I shall serve you diligently from this day forth, obeying your every command. Mr. Li, I beg you, please lift this curse. I cannot endure it any longer. This Shrinking Yang spell is truly tormenting me. I beseech you, Mr. Li." Despite being a man, his voice resonated with a distinctly feminine quality, sending shivers down Li Chengfeng's spine. As Yi Wuming spoke, he continued to prostrate himself before the ground, pleading with Li Chengfeng to remove the curse. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly and then turned his gaze toward Yi Mengyao, realizing that she must have divulged everything to Yi Wuming. Otherwise, Yi Wuming would not have found this place. Yi Mengyao, noticing the unusual expression on Li Chengfeng's face, expressed her sincere apologies. "Mr. Li, I am truly sorry. It was not I who conveyed this matter to him, but rather my aunt." Yi Mengyao had not anticipated that her revelation regarding Yi Wuming's transformation into a eunuch, due to Li Chengfeng's implementation of the emasculation curse, would reach Yi Wushuang. However, Yi Wushuang found it utterly implausible, dismissing the notion that any such curse could render a man a eunuch as sheer nonsense. Despite her verbal skepticism, she nonetheless rushed to the hospital, eager to ascertain the veracity of Yi Mengyao's claims, and subsequently relayed the details of the emasculation curse to Yi Wuming. Initially, Yi Wuming was incredulous, unable to fathom how such a curse could transform a normal man into a eunuch. Yet, as time progressed, the alterations in his body became increasingly pronounced, even altering the pitch of his voice to that of a woman's, plunging him into a state of utter panic. Desperate for answers, Yi Wuming sought out Yi Mingyao, imploring her to unveil the truth. With no other choice, Yi Mingyao recounted the entire sequence of events. Upon discovering the truth, Yi Wuming grappled with disbelief and profound shock. How could a folk taboo, such as the emasculation curse, render a man both male and female? It was simply too extraordinary, too unfathomable. Initially consumed by an overwhelming hatred for Li Chengfeng, he vowed to exact revenge. Yet as the physical changes persisted, fear replaced his animosity. The once fervent desire for vengeance dissipated entirely. All he yearned for was to revert to his former self, to be a normal man once more. In response to Yi Wuming's heartfelt pleas, Yi Mingyao led him to the Suyuantang, seeking Li Chengfeng's forgiveness. Chapter 54. The Forbidden Sorcery of the Folk, The Shrinking Spell, Part 5. Li Chengfeng let out a deep sigh as he gazed upon Yi Wuming, who knelt before him. A multitude of emotions surged within him. The terror inherent in the folk sorcery was truly unfathomable. In just over a month, Yi Wuming had been tormented by the shrinking spell to the extent that he resembled neither man nor ghost. What harrowing experiences had he endured during this time? For more than a month, Yi Wuming had been subjected to a living death, undergoing various examinations every few days, yet no ailment could be discerned. The doctors informed him that his peculiar affliction was unparalleled in this world. There had been no other cases discovered thus far. The sole remedy prescribed was the injection of male hormones. Each day, Yi Wuming received hormone injections and consumed numerous medications aimed at enhancing his male attributes. Despite the copious intake, there was no discernible improvement. Rather, his condition deteriorated further, and his voice began to take on a feminine quality. This transformation was unbearable for him, as he became the target of scornful glances, a source of ridicule for others. One curious child even inquired of his mother whether that uncle had practiced the sunflower scripture, leading to his androgynous appearance. Yi Wuming felt an overwhelming sense of despair, besieged by the dual assault on his psyche and body, leading him to increasingly contemplate the finality of death. Medical experts from both domestic and international realms had convened on numerous occasions to deliberate on his condition, yet they remained utterly powerless against this affliction. Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Had he known the true horror of the shrinking spell, his inherently kind nature would have deterred him from carelessly casting such a curse upon another. Standing nearby, Wang Bin was also taken aback by Yi Wuming's appearance. His face was filled with confusion as he struggled to comprehend what had transpired between Yi Wuming and Li Chengfeng. However, he could surmise that the transformation of this man before him seemed to be connected to Li Chengfeng. At that moment, Wang Bin began to realize just how formidable this old acquaintance truly was. First, he had employed clandestine folk techniques to shutter the Shanghai gold store, and now, through some unfathomable means, he had rendered a normally functioning man into a state that was neither masculine nor feminine. Such supernatural abilities were undeniably impressive, and an involuntary sense of admiration for Li Chengfeng began to swell within him. Yi Wuming knelt on the ground, desperately pleading, stealing glances at Yi Mingyao in the hope that she might intercede on his behalf. Yet Yi Mingyao's expression remained frosty, unwilling to spare him even a fleeting glance, as the memories of that fateful day haunted her, rendering her unable to forgive him. Had it not been for a twist of fate, where Li Chengfeng had cast a spell upon him, stripping Yi Wuming of his manhood, she would have been subjected to his vile intentions, and the entire Yi family might have faced ruin. Out of respect for their shared lineage, she refrained from pursuing retribution or revealing the events of that day to Yi Guqing. Had her father known, he would undoubtedly have executed him personally. Bringing him to seek out Li Chengfeng was already the utmost act of mercy she could extend. Li Chengfeng regarded the kneeling Yi Wuming, scrutinizing his features, a pallid face with a greenish beard, gaunt cheeks, and a narrow forehead, coupled with prominent cheekbones that betrayed a treacherous and malevolent disposition. According to the principles of the Ma-E physiognomy, a pallid face and greenish beard signal danger, Gaunt cheeks indicate a stooped demeanor. A narrow forehead reflects a narrow-minded heart. And sharp cheekbones are the hallmark of a ruthless and venomous nature. Observing his countenance, it was evident that even if the spell of diminished vitality were to be lifted, he would not rest easy and would undoubtedly seek revenge. Li Qingfeng had no desire to employ forbidden techniques to harm others, should Yi Wuming perish. He too would face divine retribution. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to assist in lifting the curse. If, after the spell's removal, Yi dared to return for vengeance, he would ensure that the man endured a fate worse than death. Li Qingfeng smirked slightly and said, Yi Wuming, I can indeed lift the spell upon you, but it cannot be done for free. I understand. Yi Wuming exclaimed, his initial sorrow transforming into delight as a smile broke across his face. He grasped Li Qingfeng's intent. He sought payment. Though a flicker of concern crossed his mind about the possibility of exorbitant demands, the terrifying nature of the curse compelled him to acquiesce, even if it meant exhausting his wealth. Mr. Li, as long as you lift the curse upon me, I shall pay you whatever sum you desire. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qingfeng held up 2 fingers. Staring at those 2 fingers, Yi Wuming, who had previously worried about being extorted, suddenly beamed and nonchalantly declared, 2 million it is. I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Li Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback by the mention of 2 million. He had merely intended to ask for 2,000. Could it be that in the realm of the affluent, 2 million equated to a mere 2,000? Observing the carefree smile on Yi Wuming's face, he felt as though 2 million was insufficient. A twinge of regret washed over Li Qingfeng. Had he known, he would have demanded 200 million. A sense of unease lingered within him. Should he lift the restriction placed upon Yi Wuming, the potential for retaliation could lead to an array of unnecessary complications. A warning must be issued first. Yi Wuming, allow me to make myself clear. I possess the ability to lift your curse. Yet I can also cast spells upon you at any moment. Before Li Qingfeng could finish his statement, Yi Wuming hastily interjected, I understand. Mr. Li, please rest assured, I would never dream of retaliating against you, for I do not possess the audacity to do so. As long as you do not find me objectionable, I shall serve you faithfully, like a beast of burden, attending to your every command. Li Qingfeng shook his head, discerning the treacherous nature reflected in Yi Wuming's countenance. To harbor such a figure close at hand might one day lead to betrayal. With a disdainful expression, he replied, No need for such servitude. I have no desire for a beast of burden like you. Upon returning to the Suiyuan Hall, Li Qingfeng retrieved a wooden tray, upon which lay a thick layer of soil, crowned by a scarecrow. Between the scarecrow's legs stood a coffin nail. Yi Wuming gazed at the scarecrow. Disbelief writ large upon his features, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Could this grotesque figure be the source of his current plight? Such an idea seemed utterly preposterous. As Yimeng Yao, Wang Bin, Yi Wuming, and the 2 bodyguards observed with curiosity, Li Qingfeng began to chant incantations, hands forming intricate gestures directed at the scarecrow. Heavenly incantations, earthly incantations, divine soldiers from all directions come to dispel the curse. White incantations, nocturnal incantations, day and night spirits arrive to lift the spell. Divine curses, ghostly incantations. The 5 ghosts of the underworld come forth to break the enchantment. As Li Qingfeng recited these incantations, Wang Bin and Yi Wuming felt a shiver run down their spines. The utterance of these spells brought a wave of discomfort to their minds. Once Li Qingfeng had completed the recitation, he swiftly changed his hand gestures and grasped the coffin nail, then shouted with force, Break! With that, he extracted the coffin nail, and at that very moment, the scarecrow suddenly ignited, instantly turning to a pile of ashes. Such a miraculous spectacle left everyone present in awe. Their mouths agape, bewildered as to why the scarecrow had spontaneously combusted. Taking a deep breath, Li Qingfeng turned to Yi Wuming and said, All right, the curse I placed upon you has now been lifted. You may rest for a few days, and you will fully recover. Thank you, Mr. Li. Yi Wuming replied, still somewhat skeptical. The notion that simply removing the coffin nail from a scarecrow could restore his health without medication or injections seemed utterly absurd. He felt as though he had been deceived by Li Chengfeng, suspecting it was all a ruse. Though his countenance darkened, he dared not voice his displeasure. The two bodyguards nearby, upon hearing Yi Wuming's voice, exhibited expressions of shock, incredulously stating, "Brother Yi, your voice." "What's wrong with my voice?" Yi Wuming queried, only to be pleasantly surprised to discover that his voice had reverted to that of a man. Chapter 55. The Art of Qimen and the Technique of Escape. Part 2. Upon the moment when Li Chengfeng lifted the curse afflicting Yi Wuming, the latter returned to his normal state. However, having endured the torment of the shrinking yang spell for an extended period, his body remained frail and in need of recuperation before he could fully regain his strength. Yi Wuming, with a visage illuminated by joy, anxiously reached below, where his once retracted treasure now returned, prompting tears of elation. He could finally reclaim his identity as a normal man. Yet, amidst the euphoria, recollections of the harrowing month flooded his mind, causing his body to involuntarily tremble, overwhelmed solely by fear. He found himself devoid of the courage to harbor hatred towards Li Chengfeng. He was genuinely terrified. Yi Wuming was an astute individual, and he had come to realize that, despite Li Chengfeng's modest establishment of the inconspicuous Suiyuan Hall, the potential for his future achievements and connections was boundless given his remarkable abilities. With a profound gaze fixed upon Li Chengfeng, who had already demonstrated his enigmatic prowess, Yi Wuming understood that aligning with such an individual was imperative. Enmity would be folly. The prospect of having such a formidable adversary was indeed daunting, as one could perish without comprehension, and worse, one's family could suffer dire consequences, leading to the extinction of lineage. In light of these thoughts, Yi Wuming regarded Li Chengfeng with utmost reverence, adopting a tone of subservience. "Mr. Li, from this day forth, I, Yi Wuming, willingly offer my service to you, ready to toil at your behest, with unwavering loyalty." Li Chengfeng's voice, cold and detached, pierced the air as he dismissed Yi Wuming without even a glance, issuing a clear edict for him to depart. "Enough. You may leave. As long as you refrain from seeking vengeance, I shall be content." Yi Wuming appeared visibly embarrassed. If he were an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly seek revenge without hesitation. However, having personally experienced the terrifying power of the shrinking spell, he no longer dared to entertain thoughts of vengeance. "Mr. Li, even if you were to grant me tenfold courage, I would not dare to pursue revenge against you. In the future, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall never refuse as long as it is within my capabilities." Li Chengfeng offered no response, maintaining his icy demeanor. He genuinely found Yi Wuming to be a liability. Sensing Li Chengfeng's indifference, Yi Wuming felt a twinge of disappointment and sighed, preparing to depart. Just as he reached the doorway, he abruptly halted, a sudden realization striking him. He turned back to continue speaking. "Mr. Li, there is one more matter I must inform you of. My cousin Yi Wugong and a certain individual from an island nation have arrived in Qingzhou City. This islander is extraordinarily formidable, reputed to be one of the top 10 Yin-Yang Feng Shui masters of the Nine Chrysanthemum School, known as Sado Kenichi. His purpose for coming to Qingzhou is to uncover the identity of the person who moved the thorny locust tree from the Yi family ancestral tomb. Mr. Li, you must exercise caution." Yi Wuming had already deduced that it was Li Chengfeng who had relocated the thorny locust tree from the Yi family ancestral tomb. Li Chengfeng's complex gaze remained fixed on Yi Wuming, puzzled by his disclosure. Though it was a well-intentioned warning, he could not respond too coldly. "Understood," he replied. A hint of disdain curled at the corner of his mouth as he considered the implications. He surmised that this Sado Kenichi was likely the individual responsible for planting the thorny locust tree at the Yi family tomb. For the islanders, Li Chengfeng had never harbored even a modicum of goodwill, especially not towards a practitioner of the esteemed Ninth Flower sect, renowned for their skills in yin-yang and feng shui. If memory serves, it was also two islanders who had employed the earth-spiriting technique in Wang Bin's village. They too must belong to that same prestigious sect. Li Chengfeng snorted dismissively. The absence of Sado Kenichi was a relief, but should he dare to provoke trouble, he would allow him to experience the formidable power of folk taboo arts. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, a folk taboo technique involving the living attending a funeral, and the living escorting the deceased. Though Li Chengfeng had no desire to harm anyone with such arts, he regarded the islanders as scarcely human. Yi Wuming adopted a sycophantic tone, saying, "Mr. Li, should anything arise, I shall inform you. I take my leave now." Li Chengfeng nodded gently, his aversion to Yi Wuming somewhat alleviated. Seeing Li Chengfeng's acknowledgement, Yi Wuming felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He turned with a beaming smile and, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, departed from Suyuantang with satisfaction. However, as soon as they settled into the vehicle, one bodyguard, with a disgruntled expression, remarked, "Bro, that kid is far too arrogant. Should I gather a few brothers to teach him a lesson? Do you dare? If you entertain such thoughts again, I will be the one to put you out of commission first. From now on, treat Mr. Li with utmost respect. He is not someone we can afford to provoke. Understand? Do not be deceived by his current status as an inconspicuous feng shui master. It will not be long before he ascends to become a figure beyond our reach." As Yi Wuming uttered these words, he felt an immense reverence, as though he could envision Li Chengfeng's illustrious future. He believed that being by his side would surely lead to a rise in his own fortunes. Li Chengfeng's actions once again astonished Yi Mengyao. To her, he had become a figure of almost divine stature, her eyes filled with admiration and affection. Although he was not conventionally handsome, the unique aura he exuded captivated her deeply. When she first encountered Li Chengfeng, she had looked upon him with disdain, perceiving him as a charlatan. However, she had now completely succumbed to being his little fangirl. After Yi Wuming departed, Yi Mengyao gently parted her crimson lips, her voice as soothing as flowing water. "Mr. Li, my father is hosting a banquet at Wanghai Pavilion tonight, and I would like to invite you to dinner. I wonder if you have the time? Let's discuss it later. I have matters to attend to now." Li Chengfeng replied without even sparing a glance at Yi Mengyao, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Wang Bin, who had been standing nearby, observed Yi Mengyao's demeanor and realized her affections for Li Chengfeng. He sighed helplessly, recognizing that he had little chance now. Regrettably, Li Chengfeng remained oblivious to her feelings. Before a beauty, he failed to recognize her genuine heart. Standing at the doorway, he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Bin and said, "Binzi, bring me my sonic compass." Oh, the cat's corpse could appear at any moment. I must prepare accordingly. He intended to set up a protective formation of the 12 divine generals at the entrance of the Su Yuan Hall. With a serious expression, Li Chengfeng held the sonic compass at the door, occasionally glancing at it, and then towards the right side of the entrance, calculating the positions of the 6 Ding deities, his fingers deftly adjusting as he muttered incantations. The 6 Ding represent the yin, and the 6 Jia symbolize the yang. 6 divine spirits of yin and 6 divine spirits of yang. The 12 deities each fulfill their designated roles, safeguarding my being. The Ding spirits are represented by 6 figures. The spirit at the Dingmao position is General Sima Qing. At the Dingwei position is General Shi Shutong. At the Dingyu position is General Zhang Wengong. At the Dinghai position is General Zhang Wentong. At the Dingqiu position is General Zhao Ziren. And at the Dingxi position is General Cui Shiqing. Each of the 6 divine generals guards their respective directions. The deities assume their positions. Li Chengfeng, holding a Sanha compass, recites the names of the positions, and as he names each deity, his hand gestures shift accordingly, directing him toward the location of the deity. Upon identifying a specific divine position, a fleeting azure light illuminates the area, revealing a formidable divine general clad in azure armor, wielding a divine weapon, who stands momentarily within the azure glow before vanishing. After Li Chengfeng identifies the 6 Ding positions and proclaims the return of the deities, the 6 Ding generals manifest alongside the azure light, appearing at their respective positions for approximately 3 seconds before disappearing. Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao, who have yet to awaken their heavenly sight, are oblivious to this spectacle. Yi Mengyao stands quietly beside Li Chengfeng, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she yearns to comprehend his actions, yet hesitates to interrupt him. In contrast, Wang Bin wears a puzzled expression, observing Li Chengfeng's seemingly erratic gestures and mutterings, pondering whether this is indeed the peculiar art of Qimen Du and Jia he had described. It appears rather haphazard, Could it truly be the art of Qimen Duanjia, simply by pointing and gesturing at random locations? Chapter 56. The Art of Qimen Duanjia. Part 3. Unbeknownst to Wang Bin. Each location Li Chengfeng indicates corresponds precisely to the positions of the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, and the 12 divine generals. How could an ordinary person possibly grasp such intricacies? In the current society, the mastery of the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, as well as the plum blossom divination, has become increasingly rare. Li Chengfeng completely disregarded the presence of Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao. After locating the position of the 6 Ding, he wielded the Sanha compass to seek out the positions of the 6 Jia. He occasionally glanced at the Sanha compass, and then towards the left side of the entrance, his hand gestures continuously shifting while he chanted incantations. The 6 Jia represent the Yang, while the 6 Ding symbolize the Yin. Each of the 12 divine generals holds their respective positions, safeguarding me. The 6 generals of the Jiazi are Wang Wenqing at the Jiazi position, Zhan Zijiang at the Jiasu position, Bu Wenchang at the Jiashun position, Wei Yuqing at the Jiawu position, Meng Feiqing at the Jiachun position, and Ming Wenzhang at the Jiayin position, with the 6 Yang generals guarding the 6 directions. Return to your positions, O deities. As Li Chengfeng held the Sanha compass, each time he pronounced a divine position and invoked the name of a corresponding general, his hand gestures would shift accordingly, pointing towards the location of the deity. With every correct invocation, a flash of golden light would illuminate the scene, revealing a formidable general clad in golden armor, wielding divine weaponry, appearing momentarily before vanishing into the brilliance. Once Li Chengfeng identified the positions of the 6 Jia, he bellowed, "Return to your positions, O deities." The 6 Jia generals emerged in a cascade of golden light at their respective positions, only to disappear approximately 3 seconds later. Upon completing the protective formation of the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, and 6 Yang, Li Chengfeng felt his legs weaken, his entire body drained of strength, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment. He collapsed to the ground and subsequently fell unconscious. Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao were both taken aback. Just moments ago, Li Chengfeng had been full of vigor, animatedly gesturing and speaking fervently, yet he suddenly collapsed. Wang Bin huaritli approachet. His expression filled with concern as he half knelt beside Li Chengfeng, gently patting his face, his voice tinged with urgency. "Chengfeng, what has happened to you? Wake up. Speak to me. You mustn't leave us." Yi Mengyao quickly crouched down to assess Li Chengfeng's condition, noticing his pallid complexion and faint breath. Her heart brimmed with worry as she asked in confusion, "Mr. Li, what is going on? You seemed fine just a moment ago. How could you suddenly faint?" "I don't know. We must hurry and take Mr. Li to the hospital, shall we?" "Yes." Yi Mengyao took it upon herself to escort Li Chengfeng to the hospital, willingly covering the medical expenses, tirelessly attending to him as if she were a devoted wife. She consulted specialists, sought doctors, and called for nurses, demonstrating exceptional care and attentiveness. Wang Bin, observing Yi Mengyao's diligent efforts from the sidelines, felt a pang of envy. He could not fathom why someone as beautiful and virtuous as she, a daughter of a wealthy family, did not capture Li Chengfeng's heart. Were it him in Li Chengfeng's position, he would undoubtedly fall for her without hesitation. When Li Chengfeng finally opened his eyes, he found himself in a hospital bed with Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao by his side. The doctor had examined him thoroughly, declaring him in excellent health with no discernible ailments. After much contemplation regarding the cause of his fainting spell, the doctor ultimately concluded that it was due to excessive fatigue and insufficient vitality. Upon witnessing Li Chengfeng regain consciousness, Yi Mengyao felt a sense of relief wash over her, her previously anxious countenance transforming into a radiant smile as she stood quietly beside him. Wang Bin, equally elated, wore a broad grin and jestingly remarked, "You nearly gave me a fright. I thought you were about to kick the bucket. Get lost. If anyone's kicking the bucket, it won't be me." Li Chengfeng retorted with a sidelong glance at Wang Bin, his tone laced with irritation. As he lay in a hospital bed, he took a deep breath, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. After meticulously setting up the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, and 6 Yang 12 divine generals protective formation, He had felt his vital essence being siphoned away by a mysterious force, akin to a deflated balloon, leading him to lose consciousness in an instant. Wang Bin, wearing a puzzled expression, was equally baffled by the sudden collapse and voiced his concerns. Li Qingfeng had not anticipated that the arrangement of the Qimen Duanjiao formation would deplete so much of his vital essence. The excessive loss of energy was the very reason for his fainting spell. He was left wondering what entity had drained his vital essence so completely. Fortunately, being youthful meant that the depletion would not inflict significant harm on his body, and he would recover in a matter of days. Taking a deep breath, Li Chengfeng sat up in his bed and inquired, "What time is it?" "It's already past 6. Nightfall is approaching. Are you hungry? I can fetch you something to eat," Yi Mengyao replied hurriedly, having remained by his side throughout. Li Chengfeng hurriedly turned his gaze outside, where the sun had already set, leaving a faint glimmer of twilight upon the earth. He felt no inclination to dine, his heart racing with an unsettling realization. If nightfall arrived and that cat's corpse came seeking him, it would spell trouble. "Binzi, we must return to the Shui Yuan Hall at once. It will be too late once darkness falls." "Indeed, how could I have forgotten?" Wang Bin suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Once night enveloped the world, the corpse would emerge, and without the binding of the hemp rope, the ferocity of that dead cat was beyond imagination. Time was of the essence. Without delay, Wang Bin assisted Li Chengfeng as they made their way out of the ward. Yi Mengyao, observing their urgency, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Mr. Li, you have just arrived at the hospital. Why are you leaving? Should you not rest here for a while?" "I have pressing matters to attend to and must return before nightfall," Li Chengfeng replied, casting a brief glance at Yi Mengyao before continuing onward. The protective formation he had established at Sui Yuan Hall would shield him. Should that cat's corpse come knocking, it would find no entry. Remaining in the hospital would only invite doom once the corpse sought them out. Noticing his anxious demeanor, Yi Mengyao offered to drive them back. Li Chengfeng wished to decline, wanting to shield her from this predicament. However, Wang Bin, with a shameless eagerness, readily accepted her offer. Li Chengfeng shot Wang Bin an exasperated glance, ultimately conceding and entering Yi Mengyao's luxurious vehicle. On the journey home, Wang Bin incessantly chattered, bombarding her with questions. Yi Mengyao, displaying visible disdain, nonetheless maintained her composure, smiling as she engaged in conversation with Wang Bin, perhaps out of respect for Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng sat in the car, silent, occasionally glancing out the window. The sun had already set, and night had enveloped the surroundings. The streetlights flickered to life, illuminating the shops along the road, all brightened with lights. In a fleeting moment, he thought he saw a cat emerging from the sewer. He hastily rolled down the window, anxious to ascertain whether it was indeed the deceased feline. However, as he turned to that spot, he found nothing. The cat had vanished without a trace, leaving him with an unsettling premonition. "Miss Yi, could you possibly drive a bit faster?" Chapter 57. The malevolent force collides with the living. Yi Mengyao responded softly and increased the speed of the vehicle, though it was not significantly faster, merely a slight increment over the previous pace. Given that they were in a city street with a maximum speed limit of 30 miles per hour, combined with a plethora of traffic lights and congestion, even the desire to hasten was thwarted. Wang Bin, noticing the anxious expression on Li Chengfeng's face, sensed that something was amiss and casually inquired, "Chengfeng, did you see that thing?" "It seems so, but I cannot be certain," Li Chengfeng replied. Wang Bin quickly turned his head to look outside. At first, he saw nothing unusual, but as they passed a landscaped area with lush green bushes, a small patch suddenly began to sway. He widened his eyes, fixated on the quivering foliage. Suddenly, a cat leaped out from the underbrush. Startled, Wang Bin let out a yelp, jumping in his seat and bumping his head against the ceiling. He quickly raised his hand to rub his head, grimacing in pain. Once he regained his composure, he realized it was merely a rather plump orange cat. Li Chengfeng, slightly irritated, remarked, "There's no need to be so startled. You might give someone a fright." "Huh, it seems I misread the situation." As Yi Mengyao drove, she observed the two individuals through the rearview mirror, sensing something amiss in their behavior. "Mr. Li, Mr. Wang, what troubles you?" she casually inquired. "Nothing at all," Li Chengfeng replied nonchalantly, then turned his gaze towards the window, his brow furrowing instantly. There, on the opposite curb, sat a cat. The creature appeared emaciated, its eyes as dark as ink, devoid of any vitality, fixated on the vehicles passing by. Passers-by who noticed the cat felt a pang of pity, remarking on its thinness and lamenting its plight, yet none perceived the eerie nature of the feline. A jolt of realization struck Li Chengfeng. This was indeed the very cat's corpse. At that moment, the gazes of man and cat met. The cadaverous cat, spotting Li Chengfeng in the vehicle, opened its thin mouth and emitted a piercing wail. Suddenly, from its belly, a bat emerged alongside a crow, both swiftly soaring towards Li Chengfeng's direction. As he watched the approaching bat and crow, a chill ran down his spine, leaving him utterly powerless. Just as the bat and crow were about to reach him, a tall SUV unexpectedly accelerated from the left, colliding with the flying creatures. Upon impact, the windshield of the SUV made no sound, and in an instant, the bat and crow vanished. Simultaneously, the SUV lost control, careening wildly down the road, crashing into several vehicles before finally bringing itself to a halt against a tree by the roadside. The car's hood had become deformed, the airbag had deployed, and shards of glass littered the ground. The driver lay motionless in the seat, his condition uncertain, with only minor abrasions on his body. Suddenly, a bat and a crow emerged from within the driver's form. The crow and the bat perched upon him, emitting sounds of satisfaction. At that moment, the cat's corpse, which had been crouching by the roadside, began to vocalize, as if summoning the crow and the bat. Upon hearing the cat's call, the crow and the bat responded with sounds of their own, hastily flapping their wings and flying towards the cat's carcass, subsequently entering its belly. The cat's corpse released a sound of contentment, cast a glance at Li Chengfeng, and then vanished into a nearby drain. Li Chengfeng had witnessed this entire scene clearly. 3 souls in one body, the bat and the crow's essences residing within the cat's corpse, transformed into an ominous entity. Confusion filled his mind as to why the cat's corpse had suddenly departed. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Had the bat and the crow descended upon Yi Mengyao's vehicle, it surely would have been her car that crashed into the tree. The unexpected accident startled Yi Mengyao, prompting her to slam on the brakes and take a deep breath, nervously exclaiming, "That was terrifying. I nearly got hit." Wang Bin gazed at the SUV that had collided with the tree, recalling the moment when Han Lily had driven her car into a milk tea shop. The scene before him was strikingly similar. With a trembling voice, he asked Chengfeng, "Is it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Li Chengfeng interrupted him, insisting that such matters must remain unknown to Yi Mengyao. The fewer people who were aware, the better. After all, these 3 vile beings were conjured by Li Chengfeng using the folk-forbidden technique, known as 3 corpses blocking wealth. The 3 individuals gazed at the off-road vehicle that had collided with the tree, pondering the severity of the driver's injuries. At that moment, 2 on-duty auxiliary police officers happened to pass by, and upon seeing the crashed vehicle, hurriedly approached to investigate. As they reached the front of the car and glanced at the driver in the seat, they were instantly startled, exclaiming in shock and quickly retreating, their words a flurry of traditional exclamations. Upon hearing the auxiliary officers' cries, Li Chengfeng was filled with confusion, pondering the situation. The off-road vehicle had been traveling at a maximum speed of merely 40 miles per hour, and considering the vehicle's robust protection, it seemed improbable that the driver could have sustained fatal injuries from such a collision. Noticing the unusual expressions on the officers' faces, Li Chengfeng disembarked from his vehicle and approached the off-road car, with Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao following closely, equally curious about the unfolding scene. As they reached the front of the vehicle, the 2 auxiliary officers hurriedly advised, "Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly suggest you refrain from approaching." "It's nothing. I merely wish to take a glance," Li Chengfeng replied. The officers, resigned, chose not to impede him further, thinking that the spectacle might frighten them into retreat. Upon reaching the off-road vehicle and peering inside, Li Chengfeng discovered that the driver was a man, likely in his 50s. The driver sat motionless in the driver's seat, his face ashen, and his exposed arm bore a ghastly shade of bruising. His mouth gaped open, and his eyes were wide with terror, firmly pressed against the seat. The sight was truly horrifying. The driver of the off-road vehicle was, astonishingly, dead. How could this be possible? Yi Mengyao, being a girl of timid disposition, was startled by the scene before her. With a cry of alarm, she burst into tears and swiftly retreated to the safety of the vehicle. Wang Bin, ich verlichtet, stumbled back several paces, unable to bear the sight any longer. Only Li Chengfeng remained composed, uttering not a word as he silently returned to Yi Mengyao's car, having already deduced the nature of the driver's demise. Wang Bin followed closely behind, his face a canvas of curiosity as he inquired, how could the driver be dead? The manner of death is truly terrifying, his face ashen, mouth agape, and eyes bulging. Surely, one does not perish in a car accident like this? It was not a mere accident that led to his death. He fell victim to a malevolent force, Li Chengfeng replied. The mention of a malevolent force instantly conjured images in Wang Bin's mind of the sickly cat, the hairless crow, and the emaciated bat. He recalled Li Chengfeng's earlier words. These three unclean entities had transformed from harbingers of misfortune into agents of malevolence. Yet, he remained perplexed, questioning how an encounter with such a force could result in death. Yi Mengyao, her face a mask of curiosity, voiced the confusion that lingered in her mind. Chapter 58. The Art of Escape from the School of Mysterious Doors. Part 4. Li Chengfeng shook his head, poised to elucidate the reasons behind the incident to Yi Mengyao and Wang Bin. However, the arrival of the traffic police and an ambulance at the scene abruptly interrupted him. They commenced the task of dispersing the onlookers and investigating the cause of the accident. Yi Mengyao was summoned by the traffic officer to step out of the vehicle and provide her account of the events leading to the accident. The scene, once chaotic, transformed into a model of order with the police's arrival, and traffic began to flow normally again. The ambulance parked beside the SUV, and medical personnel swiftly disembarked. Two doctors hastily carrying a stretcher toward the vehicle to attend to the injured. As the doctor and nurse hastened towards the off-road vehicle, they were momentarily paralyzed by shock, their terrified gazes fixed upon the driver inside. As medical professionals accustomed to dealing with corpses in the hospital, they had encountered various bizarre death scenarios. However, witnessing a body that was entirely cyanotic, mouth agape, and eyes wide open was an unprecedented experience. A slightly older physician, around his 40s, cast a fleeting glance at the corpse before neglecting to conduct a thorough examination. He turned to the nearby nurse and stated, "The victim shows no signs of life. Please contact the funeral home to retrieve the body and expedite communication with the family, then arrange for cremation." Understood, the nurse acknowledged, her curiosity piqued. "Director Zhang, why is this body cyanotic, and why does it appear to be staring with wide eyes?" Director Zhang adjusted his glasses, his expression grave as he responded. "If I am not mistaken, the driver had already perished before colliding with the tree. He likely encountered some malevolent force that caused his soul to depart, dispersing the vital energy within him instantaneously." What malevolent force? The nurse's face registered shock at this revelation. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Director Zhang hastily slapped his own hand and corrected himself. "I was merely speaking nonsense. He died from crashing into the tree." This Director Zhang, known as Zhang Beidu, served as the head of surgery in the emergency department of Qingzhou Hospital. His true identity, however, was that of a member of the mysterious Huaxia organization known as the Longmen 8 Bureau, a lineage of the Sanyuan faction. Upon his first glimpse of the driver, he discerned that this was no ordinary death. A profound curiosity enveloped me as I pondered what the driver had collided with that led to his immediate demise, particularly in such a peculiar manner. Observing the bustling police officers and nurses, Li Chengfeng found himself in a state of complex emotions while seated in the vehicle. The driver of the SUV should not have perished. It was the assault by a malignant force that severed his soul from his body, scattering his vital essence like leaves in the wind, resulting in his bizarre death. If an ill-fated entity were to strike a living being, it would merely bring misfortune and calamity. However, a truly malevolent force could lead to a loss of spirit or, in the worst case, instantaneous death. Reflecting on the tragic fate of the SUV driver, a tinge of guilt stirred within him. Although he had not directly caused the driver's death, it was indeed a consequence of his presence. He wondered if such a calamity would invoke divine retribution. After being interrogated by the traffic police for an extended period, Yi Mengyao was finally permitted to leave upon confirming her lack of involvement in the accident. As she returned to her vehicle, the officers urged her to depart swiftly to avoid obstructing traffic. Gripping the steering wheel, Yi Mengyao sighed in bewilderment, exclaiming, "It is truly strange. How could that SUV suddenly lose control? Such vehicles possess excellent handling. This shouldn't have happened." Neither Li Chengfeng nor Wang Bin responded, silently gazing out of the window, perhaps apprehensive of encountering the lifeless cat. Fortunately, their journey proceeded without incident, and the ominous feline did not manifest. Approximately 20 minutes later, Yi Mengyao delivered Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin back to Suiyuan Hall. As Li Chengfeng exited the car, he uttered not a word of thanks, while Wang Bin, with a shameless demeanor, extended an invitation to Yi Mengyao to join him for a drink at the shop. Yi Mengyao disregarded Wang Bin, her gaze fixated on Li Chengfeng. She spoke once more, "Mr. Li, when are you free? My father would like to invite you to dinner." "No time," Li Chengfeng replied, curtly without turning back, subsequently striding into the Suyuan Tang. He had no desire to involve himself in the affairs of the Yi family, and was acutely aware that this meal would not be a pleasant one. Watching the indifferent Li Chengfeng enter the Suyuan Tang, Yi Mengyao sighed, then drove away, her heart brimming with indignation. After all her efforts to care for him at the hospital today, he was so cold. She truly could not comprehend why she was drawn to him. He was neither handsome nor affluent, lacking in both wealth and status, devoid of a prestigious lineage or influential connections. Aside from his ability to read fortunes and employ forbidden techniques to harm others, what else was there? If her father were to discover her feelings for Li Chengfeng, she wondered if he would be furious. As she drove, her anger surged, shouting, "Li Chengfeng, you big jerk! I never want to see you again." Upon returning to the Suyuan Tang, Li Chengfeng approached the altar first, lighting 3 sticks of incense. He held them to his forehead, bowed 3 times, and then placed them in the incense burner. "May the ancestral master bless me with safety and resolve this calamity of the cat's corpse." The figure of the ancestral master in the portrait blinked, then turned its head aside, seemingly indicating that he must resolve his own troubles. Noticing the ancestral master's averted gaze, Li Chengfeng felt a pang of anxiety and hastily exclaimed, "Ancestral master, if the 12 divine generals' protective formation cannot subdue that cat's corpse, you cannot turn a blind eye. If I perish, who will offer you incense thereafter?" The ancestral master depicted in the image remained unresponsive, prompting Li Chengfeng to seek solace in the belief that the master would surely not forsake them in their hour of need. Wang Bin, however, wore a countenance of anxiety, standing at the threshold and peering outside for a fleeting moment before hastily shutting the door, securing it with a bolt. He then placed 2 stools against the door for added protection before turning to inquire, "Chengfeng, do you think that wretched cat will come tonight? It is likely to appear. Should that accursed feline dare to show its face, it shall meet with a fate from which it cannot return." The entrance is fortified with the protective array of the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, and 6 Yang, along with the ancestral master's watchful presence behind us. What is there to fear? As the night deepened, the foot traffic outside dwindled, and a chilling wind occasionally swept through the streets, sending plastic bags tumbling along the pavement. Wang Bin glanced at the clock, noting it was past 10. He stretched languidly and, with a drowsy tone, remarked, "Chengfeng, I'm feeling a bit weary. I shall retire for the night. You should do so as well." With that, he strode toward the inner room. Li Chengfeng inhaled deeply, preparing to follow suit, when suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the stillness outside the Suiyuan Hall. "Meow, meow." At that moment, an unseen force thrust the door open, causing the bolt to snap with a resounding crack, and the stools that had secured the door tumbled aside. The door, propelled by its own momentum, collided with the wall, producing a loud clatter. The abrupt noise startled both Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, causing them to jump and swiftly glance behind them. There, in the doorway, sat the emaciated corpse of a cat, positioned directly in the center, its ink-black eyes fixated intently on Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin within the hall. A cat's corpse crouched at the entrance, yet dared not enter, continuously emitting a piercing wail its cries imbued with boundless fury. Upon glimpsing the cat's remains outside the door, Wang Bin found himself wide awake, his legs trembling and weak. In a quavering voice, he asked, "Chengfeng, what shall we do?" "Do not be afraid," Li Chengfeng proclaimed, though cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He inhaled deeply and took a couple of steps forward, his hands forming intricate gestures, while he murmured incantations. 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, 12 divine generals, he my command protect my Dharma body, commence the formation. Chapter 59, The Art of the Mysterious Door Sect. Part 5, as Li Chengfeng shouted the words, commence the formation, his hands continued to weave the gestures, directing his focus towards the center of the protective formation of the 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, and 12 divine generals. A stream of vital energy surged from his index finger, penetrating the center of the formation, which was instantly activated, revealing a Tai Chi circle that radiated with golden and azure light. Upon witnessing the successful activation of the Grand Array, Li Chengfeng hastily advanced 2 steps into the luminous Tai Chi circle, precisely at the heart of the protective formation. As he entered the circle, he altered his hand gestures once more and bellowed, 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, 6 Yang, return to your positions. With his command, the right side of the 6 Ding divine positions flickered with azure light, and simultaneously, 6 divine generals clad in azure armor emerged to guard Li Chengfeng's right flank. At that moment, the left side of the 6 Jia divine positions gleamed with golden light, summoning 6 divine generals in golden armor to protect his left side. The 12 divine generals, each occupying the positions of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia, collectively form a Tai Chi circle, enveloping Li Chengfeng in its protective embrace, rendering him impervious to malevolent spirits and unholy entities, subduing demons and vanquishing evil, manifesting divine power in the mortal realm. This is the esoteric formation of the Qimeng sect. The Duanjia Array, a protective circle of the 12 divine generals of 6 Ding and 6 Jia, whose profound mysteries defy articulation. Within the Tai Chi circle, Li Chengfeng turned his head to the right, glancing at the 6 Ding general, then to the left, observing the 6 Jia general. Each general, wielding sacred weapons, bore a solemn demeanor, yet all were with closed eyes, resembling immobile sculptures. As he scrutinized the generals on either side, Li Chengfeng felt a surge of astonishment. The reputation of the Qimeng sect's Duanjia Array was indeed well-deserved, as it could summon divine protectors to ward off evil. Although the 12 divine generals manifested before him were but ephemeral echoes of their true forms, mere fragments of divine consciousness, their might was not to be underestimated. Against a mere cat's corpse, their presence was more than sufficient. Should the true forms of the 6 Ding and 6 Jia be summoned, the little feline would likely be torn asunder in an instant, its soul scattered. Standing within the Tai Chi circle, Li Chengfeng then glanced towards the cat's corpse outside the door, issuing a disdainful snort before commencing the activation of the grand formation. Meanwhile, the cat's corpse, which had been lurking outside the door, suddenly exerted its hind legs, emitting a piercing, wretched cry, followed by a leap towards Li Chengfeng, who stood within the Sui Yuan Hall. Just as the cat's corpse was about to breach the threshold, with half of its body already crossing into the hall, Li Chengfeng, with a shift of hand seals and a commanding shout, invoked a sudden flash of azure light from the right side of the door, where the Ding Hai general, Zhang Wentong, materialized, forcefully repelling the cat's corpse back outside. The cat's corpse, having been flung across the ground, rose up, shaking its desiccated head as it emitted an indignant cry, preparing once more to launch itself at the protective formation. Li Chengfeng, employing an extravagant display of power, had established a formidable array of 6 Ding, 6 Jia, 6 Yin, and 6 Yang divine generals, akin to wielding a cleaver to slay a mere chicken. Standing within the circle of Tai Chi, he altered his hand gestures to point towards the Jiaxu position, reciting incantations. Generals of the Jiaxu position, he my command, open the gates of the formation. No sooner had Li Chengfeng uttered these words than a flash of golden light illuminated the Jiaxu position, and the divine General Zhan Zijiang vanished in an instant, creating a breach in the formation. At that moment, the cat's corpse lunged forward, slipping through the opening into the protective array of 6 ding, 6 jia, 6 yin, and 6 yang divine generals. Once the cat's corpse had entered the grand formation, Li Chengfeng shifted his hand, gestures again, towards the jiaxu position, reciting the incantation anew. Generals of the jiaxu position, heed my command, close the gates. Simultaneously, golden light flickered once more, and the divine General Zhang Zijiang reappeared at his post, sealing the breach he had just created. After the cat's corpse entered the grand formation, Li Chengfeng altered his gestures and chanted fervently, 6 ding, 6 jia, 6 yin, 6 yang, 12 divine generals, heed my command. Open your divine eyes, unleash your divine weapons. Vanquish demons and protect my sacred form. I command. As his command reverberated, he directed his gestures towards the cat's corpse. At that moment, the 12 divine generals, previously resembling statues with their eyes closed, suddenly opened their gazes, fixating intently on the intruding feline. Realizing the precariousness of its situation, the cat's corpse attempted to flee the formation, but it was too late. It could not discern an exit, as each direction was guarded by a divine general. In a fit of rage, it let out a furious cry and charged towards one of the generals. The 12 divine generals opened their eyes wide with fury, commencing the vigorous motions of their celestial weapons. With each swing directed at the feline corpse, luminous streaks of azure and gold erupted forth, striking the lifeless form. Positioned upon their respective thrones, the generals relentlessly wielded their divine arms, filling the air with flashes of blue light and blinding golden rays that assailed the evading cat's body. No matter how the feline corpse attempted to evade, it was inevitably struck by the brilliant beams, leaving it marred with wounds in a fleeting moment. Each impact of the azure or golden light elicited agonizing cries from the corpse. The repeatedly injured feline, thoroughly incensed, shook its desiccated abdomen with vigor. In a dramatic turn, a raven and a bat burst forth from its belly, hastening towards Li Chengfeng, only to be intercepted by 2 of the divine generals. A blue and a golden ray simultaneously surged towards the raven and bat. The creatures hastily dodged, managing to evade several attacks, yet ultimately fell victim to the azure and golden strikes, their ethereal forms injured, returning in distress to the cat's lifeless body. Assailed by relentless azure and golden light, the cat's corpse sustained grievous damage, its 2 sunken eyes radiating a defiant glare at the 12 divine generals, issuing wails of despair. Though the cat's corpse was a formidable entity, it appeared as fragile as a mere fowl before the might of the divine generals, easily dispatched. Meanwhile, Wang Bin, standing nearby, stared in bewilderment at Li Chengfeng and the leaping feline corpse at the entrance. As an ordinary person, he had not awakened his spiritual sight and was oblivious to the 12 divine generals within the formation. In his eyes, Li Chengfeng resembled a fool, gesticulating and muttering to himself, while that cat leapt about at the doorway, unable to escape its confines, occasionally unleashing furious cries into the surrounding emptiness. To the ordinary observer, the antics of the man and the feline appeared rather peculiar. Filled with curiosity, Wang Bin approached Li Chengfeng, eager to discern his actions. As he neared, he felt as though he had traversed an invisible barrier, instinctively closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, he found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Though Wang Bin had not awakened any celestial sight, upon entering the grand formation, he could perceive everything transpiring within it. Before him lay an expanse of blinding white, where the surroundings of the Suyu Inn Hall had vanished, and Li Chengfeng stood within a Tai Chi circle. Directly before him, 12 armored divine generals wielded their celestial weapons, emitting beams of azure and golden light, assailing the cat's corpse that darted about in evasion. It was at this moment that Wang Bin comprehended the reason behind the cat's frantic movements at the entrance and Li Chengfeng's enigmatic gestures and murmurs. His heart brimmed with astonishment. Could this truly be the mystical art of Qimeng Duanjia that Li Chengfeng had spoken of? It was utterly extraordinary. Chapter 60. The Outlook Pavilion. Under Wang Bin's astonished gaze, the cat's corpse was struck by the 12 divine generals, its spirit shattered, dissolving into 3 wisps of black smoke that dissipated within the Qimeng Duanjia formation. Watching the smoke vanish, Li Chengfeng sighed and stepped out from the eye of the formation, causing the 12 divine generals to vanish in an instant. The scenery before them reverted to the Su Yuan Hall, and the cat had long since disappeared. In merely 5 minutes, Wang Bin had traversed the realms of illusion and reality, his exhilaration lingering long after the experience. Riding the winds. Is this truly the art of Qimen Duanjia? It is indeed remarkable. Could you possibly teach me? Perhaps another day, for I am utterly exhausted and yearn for slumber. Mastering Qimen Duanjia is not a simple feat. If it were, everyone would possess such skills, and the art would not have faded into obscurity. The exertion of controlling the Qimen shield formation has drained my vital energy, leaving Li Chengfeng both physically and mentally fatigued, longing for a deep, restorative sleep. He staggered to his bed and collapsed into a profound slumber. His sleep was particularly deep and refreshing, and upon awakening, he discovered it was already past 4 in the afternoon the following day. As he rose from his bed, he overheard the animated conversation between Wang Bin and Yi Mengyao outside. Wang Bin, with great enthusiasm, recounted the events of the previous night, while Yi Mengyao remained incredulous, insisting that such things could only be seen on television. Surely, they could not exist in reality. Noticing her skepticism, Wang Bin became increasingly animated, exclaiming, "Miss Yi, how can you not believe me? I witnessed it with my own eyes. 12 armored deities appeared right before me." Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Wang Bin had a propensity to speak without restraint, sharing such implausible tales with others. In a hurry, Li Chengfeng sprang from his bed, hastily donning a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and made his way to the front hall, glaring at Wang Bin. "Binzi, have you watched too many movies? Are you here regaling Miss Yi with cinematic plots?" Upon seeing Li Chengfeng emerge, Yi Mengyao shot Wang Bin a disdainful glance, clearly unimpressed by his attempt to deceive her with mere fiction. With a huff, she turned her attention away from him. Wang Bin, eager to defend the veracity of his claims, found himself interrupted as Yi Mengyao shifted her gaze toward Li Chengfeng. She greeted Li Chengfeng with a charming smile before expressing her intentions. "Mr. Li, my father is hosting a banquet at Wanghai Pavilion and wishes to invite you for dinner." This marked the third occasion on which Yi Mengyao had mentioned this matter, and noticing the other party's tenacity, she directly voiced her curiosity. "Pray tell, what is your father's purpose in inviting me to dinner?" "My father wants to engage you as the feng shui consultant for wielding group, and in addition, introduce you to a significant figure. Many prominent corporations, whose owners believe in feng shui metaphysics, often hire feng shui consultants to arrange prosperous feng shui layouts and resolve various related issues. The role of a feng shui consultant is relatively relaxed, requiring no presence at the office, and the remuneration is astonishingly high." Li Chengfeng scrutinized Yi Mengyao, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Has Wielding Group encountered difficulties?" Yi Mengyao nodded. Indeed, Wielding Group was facing challenges. The company's performance had plummeted, and its stock had hit multiple consecutive limits. Having just risen and skipped both breakfast and lunch, Li Chengfeng found himself quite famished. The prospect of a ready-made dining opportunity seemed appealing, especially at the renowned Wanghai Pavilion, famed as the most enigmatic hotel in Qingzhou, known to cater exclusively to influential and powerful individuals. Ordinary people, regardless of wealth, were not permitted entry. As for whether he would accept the position of feng shui consultant for Wielding Group, he resolved to make that decision after enjoying a hearty meal and considering the remuneration offered by Yi Guqing. Li Chengfeng was solely focused on the prospect of dining at Wanghai Pavilion, oblivious to the fact that this meal was likely to be far from delightful. Upon receiving Li Chengfeng's agreement to attend the banquet, Yi Mengyao's handsome visage blossomed with a sweet smile. She hurriedly dialed Yi Guqing to share the delightful news and captured a photograph of both Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, sending it to him. "Mr. Li, please," she exclaimed as she drove, escorting Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin to the esteemed Wanghai, perched atop Yunlong Mountain. Wanghai offers a breathtaking panorama of the ebb and flow of tides, the sun rising in the east, and the rolling waves of the sea dotted with fishing boats, all painting a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Yi Mengyao parked her vehicle at the entrance of Wanghai, where a diligent parking attendant promptly approached. prepared to whisk the car away to the rear lot once the passengers disembarked. As Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin stepped out, they beheld the grand entrance of Wang Haigu, characterized by its traditional Chinese architectural elegance. Flanking the entrance stood 8 charming hostesses adorned in exquisite hanfu, each radiating beauty. Additionally, 4 robust figures donned in Han Dynasty Guard attire, complete with curved sabers at their waists, stood sentinel at the entrance, exuding an impressive presence. If one were to disregard the modern vehicles and focus solely on the majestic entrance, the enchanting hostesses in their flowing garments, and the imposing guards, it would seem as though one had been transported back to the era of the Han Dynasty. Following closely behind Yi Mengyao, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin ambled toward Wang Haigu. As they approached the entrance, 2 staff members approached to verify the trio's identities. Yi Mengyao credentials were readily confirmed. However, when the staff members scrutinized Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin's attire, their brows furrowed slightly in disbelief. Unable to fathom how they dared to approach such an esteemed establishment in their current garb. In a hurried motion, he lowered his head to search for information about the 2 individuals on his tablet. Upon seeing their photographs appear on the screen, he confirmed their identities as invited guests. Yet he still felt a flicker of surprise. The hosts were none other than the proprietor of Wang Hai Pavilion, and they were special invitees destined for the exclusive Emperor's Pavilion, a venue not open to the public. A look of reverence instantly graced his face. Considering that today, the owner was to host a unique banquet at the Emperor's Pavilion, attended by distinguished guests, he felt a surge of urgency and promptly gestured for them to enter. "Gentlemen, please proceed inside." Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin continued onward, their brows slightly furrowed. Dining at Wang Hai Pavilion proved to be quite the ordeal. It was truly worthy of its reputation as the most enigmatic grand hotel in Qingzhou. As they approached a group of enchanting hostesses, each gracefully bent their knees in a curtsy, collectively exclaiming, "Wishing you prosperity and peace. Welcome." Despite Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin's ordinary attire, none dared to underestimate them. Those who could pass the invitation verification and step into Wang Hai Pavilion were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. Upon entering Wang Hai Pavilion, they were greeted by an abundance of flora and fauna, picturesque rockeries and ponds, with the air imbued with the fragrance of blossoms. The gentle sound of flowing water from the artificial hills created a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The architecture within was entirely of a classical Chinese style, featuring azure bricks and vermilion tiles, exuding an antiquated charm. The exquisite craftsmanship of the wooden carvings, along with the grandeur of the towers and pavilions, was simply breathtaking. Overwhelmed by the beauty before him, Wang Bin couldn't help but exclaim, "The scenery here is truly magnificent. How wonderful it would be if I could reside here every day." "Stop dreaming," came the retort. "For ordinary folks, even a single visit to a place like this is a coveted affair." Li Shangfeng marbalati noirly, contemplating that even the 6 palaces of the imperial court could not compare to this place. Within the Wang Hai Pavilion, there existed 9 distinct towers and courtyards, each bearing its own name, except for the Wang Hai Pavilion and the Emperor's Pavilion, which were not open to the public. The remaining 7 towers accommodated guests according to their status and rank, providing dining and lodging that corresponded to their standing. A welcoming attendant led the way, with Yi Mengyao, Li Chengfeng, and Wang Bin closely following behind. Wang Bin, with a face full of curiosity, inquired, "Miss Yi, how much does a meal cost here?" "It's hard to say. It depends on which pavilion you dine in. The most affordable is the Zhuangyuan Pavilion, where an overnight stay costs 1.8 million, while the most expensive is the Emperor's Pavilion, with a nightly rate of 7.8 million. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin widened their eyes in astonishment, pinching their ears in disbelief, as if they had misheard. How could the least expensive option cost a staggering 1.8 million? It was utterly terrifying. The average person would struggle a lifetime to earn such an amount. Wang Bin pressed on with another question. "Is this Wang Hai Pavilion owned by your family?" "No." Yi Mengyao shook her head. Wang Bin continued, "Which pavilion did your father reserve?" "Given my father's status, he could at most book the Zhuangyuan Pavilion, but today is different. A significant figure is present, allowing us access to the Emperor's Pavilion." Li Qingfeng suddenly recalled that Yi Mingyao had mentioned earlier that Yi Guqing would introduce a prominent individual to him. It dawned on him that this meal might be a ruse. The host of the banquet was not Yi Guqing, but rather this influential figure. Who could this person be, capable of hosting guests in the Emperor's Pavilion? Chapter 61. The Grand Feng Shui Configuration of the Emperor Guided by Enchanting Maidens, Yi Mingyao, Li Qingfeng, and Wang Bin made their way towards the Emperor's Pavilion, step by step. The summit of Yunlong Mountain was uneven, with the northern side towering higher and the southern side sloping downwards at an angle of 30 degrees. The Wanghai Pavilion Hotel was perched upon this incline, with 9 pavilions ascending from the base to the apex. At the bottom lay the Zhuangyuan Pavilion, while at the top stood the Wanghai Pavilion, beneath which was the Emperor's Pavilion. As Li Qingfeng ascended, he glanced at the names of the various pavilions below. Each pavilion bore the name of a member of the ancient royal family, ascending in rank from Zhuangyuan Pavilion to Fuma Pavilion, Princess Pavilion, Concubine Pavilion, Prince Pavilion, Crown Prince Pavilion, Queen Pavilion, Emperor Pavilion, and finally Wanghai Pavilion. Upon observing these names, Li Qingfeng felt a sense of intrigue. Why were these pavilions named after royal members? He pondered this as he continued onward. Before long, he arrived at the Emperor's Pavilion. Gazing upon this magnificent structure, he could not help but exclaim, "Truly, it embodied the majesty of an emperor, exuding an aura of sovereign authority." The Emperor's Pavilion was indeed the most imposing of the 9, featuring a 3-story retro architectural design that resembled the crown of an ancient monarch. The more Li Qingfeng scrutinized the Emperor's Pavilion, the more he sensed something amiss, his brow furrowing with increasing intensity. The architectural style of the Emperor's Pavilion in the realm of feng shui was known as the Emperor's Coronation. In that moment, he realized that the arrangement of the pavilions here was far from ordinary. Turning to gaze down at the lower pavilions, the lowest, the top scholar pavilion, ascended in succession to the Queen Pavilion, with all 7 pavilions' doors and windows oriented towards the south, while the Emperor Pavilion faced north, standing in stark contrast to the 7 below. Although he lacked a 3 harmonies compass, Li Qingfeng could deduce that the orientation of these 9 pavilions was aligned with the stars above and the earth below. The essence of great feng shui lies in the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity, resonating with the flow of energy. Contemplating the arrangement, where the sovereign sits facing south while the ministers face north, Li Qingfeng could not help but exclaim, "Ministers come to pay their respects, the emperor is crowned. The sovereign presides, unifying the realm. A true imperial arrangement." It must be said, the feng shui master behind this layout was exceptionally skilled. His design, placing the emperor in an auspicious position, was either intended to empower his descendants to reign supreme or to sow chaos within the realm of Huaxia, disrupting its national fortunes. Alas, despite the masterful feng shui of the Emperor Pavilion, it had been compromised, for above it stood the sea-gazing pavilion. As Li Qingfeng looked upon the lofty, sea-gazing pavilion, a faint smile graced his lips. Though named thus, it was surely once known as the Grand Empress Pavilion. The one who arranges the feng shui is impressive, yet the one who disrupts it is even more formidable. A single Grand Empress Pavilion has altered the energy of this place. No matter how powerful the emperor may be, before the Grand Empress, he will always remain a son. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary folk, the sea-gazing pavilion is merely a splendid hotel boasting beautiful mountains and waters, discernible only to those well-versed in the arcane arts of feng shui. Naturally, average feng shui practitioners and charlatans would undoubtedly fail to perceive the intricacies of this layout. The superior feng shui arrangement is exceedingly rare, and to witness such a grand configuration here is indeed a remarkable fortune for Li Qingfeng, who feels immensely honored. It is only now that Li Qingfeng comprehends why the Emperor's Pavilion remains inaccessible to the public. Within it lies the intricate mysteries of feng shui. He muses that the Wanghai Pavilion Hotel harbors an untold story of feng shui duels, shrouded in secrecy. His curiosity piqued. He wonders who the 2 feng shui masters engaged in this contest might be. As Li Qingfeng stands in contemplation at the entrance of the Emperor's Pavilion, Yi Mingyao turns to him and says, "Mr. Li, please come in." Wang Bin, equally intrigued, inquires, "Qingfeng, What captivates your attention so deeply? Nothing much. Li Changfeng replies with a subtle smile, turning to step into the emperor's pavilion. Upon witnessing the exquisite furnishings and decor within, he is momentarily taken aback. The central area of the pavilion's first floor is the banquet hall, where the tables and chairs, crafted from precious Wang Wali and Zeton wood, boast intricate carvings that exude a sense of antiquity. The air is imbued with the distinct fragrance of Zeton wood. Each piece of furniture is valued at hundreds of thousands or even millions, collectively amounting to several billion, which underscores the lavishness of the pavilion's owner. As Li Changfeng surveys the banquet hall, he furrows his brow slightly. The hall, though modest in size, accommodates over 20 guests who are engaged in lively conversation and laughter. Among the familiar faces he observes are Yi Guqing and Deng Sihai, the chairman of the Shanghai Group. Also present are Hu Tianzhong, the president of the Qingzhou Xian Technique Association, and Hu Yinsong, the vice president. Several elderly individuals were present, clad either in long blue robes or Taoist attire, with some sporting long white hair and eyebrows, while others had a tuft of azure beard. Each of them exuded an aura of mastery and grace. Among them sat an old monk draped in a robe, with a young novice standing nearby. The old monk sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation, imparting an impression of profound enlightenment. Although Li Changfeng was unfamiliar with the remaining individuals, their demeanor and bearing indicated they were far from ordinary. When Yi Mengyao and Li Changfeng appeared at the entrance, they instantly captured the attention of many. Initially, they were mesmerized by Yi Mengyao's beauty, silently marveling at the exquisite charm of this young lady. However, once their gazes fell upon Li Changfeng and Wang Bin, expressions of disdain and revulsion crossed their faces, akin to the reaction one might have upon inadvertently stepping in something unpleasant on the street. The two were clad in shorts and flip-flops, their entire attire, including undergarments, amounting to no more than 100 yuan, which rendered them objects of scorn among the upper echelons of society. Some onlookers wore expressions of confusion, pondering how these individuals had managed to gain entry to the esteemed Wanghai Pavilion, a place not meant for just anyone. A burly middle-aged man, with a fierce gaze, fixed his eyes on Li Changfeng and Wang Bin, his tone low and menacing as he inquired, "Who are you, and what brings you here? Is this a place for people like you?" Li Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly, casting an irritated glance at Yi Guqing, reflecting on the old rogue's promise of a meal that had turned sour the moment they stepped through the door. Yi Guqing had not anticipated that Li Changfeng would appear clad in oversized shorts, sporting a pair of flip-flops, and carelessly donning a white t-shirt emblazoned with the words, "I am a poor farmer." The absurdity of his attire was palpable. How could he dare to come to Wang Hai Pavilion dressed in such a manner? It left one utterly speechless. Wang Bin was even more outrageous, wearing a pair of flip-flops, his face unkempt, revealing a lack of hygiene that seemed to stretch over an extended period. A yellow crust lingered at the corner of his left eye, and his clothes bore the marks of neglect, their colors faded. This was, after all, Wang Hai Pavilion. Could these two not manage to present themselves with a modicum of decorum? Had Yi Guqing known of Li Changfeng's disheveled appearance, he would have never allowed him to attend. It was an embarrassment of monumental proportions. Even the elderly gentlemen casually playing chess in the park presented themselves with greater dignity. Yi Guqing, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, hurriedly approached the portly man, offering an apologetic explanation. "Boss Wang, this gentleman is my invited feng shui master, Li Changfeng. Master Li, this is his assistant." As Yi Guqing stumbled over the words, uncertain of Wang Bin's name, he faltered into silence. No sooner had Yi Guqing finished speaking than a hush fell over the banquet hall, with astonished gazes fixed upon Li Changfeng, who certainly did not fit the image of a feng shui master. This was swiftly followed by uproarious laughter. "Ha ha, boss Yi ha ha. He is a feng shui master? Are you attempting to make me die of laughter and usurp our Huang family's enterprises?" Huang Yufei, the portly middle-aged man, guffawed, slapping his thigh in mirth. Chapter 62. Wang Bin's slip of the tongue faced with the mockery of the crowd. Yi Guqing felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation, wishing he could find a crevice to hide within. He deeply regretted his words, realizing that had he known the outcome, he would never have invited Li Changfeng. Yi Mengyao, observing the attire of both men, felt equally embarrassed. In her haste to arrive at Wanghai Pavilion, she had forgotten to remind Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin to don more presentable clothing and to wash their faces. Witnessing Li Chengfeng being ridiculed filled her with self-reproach. Yet she remained indifferent towards Wang Bin. In the face of the crowd's derision, Wang Bin merely scoffed, adopting an air of indifference, as if to say, "Let them laugh. I remain proud." He secretly mocked the fools around him, unaware of his brother's formidable prowess, daring to ridicule him so audaciously. If these simpletons truly understood his brother's capabilities, their laughter would surely cease. The thought of having such an enigmatic brother and classmate filled him with pride, for it was a source of endless bragging rights. Amidst the cacophony of laughter, Li Chengfeng maintained an unruffled demeanor, his expression calm and composed, a hint of arrogance gracing his smile. At that moment, Hu Yinsong recognized Li Chengfeng, recalling the humiliation he had suffered a month prior at the Yi family villa, where he had been cast out by Yi Wushuang and Yi Mengyao. Confusion washed over him. Were Yi Guqing and Yi Mengyao unwell? Why had they summoned him again? Referring to him as a master of feng shui, was he not a charlatan? As the laughter subsided, an elderly man clad in a blue robe stepped forward. He was Lu Yishui, a renowned master of fortune-telling from Qingzhou City. Approaching Li Chengfeng, he spoke with an air of arrogance. "For over 60 years, I have traversed the world, and it was only at the age of 52 that I earned the recognition of my fellow villagers and the acknowledgement of my peers, being respectfully addressed as a master. Yet, I observe that you, in your tender youth of barely 20 years, dare to proclaim yourself a master of feng shui, a notion that is utterly ridiculous. In the realms of feng shui, martial arts, and physiognomy, those truly worthy of the title master are exceedingly rare. Typically, ordinary feng shui practitioners and physiognomists are referred to as gentlemen, while only those with genuine skill and remarkable prowess earn the esteemed title of master. Beyond this lies the designation of guru or heavenly master, reserved for those who possess divine insight, and such individuals seldom engage with the mundane world. It is laughable that a young man like Li Chengfeng, to whom even the title of gentleman seems overly generous, is referred to as a master of feng shui by Yi Guqing. What is more absurd is his utter lack of humility in accepting this title, which left the seasoned masters present feeling quite uncomfortable. How could a mere junior presume to stand alongside them as a master? At that moment, Yi Guqing realized he had misspoken. His intention to elevate Li Chengfeng's status had inadvertently stirred discontent among these venerable figures. Hastily, he stepped forward to smooth over the situation, wearing an awkward expression as he said, "Master Lu, I misspoke earlier. Li Chengfeng, Mr. Li is not a master of feng shui, merely someone with a rudimentary understanding of the craft." Upon hearing this, Lu Yishui's demeanor softened considerably. He recognized Yi Guqing's standing and did not wish to offend him, especially since these affluent patrons were their benefactors. With a smile, he adopted a demeanor of consideration, as if to say he understood the situation. "Boss Yi, from now on, keep your eyes wide open and do not be deceived. Not every Tom, Dick, and Harry is worthy of being called a master. If your company seeks a feng shui consultant, do let me know, and I shall provide you with introductions that are undoubtedly the titans of the feng shui and physiognomy domain." Lu Yishui had long been aware that the Jioding group was in search of a feng shui consultant, and seizing this opportunity, he began to promote himself. "Thank you for the reminder, Master Lu," Boss Yi politely replied with a nod. He assumed that the matter would conclude there. However, to his surprise, Li Chengfeng stepped forward, head held high and chest puffed out, boldly proclaiming, "What Boss Yi said is correct. I am indeed a feng shui master. In the realm of feng shui and physiognomy, aside from my grandfather, none dare claim to be superior to me." Upon hearing this, Yi Guqing's expression immediately changed. This rascal certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Lu Yishui had already chosen to disregard him, yet he re-emerged with such audacious words, clearly seeking conflict. The reason behind Li Chengfeng's audacity stemmed from his dissatisfaction. He had been promised a banquet hosted by Yi Guqing, only to discover upon arriving at Wanghai Pavilion that the host was not Yi Guqing at all. As for why Yi Guqing had summoned him, Li Chengfeng was unaware of the reasons. Now, having endured mockery before even partaking in the meal, he was determined to cause some trouble for Yi Guqing. Just as Louis Shui was about to turn and leave, he caught wind of such arrogant words behind him. His previously softened expression darkened instantly as he slowly turned around, his fierce gaze fixated on Li Chengfeng. "You arrogant young man, do you have any idea who is present? How dare you speak so presumptuously?" Hu Yanzheng, Hu Yansong, and several other elderly individuals slightly altered their expressions, lifting their gazes to scrutinize Li Chengfeng, pondering how, despite his youth, he possessed such audacity. Even the old monk, who had been resting with his eyes closed, gradually opened them at this moment, turning to regard the brash young man, thinking yet another boastful character had emerged, one who could rival even the most seasoned veterans in arrogance. Huang Yufei and the business magnates present wore expressions of amusement, eager to witness how the esteemed masters of geomancy and fortune-telling would reprimand the audacious Li Chengfeng. At this juncture, Hu Yansong, the vice president of the Qingzhou Xuanwu Association, stepped forward. An aura of authority emanated from him as he fixed a commanding gaze upon Li Chengfeng and spoke with an imperious tone. "I am Hu Yansong, vice president of the Qingzhou Xuanwu Association. This is master of Ma-Yi fortune-telling from Qingzhou. This individual hails from Heilongjiang as a practitioner of the Chuma Immortals. This Taoist priest belongs to the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain, and this venerable monk is a descendant of the Zen lineage." Hu Yansong proceeded to introduce each master present, and with every introduction, a sense of pride illuminated their faces. Once all the masters had been acknowledged, Hu Yansong turned his attention to Hu Tianzheng, continuing with a tone of utmost respect. "This is Master Hu Tianzheng, president of the Qingzhou Xuanwu Association, who also represents the authentic lineage of the Xianmen and holds a position of great esteem within the realm of geomancy." He concluded, "In this gathering, regardless of seniority, status, or skill, who among you does not surpass him? What gives you the audacity to claim mastery in our presence?" Several masters wore expressions of smug satisfaction, for they were prominent figures in the realm of esoteric arts. As Hu Yansong recited their illustrious names, it was anticipated that this young man would be so intimidated as to kneel and apologize. Alas, they were sorely disappointed. Upon hearing Hu Yansong's introduction, the young man's visage betrayed no fear, but rather a derisive smile danced at the corners of his lips. Li Chengfeng regarded them with indifference, viewing them merely as a band of pretentious old geezers. Just as he prepared to retort, Wang Bin, who had been standing beside him, interjected with palpable disdain. "If we were measured by seniority and status, perhaps you all surpass my brother. However, if we assess ability, none of you can hold a candle to him." Wang Bin's pride was evident. He seemed oblivious to Hu Tianzheng and Deng Sihai's presence as he continued, "Let me enlighten you. My brother is no ordinary talent. He can summon 12 deities using the art of Qi Duanjia, and he possesses the skill to invoke the 3 corpses to bring a business to a standstill. Do any of you possess such capabilities?" Li Chengfeng felt his head spin, his gaze fixed on Wang Bin in bewilderment. Did this fool truly lack the sense to recognize that the mastermind behind Shanghai Gold Store was sitting right there? This situation had escalated into something serious. If Deng Sihai were to discover that the one who employed the 3 corpses to obstruct wealth at Shanghai Gold Store was none other than himself, he would undoubtedly face the brunt of a furious vendetta. Li Chengfeng was so incensed by Wang Bin's reckless words that he could hardly contain the urge to strangle him on the spot. Given the gravity of the situation, all he could do was take one step at a time. Meanwhile, Hu Tianzheng suddenly rose to his feet, his astonished gaze fixed upon Li Chengfeng. He recalled the folk taboo of the 3 corpses blocking wealth at the entrance of the Shanghai gold shop. Could it be that the practitioner of this arcane art was he? How could that be? He appeared to be merely a recent university graduate, far too young to possess knowledge of such esoteric folk practices, especially one that had long since been lost to time. He mused that the individual who had enacted the 3 corpses blocking wealth at the Shanghai gold shop could not possibly be Li Chengfeng. He must be backed by someone else. Deng Sihai, who had been seated quietly beside him, now lifted his head to scrutinize Li Chengfeng. Over the past few days, He had dispatched numerous individuals to investigate who had performed the folk taboo at the Shanghai gold shop, yet all efforts had yielded no results. He never anticipated that this person would present himself so readily, and as a young man, no less. The audacity to provoke Deng Sihai was a slight he could not endure, and a dark resolve brewed within him to rend this individual into pieces, leaving no trace of his existence. Chapter 63. The heavenly court brims with authority despite the murderous intent harbored deep within. Deng Sihai maintained a smiling facade as he regarded Li Chengfeng. Not a trace of anger was visible upon his countenance. Instead, he exuded a congenial aura. As Li Chengfeng met his gaze, he discerned the concealed malice and ferocity lurking behind that smile, an embodiment of the adage, a dagger hidden behind a smile. This realization sent a shiver of unease through him. The depth of this man's cunning was unsettling. His emotions were inscrutable, rendering him all the more formidable. Observing Deng Sihai's features, one noted the triangular eyes, the hawk-like nose, the broad knife-like brows, the thin lips, and the sharpness of his visage, all indicators of a ruthless and vengeful character. He certainly will not rest until he seeks vengeance. Once he departs from Wanghai Pavilion, he will undoubtedly pursue retribution. In Qingzhou City, Deng Sihai wields considerable power, and even 10 Li Chengfengs would prove inadequate against him. Not to mention the formidable duo of Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yansong. Li Chengfeng cast a helpless gaze at Wang Bin, perplexed by the presence of such a foolish classmate, whose words seemed devoid of thoughtful consideration for the context. He harbored an urge to deliver a swift kick to silence him. At that moment, Wang Bin remained oblivious to the turmoil his words would inevitably bring to Li Chengfeng, reveling in his own self-satisfaction as he recounted the tale of how Li Chengfeng had summoned 12 divine generals through the art of Qimen Duanjia to confront the cat corpse. While his account was rooted in truth, who would believe it? To the gathered audience, it was merely a jest. The notion of invoking 12 deities through Qimen Duanjia was a narrative fit for the silver screen, a fantasy wholly unattainable in reality, for no one possessed such capabilities. The crowd listened, laughter echoing until exhaustion set in, while Yi Guqing's face darkened with indignation, his furious gaze fixated on Wang Bin. He may not mind the humiliation, but I certainly do, he coldly remarked. Mr. Li, please take your assistant and leave. Yi Mingyao shot Wang Bin a disapproving glance before turning to Li Chengfeng with a hint of remorse in her voice. Mr. Li, allow me to invite you to dine elsewhere. No need. Li Chengfeng was equally disinclined to remain in a place where he was the subject of mockery. He delivered a frustrated kick towards Wang Bin's rear and uttered a single word with irritation. Leave. Wang Bin, still eager to continue his discourse, looked at Li Chengfeng, who was striding towards the entrance of the emperor's pavilion, and inquired with confusion, "Why are you leaving? We haven't even dined yet." Noticing Li Chengfeng's silence and indifference, Wang Bin hastily followed him. As Li Chengfeng stepped over the threshold of the pavilion, he encountered 6 individuals approaching, led by an elderly man. Upon seeing the man's countenance, Li Chengfeng felt a jolt of surprise and couldn't help but steal a few more glances. The elder had a round head, large eyes, and thick eyebrows, with prominent cheekbones and a forehead that appeared as solid as a wall. His ears were close to his head, and his brows arched high, while the bridge of his nose was straight and his lips were square, all perfectly aligned. In the art of physiognomy, there's a saying, a full forehead indicates one who eats official rice, and a square jaw suggests one who wields great power. This elderly man, with his ample forehead and commanding presence, was undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. He was the prominent figure referred to by Yi Guqing. Accompanying the elder was a woman, seemingly in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, rivaling Yi Mingyao in looks, her face adorned with an air of innate arrogance. In the banquet hall, those who had been mocking Li Chengfeng abruptly ceased their laughter upon the unexpected appearance of the elder, their previous expressions of derision transforming instantly into reverence and humility as they hurried to the entrance to welcome him. Li Chengfeng, still standing in the doorway, was roughly pushed aside by Huang Yufei, who then bowed and clasped his hands respectfully, exclaiming, "We humbly welcome General Chu." Just As Li Chengfeng stumbled, on the verge of falling, a hand caught him, and a warm voice reached his ears. "Young man, are you all right?" Li Chengfeng was taken aback, not expecting that it was General Chu who had steadied him. A sudden wave of astonishment surged within him, prompting an urgent response. "Thank you, General, I am fine." "There's no need for thanks. It was merely a casual gesture," Chu Yinhong replied with a gentle smile, exuding an approachable demeanor devoid of any airs of authority, which endeared him to Li Chengfeng immensely. As onlookers beheld the duo standing together, expressions of discontent surfaced on their faces. They had waited for a considerable duration. It had not received an audience with General Chu. Now, this young man had seized the opportunity to engage him in conversation, inciting frustration among the crowd. Huang Yufei, seething with anger, attempted to push Li Chengfeng aside once more, raising his hand while bellowing, "Get out of the way! How dare you speak to General Chu? Depart immediately!" Just as his hand was about to make contact with Li Chengfeng, a commanding voice resonated nearby. "Cease at once." It was none other than Chu Yunhong himself. His calm yet authoritative gaze bore down on Huang Yufei, and though his voice was not raised, it carried the weight of military gravitas. "Should you attempt to lay a hand on him again, I will have you forcibly removed." Accustomed to his usual domineering demeanor, Huang Yufei, who often resorted to violence against those he deemed unworthy, suddenly realized that the venerable elder before him was no ordinary individual. His expression shifted dramatically, and he hastened to apologize before retreating to a corner. Only then did Chu Yinhong begin to scrutinize Li Chengfeng, noticing his casual attire of shorts and slippers. Perplexed, he inquired, "Young man, what is it that you do?" As Li Chengfeng was about to declare his identity, he was abruptly interrupted by the sarcastic tone of Hu Yinsong beside him. "General Chu, this Mr. Li is a feng shui master brought here by Mr. Yiguqing." The emphasis on the term master was particularly pronounced, provoking laughter among the onlookers, filled with mockery and disdain. A feng shui master. Chu Yunhong's face revealed a hint of surprise. It was his first encounter with such a young master, and he inquired curiously, "Young man, are you truly a feng shui master?" Li Chengfeng initially intended to be humble, but upon hearing the derisive laughter, his expression darkened, and he stated firmly, "Indeed, I am a feng shui master. In all of Qingzhou City, whether it be feng shui, divination, or the art of Qimendunjia, I dare say that no one would dare to claim superiority over me." Arrogance, dominance, audacity, confidence, and an air of invincibility flashed across Li Chengfeng's face. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. This young man was anything but modest, truly believing himself to be a master of feng shui. Did he not realize the peril of speaking so boldly before General Chu? Faces adorned with cold smiles, they awaited the spectacle, anticipating Li Chengfeng's humiliation and hoping to see him provoke the ire of Chu Yinhong, who would undoubtedly teach him a lesson. Yi Guqing, upon hearing Li Chengfeng's audacious declaration, felt a surge of panic. Did he not understand his own limitations? To claim the title of feng shui master in front of General Chu was reckless. If he failed to resolve the general's troubles, the wrath of Chu Yinhong would surely not spare him, and he would inevitably suffer the consequences as well. After all, it was he who had brought Li Chengfeng here, and now remorse filled his heart, but it was too late. With this thought, Yi Guqing made a resolute decision to distance himself from Li Chengfeng, lest he be caught in the crossfire. If Li Chengfeng wished to act recklessly, let him do so. The consequences would be borne solely by him. Yi Guqing hastily took 2 steps forward, standing before General Chu Yinhong, and spoke with utmost seriousness. "General Chu, this Li Chengfeng is not a master of feng shui. He is merely a charlatan." "A charlatan?" General Chu's brow furrowed in confusion. Wasn't Li Chengfeng brought here by Yi Guqing? Why the sudden accusation of deceit? What kind of performance was this? Just moments ago, he had witnessed an overwhelming confidence on Li Chengfeng's face. How could such a self-assured individual possibly be a fraud? Yi Guqing continued, "General Chu, I, too, misjudged his character, mistaking a fraud for a master. I brought him to Wanghai Pavilion and have inadvertently offended you. I sincerely hope for your forgiveness. I have now severed all ties with him. Whatever actions you decide to take against this charlatan are of no concern to me." General Chu nodded, understanding the underlying reasons. though a hint of disdain flickered in his gaze directed at Yi Guqing. Li Chengfeng's brow furrowed slightly, his angry gaze fixed on Yi Guqing. This old scoundrel was truly shameless. He had already sensed that the meal would be unsatisfactory, but he had not anticipated that it would be not only unpalatable, but also riddled with deceit. Chapter 64. The Art of Qimeng Divination and Character Analysis. Part 1. Li Chengfeng had not expected Yi Guqing to behave in such a manner, fearing repercussions. He had audaciously distanced himself, snorting in disdain and choosing not to cast another glance in his direction. Wang Bin glared at Yi Guqing with a furious gaze. It was he who had extended the invitation, claiming to treat everyone to a meal. Yet, upon arriving, they were met with such shameless and audacious words, leaving one utterly disheartened. This was the epitome of a cold-hearted, self-serving individual. Yi Mengyao regarded Yi Guqing with disappointment. After all, Li Chengfeng was their family savior. How could her father utter such words? This was the very definition of ingratitude and betrayal. How could her father be such a person? What a letdown. She could only imagine how Li Chengfeng felt. He must loathe her father. The onlookers cast scornful glances at Yi Guqing, their curiosity piqued by how Chu Yinhong would address Li Chengfeng. With a serious demeanor, Chu Yinhong fixed his gaze upon Li Chengfeng and inquired, "Young man, he claims you are a fraud. Do you care to clarify?" A frog at the bottom of a well knows nothing of the vast sky and the great ocean. A mere ant is oblivious to the expansive lands it treads upon, Li Chengfeng succinctly replied, not only providing a reasonable explanation, but also subtly mocking Yi Guqing for his narrow perspective. Yi Guqing, not a fool, detected the derision in Li Chengfeng's words, his expression darkening slightly, though he remained silent. Chu Yinhong nodded with a smile, clearly pleased, and remarked, "What a splendid phrase. The vast sky allows birds to soar. The great lands are crossed by iron steeds. Regardless of whether you are a master of feng shui, today I shall cover the meal. Thank you, but I have no appetite to dine with such individuals. Farewell." The crowd's expressions shifted subtly upon hearing this. The audacity of this young man was truly astonishing. Who did he think he was? Those present were either renowned entrepreneurs of Qingzhou City or esteemed masters of the mystical arts. For an ordinary person, dining with them was an opportunity worth a fortune. Who granted him the audacity to proclaim that he had no appetite for a meal with such illustrious figures? The expressions of discontent were palpable, yet none dared to confront Li Chengfeng. Chu Yinhong was momentarily taken aback. This young man displayed a certain bravado, daring to face nearly half of Qingzhou's prominent figures. From this alone, it was evident that he either possessed genuine skill or was merely a reckless youth. As Li Chengfeng turned to leave, he was halted by a woman standing beside Chu Yinhong. With an indignant expression, she declared, "My father invited you to dinner as a courtesy. Even if you choose not to eat, you must remain here." Li Chengfeng nearly collided with her, their bodies almost touching, and he was enveloped by an enchanting fragrance reminiscent of milk and flowers, intoxicating in its allure. Chu Yinhong shot her a stern glance, his tone tinged with irritation as he admonished, "Qingyan, do not be rude." The woman in question was none other than Chu Qingyan, his daughter, headstrong and beautiful, unafraid of the world, akin to a vibrant rose with thorns. With defiance in her wide, almond-shaped eyes, she glared at Li Chengfeng. At that moment, Chu Yinhong's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he addressed the young man. "Young man, will you honor my old face or not?" "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall respectfully comply. I will dine first before taking my leave." Chu Yinhong nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to the assembled guests in the banquet hall, offering an apologetic smile as he said, "I apologize for the delay. Everyone, General Chu, you flatter us. It is indeed our honor to await your presence here." After a round of polite exchanges, the attendees took their seats. At that moment, Chu Yinhong revealed his purpose for visiting Qingzhou City. He was in search of a particular individual, a feng shui master, whom he hoped could resolve the difficulties he faced. Regrettably, he had been unable to locate this person. Consequently, he decided to gather several distinguished feng shui experts and masters of the mystical arts in Qingzhou City, hoping to find a sage capable of alleviating his troubles. To attract capable and skilled masters, Chu Yinhong presented an enticing offer. Whoever could assist him in resolving this matter would not only receive the esteemed Wang Hage, but also be entrusted with a national project valued at a staggering 10 billion. The entrepreneurs and noble families of Qingzhou, upon learning of this opportunity, were filled with immense excitement, each eager to claim both Wang Hage and the monumental national project. In pursuit of this goal, they began scouring for renowned feng, shui masters, and experts in mystical arts, willing to expend considerable sums to hire them as their company's feng shui consultants. They then brought these masters to Wang Hage, hoping their expertise would aid General Chu in overcoming his challenges. Success in this endeavor would not only yield the coveted Wang Hage and the substantial national project, but also forge a connection with the Chu family. For every family and enterprise, this was an irresistible temptation. A successful outcome would elevate their status significantly. Yi Guqing also valued this aspect, yet regrettably, his health had only just begun to recover. By the time he learned of the situation, it was already too late. The renowned feng shui masters of Qingzhou City had been poached by other enterprises or families with substantial offers. Seeking a master from another city was no longer feasible. Ultimately, he thought of Li Chengfeng, albeit without much hope, considering the latter's youth. It was more of a trial-and-error approach. Now, Li Chengfeng began to comprehend that Yi Guqing's invitation to dine was not a mere social gesture, but rather a proposition for him to serve as the feng shui consultant for the Jiuding Group. This was not an innocuous affair. Yi Guqing aimed to secure the Wang Hage and undertake a colossal project valued at billions. Should Li Chengfeng become the feng shui consultant for Jiuding Group and assist Chu Yinhong in resolving his troubles? Acquiring the Wang Hage and securing the lucrative contract would not benefit him directly, but rather Yi Guqing, with Li Chengfeng perhaps receiving only a modest bonus. Upon this realization, Li Chengfeng cast a sidelong glance at Yi Guqing, letting out a cold snort. That old fox was indeed cunning, nearly leading him to be exploited. Hu Tianzheng, Hu Yinsong, and all the masters and entrepreneurs present, upon hearing this, were eager and restless, hoping to be the one to assist Chu Yinhong in overcoming his predicament. Resolving his issues would not only bring them fame, but also considerable profit, truly a dual harvest of reputation and wealth. Every ear perked up in anticipation, keen to discern the nature of Chu Yinhong's troubles. Unfortunately, Chu Yinhong remained silent, instead instructing his bodyguard to unveil a piece of red paper, upon which a single character was inscribed. He then began to speak slowly. Esteemed guests, those gathered here are all renowned masters from Qingzhou's metaphysical community, surely well-versed in various arts, such as fortune-telling, divination, and the interpretation of signs. Next, I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse. This character was inscribed by my own hand, and an adept in the art of character divination could discern the troubles I am facing from it. For those unversed in this craft, you may employ your own expertise to deduce the nature of my predicament. Should anyone succeed in deciphering it, we may proceed to discuss subsequent matters. Hu Tianzheng, Hu Yinsong, along with those masters of the mystic arts, inhaled deeply. Instead of revealing his troubles, Chu Yinhong invited them to speculate, a true test of their skills. Li Chengfeng smiled faintly. This old General Chu possessed a fascinating demeanor, yet his gaze remained fixed on the character inscribed on the crimson paper. Chapter 65. The Art of Qimeng Divination and Character Interpretation. Part 2. Character interpretation, also known as character analysis, is an ancient divination method that primarily relies on the strokes, structure, form, and meaning of characters to predict an individual's fortune or misfortune. As Li Chengfeng observed the character on the red paper, he initially wore a smile, finding General Chu amusing. However, after a brief moment, his expression gradually stiffened, and his brows furrowed in contemplation. Within a minute, Li Chengfeng had discerned the nature of the troubles faced by Chu Yinhong through the character. He sighed, realizing that the troubles confronting the old general were no ordinary matters, but rather significant national issues connected to the island nation. At this moment, Hu Tianzheng, Lu Yishui, and the masters of character interpretation focused intently on the character, beginning to deconstruct it and infer its meanings. Hu Yinsong took out a fountain pen. his expression grave as he inscribed a character onto the paper, engaging in a profound analysis of its meaning. The practice of character divination has become increasingly rare in contemporary society, as the variables involved in such interpretations are vast. Different individuals may ascribe diverse meanings to the same character, leading to potential misinterpretations. Nowadays, the most prevalent methods of divination include the 64 hexagrams, the 9 palaces of destiny, the Ma-yi fortune-telling, and the Mei-hua-yi shu, all of which possess fundamental interpretative frameworks, making them relatively convenient to employ. Wang Bin and Yi Mingyao watched with curiosity as the masters displayed their skills. Those who were unacquainted with character divination showcased their own talents. Some produced bamboo slips and coins, approaching Chu Yinhong to request that he shake a bamboo tube and cast the coins. Chu Yinhong exhibited no pretense, cooperating fully, while his daughter, Chu Qingyin, displayed signs of discontent but refrained from speaking, quietly observing the master's performances. Li Qingfeng was equally intrigued. Eager to witness how these masters conducted their divinations, his gaze remained fixed on the elderly monk and the practitioner. The venerable monk sat with his eyes slightly closed, immersed in meditation, while the practitioner, Zhang Yinshun, entered a room alone and closed the door behind him, exuding an air of mystery. Li Qingfeng was genuinely curious about how the Zen disciple and the practitioner discerned fortunes and misfortunes for others. Yet he felt it inappropriate to inquire further and could only watch silently. He remembered his grandfather mentioning that in Buddhism, Zen disciples are not permitted to casually offer predictions regarding fortunes and misfortunes, as the teachings emphasize the principle of accepting circumstances as they unfold. Whether fortune or misfortune, one must face and accept it with equanimity. Only through enduring all hardships can one attain true realization. Thus, it is rare for disciples of the Buddhist path to engage in fortune-telling or predicting auspiciousness and misfortune. In contemporary society, the prevalent methods of divination largely stem from Taoism, with few having witnessed a disciple of Buddhism practicing such arts. Although Buddhist disciples refrain from reading fortunes or interpreting characters to forecast fate, this does not imply that the Buddhist tradition lacks methods for discerning fortune and misfortune. It is said that Buddhism possesses a profound supernatural ability known as the 3 clear sightings and 6 transcendences. When a Zen practitioner reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can perceive the past and future lives of individuals. The 3 clear sightings refer to the clarity of destiny, understanding one's own and others' past lives and deaths. The heavenly eye, which discerns the life and death of oneself and others in future existences, and the clarity of exhaustion, which comprehends present suffering and the wisdom to sever all afflictions. The 6 transcendences encompass the ability to perceive the destinies of all beings. The heavenly eye that reveals the hidden worlds within sand and the essence of enlightenment within leaves, and the capacity to comprehend all mysteries of existence. The clarity of exhaustion allows one to resolve all troubles and attain profound understanding. The heavenly ear enables communication with all things and the ability to hear the voices of heaven and earth. The knowledge of others' hearts reveals the thoughts within sentient beings. The divine foot provides the ability to traverse freely, unhindered by any obstacles, traversing heaven and earth at will. As Li Qingfeng is not a disciple of Buddhism, he possesses limited understanding of the Zen practices and is uncertain whether the 3 clear sightings and 6 transcendences can indeed reveal the past and future lives of individuals. However, it is certain that those who have cultivated the profound supernatural powers of the Mahayana teachings, embodying the 3 clear sightings and 6 transcendences, must be few in number. One wonders what level of attainment the venerable old monk, Master Li Fan, has reached. Many believe that the Buddhist teachings of the 3 clear sights and 6 transcendences can reveal the past and future lives of individuals, far surpassing the divination techniques of Taoism. However, this is a misconception. The Taoist method of great calculation is indeed far more profound, capable of unraveling the intricate tapestry of 5,000 years of Chinese history, as well as foreseeing natural disasters and human tragedies. Notable examples include the 2-8-Bei-2 created by Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, and the Xiao Binggu pen by Lu Bowen. Regrettably, in contemporary society, few possess mastery over the esoteric art of Qi Min De Cheng, and many of these ancient techniques have been lost to the sands of time. Li Chengfeng sighed softly, turning his attention to the door behind him, straining to listen as voices emanated from within. An ordinary person would perceive only a singular voice, yet Li Chengfeng, having awakened his heavenly eye, was able to perceive what others could not and hear whispers beyond the ken of the untrained ear. He understood that this was a Chumin practitioner inquiring of the immortals. The practice of Chumin inquiring of the immortals involves a practitioner seeking communion with their revered deities, typically in a serene and secluded setting, inviting the immortal to emerge and provide guidance. Intrigued by the dialogue unfolding within, Li Chengfeng pondered which celestial being was being venerated by Zhang Yinshan, the Chumin practitioner from the northeast. Just as he was engrossed in listening, the voices abruptly ceased. The deity honored by Zhang Yinshan had sensed an eavesdropper and opted to communicate with him in a different manner. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yinshan emerged from the room, his expression troubled. The celestial being had informed him that someone was listening to their conversation, yet he remained unaware of the identity of this intruder. The celestial beings repeatedly cautioned him against provoking this individual, who, unbeknownst to many, was backed by a true immortal, a genuine deity. This was a significant source of discontent for Zhang Yinshan. Who was this person, endowed with such remarkable influence, that they housed a veritable god in their home? Zhang Yinshan could distinctly sense the trepidation emanating from his celestial patron in the presence of this individual. Meanwhile, Li Chengfeng felt a flicker of excitement. Today was indeed enlightening, as he witnessed firsthand a practitioner inquiring from the divine. As for Master Lu Fan, shrouded in mystery, it remained uncertain whether he wielded the Buddhist supernatural powers known as the 3 insights and 6 abilities. It must be noted that aside from Hu Yinsong, the masters present displayed considerable prowess, as many managed to deduce the nature of the troubles facing Chu Yunhong through their unique methodologies. Only Hu Yinsong relied on his keen intellect to arrive at his conclusions. Approximately 20 minutes later, all individuals ceased their activities. At that moment, Chu Yunhong smiled, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the masters, and he curiously inquired, "Esteemed masters, could you kindly inscribe your conjectures for my perusal?" There were 8 masters in attendance, and articulating their hypotheses aloud would risk exposure to others, potentially compromising their insights. Aware of this, Chu Yunhong had prudently prepared paper and writing instrument for the masters to record their findings. However, before Li Chengfeng lay no paper or pen, as he had been regarded as a charlatan. He appeared indifferent, occasionally glancing at Chu Qingyin and Yi Mengyao, comparing the 2 captivating women. It must be said, both were extraordinarily beautiful, making it truly difficult to distinguish between them. Shortly thereafter, the masters completed their predictions, and the bodyguard collected the papers to present them to Chu Yunhong. As he gazed at the inscriptions on the sheets, a satisfied nod of approval escaped him. Each of the 8 pages contained significant national matters, and the master's predictions were unanimously accurate. This journey was indeed undertaken for a matter of great importance to the nation. Observing the results brought a profound sense of relief to Chu Yunhong, who remarked with satisfaction, "You are indeed renowned masters of Qingzhou City. Your calculations align perfectly." Just as Chu Yunhong was about to pose his next question, Lu Yishui suddenly rose, fixing an arrogant gaze upon Li Chengfeng. "Young man, do you not claim to be a master of feng shui? If you possess the ability, why not discern what we have inscribed on the paper?" Li Chengfeng momentarily faltered, realizing that Lu Yishui was indeed stirring trouble. The onlookers wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness whether this self-proclaimed master was a charlatan or a true expert. Only Yi Guqing hung his head in embarrassment, pondering that Li Chengfeng was about to make a fool of himself once more. With a smile gracing his face, Chu Yunhong turned to Lu Yishui and gently remarked, "Master Lu, why must you trouble a junior? How could he possibly know what you have written?" Upon hearing Chu Yunhong's interjection, Lu Yishui hesitated to press further, his demeanor slightly deflated. Just as he prepared to take a seat, a confident voice resonated throughout the banquet hall. "If I am not mistaken, The words inscribed on the paper should only read national affairs. The speaker is none other than Li Chengfeng, who originally intended merely to enjoy a meal, yet finds himself the target of deliberate provocation, aimed at shaming him. However, he will not allow himself to be humiliated. Chu Yinhong is momentarily taken aback, then glances down at the words on the paper before lifting his gaze back to Li Chengfeng, astonished by his accuracy. Having observed the fleeting confidence on the young man's face earlier, he senses that this individual is far from ordinary. It is now evident that he is not merely a brash youth, but rather possesses genuine capability. Just as Lu Yishui, who was about to take a seat, suddenly stands up again, his face contorted with anger as he glares at Li Chengfeng. How could this fraud possibly know what was written on the paper? He must have surreptitiously glimpsed the words, or else how could he possibly know? You truly have no shame, daring to intrude upon our conjecture. Frankly, I have no interest in your paltry deductions, Li Chengfeng retorts with a dismissive expression, radiating confidence. Even a fool could surmise that a figure of authority and influence like General Chu would have the capacity to resolve any matter. There is essentially nothing he cannot handle. The only scenario that might elude resolution is one involving exceptionally thorny national affairs. If I am not mistaken, this particular national issue must pertain to the island nation. A look of shock spreads across Chu Yunhong's face. Li Chengfeng's assertion is indeed accurate, as the current troubling situation arises from provocations by the island nation. He is left perplexed, questioning how Li Chengfeng could possibly know this. Aside from Master Liao Fan, Zhang Yinchu, Hu Tianzheng, Hu Yinsong, and Lu Yishui, several other masters wore expressions of derision. This young man was destined to embarrass himself once again. Even if he could deduce that Chu Yinhong was troubled by matters of national significance, how could he ascertain that this issue was linked to the islanders? It might stem from other nations or entirely different matters. Why, then, must it specifically involve the island? Lu Yishui laughed heartily, dripping with sarcasm. Truly a master of feng shui, surpassing us all. Among so many of us, we could only conclude that General Chu was worried about national affairs, while you could ascertain that this predicament was instigated by the islanders. I humbly bow to your prowess. You are the true master. In the face of their mockery, Li Chengfeng remained remarkably composed. Their current mirth would soon transform into profound discomfort. Chu Yinhong, intrigued, directed a question at Li Chengfeng. Young man, might you enlighten me on how you discern this matter's connection to the islanders? As the venerable general spoke, the gathered crowd fell silent, eager to hear Li Chengfeng's explanation. Li Chengfeng, casting his gaze upon the character inscribed on the red paper, replied with solemnity, I derive my conclusion from this character. Oh, could you elaborate on your reasoning? Li Chengfeng smiled, proceeding to elucidate his method of deconstructing the character. First, he separated it into two components, wood and kuan. The character features sun above and compare below. If one disassembles, it reveals two daggers. This character resembles an islander, adorned with two daggers at his back. From the overall perspective of this character, it resembles an individual from an island nation, concealing two blades behind, poised to strike at the heart of Huaxia. Li Chengfeng deduced from this half-character that the matter was indeed connected to the islanders. Hu Tianzheng and other masters present, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative, recognizing the validity of Li Chengfeng's assertion, feeling a tinge of regret for not having thought of it earlier. Although Lu Yishui acknowledged the reasonableness of Li Chengfeng's claim, he remained defiant, indignantly exclaiming, You are merely fabricating stories. Silence. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Yinhong, who, with an air of authority, declared, I can unequivocally inform you all that the troubles I am currently facing are indeed related to the islanders. The attendees were taken aback, particularly Yi Guqing, who could scarcely believe that Li Chengfeng's guess was accurate. Chu Yinhong proceeded to elucidate the origins of the situation, which began in Haiqing. The audience leaned in intently as Chu Yinhong recounted the details. Haiqing serves as the financial hub of Huaxia, where a river named Huangbu River flows. Recognized as the dragon vein of the city, a naturally formed water dragon vein, referred to in geomancy as the 9 bends of water. The presence of this water dragon vein has catalyzed rapid economic growth in Haiqing, establishing it as one of Huaxia's most significant economic cities, evolving into an international metropolis. However, 2 years prior, a company from the island nation, in collaboration with a certain Western country, acquired a parcel of land along the banks of the Huangbu River through a legitimate bidding process, upon which they constructed a grand edifice. The edifice is named the Haiqing Economic Center, standing at an impressive height of nearly 500 meters. Upon its completion, it will become the tallest building in China. While it may initially seem advantageous that investors from the island nation are pouring substantial funds into constructing a skyscraper in China, their intentions are far from benevolent. The architects have designed the structure in the shape of a steel blade, poised to pierce the banks of the Huangbu River, thereby creating a detrimental feng shui configuration that threatens to sever the river's auspicious flow. The mastermind behind this design is none other than Sato Masao, a renowned feng shui master of the highest caliber. He has 2 sons, Sato Kenichi and Sato Kenji, both of whom are also distinguished feng shui practitioners from the island nation. With the building nearing its apex, the formation of this malevolent configuration could disrupt the vital water veins of the Huangbu River, profoundly affecting the economy of Haiqing and, consequently, impacting the entirety of China. Chapter 67. The Blade of Heaven Severing the Dragon's Water. A flicker of indignation crossed Li Chengfeng's face. The practitioners of yin and yang feng shui from the island nation are truly insidious, attempting to sever the water veins of the Huangbu River and disrupt the auspicious flow. The feng shui of the Huangbu River is a naturally formed grand feng shui configuration. In the realm of feng shui studies, it is primarily divided into mountain dragons and water dragons, with mountains representing the former and rivers the latter. Mountain dragons govern status and wealth, while water dragons dictate prosperity and poverty. For instance, the capital city is situated at a convergence of mountain dragons, exuding an aura of nobility and becoming the imperial capital of China, a gathering place for high officials and dignitaries. Conversely, Haiqing lies at a spot where the Yangtze River's water dragon exhales, thus emanating an aura of wealth and establishing itself as the economic hub of China, a focal point for merchants and enterprises. Upon careful observation, one may discern that certain regions are known for producing affluent merchants, while others are rich in bureaucrats. For instance, provinces such as Shandong, Shaanxi, and Hebei are home to a greater number of officials, whereas Guangdong, Zhejiang, and Fujian boast a higher concentration of wealthy individuals. The denizens of Haiqing speak with an air of prosperity, while those from the capital exude a sense of authority. This exemplifies the influence of geomancy on individuals. It is indeed true, as the common folk often say, that the land nurtures its people. As a master of feng shui, Li Chengfeng is acutely aware that should the dragon vein of the Huangbu River be severed by celestial forces, it would not only disrupt the economy of Haiqing, but would also send ripples throughout the entire realm of Huaxia. The tenets of feng shui dictate that should the water dragon be cut, the vitality of the water dragon will be compromised, leading to catastrophic floods. Conversely, if the earth dragon is severed, resulting in the dissipation of the earth's dragon energy, earthquakes shall ensue. One cannot help but condemn the nefarious actions of the practitioners of the Zhujiang school of yin-yang feng shui, whose insidious methods threaten to undermine the feng shui of Huaxia and disrupt the national destiny. The esteemed masters present are incensed and regard the actions of the Zhujiang practitioners with disdain. As someone well-versed in esoteric arts, Chu Yinhong has heard whispers of the Zhujiang practitioners' destructive endeavors against Huaxia's feng shui. With a heavy sigh, a glimmer of wrath crosses his visage, revealing the depth of his animosity towards them. He solemnly declares, for centuries, the islanders have harbored a relentless desire to bring ruin to Huaxia, committing numerous unspeakable acts upon our sacred land, particularly the Zhujiang feng shui masters, who incessantly seek to disturb our national fortune. Beneath our feet lies the Wanghai Pavilion, constructed 3 decades ago by a renowned feng shui master from Zhujiang. They established a feng shui arrangement here with the intent to disrupt the harmony of Huaxia. Fortunately, A master of feng shui emerged at that time and effortlessly dismantled the malevolent design. Chu Yinhong, lost in thought, recalled many past events, especially the master who had neutralized the feng shui here. His current quest was to seek this master out, hoping to enlist his expertise in dispelling the ominous heavenly severing blade. Yet he had unfortunately been unable to locate him. Where could the venerable master have gone? With a gentle gaze sweeping over the faces of those present, Chu Yinhong spoke with grave seriousness. Esteemed masters, whoever can decipher the feng shui arrangement here shall receive the Wanghai Pavilion as a gift. Furthermore, the one capable of neutralizing the heavenly severing blade will be entrusted with a monumental project worth billions. Chu Yinhong was acutely aware that if these masters could not unravel the feng shui here, they would stand no chance in Haicheng against the heavenly severing blade. Upon hearing this, the attendees were filled with excitement. This was precisely what they had sought, the very purpose of their visit. They hastily exited the imperial pavilion, compass in hand, eager to examine the feng shui layout. The allure of claiming the Wanghai Pavilion was immense, a temptation of no ordinary magnitude. Huan Yufei, standing beside Lu Yishui, anxiously inquired, "Master Lu, have you discerned the feng shui layout of the Wanghai Pavilion?" Meanwhile, Deng Sihai anxiously fixated on Hu Tianzheng and Hu Yinsong, determined not to allow anyone to seize the opportunity. Whoever could unravel the feng shui here would claim the Wanghai Pavilion, along with the chance to undertake the billion-dollar project. Master Hu, please do not let me down. Whether we can obtain the Wanghai Pavilion and secure the billion-dollar project rests upon your shoulders. The master, well-versed in feng shui, intermittently gazed at the heavens and then scrutinized the compass, while also observing the terrain around him, each individual bearing a serious expression. Those masters less knowledgeable in feng shui could only stand to the side and watch. The several masters holding compasses, the more they looked, the more anxious and troubled they became, ultimately exhausting their intellect and drawing upon their lifelong studies, yet they could not decipher the feng shui arrangement here. After approximately half an hour, these masters returned to the Emperor Pavilion, their spirits dejected, having chosen to concede defeat. Chu Yinhong, upon seeing everyone return, inquired with hopeful anticipation, "Masters, has anyone discerned the feng shui layout here?" All shook their heads, their expressions downcast and filled with disappointment, indicating that they were destined to be estranged from the Wanghai Pavilion. The merchants who had paid handsomely to invite them wore faces of anger, yet felt utterly powerless. Chu Yinhong looked at Hu Tianzheng, placing his last hope upon him, and asked urgently, "President Hu, have you been able to discern the feng shui layout here?" Hu Tianzheng shook his head, expressing his helplessness. "The feng shui arrangement here is exceedingly profound. I too cannot ascertain its configuration. If I am not mistaken, this should be an exceptionally rare Mahayana feng shui formation." Chu Yinhong nodded, deeply disheartened. These so-called masters could not even unravel the feng shui arrangement here, let alone resolve the heavenly severing calamity in Haicheng. Seated nearby, Li Chengfeng remained silent, refraining from engaging in the matter at hand. He was exceedingly hungry and pondered when the meal would commence, deliberately avoiding any confrontation. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was nearly 6 o'clock. Why had the meal not yet begun? At that moment, Hu Yinsong spoke in a distinctly provocative tone. "Young man, do you not claim to be a master of feng shui? If you truly possess such expertise, enlighten us about the feng shui layout of this place." Standing beside him, Lu Yishui wore a scornful expression, echoing the challenge. "Indeed, do you not proclaim yourself a feng shui master? Are you not impressive enough to discern the connection to the islanders with just one character? If you possess the ability, do share the feng shui layout of Wanghai Pavilion." Li Chengfeng furrowed his brow slightly, pondering the absurdity of their taunts. He had not provoked them. Why were they incessantly targeting him? He truly wished to ignore their antics and simply enjoy his meal before returning to Sui Yuan Hall. Yet they seemed intent on antagonizing him. A playful smile crept across his face. "If I were to reveal the feng shui layout of Wanghai Pavilion, what would you offer me in return? You have nothing to give. Why should I divulge anything to you? If you can articulate it, we shall take you as our master. Ultimately, Li Chengfeng struck a bargain with Lu Yishui and Hu Yinsong. Should he successfully describe the feng shui layout, they would become his disciples. If he failed, they would be free to deal with him as they wished. Chu Yinhong observed Li Chengfeng with eager anticipation, wondering if this young man might indeed deliver an unexpected surprise. Chapter 68. He is truly a master of feng shui. Before Li Chengfeng even stepped into the imperial pavilion, he had already discerned the intricate feng shui arrangement of the place. Now, as some sought to provoke a challenge, he decided to indulge them, casting a subtle smile towards Chu Yinhong before speaking. The feng shui design of the Wanghai Pavilion is known as the ministers come to pay respects. The emperor is crowned. The Son of Heaven holds court, unifying the land, the emperor's scheme. Upon hearing this, both Yi Mingyao and Wang Bin simultaneously turned their gazes towards Li Chengfeng. They had heard him utter these words at the entrance of the imperial pavilion, but had paid little heed to them at the time, failing to grasp their significance, and thinking he was merely rambling. Now, upon hearing the phrase again, they were profoundly astonished, and in a moment of clarity, they comprehended its meaning. He was indeed referring to the feng shui layout of the Wanghai Pavilion. Yi Mingyao stared at Li Chengfeng in disbelief, realizing that he had long since perceived the feng shui arrangement of the Wanghai Pavilion. A faint smile of resignation appeared on her face as she sighed and turned her attention to Yi Guqing beside her, internally contemplating, "Father, you shall soon have reason to regret this." Chu Yinhong, however, harbored little hope for Li Chengfeng. After all, many masters of the metaphysical realm had been unable to unravel the feng shui configuration of the Wanghai Pavilion. How could a young man possibly penetrate its depths? It was crucial to understand that this was not an ordinary feng shui scheme, but an exceedingly rare and profound one. He sighed, thinking, this surprise is unlikely to materialize. Just as this thought flickered through his mind, he heard a voice resonate beside him, causing a look of astonishment to suddenly break through the disappointment etched on his face. With incredulous eyes fixed upon the speaker, Li Chengfeng, he steadied himself against the coffee table and rose to his feet, unable to fathom the words he had just heard. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Young brother, could you please repeat what you just said?" Li Chengfeng nodded and reiterated his previous statement, this time articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Chu Yinhong, following closely behind, softly echoed each syllable. This phrase was one he knew all too well, a saying he could never forget throughout his lifetime. Chu Yinhong vividly recalled the words spoken 30 years ago by a renowned feng shui master standing before the imperial pavilion. An identical phrase echoed without deviation. With a perplexed tone, Chu Yinhong inquired, "Young brother, how did you come to know this saying?" Of course, it was discerned from the feng shui layout of Wanghai Pavilion, Li Chengfeng replied, exuding confidence. Observing the self-assured demeanor of Li Chengfeng, Chu Yinhong felt an uncanny resemblance to that feng shui master from years past, both radiating an air of unparalleled confidence. Coincidentally, the esteemed master also bore the surname Li, just as Li Chengfeng did, a detail that had yet to dawn on Chu Yinhong. The manner in which Chu Yinhong addressed Li Chengfeng had transformed from young man to young brother, inciting admiration among those present. To be regarded as a brother by General Chu was a profound honor. The onlookers could discern from Chu Yinhong's reaction that Li Chengfeng had once again spoken correctly. The assembly was filled with envy and jealousy, as this young man had seized the spotlight, garnering the favor of Wanghai Pavilion. They arrived well-prepared, yet ultimately returned empty-handed, while the unprepared Li Chengfeng merely sought a free meal, emerging as the greatest victor of the banquet. Numerous businessmen cast covetous glances at Li Chengfeng, calculating their next moves. Hu Yinsong and Lu Yishui wore expressions of dismay, for they never imagined that Li Chengfeng could accurately discern the feng shui layout of Wanghai. Recalling their earlier agreement, if he could indeed articulate the feng shui configuration, they would have to acknowledge him as their master. Both held esteemed positions within the metaphysical community of Qingzhou. Hu Yinsong was not only the vice president of the Qingzhou Metaphysics Association, but also a member of the esteemed Hu family. Lu Yishui, a prominent figure known for his mastery of the Ma-Yi fortune-telling technique, was also a member of the same association. The thought of bowing to a young man as their master left them in turmoil. pondering how they could maintain their standing in Qingzhou without becoming the laughingstock of their peers. Yi Guqing felt immense regret, never expecting that the one he deemed a fraud, lacking any semblance of a master, was indeed the genuine feng shui master. Had he not distanced himself from Li Chengfeng, Wang Hage would have belonged to him, along with the potential to secure that monumental project worth billions. Consumed by his discontent, Yi Guqing could no longer maintain his composure. He stood up abruptly and, with a grave tone, proclaimed, "General Chu, this Mr. Li is my guest, and you should bestow Wang Hage upon me." Chu Yinhong smiled faintly, but remained silent, turning his gaze toward Li Chengfeng with a meaningful expression. "Young brother, this, the old general, I am not well acquainted with Mr. Yi," Li Chengfeng interjected. As Li Chengfeng uttered these words, he cast a glance at Yi Mengyao, who sat beside him, her eyes brimming with tears and her expression one of profound disappointment as she gazed at her father, Yi Guqing. Observing Li Chengfeng's sudden shift in demeanor, Yi Guqing's anger flared. He raised his hand to point accusingly at Li Chengfeng. "Li Chengfeng, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for me, you could never have entered Wanghai Pavilion, let alone obtained it. Even if you refuse to hand it over, at the very least, you ought to grant me half." Li Chengfeng could not help but chuckle. "Ah, Yi Guqing, your obsession with wealth is truly maddening." He then adopted a serious expression and casually replied, "Mr. Yi, may I inquire what favors you believe you have bestowed upon me? Were it not for my intervention, could your eyes behold anything? Would you be standing here conversing with me?" Instantly, Yi Guqing was rendered speechless. If any gratitude were to be acknowledged, it was Li Chengfeng who had bestowed a life-saving grace upon the Yi family. Those present regarded Yi Guqing with contemptuous glances. Just moments ago, he had been eager to dissociate himself from Li Chengfeng, branding him a fraud and attempting to expel him. Now, witnessing Li Chengfeng articulate the feng shui layout of Wanghai Pavilion and earn the admiration of General Chu, he sought to reconcile and covet half of the pavilion for himself. Such shamelessness was truly astounding. Initially, Deng Sihai had regarded Li Chengfeng with a hint of murderous intent, planning to settle scores once he departed Wanghai Pavilion. However, at this moment, he gazed at him with a newfound admiration, producing an exquisite business card and approaching Li Chengfeng with a smile. "Master Li, you are indeed a prodigy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Deng Sihai, the chairman of Shanghai Group. Here's my card." Moments ago, the businessman who had looked down upon Li Chengfeng suddenly came to a realization. He hastily produced his business card and surrounded him, eager to introduce his family and enterprise. Huang Yufei rushed to the forefront, presenting a card to Li Chengfeng while repeatedly apologizing. "Master Li, I sincerely hope you can forgive any offense I may have caused earlier. Our Huang family is engaged in the steel business. Master Li, our company would like to invite you to be our feng shui consultant. Please name your price." These business leaders were all eager to curry favor with Li Chengfeng, while Yi Guqing stood awkwardly to the side, aware that he could have seized the opportunity. Yet he had squandered it. Beside him, Yi Mengyao felt a mix of happiness and disappointment, her emotions exceedingly complex. The scene was chaotic, with the sideline masters casting envious glances at Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng felt quite helpless. Moments ago, he had been scorned by these businessmen, and now he had become the object of their admiration. Chu Yinhong observed the tumultuous scene without intervening, a smile gracing his face as he took a sip from his teacup. He discerned that while Li Chengfeng possessed genuine skills, he lacked connections, and thus this was an opportune moment for him to cultivate relationships. After the meal, everyone began to depart, and before leaving, they requested Li Chengfeng's contact information. He did not refuse and shared the address of the Suiwan Hall with them. Although there had been some unpleasantness earlier, he chose not to hold it against them, recognizing that these individuals were potential clients. Li Chengfeng had indeed achieved sudden fame. With the acknowledgement of these individuals, he had firmly established himself in Qingzhou City. Once everyone departed, Yi Mengyao lingered by Li Chengfeng's side, her delicate eyes filled with a sense of grievance as they gazed at him. "Mr. Li, I'm sorry. My father." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Chengfeng interrupted her with a cold voice. "Miss Yi, please return for now. I have matters to discuss with General Chu." Without casting a glance at Yi Mengyao, He followed Chu Yinhong to the second floor of the Imperial Pavilion. The second floor was even more lavishly decorated, predominantly featuring Wang Wali and Zeton wood furniture, each piece exceedingly costly. Standing at the window, one could behold the vast expanse of the ocean, a gust of sea breeze, infused with the scent of the sea, wafted in, creating an intoxicating ambience. Li Chengfeng could hardly believe that the Wang Hai Pavilion would soon belong to him, allowing him to relish this sensation at any moment. At that moment, he heard Chu Yunhong's voice behind him. "Young brother, do you have a method to resolve the heavenly/malevolence? I'm unsure. I need to examine the opponent as feng shui layout to ascertain it." Li Chengfeng replied earnestly as he turned around. Without having seen the feng shui layout, he dared not speak too confidently. Chu Yunhong smiled, clearly pleased with Li Chengfeng's response. His humility and maturity signified that he was indeed a person capable of great undertakings. He then said, "Young brother, rest early. We shall set off for Haicheng tomorrow." Indeed, Li Chengfeng nodded, realizing that their departure for Haicheng was imminent, highlighting the urgency of the matter at hand. "In my heart, I harbor some doubts. The renowned feng shui masters from the 9 Chrysanthemum School aim to disrupt the auspicious energy of the Huangbu River, and it is certain that the country's enigmatic organization, the Longmen 8 Bureau, along with the Dragon Guardians, will not remain passive. If even the Longmen 8 Bureau and the Dragon Guardians find themselves at a loss against the formidable heavenly severing evil, it is evident that this matter is exceedingly complicated. General Chu has personally come to Qingzhou City. Who exactly is he seeking that necessitates his presence? While I am filled with questions, I dare not inquire too deeply." In Li Chengfeng's eyes, this is simply a transaction. Questions are asked as appropriate, while silence reigns over the delicate matters. On the following morning, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin boarded General Chu's private aircraft heading towards Haicheng. The distance from Qingzhou City to Haicheng is not particularly far. Approximately an hour and a half later, the plane landed at the Donglan International Airport in Haicheng. 3 vehicles displaying military plates awaited them at the airport. Following behind Chu Yinhong, Li Chengfeng disembarked from the plane and promptly entered one of the cars, which took them to the Sidria Hotel located by the Huangbu River. The Sidria Hotel is Haicheng's earliest 5-star establishment, situated along the banks of the Huangbu River, and comprises 2 towers, the Bujing Tower and the Xian Tower. Chu Yinhong had previously reserved 2 luxurious suites in the Bujing Tower. As Li Chengfeng stepped out of the vehicle, his gaze was immediately drawn to the iconic Northern Pearl, a landmark of Haicheng. Turning his head to the opposite side, he beheld the once greatest skyscraper of China, the Jingguang Building. Beside the Jingguang Building, a new high-rise had emerged, a structure jointly constructed by the island nation and a certain Western country, known as the Haicheng Economic Center. Li Chengfeng was instantly captivated by the towering edifice, which rose majestically into the clouds, resembling a military blade poised between heaven and earth. The entire structure was enveloped in azure-tempered glass, extending seamlessly from top to bottom. Its design starkly contrasted with conventional buildings. Rather than flat surfaces, the sides featured smooth, sharp angles, evoking the image of a sword. Under the sunlight, the glass emitted a dazzling glare, appearing from a distance as if it were a blade radiating a chilling brilliance. Atop the building lay a rectangular void, reminiscent of a national flag. At noon, standing beneath the structure and gazing through this rectangle at the sun, one could experience an optical illusion, making it seem as though the sun resided not in the sky, but within the rectangular aperture atop the building. This void, reflecting the sun, resembled a solar banner, a testament to the astute mastery of the renowned feng shui master, Jiuju Yilu, who ingeniously utilized absence as the body of the flag and the sun in the sky as the emblem, erecting a solar flag in the economic heart of Huaxia. As dawn broke and the sun set in the afternoon, when the sun's angle aligned parallel to the edifice, peering through the void at the sun also created the illusion of a solar banner. Overall, the building's angles resembled a military blade, while the central void mirrored the sun, forming a feng shui arrangement of dual blades supporting the sun, aptly termed military blade supporting the sun. Turning to the nearby Huangbu River, every morning when the sun ascended. The shadow of this sword-like skyscraper appeared to plunge from the heavens, striking the river like a descending blade. This phenomenon epitomized what is known as heavenly slashing calamity. Li Qingfeng inhaled sharply, compelled to acknowledge the extraordinary prowess of the renowned Yin Feng Shui master from the Zhujiao sect. To the untrained eye, the grand edifice might appear resplendent and imposing. However, to the discerning feng shui master, it was merely a harbinger of chaos for the feng shui of Huaxia. As Chu Yinhong disembarked from the vehicle and noticed Li Chengfeng standing in a daze, gazing at the towering structure that was nearing completion, he offered a gentle smile and inquired in a cordial tone, "Young brother, have you discerned some hidden truths?" "Indeed," Li Chengfeng replied politely, nodding in affirmation. He casually remarked, "Harnessing the malevolence of the heavens, severing the 9 curved dragon's waters, the blade's malice rises, bringing calamity from all directions." Before he could finish, Chu Yinhong interrupted him. "Young brother, this is not the place for discussion. Let us converse upstairs." Chu Yinhong was somewhat taken aback by Li Qingfeng's response. Astonished that he had unraveled the feng shui scheme of the building in less than a minute after stepping out of the car, he silently marveled at the young man's exceptional insight, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. It was only then that Li Chengfeng realized the bustling surroundings were indeed unsuitable for a conversation, and he followed Chu Yinhong to the opulent suite they had reserved in advance. Throughout the journey from Qingzhou City to Haicheng, Chu Qingyan remained steadfastly by Chu Yinhong's side, exuding an air of haughtiness. She did not spare a glance at either Li Chengfeng or Wang Bin, nor did she engage in conversation with them. For a young lady of a prestigious family, individuals like Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were simply unworthy of her attention. Wang Bin remained largely silent throughout the journey, as his self-esteem had suffered a significant blow. As they walked through the luxurious hotel, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin invariably attracted astonished glances from the crowd. Clad in flip-flops, shorts, and a tattered t-shirt, they seemed utterly out of place in this bustling metropolis. With a hint of regret in his voice, Wang Bin, trailing behind Li Chengfeng, lamented, "How embarrassing! Had I known we were coming to Haicheng, I would have changed into my finest attire at home." Li Chengfeng wore a similarly awkward expression, realizing that in their haste, he too had neglected to don suitable clothing. It was only then that Chu Yinhong recognized this oversight and, with an apologetic smile, remarked, "My young friends, I failed to consider your needs and neglected to prepare a couple of fitting outfits for you. I shall have Qingyan take you shopping shortly." Just as Li Chengfeng was about to decline, Chu Qingyan interjected with a look of disdain, "Whoever wants to go can go. I refuse to accompany these 2 country bumpkins to buy clothes. It's utterly mortifying. Refusal is not an option. This is an order." Chu Yinhong maintained his authoritative demeanor, reminiscent of a soldier, always decisive in his commands. Although Chu Qingyan expressed her discontent, she ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, they arrived at the pre-booked, luxurious suite. Standing by the window, they were treated to an unobstructed view of the entire Huangbu River, with the renowned scenic spot, Weigu, visible across the water. Towering skyscrapers stood proudly, a testament to the thriving prosperity of the city. As Li Chengfeng admired the splendid scenery, he was suddenly interrupted by Chu Yinhong's voice from behind. "My young brother, have you discerned the feng shui layout of the Huangbu River?" Chapter 70. The Great Vehicle Feng Shui of the 9 Curves of Water, Part 2. Li Chengfeng stood by the window, not responding to Chu Yinhong, but instead focusing intently on the Huangbu River before him. Occasionally, he turned his gaze towards the nearby Northern Pearl, and at other times, towards the ancient iron bridge. The Haidi Dujiao, situated across the river, as well as the lakes of Songjiang beneath it. The Haidi Dujiao boasts a century-long history and serves as a landmark of Haicheng, a favored destination for tourists and social media influencers alike. In the realm of feng shui, the water dragon veins are categorized in sentimental water and indifferent water. As the saying goes, embraced by sentiment, rebuffed by indifference. Sentimental water encompasses inner embracing water, outer embracing water, and the 9 curves of water. Should the 9 curves of water manifest as inner embracing water, it signifies a grand feng shui configuration. Indifferent water comprises rebuffed water, straight water, and direct rushing water, with rebuffed water being the most callous of feng shui formations. The Huangbu River exemplifies the inner embracing water within the 9 curves of water, encircling the entire Dongpu New District and Chenjiazi. In feng shui terminology, this is referred to as the jade belt around the waist. The configuration of the 9 curves of water, akin to a jade belt encircling the waist, has naturally forged an exceptional water dragon vein, establishing the economic hub of Huaxia, with Chenjiazui being the economic heart of Haicheng. Turning to the Songjiang Lake beneath the Haididujiao, one finds the upstream Suiza River, resembling a dragon stretching across the entirety of Haicheng, with its waters ultimately flowing into the Huangbu River, forming the auspicious convergence of twin dragons. Alas, the waters of Songjiang Lake, upon merging with the Huangbu River, linger for but a brief moment, swiftly flowing downstream. This brevity results in the inability of the Songjiang's dragon energy to permeate into Chenjiazui. Li Changfeng contemplated this and turned his gaze towards the Northern Pearl, a circular edifice that appeared remarkably unique. Many could not fathom why the nation had invested heavily in constructing a building predominantly circular in design, resembling a peculiar creature. Yet unbeknownst to them, the Northern Pearl concealed an intricate arrangement of feng shui principles. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that the location of the Northern Pearl is precisely aligned with the confluence of the Hushu River and the Huangbu River, forming a straight line. This phenomenon is referred to as golden pearl attracting the dragon. The dragon, enamored with pearls, draws the vital energy of the Hushu River into Chenjiazui. As the 2 waterways, the Huangbu and Hushu rivers, flow past the Northern Pearl, they are irresistibly attracted by the golden orb, thus creating a scenario known as twin dragons playing with pearls. Li Chengfeng then turned to behold the nearby Jingguang Tower, resembling a pagoda, perched alongside the Huangbu River, embodying the concept of pagoda protecting the river, safeguarding this area's vital water energy. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that during high tide, the waters of the Huangbu River reverse flow. In the realm of feng shui, this phenomenon is termed water dragon turning back. Indeed, one might be astonished to realize that the entirety of Haicheng is replete with such feng shui arrangements, and even a day spent observing them would scarcely suffice. It is precisely these astounding configurations that render this locale a treasure trove of feng shui. As Li Changfeng discerned the intricate feng shui layout along the Huangbu River, he was inwardly astonished. Truly, the master who orchestrated this arrangement was exceptionally skilled. Who could this feng shui practitioner be who so adeptly crafted the layout along the Huangbu River? He yearned to meet him, to express his admiration in person. As Li Chengfeng was lost in thought, he suddenly perceived the ethereal sound of a dragon's roar. He hastily raised his gaze towards the source of the sound, only to witness the waters of the lake Songjiang swirling tumultuously, from which a divine dragon emerged, soaring towards the Northern Pearl. Shortly thereafter, the Huangbu River's waves surged forth, giving rise to another colossal dragon, which also ascended towards the Northern Pearl. The 2 magnificent dragons circled around the Northern Pearl, dancing gracefully in the air. After a time, they veered towards the Golden Light building, weaving through the towering edifices, ultimately vanishing from sight. The sudden appearance of these 2 celestial dragons startled Li Chengfeng, yet he was acutely aware that he was not merely hallucinating. These dragons were manifestations of water dragon energy, also known as the true essence and spiritual entities of feng shui, superior and grand feng shui formations. By absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, can conjure the spiritual entities of feng shui. Chu Yinhong, seated on the sofa, refrained from interrupting Li Chengfeng. Instead, he kept an eye on the time, and after approximately 5 minutes, he slowly turned around and confidently remarked, "General Chu, the feng shui here is truly remarkable. The feng shui layout of the Huangbu River is infinitely more profound than that of the Wanghai Pavilion. The variety of feng shui arrangements here is so extensive that even a day's examination would scarcely suffice." Upon hearing this, Chu Yinhong nodded, mistakenly believing that Li Changfeng had failed to discern the feng shui layout here. thinking that his claim of needing a day to comprehend it was merely an excuse. He reasoned that it was understandable for someone so young not to grasp it fully. The intricacies of the feng shui arrangement here are indeed profound, not something everyone can discern. Though a pang of disappointment lingered in his heart at that moment, Li Chengfeng continued, "Old General, if I am not mistaken, the feng shui layout here embodies the principles of meandering water, like a jade belt encircling the waist, with twin dragons converging, golden pearls guiding the dragons. A pagoda safeguarding the river, twin dragons playing with pearls, and the water dragon turning back, creating a gathering of wealth." Upon hearing Li Chengfeng's words, Chu Yunhong stood frozen, his mouth agape and eyes wide in disbelief. The impact of this revelation was even more profound than that experienced at the Wanghai Pavilion. Astonishingly, he was correct once again. It was truly unfathomable that someone so young could possess such profound knowledge. Chu Yunhong gazed at Li Chengfeng with incredulity, noting his humble attire, a pair of flip-flops, oversized shorts, and a tattered t-shirt emblazoned with the words, "I am a poor farmer." This appearance evoked a first impression of a mere lowly individual. Who could have imagined that such a seemingly inconsequential person was a master of feng shui? As the saying goes, one must not judge by appearances, and the depths of the sea cannot be measured by a mere bucket. Thankfully, he had not judged by looks alone. Otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to recognize a prodigious talent in the realm of Qi Min feng shui. At that moment, Chu Yunhong regarded Li Chengfeng as one would a national treasure, tears welling in his eyes, his heart swelling with excitement. The legacy of Qi Min feng shui would continue, and the art of feng shui in China would endure. Due to numerous historical circumstances, many cultural heritages left by our ancestors have been lost, with Qi Min mysticism often dismissed as feudal superstition. Even traditional Chinese medicine has not escaped this fate, with many profound medical practices also fading into obscurity. This reality is truly heartbreaking. Chu Yunhong swiftly rose to his feet, grasping Li Chengfeng's hand, his tone imbued with heartfelt concern. "Little brother, quickly take a seat." Li Chengfeng was utterly bewildered by Chu Yunhong's demeanor, pondering what could have caused such a reaction from the old general. "General, what seems to be the matter?" "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I'm simply overwhelmed with excitement." Chapter 71. The extraordinary talent of feng shui masters. As Li Chengfeng discerned the overarching feng shui configuration of Huangbu River, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The naturally flowing 9 bins water, combined with the artificial feng shui arrangements along the riverbank, had transformed the once despised muddy crossing into a veritable treasure trove of feng shui. The audacious islanders had audaciously erected a military tower upon this auspicious land, intending to sever the dragon vein of Huangbu River with the lethal force of their construction, thereby undermining the feng shui and jeopardizing the fortunes of our great nation, Huaxia. Such malevolence is indeed deserving of condemnation. With only 3 days remaining until the completion of the military tower, once it reaches its zenith, the lethal force will manifest and strike directly at Huangbu River. Should the dragon vein of Huangbu River be severed, it would usher in tremendous calamity, affecting not only the economy, but much more. The edifice has already been constructed. Dismantling it is no longer a feasible option. Alternative solutions must be sought. The Longmen 8 Bureau, the Dragon Guard, along with the Xian Techniques Association of Haiqing and various grassroots feng shui organizations, as well as masters of I Ching, are all brainstorming methods to mitigate the impending threat. Numerous suggestions have been put forth. However, counteracting such a formidable force as the lethal strike is no simple task. There are countless factors to consider, and many proposed methods are unsuitable. At this juncture, the paramount concern is how to withstand the lethal strike that is to come in 3 days and safeguard the water dragon vein of Huangbu River. A rare and extraordinary opportunity, the magnificent feng shui dragon vein of the Mahayana, must be preserved at all costs. And the nefarious schemes of the 9 chrysanthemums' foremost feng shui masters must not come to fruition. It is utterly impossible to destroy the feng shui dragon vein of our great nation, Huaxia. With a gentle smile, Chu Yunhong gazed at Li Chengfeng, finding him increasingly agreeable and likable, and with a soft tone inquired, "My young brother, since you have discerned the feng shui of Huangbu River and the layout of the military knife tower, you must understand their malevolent intentions. Have you contemplated a method to counteract the heavenly severing evil?" "Rest assured, General," Li Chengfeng replied, his face radiating an air of indomitable confidence. "As long as I am here, I shall not permit the treacherous invaders from the island nation to ruin our Huaxia dragon vein." A satisfied smile graced Chu Yunhong's face. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt a profound trust in the young man before him. Ever since he learned that the Nine Chrysanthemum had constructed a military knife tower in Haiqing with the intent to sever the Huangbu River's dragon vein, he had not enjoyed a single restful night. Tonight, however, he could finally indulge in a peaceful slumber, for an important meeting awaited him the following day. Li Chengfeng harbored a lingering question as he observed the somewhat weary expression on Chu Yunhong's face, yet he hesitated to voice it. Chu Yunhong, perceiving the inquiry reflected in Li Chengfeng's countenance, smiled and said, "My young brother, do you wish to ask me something?" Encouraged by the general's directness, Li Chengfeng nodded and posed his question, "General, do you know who has arranged the feng shui at Huangbu River?" After a brief silence, during which he reminisced about the past, Chu Yunhong's face illuminated with admiration before he finally nodded in response. "Indeed, he is a close friend of my father. He is a living legend, having once battled the celestial constellations, losing an eye in the process, and contended with the earthly dragon energy, resulting in a limp." Li Chengfeng was utterly astonished. This individual was extraordinarily formidable, daring to confront the heavens and the earth, an endeavor that many geomancers would scarcely dare to contemplate. Yet he accomplished it. The phrase battling the celestial constellations refers to the act of shifting the stars in the sky, while contending with earthly dragon energy signifies the relocation of the dragon vein without harming its roots. With a face full of shock, Li Chengfeng inquired, "Old General, who is this person? What is his name? Could you introduce me? I wish to become his disciple." "His name is Li Tiancheng. My purpose for traveling to Qingzhou City was to seek him out, but unfortunately, I could not find him." Puff, cough, cough. Upon hearing that familiar name, Li Chengfeng nearly slipped off the sofa in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the esteemed figure he admired, the master of feng shui by the banks of Huangbu River, was, in fact, his grandfather. Realization dawned upon him that his grandfather, Li Tiancheng, was indeed the one who had lost an eye and limped. How had he not connected the dots earlier? He had even desired to meet him and become his disciple. The truth was, he could simply return home to see him. There was no need for formal apprenticeship, as all his skills were imparted by him. Noticing Li Chengfeng's fit of coughing, Chu Yunhong expressed concern. "Little brother." Chu Yunhong then spoke in a comforting tone. "Rest assured, when the day comes that I find him, I shall certainly take you to meet him, and I will personally implore him to accept you as his disciple." "Ah, thank you, esteemed general." Li Chengfeng refrained from revealing to Chu Yunhong that Li Tiancheng was indeed his grandfather, as his grandfather, having aged gracefully, had chosen a life of seclusion and wished to avoid any disturbances. He felt a twinge of astonishment, realizing that his grandfather had once been so formidable. Yet he had never spoken of such matters. Whenever he had time, his grandfather would impart the ancient arts of Qimeng Duanjia, feng shui, and various esoteric techniques, never burdening him with trivialities. This truly exemplifies the adage that a hero does not boast of past glories. It was precisely due to his grandfather's stringent expectations and earnest teachings that Li Chengfeng attained such remarkable proficiency in feng shui. Reflecting on how long it had been since he last saw his grandfather, who lived alone in a modest seaside cottage, he felt a pang of longing, and his eyes involuntarily moistened. Upon returning to Qingzhou City, he resolved to bring his grandfather to Wanghai Pavilion for a life of comfort. Eager to learn more about his grandfather's youth, he feigned curiosity and asked, "Esteemed General, could you share some tales of Li Tiancheng's younger days?" Chu Yunhong nodded, and at that moment, Chu Qingyin and Wang Bin entered the room, the latter bearing a conspicuous red handprint on his face. Their arrival did not disrupt Chu Yunhong's contemplation, and he began recounting the past of Li Tiancheng. Chu Qingyin, and Wang Bin listened with eager curiosity. After a considerable pause, Chu Yinhong slowly began to speak. He was indeed a remarkable master of feng shui, a genius of unparalleled talent. These stories were ones I had heard from my father. To comprehend the matter concerning Li Tianqing, we must delve into the era of the anti-Japanese war. During this tumultuous period, the forces of a certain island nation, in their quest to expedite their dominion over the land of China, illicitly appropriated 238 stones from various provinces within the nation to construct a tower known as the Tower of Eight Directions. These stones were sourced from significant sites: Taishan stone from Shandong, Lushan stone from Jiangxi, Huangshan stone from Anhui, Songshan stone from Hunan, and stones from the Great Wall of the capital. Furthermore, they pilfered an additional 123 stones from the land of Goryeo. In secrecy, these stones were transported back to the island nation, where they served as the foundation for a tower, aptly named the Tower of Eight Directions, also referred to as the Tower of Soul Guardianship. This construction was conceived as a means to subdue China and hasten their rule over the land. The Tower of Eight Directions stands approximately 37 meters high, its fa ade adorned with the four characters, which convey the notion of unifying all directions and asserting control over the world. Embellished on the four cardinal points of the tower are four grotesque reliefs, each inscribed with phrases: heavenly descendants arrival, divine martial eastward expedition, national harmony, and eternal lineage. These inscriptions starkly reveal the nefarious ambitions of the invaders. Upon the completion of the Tower of Eight Directions, China found itself ensnared in the direst phase of the anti-Japanese war. With a surge in the number of traitors and collaborators, and vast territories occupied by the island nation's forces, resulting in the loss of a substantial portion of its homeland. As news of the island nation's theft of China's remarkable stones and the construction of this malevolent tower swiftly circulated, it captured the attention of numerous prominent figures within the country. With a contemplative expression, Chu Yinhong continued his narrative. At that time, my father held the rank of regiment leader. One day, a venerable old beggar, accompanied by a young beggar, arrived at the regiment station. The old man was blind. Li Qingfeng, deep in thought, surmised that the sightless old beggar was none other than the venerable Li Jinshan, while the young beggar was likely his grandfather, Li Tianqing. Li Qingfeng, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin sat quietly nearby, listening intently. Upon their arrival at the regiment station, the old beggar and the young beggar sought out Chu Yunhong's father, Chu Zhandong. The young beggar, brimming with confidence, proclaimed that he had observed the celestial bodies and noticed a blood-red demon star had suddenly emerged in the east, entwining itself with the imperial star of Ziwei. He warned of an impending calamity that would wash over the east in blood, declaring that the demon star must be eradicated, lest dire consequences ensue. The means to banish this demon star involved traveling eastward to destroy an evil tower. At that moment, Chu Zhandong was skeptical. He instructed the guards to provide them with a meager meal and sent them on their way. However, the old beggar and the young beggar did not depart, but instead lingered outside the military camp. When the soldiers attempted to chase them away, the old beggar merely smiled and remarked that the opportune moment had not yet arrived, assuring them that their regiment leader would personally come to invite him when the time was right. Approximately 3 days later, Chu Zhandong unexpectedly received a mysterious mission. His superiors commanded him to lead a contingent to covertly cross to an island nation and, at all costs, destroy the Eight Corners One Universe Tower. It was then that Chu Zhandong recalled the two beggars who had been waiting outside the camp, prompting him to rush out, only to find them still patiently awaiting his return. He hurriedly invited the two beggars into the command center, only to discover their true identities. They were, in fact, geomancers. The elder beggar was named Li Jinshan, while the younger one was called Li Tianqing. Their purpose was to dismantle the 8 trigrams and One Universe Tower. Upon hearing this, Li Qingfeng felt his eyes welling up with tears, astonished to learn that his grandfather and great-grandfather had such a legendary tale, forsaking their homeland for the greater good of the nation, covertly crossing the sea to dismantle the 8 trigrams and One Universe feng shui arrangement. As Chu Yunhong recounted this, a look of resolute sorrow etched itself upon his face, tears brimming in his eyes as he continued. The elder beggar entrusted my father with a jade talisman, known as the Qin Ling, instructing him to take it to the Tianqing temple and request a Taoist priest to descend the mountain for assistance. Upon seeing the Qin Ling, nearly 100 Taoist priests from Tianqing temple descended, joining Li Jinshan and Li Tiancheng in their covert crossing to dismantle the feng shui arrangement of the 8 trigrams and 1 universe tower. Before departing for the island, Li Jinshan handed the Qin Ling to Chu Zhandong, advising him that if the blood-red demon star in the eastern night sky vanished, it would signify their success in dismantling the feng shui arrangement. Conversely, if the demon star remained after 6 months, he could take the Qin Ling to any Taoist temple to summon a priest to continue the effort of dismantling the 8 trigrams and 1 universe tower. Chu Zhandong nodded vigorously, paying his respects to these selfless Taoist priests who were devoted to safeguarding the nation. In the days that followed, every evening, Chu Zhandong would sit outside, gazing at the eastern night sky, fixated on the blood-red demon star. At times, he would rise in the middle of the night to look in that direction, often staring for hours. His heart was filled with anxiety and concern for the safety of those Taoist priests. After a span of more than 2 months, Chu Zhandong raised his gaze to the night sky and was pleasantly surprised to find that the red demon star had vanished, making way for the resurgence of the Ziwei Emperor star. He understood that the Taoist priests had succeeded in dismantling the feng shui formation of the 8 horizons and 1 universe. He hastily conveyed this splendid news to his superiors. In the days that followed, Chu Zhandong eagerly anticipated the triumphant return of those priests. However, half a year later, he witnessed Li Tiancheng carrying the ashes of Li Jinshan, accompanied by 2 dejected young Taoists, returning to the military camp. Out of nearly 100, only 3 had returned. Tears streamed down Chu Zhandong's face as he handed over the imperial decree to Li Tiancheng. With the destruction of the 8 horizons and 1 universe tower, the tides of battle in China had drastically shifted. Those traitorous turncoats seemed to awaken from their stupor, and many began to rise in rebellion and pledge their allegiance. Li Chengfeng's words to Chu Yunhong rang true, for the imperial decree lay firmly in his grasp. His grandfather and the Grand Master, along with nearly 100 Taoists, had ventured to the islands to break the 8 horizons and 1 universe tower, returning with only 3 survivors. One could only imagine the fierce and brutal confrontation of the mystical arts that had taken place. The clash between the Taoist sect of China and the Yin-Yang masters of the islands, alongside the adept feng shui practitioners, must have been unimaginably ferocious. Upon returning to Qingzhou City, it was imperative to have his grandfather recount how they had dismantled the 8 horizons and 1 universe tower. Wang Bin believed this to be true, yet Chu Qingyan remained skeptical, looking at the tearful Chu Yunhong with a grin and saying, "Dad, you're quite the comedian, telling a story and getting yourself all teary-eyed. This is no mere tale. These are facts, facts that have yet to be inscribed in history." As Chu Yunhong spoke, tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling slightly. Later, Li Tiancheng, along with the 2 young Taoist priests, established the Longmen 8 Bureau and the Guardian of the Dragon. The Guardian of the Dragon took upon itself the sacred duty of safeguarding the dragon vein of Huaxia, while the Longmen 8 Bureau primarily undertook enigmatic missions. 15 years ago, Li Tiancheng suddenly vanished without a trace, and only recently did I uncover that he had been living in seclusion in Qingzhou City. Alas, despite my prolonged search, I have been unable to locate him. A look of astonishment crossed Li Chengfeng's face. He was taken aback to learn that the Longmen 8 Bureau and the Guardian of the Dragon were indeed founded by his grandfather and those 2 young priests. These 2 priests must be the disciples of the San Yuan sect. Upon witnessing his father's tears, Chu Qingyan realized that her father was not jesting. He was recounting a chapter of history that remained largely unknown. Many stories do not find their way into history textbooks, as they belong to the unsung heroes, individuals whose lives are seldom chronicled in the annals of time. Those who pen history tend to immortalize only the deeds of the prominent figures. Chu Yunhong wished to continue his narrative, but at that moment, a knock interrupted him. "Come in." A middle-aged man clad in military uniform entered the room. He approached Chu Yunhong, saluted sharply, and with a resonant voice declared, "Hu Tiangang, at your service, General Chu. Chu Yinhong nodded and then turned to his daughter, Chu Qingyan, saying, Qingyan, take these two young gentlemen and procure them some fitting attire. I have matters to discuss with Tiangang. Though Chu Qingyan was somewhat reluctant, she nonetheless led Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin out of the room. Li Chengfeng, displaying keen awareness, closed the door quietly behind them. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. The resemblance between Hu Tiangang, Hu Tianzheng, and Hu Yinsong was uncanny. However, he dismissed the thought and followed closely behind Chu Qingyan as they descended the stairs, intent on visiting the nearby East University Square to procure a couple of well-fitting garments. Chapter 73, Resolving the Heavenly Saber Kill, Part 1. Upon exiting the room, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin trailed behind Chu Qingyan, approaching the elevator with the intention of descending. Wang Bin appeared visibly intimidated by Chu Qingyan, maintaining a distance of over 2 meters, reluctant to draw near her. In contrast, Li Chengfeng positioned himself beside Chu Qingyan, awaiting the elevator's arrival. His gaze fixed on the red arrow on the left side, descending steadily, when suddenly, an irate woman's voice pierced the air. Country bumpkin, keep your distance from me. Startled, Li Chengfeng instinctively stepped back 2 paces, casting a puzzled glance at Chu Qingyan. What was wrong with this woman? He questioned in irritation. Miss Chu, I have not even touched you. Why are you so fierce? With a disdainful gaze laced with contempt and aversion, Chu Qingyan spoke in an imperious tone. Country bumpkin, maintain a distance of at least 2 meters. Having individuals like you too close is an affront to my dignity. Goodness, this woman is excessively domineering. To be near her is deemed a defilement of her body. Should one inadvertently brush against her, would it not amount to attempted assault? This was nothing short of an insult, and Li Chengfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he retorted without a second thought. Miss Chu, do not elevate yourself too highly. A woman of your caliber, should you strip and pursue me for 3 streets, a mere glance from me would be deemed lewd. Huh? Wang Bin was taken aback, astonished that Li Chengfeng dared to speak to Chu Qingyan in such a manner. This is dire, he thought. As soon as Chu Qingyan stepped into the elevator, such audacious words echoed behind her. She widened her eyes, fixating on the man before her, for it was the first time she had ever heard someone address her thus. Rube, what did you just say? If you possess the audacity, repeat it to me. With the elevator doors about to close, Chu Qingyan suddenly approached the entrance and yanked Li Chengfeng inside. The elevator doors, sensing the intrusion, reopened, yet Wang Bin hesitated, retreating 2 steps. Soon, the doors closed once more, and Wang Bin let out a sigh, placing his middle and index fingers together on his forehead, then tapping his left and right chest. Before clasping his hands in prayer, his expression earnest. Amiba, may Buddha bless, may protect my classmates and brothers from being harmed by that woman. Amen, Alleluia. May they all be safeguarded. At that moment, the elevator descended slowly from the 26th floor, containing only Li Chengfeng and Chu Qingyan. A fierce and ruthless expression surfaced on Chu Qingyan's stunning visage as she clenched her delicate fingers, producing ominous cracking sounds. Rube, repeat what you just said, or shall I forcefully extract your very essence? Such beauty, yet her words are so coarse. Li Chengfeng curled his lips in disdain, emitting a soft, derisive snort. With an air of superiority and a hint of mockery in his gaze, he looked down at Chu Qingyan, who stood at barely 6 meters, not even reaching his shoulder. In a boastful and provocative tone, he declared, Little girl, you're quite audacious. Let me tell you, back in school, I was part of the sports team and even practiced martial arts for a couple of days. Not only can I split a brick with one hand, but I can also shatter a stone with my chest. Raising his hand, he mimicked a downward chop, then flexed his robust chest, exuding an aura of strength. His contemptuous gaze remained fixed on Chu Qingyan as he continued, With your stature, I could easily subdue you with a single hand. If it weren't for the esteemed General Chu, it could very well be a different story. He brandished his fist, as large as a sandbag, right in front of Chu Qingyan, reveling in his arrogance. He thought that if he couldn't handle a mere woman, then his height of 178 meters would be in vain. To his surprise, instead of being intimidated, Chu Qingyan wore a beaming smile, her cheeks adorned with 2 deep dimples. In a teasing tone, She said, "Oh my, I'm so frightened." Although her words suggested fear, her demeanor betrayed none. Her smile abruptly transformed into a fierce expression. She raised her hand and slapped Li Chengfeng across the face, shouting, "Dare to threaten me? Do you believe I won't beat you to a pulp?" Caught off guard, Li Chengfeng suddenly bore a bright red imprint on his cheek. He had not anticipated such a stealthy attack, and his anger flared as he shouted back, "You insolent girl! Don't push your luck, or I won't hold back. Dare to call me a foul woman? How outrageous!" Chu Qingyan, with her teeth clenched, unleashed a swift punch that struck Li Chengfeng squarely on his right eye. He attempted to evade, but her speed was astonishingly quick, leaving him no chance to escape. Infuriated by the blow, Li Chengfeng, in a moment of heated impulse, disregarded Chu Qingyan's identity and retaliated, swinging his hand towards her face. A man of his stature could hardly afford to be bested by a mere woman without becoming a laughingstock. Just as his palm was about to connect with her cheek, she deftly tilted her head back, narrowly avoiding the slap. Li Chengfeng was taken aback, having missed his target entirely. With a cold snort, Chu Qingyan, her expression fierce and displeased, proclaimed, "You country bumpkin, you dare to retaliate? I shall make you regret it." In a swift motion, she launched another punch towards Li Chengfeng's other eye. Although he was forewarned, he could not evade it. The punch landed squarely on his eye socket, eliciting a painful yelp. What followed was a flurry of punches, each landing with precision, accompanied by occasional kicks. Standing at 178 meters tall, Li Chengfeng found himself utterly powerless against Chu Qingyan, whose relentless assault drew out his cries of anguish. "Miss Chu, please stop. I've changed my ways." In that moment, Li Chengfeng realized that this woman was no ordinary individual. She was the daughter of General Chu. As the daughter of a general, she could hardly be considered insignificant. Despite her gender, Chu Qingyan was a formidable martial artist, having attained the advanced stage of internal energy. How could Li Chengfeng possibly contend with her? Soon, the elevator descended to the first floor, its doors gently parting to reveal Chu Qingyan, who stepped out with a confident stride. Turning with a smile, she fixed her gaze on Li Chengfeng, still inside the elevator, and with a fierce tone commanded, "I know how to restrain myself. Do not feign ignorance. Come out quickly." Although Li Chengfeng bore no visible injuries, his eyes were slightly reddened, and his body ached with minor discomfort. He bent forward, supporting himself on his knees, and feigned a look of agony as he limped out of the elevator, casting a pitiful glance at Chu Qingyan. How can this woman be so formidable? Her blows are so merciless. Chu Qingyan was somewhat taken aback, surprised by Li Chengfeng's apparent fragility. Confusion flickered within her. She had not exerted much force, nor had she struck his legs. How could he be limping? In a short while, Wang Bin emerged from another elevator. Upon seeing Li Chengfeng, a look of relief crossed his face. "Thank goodness you weren't killed. Are you all right?" he asked with concern. Li Chengfeng, maintaining his pained expression, squeezed his eyes shut, allowing 2 tears to fall, and lamented in a pitiful voice, "Binzi, I was struck by a woman. Alas, it is my fault. I forgot to warn you to keep your distance from her. She is truly fearsome. One kick sent me sprawling." Wang Bin suddenly realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. Yes, we should keep our distance from Miss Chu." Upon hearing the disparaging term, Chu Qingyan felt a surge of indignation and was tempted to retaliate. However, observing Li Chengfeng's woeful demeanor, she ultimately refrained, considering he was brought by her father. With an icy tone, she declared, "Simpleton, coward, hurry along. I shall take you both to buy some clothes." Li Chengfeng was genuinely terrified. He had initially thought he could easily manipulate this woman, only to find himself ensnared by her instead. Fortunately, he was adept at feigning misery. Otherwise, she might have truly frightened him to the point of despair. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin trailed behind Chu Qingyan, maintaining a distance of over 5 meters. Chapter 74. Resolving the Heavenly Slaughtering Evil. Part 2. Before long, they arrived at the East Grand Plaza, a vast complex that seamlessly combined leisure, entertainment, dining, and shopping, featuring numerous exclusive boutiques of renowned brands. Li Chengfeng still walked with a noticeable limp, with Wang Bin supporting him as they followed Chu Qingyan from a distance. After meandering through the plaza for a while, Chu Qingyan halted in front of a branded clothing store and, with an impatient tone, called out to the two men, "All right, let's purchase something here. Hurry inside and choose your clothes. After we finish shopping, we shall return." Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin dared not linger for a moment longer and hastily quickened their pace towards the shop. As they reached the entrance, they startled a saleswoman engrossed in her phone, who regarded them with suspicion and inquired, What do you want?" "We wish to buy a couple of outfits." Several other saleswomen approached, their expressions wary as they scrutinized the two men. The boutique exclusively sold high-end fashion, and judging by their attire, the men hardly appeared affluent enough for such a lavish shopping experience. Wang Bin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Chu Qingyan wore a smile, relishing the awkwardness of the situation. Unfortunately for her, Li Chengfeng remained utterly composed. Chu Qingyan addressed the saleswomen, allow them to enter and select their clothes. "I shall cover the expenses." Several female shop assistants turned their attention to Chu Qingyan. From her attire and demeanor, it was evident that she hailed from a wealthy family, prompting them to lower their guard and allow the two men to enter the store. Upon stepping inside and glancing at the price tags, they truly grasped the essence of a big city, as even the most affordable garments were priced at 1,999 yuan, a figure reflecting the discounted rate. Although Li Chengfeng was not financially constrained, he felt a twinge of reluctance at the thought of personally footing the bill for such extravagant clothing. Fortunately, Chu Qingyan was there to cover the expense. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin swiftly selected their outfits, and upon trying them on, they fit impeccably. Each chose two ensembles, with prices hovering around 3,000 yuan, culminating in a total exceeding 20,000 yuan. As the saying goes, a person is suited to their clothes, a horse to its saddle, and a dog to its bell, which rang true in this instance. As they donned their new attire, the two transformed from unsophisticated bumpkins to dapper gents. Both wore satisfied smiles, then turned to Chu Qingyan, standing nearby. "Miss Chu, would you please settle the bill?" Observing the transformed duo, Chu Qingyan's expression soured. This was not the image she wished to see. They no longer resembled the rustic individuals she had encountered earlier. The cashier, donning a professional smile, politely announced, "Madam, your total comes to 27,800 yuan. Wait a moment." Chu Qingyan had no intention of completing the purchase just yet. Instead, she approached Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, circling them once, her dissatisfaction growing as she noted how well the garments suited them. With a frown, she turned to the nearby shop assistant and casually inquired, "Do you sell bodysuits and stretch pants here?" Indeed, the materials of the bodysuits and leggings are rather unique, rendering them somewhat pricey. However, cost poses no obstacle. Bring forth several outfits and let them try them on, Chu Qingyan declared with an air of calm, for money was merely a figure to her, her family being abundantly affluent. Wang Bin appeared perplexed, unsure of Chu Qingyan's intentions, while Li Chengfeng sighed, having already discerned her motives. This woman truly had a knack for orchestrating situations. Before long, two attendants approached, cradling an assortment of bodysuits and leggings. Upon seeing the brightly colored garments, Wang Bin was momentarily taken aback, as they were either vividly patterned or monochromatic. Chu Qingyan seized two flamboyant outfits and tossed them towards Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin, commanding them with a firm tone, "Go, change into these." Li Chengfeng, grasping the garish bodysuit, felt utterly exasperated. This woman possessed an extraordinary talent for humiliation. In a disgruntled tone, he retorted, "Miss Chu, you are being rather excessive." "Excessive, you say? Is there a problem with that?" Chu Qingyan replied, her gaze fixated on his legs, threateningly adding, "What's the matter? Are your legs not functioning?" Wang Bin, sensing the precariousness of the situation, hastily pulled Li Chengfeng aside, urging, "Chengfeng, we cannot contend with her. Let it be. A wise man avoids immediate conflict. Let us change into the outfits." With a heavy heart and the reality of her formidable prowess weighing on him, Li Chengfeng resignedly entered the fitting room to don the attire. After what felt like an eternity, the two emerged from the changing area, clad in their new outfits. The female shop assistants gazed at the two individuals emerging from the store, clad in an array of vibrant colors, their attire notably snug. Wang Bin's pronounced belly was particularly conspicuous. Unable to contain their amusement, the shop assistants erupted into laughter, while Chu Qingyan expressed her satisfaction, promptly stating, "Excellent. Please prepare 2 more outfits for them." "Certainly." One of the shop assistants, still chuckling, began to pack the garments, while the cashier beamed and announced, "Miss, the discounted price comes to 129,000 yuan. All right, I'll pay by card." Listening to the laughter of the shop assistants, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. This woman had a remarkable talent for humiliation. Though they wished to reclaim their oversized shorts and unremarkable t-shirts, Chu Qingyan insisted they return in the form-fitting attire and elastic pants. Li Chengfeng silently vowed to settle the score with that insufferable woman. This was more humiliating than wearing baggy shorts and a drab t-shirt. As they walked down the street, they attracted countless mocking and peculiar glances, akin to being viewed as 2 bizarre creatures. Many onlookers discreetly took out their phones to capture the moment. Before long, they arrived back at the Sigri-La Hotel, where Hu Tiangang had already departed, leaving only Chu Yunhong. Upon seeing the outlandish outfits worn by the duo, Chu Yunhong's face reflected shock and disbelief. The vibrant, tight-fitting clothing and elastic pants evoked the quintessential Shamate look, reminiscent of a non-mainstream fashion statement. Struggling to suppress his laughter, Chu Qingyan beside him remarked with evident disdain, "Father, these clothes were chosen by them themselves. I truly cannot comprehend how they could possibly like such attire. I feel utterly embarrassed walking alongside them. It is quite normal for the youth to favor such styles." Chu Yunhong shamelessly interjected, attempting to defend Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin were infuriated. This woman was simply outrageous. With a hint of embarrassment, Chu Yunhong remarked, "Qingyan, I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Please assist me in returning to rest." "Oh." Chu Qingyan responded obediently, hurrying to Chu Yunhong's side and guiding him outside. As the door closed behind them, the corridor was filled with the hearty laughter of an elderly gentleman. "Ah, the youth of today truly baffles me." Chapter 75, Resolving the Heavenly Slaughter, Part 3. Listening to the laughter emanating from outside, Wang Bin was incensed. He promptly stripped off his garments and tossed them onto the bed, expressing his displeasure. "That wretched woman, she knows how to bully us. Let's quit and return. What is there to be angry about? These clothes are worth several thousand. We can simply exchange them for a couple of suitable outfits." Li Chengfeng replied with a smile. Having already suffered embarrassment, he understood that anger was futile. "We shall visit that clothing store shortly and swap them for something more fitting." Wang Bin's face lit up with a smile as he exclaimed, "Indeed, how did I not think of that? Let's go and make the exchange." Stealthily, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin returned to the clothing store, where the female attendants could not help but chuckle upon seeing the two reappear. They refused to accept returns or exchanges for the garments worn, yet those that remain untouched may be exchanged for items of equivalent value. As the two adorned themselves in well-fitted attire, their demeanor instantaneously transformed. Upon exiting East University Square, Wang Bin expressed his displeasure, stating, "Chengfeng, that wretched woman dares to humiliate us in such a manner. We cannot let this pass. Do you have any clever schemes? We must take her down." "Let it be for now," replied Li Chengfeng, his gaze drifting towards the Haiqing Economic Center, where the military knife tower was on the brink of completion. Once it reached its pinnacle, the ominous Tianjian Sha would manifest, posing a direct threat to the water dragon vein of Huangbu River. Upon discovering that it was his grandfather, Li Qiancheng, who had arranged the feng shui on both sides of Huangbu River, Li Chengfeng vowed silently to protect the dragon vein with unwavering resolve, for it embodied his grandfather's dedication and toil. The following morning, only 2 days remained until the completion of the Haiqing Economic Center. Today, Chu Yunhong was to attend a crucial meeting, the primary agenda being to devise strategies to neutralize the Tianjian Sha and thwart the sinister plots of the esteemed Zhiliu Yin Yangfeng Shui Master. The meeting was presided over by Hu Tiangang, the deputy captain of the Hulongwai Kunlun Brigade, tasked with safeguarding the dragon vein of Kunlun Mountain. Due to the threat posed to the Huangbu River's dragon vein, he had been specially recalled from Kunlun Mountain. The objective was to find a means to dispel the Tianjian Sha protect the dragon vein of Huangbu River, and confront the formidable Zhiliu Yinyang feng shui master. Chu Yinhong was designated as the principal responsible party for this incident. Present at this conference were esteemed figures from the realm of mysticism, including Sima Hong, the president of the Haicheng Xianshu Association, renowned feng shui master Tian Guofeng, a master Lu Ziming, Zhang Wumu, a representative from the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain, and Qin Feihu from the Maoshan school. Out of admiration for Li Chengfeng, Chu Yinhong sought to include him in this gathering, wishing to broaden his horizons and hear his insights following the discussions. Li Chengfeng did not decline the invitation, as he was curious to learn how the Dragon Guard and these eminent masters would address the heavenly severing evil and safeguard the dragon vein of Huangbu River. Due to the unique nature of this conference, Li Chengfeng was initially not qualified to attend. Thus, Chu Yinhong arranged for him to enter as a security officer. The venue chosen for the meeting was the conference hall of the Sigri La Hotel, where many principal attendees arrived alongside their assistants and disciples. At 10 o'clock a.m., the conference commenced, albeit with a modest assembly of fewer than 10 participants, all holding significant positions within the mystic community. Chu Yinhong occupied the central seat, flanked by Hu Tiangang and another member of the Dragon Guard, Yang Wei. Li Chengfeng was tasked with pouring water for the masters. Once all were present, the meeting officially began. A staff member dimmed the lights and activated the projector, casting images of the military knife building, Huangbu River, and the olive tree map of Chenjiazi onto a white screen, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly. At this moment, Hu Tiangang, with a grave expression, expressed gratitude to the masters for their presence and contributions towards safeguarding the dragon vein of Huangbu River. In merely 2 days, the military sword tower will reach completion, at which point the celestial severance will directly strike the Huangbu River dragon vein. Our paramount task now is to devise means to safeguard the water dragon vein from destruction. Esteemed masters, I invite you to share any valuable suggestions you may have. The masters gathered for the meeting engaged in hushed discussions, deliberating for approximately 5 to 6 minutes before Sima Hong, the president of the Haicheng Mystical Arts Association, solemnly articulated his thoughts. The proposal from the Haicheng Mystical Arts Association is to erect a statue of Ho Yi in the People's Square, directing its aim at the sun above the military sword tower to counter the impending celestial severance. Other masters subsequently voiced their ideas. Li Chengfeng, holding a kettle, stood attentively to the side, listening earnestly. Zhang Wumu, representing the Zhengyi sect of Longhu Mountain, suggested employing the Bagua reflective mirror to dispel the celestial severance, thereby redirecting the force aimed at the Huangbu River back upon itself. Qin Feihu, the representative from Maoshan, recommended procuring a piece of Taishan stone to place by the Huangbu River, neutralizing the celestial severance aimed at it. Feng Shui master Tian Guofeng also presented his thoughts, proposing the construction of a grand edifice beside the military sword tower, designed in the shape of the Xianbing sword, the diamond shield, and the Konglong hammer, to utilize the celestial severance against itself. Other masters shared their insights as well, while Hu Tiangang nodded in agreement, noting that many of their ideas closely mirrored the strategies discussed within their own Dragon Guardian Council. Li Chengfeng stood nearby, holding a water bottle. After listening to the masters conclude their discourse, he let out a sigh and couldn't help but shake his head. These so-called masters were merely pretentious. While their methods might suffice for resolving ordinary malevolent formations, addressing the formidable celestial severance was, I fear, a different matter altogether. Little did Li Chengfeng realize that this subtle sigh and shake of his head would provoke the ire of Sima Hong. This slight gesture caught the attention of Sima Hong, the president of the Haicheng Metaphysics Association, who immediately wore an expression of displeasure as he fixed his gaze upon Li Chengfeng and inquired sharply, "What do you mean by shaking your head and sighing over there?" "My neck is a bit itchy," Li Chengfeng hastily explained, wishing to avoid trouble. He glanced at Chu Yinhong, who seemed to be silently encouraging him not to be afraid. Sima Hong, however, was not appeased by Li Chengfeng's explanation. With a stern countenance, he pressed on, "If your neck itches, shaking your head would suffice. Why then the sigh?" It is peculiar that you chose to sigh only after we presented all our strategies. What is the meaning of this? Li Qingfeng found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond, as he had never anticipated that such a minor action would lead to such a predicament. He was equally surprised by Sima Hong's relentless pursuit of the matter. Chu Yanhong, wearing a smile, interjected, "Master Sima," he merely sighed. "Why must you dwell on the trivialities with the junior? Let us instead continue our discussion on how to resolve the celestial severance." Sima Hong, though small-minded, dared not disregard Chu Yunhong's authority. Taking a deep breath, he glared at Li Qingfeng and commanded, "Come here and pour me a glass of water." Chapter 76, The Art of Qiming and the Dragon's Armor, Part 1. A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Qingfeng's face as he approached Sima Hong, water kettle in hand, prepared to pour him a drink. While filling the cup, his displeased gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of a chrysanthemum-shaped tattoo on Sima Hong's neck, a striking 9-petal design. The tattoo was not particularly large, obscured by his long hair, making it a challenge to notice unless by sheer coincidence. Li Qingfeng did not dwell on the tattoo, filling the cup to the brim before stepping aside to listen to the discussions among the masters regarding the resolution of the heavenly severing kill. Due to differing opinions, a heated argument erupted among these masters. Some advocated for the use of the Bagua break-kill mirror, while others supported employing Time Mountain stones. However, Sima Hong, the president of the Haiqing Xuanwu Association, insisted on constructing a statue of Hui. Feng Shui Master Tian Guofeng and I Ching Master Lu Ziming, on the other hand, demanded immediate construction of a large building to combat the heavenly severing kill with its own force. Initially, the masters appeared harmonious, exchanging compliments. But as the discussion turned to whose method should prevail, a sharp division emerged, the atmosphere thick with tension. They quickly turned contentious, each demanding the adoption of their own approach. The scene devolved into chaos, filled with shouts and insults, the masters shedding their dignified personas, resembling greedy commoners instead. Whosoever's method was adopted and successfully resolved the heavenly severing kill, thereby safeguarding the dragon vein of Huangbu River, would achieve a monumental feat, elevating their status and position. Most importantly, the individual capable of neutralizing the heavenly severing kill and protecting the dragon vein of Huangbu River would secure a project worth billions. Chu Xuanhong furrowed his brow slightly, his heart heavy with disappointment. He had discerned that these esteemed masters were driven solely by the allure of fame and fortune. Hu Tiangang found himself at a loss, unable to make a definitive decision. Any method proposed would inevitably offend others. He cast a helpless glance at Chu Xuanhong. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng, holding a water kettle, stood by, his gaze laced with derision as he scrutinized the masters. A saying echoed in his mind. In this world, all hustle and bustle is for profit. All commotion arises from the pursuit of gain. These masters were no exception. In this era, the eyes of every individual seemed fixated solely on profit and wealth. If a nation, from top to bottom, is consumed by greed, its future indeed appears bleak. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would have abstained from attending the meeting altogether. It held no merit. Watching the masters still embroiled in heated debate, Li Qingfeng couldn't help but shake his head, instinctively letting out a sigh. However, as soon as he sighed, he realized the gravity of his mistake. But it was too late. The masters, who had been bickering animatedly, abruptly ceased their quarrel, all eyes turning towards Li Qingfeng. Their faces, flushed with indignation and frustration, found an outlet for their pent-up anger in his apparent disdain. Sima Hong slammed his hand on the table, standing up decisively. "Little brat, is your neck itching again? What do you mean by sighing here? You better clarify your thoughts today, or you shall not leave standing." The other masters shared his displeasure, fixated on Li Qingfeng, eager to hear his explanation while seizing the opportunity to rest their voices before resuming their arguments. Li Qingfeng took a deep breath and turned to face Chu Yanhong, only to find his expression somewhat sullen, clearly discontented. This reaction was entirely understandable. Who could remain cheerful in the face of such circumstances? Instead of uniting their efforts to dispel the ominous force of the heavenly slash, these masters were preoccupied with the pursuit of fame and fortune. A faint smile played on Li Chengfeng's lips as he disregarded Chu Yunhong's thoughts, his unassailable confidence and arrogance resurfacing on his countenance. Since you seek an explanation, allow me to elucidate. My sighs and headshakes stem from the realization that your methods are utterly inadequate to counter the heavenly slash. The Bagua-breaking evil mirror and the Taishan stone can indeed ward off malevolent energies, as one often observes mirrors hanging on doors, walls, or windows. And stones inscribed with Taishan stone can overcome placed at entrances or crossroads. While these items may effectively mitigate ordinary malevolence, they are powerless against the formidable heavenly slash. Furthermore, feng shui master Tian Guofeng and I Ching expert Lu Ziming proposed a strategy of countering the heavenly slash with the heavenly slash itself, erecting a tall building adjacent to the military blade tower. This approach, while theoretically sound, is impractical on the sacred soil of Huaxia. Constructing a building resembling the Xianbing sword, the Konglong hammer, or the Vajra shield to combat the military blade tower would only result in a clash of malevolent energies, creating a detrimental feng shui aura that would adversely affect all surrounding structures, enterprises, and the common populace. This method amounts to digging one's own grave. Even if one were to erect a skyscraper to suppress the malevolence of the military blade tower, they must abandon the use of the heavenly slash and instead adopt a strategy of yielding to overcome force. Li Chengfeng's words offended all the masters present, regardless of the truthfulness of his claims, fixed their furious gazes upon him. His outright dismissal of their painstakingly devised methods was the ultimate affront, obstructing their means of livelihood, and it swiftly incited their collective wrath. Sima Hong glared at Li Chengfeng, his voice seething with indignation as he exclaimed, "You insignificant brat! Who do you think you are to declare our methods ineffective? Do you have any notion of who we are?" Hu Tiangang, equally irked, could scarcely believe that a mere bodyguard, who likely knew little of the arcane arts, would dare to disrupt the proceedings with such audacity. He thundered, "Who allowed you to speak? Get out!" The other masters joined in the condemnation, denouncing the audacity of this presumptuous youth who dared to challenge their authority by claiming their methods could not counter the heavenly severing kill. Observing the scene teetering on the brink of chaos, Chu Yunhong's expression shifted slightly. He had indeed underestimated Li Chengfeng, who seemed utterly unperturbed by the esteemed masters of the mystical realm. Chu Yunhong chose not to intervene, taking a sip from his cup and allowing the situation to unfold. Master Lu Ziming, a scholar of the esoteric arts, inquired with a tone of displeasure, "If you assert that our methods cannot resolve the heavenly severing kill, then pray tell, what remedy do you propose?" Chiman magic clad the dragon in armor. Li Shangfen raturta casuali. The assemblage of masters was left bewildered, having never encountered the phrase Chiman magic clad the dragon in armor in their years of renown, leaving them to perceive Li Chengfeng's words as mere fanciful nonsense. Upon hearing the phrase donning armor for the dragon, Hu Qiangong's countenance revealed a look of astonishment, his incredulous gaze fixed upon Li Chengfeng. How could he possibly be aware of donning armor for the dragon? This was a long-lost technique of the wondrous art of dragon protection. Hu Tiangang had once perused an ancient tome in the nation's secret repository, which documented the very method of donning armor for the dragon. In antiquity, many emperors, in a bid to safeguard the ancestral dragon veins and fortify their royal lineage, would summon masters of the arcane arts to cloak the ancestral graves in protective armor in the realm of geomancy. This practice is also referred to as donning armor for the dragon. Hu Tiangang found it implausible that the young Li Chengfeng possessed knowledge of such an esoteric technique. In his estimation, Li Chengfeng's awareness of this ancient art must have stemmed from films or novels. The thought of Li Chengfeng being in the company of Chu Qingyan the previous day only fueled Hu Qiangong's ire, prompting him to exclaim in an irate tone, "You impudent child, speaking such presumptuous words, do not hinder our meeting. Leave at once." The other masters echoed his indignation, their faces contorted with fury as they rebuked him. "Begone! What audacity to flaunt before us! Take a good look at your own disgrace." Faced with a barrage of insults and expulsion, Li Changfeng exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, he bore a serene smile and turned his attention to General Chu Yinhong. "Old General Chu, I bid you farewell." Chu Yinhong, his eyes filled with a mix of turmoil and regret, lamented inwardly, wishing he had refrained from bringing Li Changfeng to this gathering had he foreseen such an occurrence. After all, being too young, lacking fame, status, and background, and failing to temper one's own brilliance often leads to exclusion, which is a rather normal occurrence. Experiencing some ostracism and suppression on the path of growth can indeed be beneficial. As Li Changfeng exited the conference room, Chu Yinhong was reminded of an old saying: "Do not advise the lighthearted. Do not join the crowd without wealth." Chapter 77. Resolving the Heavenly Severing Evil. Part 4. Li Changfeng left the conference hall with a smile, though disappointment lingered in his heart. With these masters present, the feng shui dragon vein of Huangbu River was in peril. He could only hope that the methods of these masters would create miracles to protect the water dragon vein of Huangbu River and dispel the heavenly severing evil. Upon returning to his residence, he found Wang Bin absent, likely out enjoying himself. Standing before the window, Li Changfeng gazed at the Huangbu River and the nearby Northern Pearl, both designed by his grandfather, a testament to his grandfather's dedication. How could he bear to witness their destruction? Contemplating those masters who were more concerned with fame and profit, Li Changfeng snorted disdainfully. "A bunch of old fools. I shall see how you intend to resolve the heavenly severing evil." Reflecting on Hu Tiangang, who had expelled him, Li Changfeng scoffed again, expressing his disdain, the Dragon Guardian. What is so impressive about that? To me, it's utterly worthless. Just as he was immersed in his tirade, a sudden laughter echoed from behind him. "I didn't hear anything. Please, continue your tirade." Startled, Li Changfeng swiftly turned around to find Chu Yunhong entering the room with a smile. "Old General, the meeting isn't over yet. Why have you returned? Now that you're back, what purpose do I have to remain there? Merely to witness those masters squabble?" Chu Yinhong wore a faint smile tinged with bitterness, expressing a tone of resignation. Just moments after Li Changfeng departed, the masters once again fell into a heated dispute, even more intense than before, teetering on the brink of physical confrontation, rendering the situation nearly unmanageable. Chu Yinhong understood all too well that continuing the meeting was utterly futile. With a swift motion, he slammed his palm onto the table, silencing the assembly in an instant. He then declared, "We shall adopt all methods proposed. Whoever can resolve the heavenly decapitating evil shall claim the billion-dollar project." With that, Chu Yinhong rose and hurriedly followed Li Changfeng back to the room. Li Shangfen shukulat sufli. Though the old general's approach was commendable, it was detrimental to unity. It seemed improbable to foster camaraderie among these masters. Allowing them to act freely was indeed a viable strategy. Chu Yunhong's trust in Li Changfeng far outweighed that in the other masters, for in Li Changfeng, he discerned the essence of a remarkable individual. After further conversation, curiosity etched on his face. Chu Yinhong inquired, "Young brother, is the mystical technique you mentioned, the Dragon S armor, truly capable of dispelling the heavenly decapitating evil?" Li Changfeng recognized that this was the true purpose of the old general's return. He nodded affirmatively and replied with conviction, "Indeed, if the Dragon S armor cannot counter the heavenly decapitating evil, then no method in this world would stand a chance against it." As he observed the unyielding confidence radiating from Li Changfeng, a smile graced Chu Yunhong's countenance. He subsequently asked about the requirements for crafting the Dragon S armor. Li Changfeng, unreserved, casually responded, "The Dragon armor technique requires the invocation of the 5 Emperor's divine positions, along with the procurement of 50,000 ancient coins, specifically the 5 Emperor's coins, which must be genuine antiquities rather than modern replicas." "Very well. I shall have them prepared at once," smiled Chu Yinhong, who then turned to depart the room, instructing his subordinates to gather the 5 Emperor's coins and the divine positions. Left behind, Li Changfeng appeared bewildered, grappling with confusion. He had merely spoken in jest, yet Chu Yinhong chose to believe him without question, prompting preparations for the coins and divine positions. This was utterly irrational. Reflecting on the way Chu Yunhong regarded him and the tone of his speech. He suddenly realized that Chu must have suspected his true identity long ago. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such unwavering trust or kindness. The following morning, with only one day remaining until the completion of the military knife tower, Hu Tiangang and the other masters resembled scattered sand, each engaged in their own battles, diligently arranging the formation to dispel malevolent energies. After dinner, Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin strolled along the banks of the Huangbu River, reveling in the enchanting night scenery. As they passed a certain embankment, they noticed a large stone erected at the water's edge, approximately 3 meters in height and 1.5 meters in width. Inscribed with the words Taishan Stone stands firm. This was likely the Taishan Stone procured by Qin Feihu, perfectly aligned with the blade of the military knife tower. Gazing into the Huangbu River, they spotted a vessel anchored on the water's surface, its bow adorned with a mirror about 2 meters in diameter, prominently convex in the center, with a sharply defined frame engraved with the 8 trigrams orientations, painted in red cinnabar. This was presumably the 8 trigram mirror for dispelling malevolence. Also directed at the blade of the military knife tower. Across the river, there stood a sculpture approximately 5 meters in height, intricately carved in the likeness of Ho-I, the archer who shot down the suns. The statue, depicted in a posture of bending and drawing a bow, exuded an aura of strength, aimed directly at the twin blades that supported the sun. This must be the statue mentioned by Sima Hong, I pondered with curiosity. Was he not supposed to place it in square? Why has it been relocated to the riverbank? The local organizations and the methods of the mystical sects had already been arranged. Yet it remained a mystery how the Dragon Guardians would neutralize the calamity known as the Heavenly Severance. Since the conclusion of yesterday's meeting, I had not seen Hu Tiangang. I presumed he felt a sense of disappointment as well. He had initially hoped to unite all forces to counter the Heavenly Severance, only for everyone to fight their own battles in the end. Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin strolled side by side along the path, occasionally passing foreigners, both black and white, reflecting on the multitude of expatriates in a bustling metropolis. Wang Bin, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Chengfeng, it's merely a building. Why the grand fanfare?" "You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained," Li Chengfeng replied casually, not out of reluctance to enlighten Wang Bin, but because his gaze was fixated on an elderly man. This elder was clad in traditional islander attire, dressed in black, with white chrysanthemums imprinted on his back and sleeves, each flower boasting 9 petals. A sudden realization struck Li Chengfeng. During yesterday's meeting with Chu Yinhong, while pouring water for Sima, he had noticed a tattoo on Sima's neck, a 9-petal chrysanthemum as well. Was this merely a coincidence? The elderly man stood by the banks of the Huangbu River, accompanied by a middle-aged man and a young man, the latter cradling a box swathed in black cloth, adorned with the same white chrysanthemum motif. Upon encountering the elderly man, Li Chengfeng could not help but slow his pace, his heart secretly astonished by the presence of a practitioner from the esteemed 9 chrysanthemum lineage. This was his first encounter with the yin-yang feng shui master of such caliber, and judging by the old man's attire, his status within the 9 chrysanthemum hierarchy was undoubtedly significant. Li Chengfeng halted and instead guided Wang Bin towards the banks of the Huangbu River, feigning an admiration for the scenery while eavesdropping on their conversation. Occasionally, he cast a sidelong glance at the trio, unaware that the elderly gentleman before him was none other than Sato Masao, the architect of the military knife building. Beside him stood his eldest son, Sato Kenichi, while the young man alongside them was Takahashi Masanobu, holding the ashes of Sato Kenji. Sato Kenichi's face was marred with sorrow and indignation, tears welling in his eyes as he lamented, "Father, it is all my fault. I failed to care for my brother." Kenji, how did he meet his demise? With tears in his eyes, Takahashi Masanobu recounted the tragic events in detail. Kenji and I discovered an exceptional feng shui site in Qingzhou City, the dual oxen invoking the plow. However, as they conversed in their native island tongue, Li Chengfeng could not comprehend their words, save for the phrase dual oxen invoking the plow, which struck him like a thunderbolt, prompting him to urgently pull Wang Bin away. Unbeknownst to Sato Masao, his adversary, the one responsible for his son's death, had been right beside him, clandestinely listening to their exchange. Chapter 78. resolving the heavenly saber calamity, lost in his anguish. Sato Masao remained oblivious to the discreet departure of Li Chengfeng and Wang Bin. He caressed the urn, his words laced with murderous intent. Have you found the culprit? I will ensure this person pays for his crimes. I shall personally end his life. Not yet. Upon my return to Qingzhou City, I shall undoubtedly track down this individual and exact a gruesome vengeance for my brother. Sato Kenichi declared with a fierce countenance. He had been preoccupied with the affairs of Sato Kenji's funeral these past days, and overwhelmed by grief, had yet to pursue the murderer. Sato Masao sighed deeply. The agony of losing a child weighed heavily upon him. As he turned his gaze towards the side, his eyes filled with murderous intent fixed upon Huang Bijiang. My dear son, once I sever the water veins of Huang Bijiang, I will bring you home and lay you to rest beneath the beautiful cherry blossom trees. Li Chengfeng hastily pulled Wang Bin away, glancing back intermittently. With a look of confusion, Wang Bin inquired, Chengfeng, what is the matter? Li Chengfeng casually replied, if I am not mistaken, those three individuals from the island nation were feng shui masters of the highest order, the very ones who disrupted the geomancy of your village. Upon hearing this, Wang Bin pondered thoughtfully. He had not paid much attention earlier, merely casting a fleeting glance at them. Now, as he recalled the young man holding the box, it dawned on him that he was indeed the same islander who had come to their village to purchase the stone oxen. It was he who had guided them to the village chief's home. Little did he expect to encounter him here. Anger surged within him as he exclaimed, damn it! It truly is that scoundrel. How dare he disturb the feng shui of our village? I shall see to it that he pays dearly. Wang Bin was adamant about returning to confront Takahashi Masaneo, but Li Chengfeng restrained him, pulling him back to the Siglira Grand Hotel. He sensed the old man posed a significant threat. Should Wang Bin proceed, it could very well be his life at stake. The following morning, 3 days had swiftly passed, marking the day of the completion of the sword tower. The sun had yet to rise, and Sato Kenichi, along with a dozen esteemed practitioners of Inyang Feng Shui from the 9 Chrysanthemum School, stood atop the sword tower, gazing down at the Huangbu River below. This day held immense significance for them, as they were to witness the severing of the river's water dragon vein by the celestial blade of destruction. One of the esteemed feng shui masters stepped forward, bowing to Sato Masaru with a hint of concern in his voice. Lord Sato, the feng shui masters of Huaxia have set up Bawa mirrors and time mountain stones by the riverside. Will the celestial blade of destruction be countered? Tanaka, your worries are unfounded. No matter the countermeasure, it is but a feeble attempt against the celestial blade, Sato Masaru replied confidently. He then turned his gaze toward the east, where the night sky began to illuminate with the first light of dawn. In a chilling tone, he uttered 2 words, completion. Moments later, the air was filled with the crackling sound of firecrackers. In Huaxia, the topping out of a building is a significant event, requiring the selection of an auspicious time and the setting off of firecrackers, a tradition upheld for centuries. Li Chengfeng, roused from his slumber by the sudden racket, muttered irritably, is there something wrong with them? Why are they setting off firecrackers so early in the morning? Without further contemplation, he turned over and returned to sleep. Meanwhile, masters of the metaphysical realm, including Chu Yinhong, Hu Tiangang, Sima Hong, Zhang Wumu, and Qin Feihu, gathered before dawn. They stood upon a boat in the Huangbu River, their eyes fixed on the distant sword tower. Qin Feihu, brimming with confidence, spoke. Rest assured, with my Taishan protective stone at hand, even the mightiest of heavenly slashes cannot harm the yellow cloth river's dragon vein. Master Qin, cease your boastful claims to dispel the heavenly slashes. We must rely on my Bagua Break's evil mirror. Observing the ongoing quarrel among the esteemed masters, Chu Yinhong furrowed his brow in exasperation. Amidst their bickering, a sudden explosion of firecrackers resonated from the distant sky. Turning to gaze in the direction of the sound, they beheld the dazzling flashes emitted from the pinnacle of the military blade tower as the firecrackers erupted in brilliance. Hu Tiangang, visibly impatient, interjected, enough of the noise. The military blade tower has reached its apex. Instantly, silence enveloped the entire vessel as all eyes turned toward the tower. uncertain of what would unfold next. As time progressed, the sun gradually ascended, casting its rays upon the building, elongating its shadow across the yellow cloth river. To the untrained eye, it was merely the shadow of a grand edifice falling upon the river. However, for those who had awakened their third eye, a different vision unfolded. Hu Tiangang, with his third eye open, gazed skyward, witnessing the malevolent energy coalescing into the form of a military blade, poised to strike the yellow cloth river. His heart raced with alarm as he beheld the blade of malevolence descending. In that critical moment, the Taishan protective stone radiated a brilliant golden light, repelling the blade forged from dark energy. The masters, who had opened their third eyes, stared in astonishment at the Taishan stone. Among these masters, aside from the Maoshan's Qin Feihu and the Longhushan's Zhang Wumu who opened the heavenly eye, the rest had never possessed such sight and thus were unable to witness this heart-stopping scene. Had they been born with the innate yin-yang eyes, they would have glimpsed the clash between the military blade forged from malevolent energy and the majestic Tai Mountain Stone. Witnessing the Tai Mountain Stone repel the heavenly, severing malevolence, Qin Feihu was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Behold, I have succeeded. The heavenly, severing malevolence has been thwarted by my Tai Mountain Stone, he exclaimed, laughter spilling forth. What nonsense is this heavenly, severing malevolence? Before the Tai Mountain's malevolence-repelling stone, it is rendered insignificant. Both Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang sighed in relief, astonished that the heavenly severing malevolence had been so easily obstructed. However, their joy was short-lived. In less than a minute, with the sun's ascent, the military blade, formed from the gathering malevolent energy, grew increasingly larger and heavier, striking once again at the Tai Mountain Stone. At that moment, the Tai Mountain Stone emitted a resplendent golden light, shielding against the onslaught of the heavenly, severing malevolence. Yet, as the two forces collided, the golden radiance was dispersed by the malevolent energy, and the military blade struck the Tai Mountain Stone with devastating force, shattering it to pieces in an instant. Chu Yinhong stood in shock, gazing at the remnants of the Tai Mountain malevolence-repelling stone, astonished at its destruction. Qin Feihu, who had moments ago been filled with delight, now bore a grim expression as he beheld the military blade, forged from malevolent energy, hovering in the air, unable to suppress his lamentation. What formidable malevolence! The masters without the heavenly eye, witnessing this turn of events, grew increasingly anxious and curiously inquired of those who had opened their heavenly eyes, Qin Feihu and Hu Tiangang, about what had transpired. How could the Tai Mountain malevolence-repelling stone have suddenly shattered? Yet, Qin Feihu and Hu Tiangang were in no mood to elucidate. They brusquely pushed them aside, fixated on the looming heavenly, severing malevolence above. At this moment, Zhang Wumu stepped forward, contempt etched on his face, and declared, "What strength! Allow me to demonstrate the formidable power of the Bagua Pa Sham mirror." As he spoke, the elongated shadow of the military blade tower descended upon the Bagua Pa Sham mirror. Simultaneously, a military blade, forged from the gathered malevolent energy, descended from above, cleaving directly towards the Bagua Pa Sham mirror. Chapter 79. Resolving the Heavenly Blade's Malevolence. Part 6. The military blade, wrought from the essence of celestial malevolence, measured approximately 100 meters in length and 5 meters in width, as it plummeted towards the Bagua Pa Sham mirror. Hu Tiangang, Qin Feihu, and Zhang Wumu, with their awakened heavenly eyes, fixated anxiously on the Bagua Pa Sham mirror. They beheld the carved Bagua positions on the frame emanating a vermilion glow, revealing an ethereal image of the Bagua. The convex mirror surface concurrently reflected a military blade. As the blade, forged from celestial malevolence, struck the mirror, it collided with the blade reflected within, producing an instantaneous, blinding white light. In the wake of this brilliance, the smooth and lustrous surface of the mirror manifested numerous fissures, which rapidly widened. Within mere seconds, the Bagua Pa Sham mirror shattered into countless fragments, and the frame was rendered into disarray by the impact of the celestial malevolence. Zhang Wumu stood in stunned disbelief, The Bagua Pasham mirror could not withstand even a single assault from the heavenly blade's malevolence. How could this be possible? Chu Yunhong's countenance darkened considerably, yet he was powerless to alter the outcome. The surrounding masters, their expressions filled with astonishment, though unable to perceive the malevolent energy, understood all too well that the destruction of the Bagua Pasham mirror was indeed the result of the onslaught from the celestial malevolence. The Taishan blocking stone and the Bagua breaking mirror were utterly powerless against the onslaught of the heavenly slashing evil. Now, only the statue of Ho, shooting the sun, remained, with all eyes drawn toward it. Sima Hong wore a tense expression. Having witnessed firsthand the shattering of the Taishan blocking stone and the Bagua breaking mirror under the assault of the heavenly slashing evil, and he dared not utter further boasts. Once more, the military blade, forged from the essence of evil energy, appeared in the air, aimed directly at the statue of Hoi. Suddenly, a pure beam of white light erupted from the bow and arrow held by the statue, hurtling toward the heavenly slashing evil. Yet before the light could approach, it was crushed to oblivion by the overwhelming malevolence. The military blade, composed of this dark energy, struck the statue, causing it to splinter into countless fragments. Sima Hong's face turned pale as he gazed at the shattered remnants of the statue strewn across the shore, his voice trembling as he uttered, "This heavenly slashing evil is far too tyrannical. The Taishan blocking stone, the Bagua breaking mirror, and even the statue of Ho could not withstand it. What shall we do? The heavenly slashing evil is about to strike the Huangbu River. If the dragon vein of Huangbu River is severed, the consequences would be unimaginable." Expressions of helplessness adorned the faces of all present as they stared at the distant military blade tower, uncertain of their next course of action. At the pinnacle of the military blade tower, Sato Masao observed the formation laid by the feng shui masters of Huaxia being effortlessly dismantled by the heavenly slashing evil, a proud smile gracing his features. The other elite members of the QQ sect were left in shock, and Tanaka Jiro stepped forward, bowing deeply to Sato Masao with a face full of admiration and reverence. "Esteemed Sato, the power of the celestial severance is indeed formidable. The Mount Tai's blocking stone and the Bagua's dispelling mirror, alongside the image of Ho shooting the sun, seem utterly futile, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, easily vanquished before the onslaught of the celestial severance. Sato, with your unparalleled prowess, you truly embody the finest Inyang Feng Shui master of the great island nation." The other esteemed Inyang Feng Shui masters of the 9 chrysanthemums showered Sato Masaru with flattery and praise. A proud smile graced Sato Masaru's face, yet it swiftly vanished upon catching sight of the urn upon the shelf. Redirecting his gaze to the Huangbu River below, he spoke with palpable indignation. "Huaxia Feng Shui masters, I shall see what means you possess to counter my celestial severance. Ha! I will make you witness the severance of the feng shui dragon vein of the Huangbu River by the celestial severance." As Sato Masaru spoke, a military blade, forged from malevolent energy, reappeared above the Huangbu River, descending with lethal intent. The others aboard the vessel, unable to perceive this ominous sight, could only fret anxiously. Those who could sense the malevolent aura, Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, mirrored this anxiety, turning their gaze towards Hu Tiangang. "Tiangang, what shall we do? Let's fight." Hu Tiangang simply uttered these 2 words. With a flick of his wrist, a purple talisman materialized in his hand, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length and 7 to 8 centimeters in width, adorned with the Tiangang dispelling symbol. Zhang Wumu from Longhu Mountain and Qin Feihu from Maoshan were taken aback upon seeing the purple talisman in Hu Tiangang's grasp. Indeed, as a member of the Dragon Guardian, he possessed remarkable skill to wield such a talisman. In the realm of mystical Taoism, the most frequently encountered talismans are categorized by 5 distinct colors: red, yellow, black, white, and green, with each hue serving a unique purpose. The black talisman, harnessing the power of the underworld deities, is primarily employed to summon spectral soldiers and minor spirits for assistance. The white talisman, also invoking the forces of the netherworld, is chiefly utilized for spiritual communication. calling forth lost souls to engage in dialogue. The yellow talisman, drawing upon celestial powers, is utilized to dispel malevolent forces and subdue wicked entities. The green talisman, channeling the strength of ethereal beings, is used to invoke the presence of immortals. The red talisman is sought for protection, ensuring safety and granting wishes. Talismans of gold, silver, purple, and blue are rarely seen in reality, as their mastery requires a level of cultivation that is often unattainable. In the astonished gaze of Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, Hu Tiangang exerted a light force with his feet and leaped to the top of the cabin. With a stance reminiscent of the Northern Dipper, he gestured with his hands, reciting incantations fervently. Purple Qi ascends to the heavens. The celestial troop guards fiercely. Supreme Lord Lao Jun, heed my urgent command. Hu Tiangong's recitation of the spell was exceedingly rapid, rendering it nearly inaudible to those nearby. As he chanted, the talisman in his hand shimmered with a brilliant purple light. Upon completing the incantation, the purple talisman was released, soaring through the air like a bolt of lightning towards the celestial severing blade. An ethereal weapon that descended with cataclysmic force, aimed directly at the purple talisman. At the moment of collision between the purple talisman and the celestial severing blade, a tremendous roar resonated through the air. The purple talisman erupted into a conflagration of violet flames, instantaneously dispersing the military might of the celestial severing blade. Zhang Wumu and Qin Feihu stood in sheer astonishment, gazing at Hu Tiangang, who stood atop the cabin. Incredible! He actually dismantled the celestial severing blade through sheer cultivation. Indeed, those who are able to join the Dragon Guard are not to be trifled with. Qin Feihu could not help but exclaim, "Brother Hu, well done. I wish you every success." As he spoke, Qin Feihu slightly bent his legs and leapt to the top of the cabin. Zhang Wumu also smiled faintly and declared loudly, "I shall join the fray." With a single bound, he too ascended to the cabin's apex, prepared to confront the menacing blade of heaven with his own cultivation. Both Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, hailing from the same sect, possessed formidable skills. Positioned on either side of Hu Tiangang, the trio's gazes converged upon the military blade tower. They were acutely aware that unless the tower was dismantled, the menacing blade of heaven would inevitably reconstitute itself. At that moment, the sinister energy dispersed by the heavenly transformation talisman began to coalesce once more in the air, forming a colossal military blade. This time, the blade, born of malevolent energy, was significantly larger than before, measuring several hundred meters in length and tens of meters in width. The silvery, sinister aura emanated a formidable force, capable of cleaving rivers and mountains. As the three men gazed skyward, their hearts filled with trepidation. Qin Feihu, astonished, remarked, "How is it that the sinister energy grows ever stronger?" Observing the menacing blade of heaven in the sky, Hu Tiangang furrowed his brow. Having just summoned a purple heavenly transformation talisman, he had already expended 2/3 of his vital essence and felt his strength waning, his legs growing weak. As he beheld the reformed, menacing blade of heaven, a flicker of despair arose within him. Chapter 80. Dissolving the menacing blade of heaven. Part 7. Taking a deep breath. Hu Tiangang, alongside Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu, simultaneously summoned their talismans to counter the descending menacing blade of heaven. Yellow, blue, and purple talismans soared swiftly into the sky, confronting the blade that was descending with a fierce intent. As three talismans of distinct colors collided with the military blade, forged from the essence of Tianzhan Sha, they instantly transformed into three blazing flames. Regrettably, this time the formidable blade remained unshaken. The three flames were swiftly dispersed by the malevolent energy, leaving Hu Tiangang to spit blood as he fell to one knee at the top of the cabin, while Qin Feihu and Zhang Wumu collapsed unconscious to the ground, subsequently dragged into the cabin by others. Despite their combined efforts, they could not withstand the onslaught of Tianzhan Sha. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hu Tiangong's face reflected utter despair as he helplessly watched the military blade, born of the sinister energy, scatter the three flames and descend upon the Huangbu River. The river's dragon energy was instantly disrupted, sending violent tremors through the waters. The once calm surface of the Huangbu River erupted into tumultuous waves, causing several individuals to lose their footing and tumble onto the deck. Simultaneously, the previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds, thunder rumbled, and torrential rain descended. In that moment, Hu Tiangang heard a distant, anguished dragon's roar and quickly turned to the source of the sound, where he beheld a divine dragon soaring from the mouth of the Huzong River, accompanied by another colossal dragon emerging from the Huangbu River. These two ethereal dragons, manifestations of the river's feng shui energy, twisted and spiraled through the air, their mournful roars echoing relentlessly, with blood continuously streaming from their backs. Hu Tiangang stood transfixed by the sight before him, fully aware that these divine dragons were the very embodiment of the Huangbu and Huzong River's feng shui energy. Should these dragons fall victim to Tianzhan Sha, the entire feng shui dragon vein of the Huangbu River would be irrevocably severed. Beholding the military blade, conjured from the ominous energy in the sky, as it descended once more upon Huangbu River, Hu Tiangang produced a violet talisman in a desperate attempt to counter the heavenly blade's assault. Alas, he found himself unable to activate the talisman, rendered impotent as he watched the blade strike towards Huangbu River once again. Upon impact, the two divine dragons emitted a heart-wrenching roar, their backs marred by fresh wounds. Crimson blood cascading into the waters of Huangbu River. The masters, devoid of the ability to perceive the celestial dragons, were nonetheless astonished to discover that the raindrops falling upon their vessel were stained a deep red. Sima Hong, with a look of disbelief, inquired, "Brother Hu, why is the rain red?" "This is no ordinary rain. It is dragon's blood," Hu Tiangang replied, his heart heavy with sorrow. As a dragon guardian, the inability to protect the essence of the Chinese dragon lineage was an unbearable burden. At the pinnacle of the military blade tower, Sato Masao observed the bleeding dragons and erupted into laughter. "Those two four-cornered reptiles, I wonder how much longer you can endure." The esteemed Yao Jiao, a master of Yin-Yang Feng Shui, who had attained the ability to open the heavenly eye, was equally astounded to witness the two divine dragons. He realized that the Huangbu River and Husgang River, both revered dragon veins of feng shui, had materialized into spiritual entities. It was no wonder that Haicheng had emerged as the economic epicenter of China, a globally renowned metropolis. The significance of these two dragon veins could not be overstated. Should the heavenly blade sever their connection, the grandeur of Haicheng would be irrevocably lost. This was precisely the outcome they sought, for the strength of China posed a formidable threat to the island nation. Within the opulent suite of the Sigri-La Hotel, awakened by the cacophony of firecrackers, Li Chengfeng turned over, on the verge of slumber once more, when suddenly the thunderous roars outside shattered the stillness. Occasionally, a chilling dragon's wail pierced the air, causing his closed eyes to fly open in alarm. "What is this sound?" Dressed only in a pair of shorts, Li Chengfeng sprang from his bed and rushed to the window to peer outside. Flashes of lightning illuminated the sky, and dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. A tempest raged, with torrents of rain pouring down. Despite being morning, it felt like the dead of night. To his astonishment, the raindrops splattering against the window were crimson. A sense of dread gripped his heart. Blood rained from the heavens, a dire omen. He quickly glanced towards the nearby Huangbu River, where two celestial dragons writhed upon the surface, emitting anguished roars. Each dragon bore deep wounds along its spine, from which blood flowed incessantly. In that moment, recalling the earlier firecracker sounds, Li Chengfeng realized with chilling clarity that the military knife tower had reached its pinnacle and the celestial severing had manifested. He swiftly turned his gaze towards the direction of the Taishan feng shui stone, only to find it shattered across the ground, while a small boat remained adrift on the Huangpu River. The Bagua mirror, intended to dispel evil, had vanished, and the statue of Hui shooting the sun on the opposite bank lay in ruins. This is catastrophic. Those so-called masters, seeking fame and recognition, had utterly failed to thwart the celestial severing. Observing the injured dragons, Li Chengfeng felt a profound sorrow. Should these two divine creatures be destroyed by the celestial severing, The feng shui dragon vein of Huangbu River would indeed be annihilated, plunging Haicheng into a deluge of calamity. At that moment, the dragons emitted another heart-wrenching cry, plummeting into the Huangbu River from the sky. Instantly, the dragon energy of the river dissipated, and the rain intensified, cascading down like a waterfall, mingled with drops of vivid red. Li Qingfeng let out a sigh, feeling quite helpless. Those self-proclaimed masters were utterly inept. Could it be that the dragon guardians were equally incapable? If they could not even resolve the threat of the heavenly slaughter, what purpose did they serve? At that moment, sleep eluded Li Qingfeng as he sat in the living room, awaiting the return of Chu Yinhong. Before long, the masters, along with Chu Yinhong, arrived at the West Gorilla Hotel. As Li Qingfeng sat in the living room, he heard a commotion in the hallway. The first voice he recognized was that of Sima Hong, the president of the Haicheng Mystic Arts Association. General Chu, how can you place your trust in a mere boy, still reeking of youth? His so-called mystical arts for the dragon's armor are nothing but fanciful nonsense. In all my years, I have never heard of such a technique. As a general, do not allow yourself to be deceived by a young man. Other masters, incited by Sima Hong, resolutely opposed allowing Li Qingfeng to involve himself in the matters concerning the Huangbu River dragon vein, speaking with righteous indignation. General, we still have time. Let us explore other avenues. We must not allow a mere youth to meddle in this affair. Chu Yinhong furrowed his brow, feeling perplexed. When he suggested that Li Qingfeng attempt to employ the mystical arts to don the dragon's armor, Sima Hong was the first to voice his opposition, with the other masters following suit in disruption. Enraged, Chu Yinhong declared with an air of authority, I am the one responsible for this matter. I will decide whose methods to employ. You have neither the right nor the authority to interfere with my decisions. Upon hearing this, Sima Hong displayed a visage of displeasure, exhibiting a brazen demeanor as he boldly declared, this is a matter that concerns us, the people of Haicheng. Your opinion holds no weight here. We will persist in seeking ways to resolve the Tianjin Sha. No one is permitted to intervene in this affair. Should anyone dare to meddle, the Haicheng Mystical Arts Association will not let this slide. His voice resonated loudly with the latter statement, seemingly directed at Li Qingfeng. Chu Yinhong, rendered speechless, retorted succinctly, Haicheng is a part of Huaxia, not merely the domain of your Mystical Arts Association. After delivering this assertion, he disregarded Sima Hong and the other masters, pushing open the door to enter the room where Li Qingfeng was situated. Behind him, an irked voice called out, Chu, let me remind you not to overstep your bounds. We, the people of Haicheng, will resolve our own matters without your interference. Upon entering, Li Qingfeng quickly rose to greet Chu Yinhong. With a countenance full of rage, Chu Yinhong expressed his frustration. I truly cannot comprehend why Sima Hong forbids your involvement in this matter. If my intuition serves me right, there is something amiss with him. What do you mean? Chu Yinhong inquired, his expression grave. Chapter 81, The Art of Qimen, The Dragon's Armor, Part 2, observing Chu Yinhong's puzzled countenance. Li Qingfeng recounted the incident from their meeting, where he had noticed a chrysanthemum tattoo on Sima Hong's neck while pouring him water. At that moment, Li Qingfeng did not regard the matter with much concern, perceiving the presence of tattoos on his body as entirely commonplace. However, upon arriving by the Huangbu River and encountering an elderly man clad in traditional attire from an island nation, adorned with the same 9-petal chrysanthemum emblem as that on Sima Hong's neck, he suddenly found himself questioning the latter's identity. After Li Qingfeng recounted the events, Chu Yinhong wore an expression of disbelief. Sima Hong was, after all, a native of Haicheng. How could he possibly be associated with the notorious 9 chrysanthemum sect of Yinyang feng shui practitioners? With a grave demeanor, Li Qingfeng continued, Old General, during the meeting that day, I merely shook my head and sighed. It was a trivial matter, yet Sima Hong seized upon it, disrupting the proceedings. The esteemed masters engaged in incessant quarrels, each acting as if they were sworn enemies. This was decidedly abnormal. Clearly, someone was instigating discord behind the scenes, seeking to undermine the unity of the Huaxia feng shui practitioners in order to thwart the resolution of the impending calamity. Upon hearing this, Chu Yinhong appeared contemplative, carefully reflecting on the events of the meeting. Indeed, Sima Hong had been the initial provocateur. It seemed that Sima Hong truly harbored ulterior motives, and he cast an appreciative glance at Li Chengfeng for his keen observations. If Sima Hong were genuinely affiliated with the Nine Chrysanthemum sect, then the implications were profoundly alarming. They had infiltrated the Haiqing Metaphysical Association, with him serving as its president. Taking a deep breath, Chu Yinhong furrowed his brow tightly, addressing the matter with utmost seriousness. I shall instruct the Longmen 8 Bureau to apprehend Sima Hong and ascertain the true nature of this old rascal. Upon hearing this, Li Chengfeng's expression shifted in alarm. He had merely spoken in jest, yet Chu Yinhong was poised to act. He hastily interjected, "Old General, this is merely my personal conjecture, and I lack substantial evidence to prove that Sima Hong is indeed a practitioner of the esteemed Nine Chrysanthemum Schools in Yang Feng Shui. Would it not be unwise to detain him under such circumstances?" Chu Yinhong scoffed, his tone decidedly domineering. "I have long harbored disdain for this old scoundrel." He dared to retort earlier, "Whether or not he is a master of the Nine Chrysanthemum School matters not. Let us seize him and administer a thorough beating first." Rest assured, the members of the Longmen 8 Bureau are exceptionally efficient in their undertakings. Recalling Sima Hong's earlier provocations outside his door, Chu Yunhong's countenance darkened, tinged with a desire for retribution. A barely perceptible smile graced the corners of Li Chengfeng's mouth. He had overheard Sima Hong's taunts about anyone daring to interfere with the affairs of the Huangbu River, insinuating that the Haiqing Xian Techniques Association would not relent. He understood well that this was a veiled warning directed at him, cautioning against employing Qimeng techniques to counter the heavenly slaughter. Recognizing the adversary's intent to provoke, he resolved to take the initiative. Chu Yinhong, fully aware of Li Chengfeng's subtle scheming, allowed a slight smile to form. This young man was rather cunning. Sima Hong's mere threat had prompted him to unveil the opponent's vulnerabilities. Without such concerns weighing on him, he could proceed confidently with countering the heavenly slaughter. Consequently, Chu Yinhong made a phone call to orchestrate the covert capture of Sima Hong by the Longmen 8 Bureau. Sima Hong would never have imagined that he would fall into the hands of a young man. That very night, the Dragon Gate's 8th Bureau conducted a covert capture of Sima Hong. The most pressing matter now was to resolve the heavenly severing calamity. As Chu Yinhong hung up the phone, he casually inquired, "My young brother, I have prepared the 5 Emperor's Divine Position and 50,000 pieces of 5 Emperor's currency for you. When shall you employ the Qimeng arts to shield the dragon and dispel the heavenly severing calamity?" To utilize the Qimeng arts for the dragon's protection, it was imperative to select the day of the 5 Emperor's pilgrimage. Li Chengfeng calculated with his fingers and coincidentally found that tomorrow marked this auspicious day. "At dawn tomorrow, before the sun rises, I shall cloak the dragon," he declared. "Excellent." Chu Yinhong nodded, harboring a flicker of anticipation. He was eager to witness the Qimeng arts in action and to understand the nature of this mystical technique. Li Chengfeng took a deep breath. Yet a sense of apprehension lingered within him. He was acutely aware that this matter was intertwined with the Nine Chrysanthemum faction. Should those practitioners of yin and yang from the Nine Chrysanthemum faction discover who had dispelled the heavenly severing calamity and thwarted their plans, they would stop at nothing to eliminate the one responsible. "Old General, the undertaking of shielding the dragon to dispel the heavenly severing calamity must remain a secret," he insisted. Chu Yinhong understood Li Chengfeng's concerns and remarked, "Wouldn't that be too much of a burden for you? This is a monumental achievement, not to mention the project worth billions. Do you truly not desire it?" Li Chengfeng smiled faintly, pondering that it was untrue to say he did not desire it. Yet he felt it unwise to claim it openly. He feigned an air of indifference, embodying a spirit of selflessness and noble purpose. "Wealth and fame are but ephemeral clouds to me. As a feng shui master, safeguarding the dragon vein of Huaxia is my greatest honor. Indeed, I feel a profound sense of pride for having such youthful individuals like you representing Huaxia," exclaimed Chu Yunhong with enthusiasm. Although Li Chengfeng appeared nonchalant, with an air of noble detachment, his heart bled internally at the thought of the billion-dollar project slipping away. Upon completion, it could have yielded a profit of at least several billion. What a heartache! To preserve his own life, he had no choice but to relinquish it. He certainly did not wish to be relentlessly pursued by the elite feng shui masters of the Nine Chrysanthemum School, who were capable of anything. Some matters are inescapable, and Li Chengfeng would eventually confront the Yin-Yang feng shui masters of the Nine Chrysanthemum School, embarking on a journey to the islands to disrupt their dragon vein feng shui, engaging in a life-and-death battle to obliterate their national fortune. This could very well be Li Chengfeng's destiny. Chu Yunhong gazed at Li Chengfeng with a complex expression, unable to suppress a question he had long yearned to ask. "Young brother, could you enlighten me on your connection to Li Tianqing?" The sudden inquiry startled Li Chengfeng, causing him to blink in surprise. He had long suspected that Chu Yunhong harbored doubts about his identity, and since the question was posed so directly, he felt no inclination to continue concealing the truth. "General, to be candid, Li Tianqing is my grandfather." Chu Yunhong momentarily stood in shock. He had long suspected a connection between Li Chengfeng and Li Tianqing, and had been eager to inquire, but the opportunity had never presented itself. A young man in his 20s, possessing an extraordinary mastery of the esoteric art of Qimeng feng shui, is indeed a rare find. Undoubtedly, he has been guided by a highly knowledgeable mentor in this ancient practice, who can only be Li Tianqing. In the entire realm, it is only Li Tianqing who could cultivate such an exceptional talent in feng shui. Although predictions had long been made, the moment Li Chengfeng uttered it, an overwhelming excitement surged within him, as if he were reunited with an old acquaintance. With tears brimming in his eyes, Chu Yunhong grasped Li Chengfeng's hand and eagerly inquired, "My young brother, how is your grandfather's health?" Now that the matter has been laid bare, and with Chu Yunhong still addressing him as young brother, Li Chengfeng felt rather awkward and hastily replied, "Old general, you may call me Chengfeng from now on. I truly cannot accept being called your young brother." "Ha! I have been calling you that for so long. I am quite accustomed to it. It is merely a term of endearment, of no consequence," Chu Yunhong chuckled, continuing to ask, "My young brother, do tell me, how is your grandfather's health?" "My grandfather is in excellent health." The genuine affection in Chu Yunhong's expression revealed a deep bond with Li Tianqing, suggesting a friendship that transcended mere acquaintance. The radiant smile on Chu Yunhong's face was undeniable. Though he had not found Li Tianqing, fate had serendipitously led him to his grandson, perhaps a stroke of destiny. He held Li Chengfeng's hand, becoming increasingly fond of him with each passing moment, and casually inquired, "My young brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Li Chengfeng first nodded and then shook his head, recalling his former girlfriend. Over 3 years in university, he had devoted so much to her, yet had received nothing in return, only to witness her frolicking on the lawn with a wealthy heir. To this day, I still recall the words of my ex-girlfriend, "You are unworthy of me. Let's part ways." Observing Li Chengfeng's demeanor, Chu Yunhong anxiously inquired, "Are you nodding or shaking your head? Is it yes or no?" "No." "All right. No is good." Chu Yunhong was elated, while Li Chengfeng wore a look of embarrassment. At over 20, he had yet to secure a girlfriend, and he found it amusing to say good. "My young friend, what do you think of my daughter Qingyan?" Li Chengfeng's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped Chu Yunhong's implication. The mere thought of Chu Qingyan filled him with trepidation, for she was a woman with a pronounced propensity for violence, and he was acutely aware that he could not contend with her. He hastily clarified, "Old general, I am merely an ordinary citizen. How could I possibly be a match for Miss Chu? Please, do not jest with me." Li Chengfeng pondered the precarious state of the Huangbu River's dragon vein, wondering how this old fellow could still be preoccupied with selecting a son-in-law. In Chapter 82, The Mysterious Arts Bestow Armor Upon the Dragon, Part 3, Li Chengfeng had unequivocally expressed his unworthiness for Chu Qingyan, subtly declining Chu Yunhong's goodwill. Yet, Chu Yunhong remained undeterred. Grinning as he asserted, "What do you mean, unworthy? You are more than capable of that troublesome girl. That troublesome girl is already 32 years old this year and has never had a boyfriend. She remains a maiden. I am worried for her." Puff! Li Chengfeng was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chu Qingyan was indeed 32 and still a maiden. Chu Qingyan, with her striking beauty and affluent family background, seems to attract numerous suitors from wealthy families, noble lineages, and influential circles. However, Li Chengfeng remains oblivious to the reality that in the capital, Chu Qingyan is regarded as a bewitching enchantress, and no one dares to pursue her, let alone marry her. Those brave enough to express their affections are often left battered and bruised, lamenting their misfortune. It is even said among the young elite in the capital, better to marry an old sow than a court Chu Qingyan. Such a fierce woman, despite her beauty, is not one that Li Chengfeng would dare to consider. And he politely declines once more, stating, "Old general, I am only 22 this year. I fear that my age is not quite suitable for Miss Chu." Chu Yinhong snorted in disdain, clearly displeased by Li Chengfeng's dismissal of his daughter's age. What is unsuitable about it? Though my Qingyan may be a tad older, she appears far younger than you. Li Chengfeng found himself at a loss for words, glancing at the irate Chu Yinhong, uncertain of how to refuse further. Chu Yinhong was visibly perturbed. Having taken the initiative to introduce his daughter to him, he felt humiliated by Li Chengfeng's rejection. Just moments ago, they had shared a congenial rapport, but now the atmosphere had grown tense, with one eager to offer his daughter and the other adamantly refusing. As Chu Yinhong's temper began to flare, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Chu Qingyan entered the room with a cheerful bounce, followed closely by Wang Bin, who bore an expression of grievance while carrying numerous bags. Chu Qingyan, with her youthful exuberance, seemed like a young girl. Yet the reality is that she is already 32 years old and remains unmarried. The notion that there are many single women in the capital holds true without a doubt. Who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless little girl is, in fact, a martial arts expert with a pronounced propensity for violence? Upon entering the room, she donned an adorably innocent expression and cheerfully exclaimed to Chu Yinhong, "Father, I'm back." Upon seeing Chu Qingyan return, a radiant smile spread across Chu Yinhong's aged face as he eagerly said, "Qingyan, come here quickly. I wish to introduce you to a young man." What young man? Chu Qingyan's handsome face displayed a look of utter bewilderment as she touched her father's forehead and then her own. "Dad, are you feverish?" "Not at all." Chu Yinhong replied with utmost seriousness. "Qingyan, what do you think of this young man? I would like to introduce him as your boyfriend." As the meaning of her father's words sank in, the previously charming demeanor of Chu Qingyan transformed. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she disdainfully retorted, "Dad, are you out of your mind? You want this bumpkin to be my boyfriend? What a child! How could she speak like that?" Chu Yinhong found himself utterly helpless against his daughter's outburst. Chu Qingyan unleashed a torrent of foul language directed at Li Chengfeng, nearly exhausting the repertoire of expletives found in a dictionary. Li Chengfeng, utterly bewildered by the verbal onslaught, thought to himself that anyone who married this woman would undoubtedly face a living hell. Chu Yinhong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, as he had not anticipated his daughter's reaction to be so extreme. It seemed that any hope of pairing them together was utterly futile. Disappointment settled in his heart, and he ultimately conceded, "Very well, let us pretend this conversation never occurred." Chu Yinhong hurriedly took Chu Qingyan away from the room where Li Chengfeng was situated. After their departure, Wang Bin fixed his gaze on Li Chengfeng and exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Chengfeng, I dare wager that whoever marries this woman will have their ancestral grave desecrated." Li Chengfeng inaladepoli, relieved that Chu Qingyan had only engaged in verbal sparring and not physical confrontation. He held no interest in her whatsoever. The mere sight of her rendered him weak-kneed and frightened. Even if he were to bring her home, he would not dare share a bed with her. Outside, the rain continued to pour as Li Chengfeng, burdened with thoughts, approached the window to gaze outside, his heart laden with concern. The dragon chi of Huangbu River had already been tainted by the ominous celestial energy. If the dragon vein of Huangbu River were not safeguarded swiftly, the two ethereal dragons, transformed from the auspicious energies, could be slain by the military blades forged from the malevolent forces, leading to dire consequences not only for Haiqing's economy, but also exposing the entire city to a catastrophic deluge. The repercussions were truly unimaginable. Li Chengfeng yearned to employ the mystical arts to protect the dragon vein of Huangbu River immediately, yet he had to wait until the day of the 5 Emperors' pilgrimage. He stood at the window for an extended period, never once witnessing the return of the two dragons. They must have sustained significant injuries. Chapter 83. Mystical Arts to Arm the Dragon. Part 4. The tempest raged for a day and a night, inundating numerous roads in Haicheng, rendering vehicles immobile and complicating the lives of the populace. This was indeed a harbinger of a catastrophic deluge. The following morning, the tempest gradually subsided, the storm clouds dispersed, and the eastern horizon began to lighten, revealing the sun's radiant glow. As the sunlight was poised to illuminate the sword tower, Tianzhan Sha slowly coalesced in the air, taking on a blade-like form. A medium-sized pleasure boat was anchored in the yellow cloth river, directly facing the edge of the sword tower. Li Shangfeng, clad in the ceremonial garb of a spirit officer, adorned with a spirit officer's hat and boots, was donning this attire for the first time. Invoking the five emperors was no trivial matter and demanded utmost seriousness. The spirit officer's attire belonged to the celestial officials of the Heavenly Bureau, categorized into various forms, such as celestial spirit garb, earthly spirit garb, and corresponding spirit garb, each representing a distinct identity of the Heavenly Bureau's officials. Standing on the deck, Li Chengfeng gazed at the sword tower in the distance, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anger and disdain. Today, he intended to demonstrate to the renowned Yin-Yang feng shui masters of the 9 chrysanthemums who truly held the title of the progenitor of the feng shui realm. The deck of the boat was adorned with 5 altars, each bearing a shrine dedicated to a deity. From left to right, these were the shrines of the Yellow Emperor, Zhuan Di, Diku, Tang Yao, and Yushan. In front of each altar stood a bronze wealth pot, totaling 5 in number, each containing 10,000 pieces of 5 emperors' coins, comprised of Xuanji Tongbao, Kangxi Tongbao, Yongzheng Tongbao, Qianlong Tongbao, and Jiaqing Tongbao. To procure the 5 emperor shrines from the temple, Chu Yinhong had amassed 50,000 ancient bronze coins, employing considerable manpower and resources. The boat was not heavily populated. Aside from Li Chengfeng, Chu Yinhong, Wang Bin, and the dragon guards, Hu Tiangang and Yang Wei were also present. To Li Chengfeng's surprise, Chu Qingyan had also arrived, busily taking selfies aboard the vessel with her mobile phone. Observing Li Chengfeng standing on the bow of the vessel, Hu Tiangang revealed a dismissive smile, his tone laced with irony as he remarked, "Old general, do you truly place your faith in him? A mere youth, barely out of his adolescence, who believes he can summon the ancient 5 emperors to don the dragon's armor and dispel the heavenly decapitating evil." Hu Tiangang harbored doubts regarding Li Chengfeng's ability to master the long-lost art of the Qi Min technique for the dragon's armor. In his eyes, Li was nothing more than a charlatan, capable only of deceiving the muddled-minded Chu Yinhong. Although Hu Tiangang had glimpsed records of the Qi Min technique pertaining to dragonhide armor within the nation's top-secret collection, he had encountered only a few scant lines, devoid of comprehensive instructions. Historically, Qi Min has been the most enigmatic of schools, with its techniques bordering on the supernatural, yet regrettably, many of these arts have faded into obscurity. The remaining exorcism techniques predominantly draw from the Xianmin tradition. Chu Yinhong, with a faint smile, reflected that in the past, he would not have held much faith in Li Chengfeng. However, upon learning that Li's grandfather was none other than Li Tiancheng, he felt a surge of confidence and asserted, "I believe he can dispel the heavenly decapitating evil." Witnessing Chu Yunhong's admiration for Li Chengfeng, Hu Tiangang felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Chu Yunhong's affectionate gaze lingered on Li Chengfeng before shifting to the side, where he noticed Chu Qingyan contemplating the splendid pairing of talent and beauty, a match made in heaven. He resolved to further encourage their union when time permitted. Li Chengfeng inhaled deeply. This was his inaugural endeavor to summon the 5 emperors for the dragon's armor, and he remained uncertain of his success, fervently hoping for the 5 emperors' blessing. Under the watchful gaze of Chu Yinhong, Hu Tiangang, Wang Bin, and Yang Wei, Li Chengfeng presented 9 fragrant sticks of incense before the 5 great emperors, then performed the ceremonial 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the altar. As the true dragon son of heaven, the emperor of the 9-5 respect, it was essential to offer 9 sticks of incense. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyan, engrossed in taking selfies, inadvertently caught sight of Li Chengfeng and, filled with curiosity, turned her head to scrutinize him, disdain dripping from her voice as she remarked, "What a farce! How embarrassing!" In her eyes, Li Chengfeng's actions appeared utterly comical, prompting her to activate her phone's video recording, aiming it at him. After completing the solemn ritual with a face of devotion, Li Chengfeng proceeded to execute a series of hand gestures, his eyes gently closed, his feet shifting rhythmically. At times, he invoked the celestial bodies with his hands. At other moments, he summoned the earth and the underworld, while also outlining the 4 cardinal directions with his gestures, all the while reciting the incantations of the 5 emperors. The stars of the celestial constellations ebb and flow. The spirits of the 5 dynasties wield their divine powers. As the heavens rotate, the primordial essence unfolds. As humanity turns, the Holy Emperor reveals himself. The supernatural powers command the ethereal beings with clarity. The true edicts of the 3 pure ones resonate. Li Chengfeng danced and leaped, his hand gestures ever-changing, his recitations of the 5 emperors' incantations unwavering. Time passed inexorably, and before long, 30 minutes had elapsed, yet the surroundings remained tranquil, devoid of any response. The 5 emperors did not descend. Observing Li Chengfeng's antics, Chu Qingyan wore an expression of disdain and contempt. She approached Chu Yinhong and, with a tone of disgust, said, "Father, do you see this? He is nothing but a lunatic, and you wish for him to be my boyfriend? I would rather be killed outright." Chynh's countenance betrayed a profound embarrassment as he offered a few words of consolation to Chu Qingyan, his face reflecting a growing impatience. What was this fellow up to? Half an hour had already elapsed, yet he remained at the bow of the boat, capering and singing nonsensically, with no divine miracle in sight. Ng's expression was laced with derision. Summoning the ancient 5 emperors was no trivial feat. If he could merely summon the lesser 5 emperor, it would be quite an accomplishment, but to aspire to summon the ancient 5 emperors was nothing short of delusional. "This is nothing but a charlatan," he remarked with a mocking tone. "Old general, let it be. No matter how long he dances here, he cannot possibly summon the 5 emperors to don the dragon's armor. Let us, the dragon guardians, devise a way to dispel the heavenly slaughtering evil." Chynhng remained silent, his face etched with disappointment. As the sun approached the horizon, the promised miraculous arts of Ngf to clad the dragon in armor remained devoid of any sign of success. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. It was mere empty talk. He sighed helplessly, a sense of despair in his heart, yet unwilling to relinquish hope since this was the only opportunity available. With a gaze of resignation, he looked at Ngf, questioning silently whether the young man was indeed capable. Bingbn, his face fraught with anxiety, found himself powerless to assist. Just as Qing wore a look of disdain, Ing donned a mask of mockery. Chynhng exhibited disappointment, and Bingbn manifested urgency. A sudden gust of wind stirred the tranquil waters. Out of the blue, 5 towering tornadoes, each approximately 10 meters in height, materialized, swirling and lifting countless droplets of water, halting before the bow of the ship. Though Chynhng had weathered many storms, he was momentarily awestruck by the spectacle before him, and then his expression transformed into one of delight, for he realized that Ngf had succeeded. On Wang Bin's face was an expression of immense pride. "My brother is truly remarkable, capable of summoning tornadoes." Chu Qingyan was taken aback, for such an extraordinary phenomenon was something she had never witnessed before. What manner of magic is this? How could 5 tornadoes materialize out of thin air? To the onlookers, they were merely 5 swirling vortices, but to Hu Tiangang, who had once opened his celestial eye, the scene unfolded differently, accompanied by an entirely distinct sound. Upon the 5 whirling tornadoes floated 5 towering ethereal figures, the ancient 5 emperors, Huangdi, Zhuangdi, Daiku, Tangyao, and Yushan. The 5 emperors bore solemn expressions, their imposing figures radiating fury as they fixated their piercing gazes upon Li Chengfeng. One of the emperors thundered, "Impudent sorcerer! How dare you disrupt the pilgrimage of the 5 emperors? What punishment shall you face for this transgression?" Hu Tiangang, upon hearing these words, was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground. Beside him, Yang Wei, with a perplexed countenance, inquired, "Captain, what is wrong?" "Silence. Do not speak," Hu Tiangang exclaimed, his face a canvas of shock. He could scarcely believe that Li Changfeng had genuinely summoned the ancient five emperors. Who is this individual? How can he be so formidable? He has indeed mastered the long-lost esoteric art of the dragon armor. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Li Changfeng remained with his eyes closed, intoning the sacred incantation of the five emperors while continuously altering his mystical gestures. Suddenly, a voice resonated from above, causing him to startle and hastily look upward, his heart racing with astonishment. Good heavens, the ancient five emperors have truly arrived. He had not anticipated their swift manifestation, which left him so awestruck that he fell to his knees. There, before the five emperors atop the tornadoes, he performed the ritual of 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows, followed by placing 9 incense sticks at each altar. Chapter 84. The Art of Qi Min. The Dragon's Armor, v. The rituals for invoking the five emperors to dispel malevolence and ward off evil are numerous and intricate. A moment's negligence could provoke their displeasure, and thus, Li Changfeng approached each step with utmost caution. Many practitioners of the mysterious arts seek the protection of the five emperors, typically appealing to the lesser five emperors, for few dare to summon the ancient five emperors, and even if one wished to, it would be an impossible endeavor. The lesser five emperors refer to the 5 sovereigns of the Qing dynasty: Xuanji, Kangxi, Yongzheng, Qianlong, and Jiaqing. Among the practitioners of the arcane, those capable of summoning the lesser 5 emperors are exceedingly rare. After offering 9 sticks of incense to each of the holy emperors, Li Changfeng retreated 3 steps and knelt on the deck, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. "I, Li Changfeng, a disciple of Qi Min, humbly welcome the 5 holy emperors. I did not intend to disturb your celestial patrol, and I beseech your forgiveness." The 5 ancient holy emperors, floating amidst the swirling winds, observed Li Changfeng's adherence to protocol, noting his garb as a spirit officer, which softened their initially wrathful expressions. One of the holy emperors spoke with a grave tone. To obstruct the patrol of a holy emperor is a capital offense. However, recognizing your understanding of the principles of yin and yang, your knowledge of divine etiquette, and your status as a celestial spirit officer, we shall spare your life, for now. Another holy emperor, with a serious countenance, inquired, "State your purpose for impeding our celestial patrol, and do so without deceit." Li Changfeng, not daring to delay, knelt upon the ground and succinctly recounted the events leading to this moment. "Pirates from the island have ravaged our land, harnessing the malevolent energies to destroy the dragon vein of our nation and sever our feng shui dragon. I beseech the 5 holy emperors to don the dragon's armor and safeguard our homeland." Upon witnessing Li Changfeng kneeling on the deck, conversing with 5 swirling tornadoes, Chu Qingyin's expression was one of disdain and mockery. This lunatic certainly has a flair for the dramatic. She then turned to Chu Yinhong, her face grave, and remarked, "Father, this is nothing short of madness. I suggest we send him to the mental hospital in Haiqing silence." Though Chu Yinhong could not perceive the 5 emperors, only the 5 tornadoes, he deduced that the legendary figures had indeed arrived. Chu Qingyin, feeling aggrieved, took 2 steps back until she stood beside Hu Tiangang. Her tone laced with irritation as she said, "Hu Tiangang, do you not see? He is bowing and kneeling to thin air. Is that not the behavior of a madman? He is not mad. He is conversing with the ancient 5 emperors. Do not speak, lest you disturb them," Hu Tiangang cautioned. Chu Qingyin remained unconvinced, her gaze filled with contempt for Hu Tiangang, thinking him just another lunatic. Among those present, only Hu Tiangang, who had opened his heavenly eye, could perceive the unfolding events. At that moment, his heart was filled with profound shock, and his gaze toward Li Changfeng shifted from ridicule and disdain to one of respect and admiration. After Li Changfeng recounted the events, the ancient 5 emperors appeared visibly enraged. How dare they attempt to destroy the dragon vein of our Huaxia and slay our divine dragon? Such audacity is beyond measure. As the holy emperor spoke, the sun had risen, casting long shadows of the military knife tower once more upon the Huangbu River. The malevolent energy coalesced into a military knife, materializing above the Huangbu River, measuring several hundred meters in length and tens of meters in width, significantly larger than the day before. A military blade, forged from the ominous energy of the heavens, descended with ferocity, cleaving through the waters of the Huangbu River, once more disturbing the ethereal dragon energy. Simultaneously, two divine dragons erupted from the depths of the Hunsong and Huangbu rivers, emitting mournful and anguished roars as they writhed in the air. Their backs were riddled with countless wounds, grotesquely mangled, with crimson blood cascading from their injuries into the Huangbu River. The dragon energy was profoundly affected, and the skies darkened with ominous clouds. Thunder rumbling as torrential rain descended in an instant. Upon the swirling vortex, 5 holy emperors observed the emergence of the 2 dragons from the water, their bodies marred with injuries, bleeding profusely, and fury ignited within their hearts. How dare they harm our divine dragons of Huaxia? Li Chengfeng, witnessing the plight of the 2 dragons, was filled with sorrow, bowing deeply to the ground in reverence. Disciple Li Chengfeng humbly beseeches the 5 emperors to bestow upon me divine powers, to armor the dragons and protect the lineage of Huaxia. Indeed, the 5 holy emperors replied in unison. With a swift flourish of their grand sleeves, 5 distinct colors of imperial dragon energy descended into the treasure basin, which immediately radiated 5 brilliant hues. Gratefully, he prostrated himself in thanks. The 5 holy emperors regarded the bowed Li Chengfeng with nods of acknowledgement before vanishing into thin air. The 5 holy emperors arrived on the winds and departed with the breeze. Li Chengfeng hastily regained his footing, gazing at the 2 dragons rolling tumultuously not far away, their piercing roars echoing through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out loudly, "O revered dragons, might you soar over here?" 2 divine dragons, upon hearing Li Chengfeng's call, endured their pain and swiftly flew over, circling incessantly around the pleasure boat. Hu Tiangang, taken aback by this spectacle, was left in utter disbelief. This young man was truly extraordinary, commanding the loyalty of 2 divine dragons. Chu Qingyan, however, was at a loss for words. He was nothing short of a lunatic. Regardless of her father's approval, once they reached the shore, she was determined to have him committed to a psychiatric hospital. Above the Huangpu River, a blade forged from the ominous aura descended from the heavens, striking down towards Huangbu River once more. Simultaneously, Li Chengfeng clasped his hands, continuously shifting his gestures while reciting incantations. Celestial blue and earthly spirit, ancient imperial sex, the essence of 5 dynasties, eternal clarity, the edict of the 5 emperors. Armor for the dragons, arise. As the command was uttered, Li Chengfeng executed the 5 emperors' seal, directing his fingers toward the 5 treasure basins before him. The 5 emperors' coins, imbued with imperial energy, seemed to come alive, soaring directly out of the basins. The 2 dragons in the sky absorbed these coins, and in mere moments, their bodies were enveloped by the 5 emperors' coins. The wounds on their forms were instantaneously healed under the revitalizing aura of the 5 emperors. Then, with a flash of golden light, the coins emanating from the dragons' bodies radiated a resplendent 5-colored glow, merging together to transform into golden armor, which enveloped the 2 divine dragons. At that moment, the blade of ominous energy struck down heavily upon Huangbu River, yet this time, the 2 dragons did not emit a cry of anguish. As the blade made contact with the river's surface, a sudden burst of 5-colored brilliance erupted, instantly dispersing the blade forged from the ominous aura. Harnessing the celestial energy of the 5 emperors to counteract the malevolent force of the heavenly blade and safeguarding the dragon vein of Huangbu River, Li Chengfeng achieved a remarkable feat observing the dissipating malevolence scattered by the aura of the 5 emperors. A smile adorned his lips. 2 divine dragons circled the small vessel for a brief moment before alighting upon its bow, nodding 3 times in gratitude for his protective grace. With a gentle smile, Li Chengfeng addressed them, "Noble dragon lords, there is no need for thanks. It is merely my duty." The dragons nodded once more, then gazed skyward as the ominous energy coalesced into a formidable military blade once again. In unison, the dragons emitted a fierce roar, soaring skyward to confront the blade. Shielded by the aura of the 5 emperors, the mighty dragons surged forth with divine assistance, shattering the malevolent energy. Hu Tiangang, taken aback, stood in stunned silence, the astonishing spectacle lingering in his mind. Likewise, Chu Qingyan and Chu Yunhong widened their eyes in disbelief, fixated on the now empty treasure basin. Although they could not see the dragons, they witnessed the copper coins soaring into the air, forming the shape of a dragon, radiating with resplendent colors. In an ephemeral flash, 50,000 coins vanished into thin air. Where had those coins gone? How could they simply disappear? Chapter 85, Flying Dragon Whirlwind. Central Tower of Haicheng. Li Chengfeng's enigmatic prowess thoroughly astonished the onlookers. After approximately 2 minutes, Chu Yunhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin gradually emerged from their astonishment. The scene from earlier lingered vividly in his mind. The sudden appearance of 5 tornadoes and the copper coins that soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace. It was all so extraordinary and bizarre that it defied comprehension. How could he have accomplished such a feat? Was it mere illusion or sorcery? Chu Qingyan studied the treasure basin for an extended period, surmising that it harbored a mechanism that propelled the 5 imperial coins outward. Yet, after a thorough examination, she found no such contraption. The one most astounded was Hu Tiangang, who had just witnessed the miraculous display with his own eyes. Although a member of the Dragon Guard, and having encountered numerous mystical and strange occurrences on Kunlun Mountain, he had never before seen anyone command the 5 emperors to summon the divine dragon. While they had successfully safeguarded the feng shui dragon vein of Huangbu River, the threat posed by the military knife tower had not been entirely averted. Li Chengfeng inhaled deeply and turned his gaze toward the military knife tower in the distance. To fully dispel the ominous energy of the heavenly decapitator, it was imperative to erect another skyscraper. As the sun rose in the east, the shadow of the military knife tower severed the energies of Huangbu River, disrupting its feng shui dragon vein. Conversely, as the sun set in the west, the tower's shadow threatened the economic center of Chenjiazi, jeopardizing the flow of the water dragon's energy. Thus, the water dragon energy, lured to Chenjiazi by the Northern Pearl, would be scattered by the malevolent influence of the heavenly decapitator, directly impacting the economy of Chenjiazi and its surrounding populace. This exemplified the insidious nature of the double knife holding the sun feng shui arrangement, one blade aimed at Huangbu River and the other at Chenjiazi. The intentions of the adept feng shui master from the 9 chrysanthemums lineage were indeed ruthless and cunning. The esteemed masters of feng shui and metaphysics in Huaxia have long recognized a crucial truth. The so-called national-level billion-dollar project is intended to erect a skyscraper in Haicheng, with the aim of completely dismantling the lethal energy of the military knife building. Upon returning to the Sigri La Hotel, Chu Yunhong found Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming patiently awaiting him outside his door, each holding a folder. As soon as they spotted Chu Yunhong, they hurried forward with utmost respect, exclaiming, "General, you have finally returned. Where have you been this early in the morning? We have finalized the designs for the skyscraper and wish to present them to you for your esteemed review, to determine which design scheme to adopt." Having successfully neutralized the threat posed by the Tianzhan Sha of Huangbu River, Chu Yunhong was in high spirits and smiled as he nodded at the 2 men. "Very well. Please come inside." Once in the room, the 2 men eagerly opened their folders, revealing the blueprints before Chu Yunhong for his examination. Lacking deep knowledge of feng shui, he merely glanced at the designs before passing them to Hu Tiangang. Hu Tiangang took the blueprints and scrutinized them meticulously. The designs comprised 3 distinct concepts: the Xianbing sword, the Konglong club, and the King Kong shield, each employing methods to counteract the Tianzhan Sha. Each design was nothing short of exquisite. The Xianbing sword boasted a razor-sharp edge. The Konglong club was versatile for both offense and defense, and the King Kong shield was impervious to destruction. Observing the 3 architectural designs before him, Hu Tiangang silently marveled at their brilliance, regardless of which design was ultimately chosen, once constructed. It would serve to counter the lethal energies of the military knife building. As Hu Tiangang stood in a state of perplexity, contemplating which design scheme to adopt, Li Chengfeng, who had been silently observing from the side, suddenly interjected. None of these three designs are viable. Each is fundamentally flawed. Li Chengfeng expressed his exasperation. Just days prior, during a meeting, he had articulated the futility of employing methods to counteract the Tianzhan Sha with the same. Yet these two elderly gentlemen disregarded his counsel, stubbornly insisting on using the method of Sha to combat Sha. Had this been on the territory of an island nation, Li Chengfeng would have readily acquiesced. However, this was the land of Huaxia, the very epicenter of its economy. How could they resort to such a foolish approach? Li Chengfeng's remarks undeniably incited the ire of Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming, who rose in indignation, glaring at him with palpable fury. Who do you think you are to assert that our meticulously chosen feng shui design is inadequate? Lu Ziming directed a serious gaze towards Hu Tiangang, commanding, Brother Hu, expel him at once. I do not wish to see him, nor do I want to hear his voice. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Li Chengfeng's lips as he cast an inquisitive glance at Hu Tiangang, eager to discern whether he would indeed be ejected. In the past, Hu Tiangang would have promptly banished Li Chengfeng without a second thought. However, having witnessed his extraordinary prowess, capable of commanding even 2 divine dragons, who would dare show him disrespect now? Similarly, a hint of displeasure flickered across Chu Yunhong's face. To him, Li Chengfeng was not merely a national treasure, but also his future son-in-law. The audacity of Lu Ziming to attempt to expel his son-in-law was infuriating. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Hu Tiangang abruptly stood up, bellowing in outrage. How dare you speak to Mr. Li in such a manner? Apologize to him immediately. Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng were utterly bewildered, taken aback by Hu Tiangang's sudden outburst of fury, and they questioned in confusion, Who? Are you referring to us or to him? Of course, I am speaking of you. Lu Ziming, now thoroughly perplexed, wondered if Hu Tiangang had lost his senses. He recalled the last meeting when it was who had expelled Li Chengfeng from the conference room. Just 2 or 3 days had passed, and now he was defending Li Chengfeng, his face flushed with indignation. Hu Tiangang, have you lost your mind? I instructed you to throw him out, so why are you shouting at me? You should consider yourself fortunate that I have not laid a hand on you. Hu Tiangang retorted without hesitation. Li Chengfeng was taken aback, not expecting such unwavering support from Hu Tiangang. Reflecting on the recent incident of being ejected from the conference room, he felt a stark contrast in their dynamics, just as it seemed the two were on the verge of an altercation. Chu Yunhong shot a disapproving glance at Lu Ziming and interjected, Enough of this quarrel. With Chu Yunhong's intervention, the 2 men reluctantly ceased their bickering, though Hu Tiangang still left them with a pointed remark. Mr. Li shall henceforth be my idol. Any disrespect towards him is tantamount to disrespect towards me, Hu Tiangang. Should anyone dare to show Mr. Li any disrespect, let them not blame me for my retaliatory actions. Hu Tiangang, have you gone mad? We have been friends for over a decade. Not only do you refuse to support me, but you also choose to side with an outsider and even turn against me for his sake. What on earth are you doing? This is infuriating. Lu Ziming was engulfed in fury. What had transpired in just a matter of days that Hu Tiangang had morphed into Li Chengfeng's sycophant. Had Lu Ziming witnessed the scene from that very morning, he too might have become a devotee of Li Chengfeng. Chu Yunhong cast a satisfied glance at Hu Tiangang, then turned his gentle gaze towards Li Chengfeng, speaking in a kindly tone, My young friend, could you elucidate why these 3 feng shui designs are inadvisable? Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng were utterly bewildered, shifting their attention to Chu Yunhong. What was happening here? Even General Chu, a figure of authority, was addressing Li Chengfeng with such deference, embodying the very essence of a sycophant. What on earth had occurred? It was almost inconceivable that 2 individuals of stature and influence showed such reverence to a mere youth devoid of status, background, or connections. Was the sun rising from the west today? Tian Guofeng was equally perplexed, mentally exclaiming his confusion. The sensation of being adored was undeniably delightful, and Li Chengfeng felt as though he were floating. He proceeded to elaborate on the drawbacks and implications of the Tian Sha, counteracting Tian Sha. A few days ago, I already discussed at that meeting how Tian Sha confronting Tian Sha will generate a malevolent feng shui aura that spreads in all directions. The water dragon energy from the North Pearl leading to Chenjiazi will be adversely affected, potentially bringing catastrophic consequences to the surrounding businesses. In such a scenario, even the local populace will suffer. Mild ailments could escalate, resulting in fatalities. Upon hearing this, the master of Yi studies, Lu Ziming, responded with disbelief, his tone laced with sarcasm. What utter nonsense! I have never even heard of such a thing as a malevolent aura spreading in all directions. Chapter 86, Dragon Twister. Central Tower of Haicheng, Part 2. As a master of feng shui, Tian Guofeng fell into contemplation upon hearing this. The clash of two formidable forces of heavenly malevolence would inevitably result in a dispersal of energy. This was precisely what Li Chengfeng referred to as malevolence rising in all directions. Realizing the implications, he was suddenly struck with alarm. Casting a look of astonishment towards Li Chengfeng, he then pulled aside the still-speaking Lu Ziming, adopting a grave demeanor as he spoke. Brother Lu, he makes a compelling point. To counter heavenly malevolence with heavenly malevolence would indeed generate a feng shui energy field of malevolence spreading in all directions. His assertion of malevolence rising in all directions is somewhat understated. It should rightfully be termed malevolence severing all directions. Once this energy field takes shape, the local populace will be affected. Li Chengfeng regarded Tian Guofeng with approving eyes, recognizing that this old fellow possessed some wisdom. A few casual remarks from him had prompted an understanding of the gravity of the situation, allowing him to discern the complexity of malevolence severing all directions. With Tian Guofeng's revelation, Lu Ziming also grasped the underlying issue, yet he remained defiant, casting an irritated glare at Li Chengfeng as he retorted. If you claim our design is flawed, then pray tell, aside from countering heavenly malevolence with heavenly malevolence, what other solutions do you propose? If you possess the capability, design something better. Should you succeed in crafting a more flawless feng shui structure, I shall kneel and call you grandfather. Tian Guofeng had already discerned that this young man, Li Chengfeng, was indeed extraordinary. At this moment, he comprehended why Hu Tiangang and Chu Yunhong had become his devoted followers, showing him such profound respect. The astute Tian Guofeng stepped back, refraining from further interjections. Lu Ziming, possessing a rather stubborn disposition and somewhat lacking in perceptiveness, spoke his mind without consideration for nuances. With a gentle smile, Li Chengfeng shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the fiery nature of this elder. Since he wished to regard someone as a grandfather, Li would indulge him. Very well. I shall demonstrate what constitutes the pinnacle of feng shui architectural design. Contrary to expectations that Li Chengfeng would retreat in the face of challenges, he surprisingly agreed. Lu Ziming scoffed, unable to believe that a mere boy could conceive a feng shui design superior to theirs. He carelessly declared, "Fine, I grant you 7 days. If you can present a design more exceptional than ours, I will kneel and call you grandfather." Li Chengfeng smiled slightly, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as he proclaimed, "No need for 7 days. I shall illustrate it for you right now." Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming could not suppress a laugh, finding the boy's audacity remarkable. The notion that he could produce a feng shui design at this very moment seemed absurd. "Very well. If you fail to deliver, you shall kneel and call me grandfather." Agreed. Li Chengfeng maintained his smile, neither pleased nor angered, and nodded affirmatively. Chu Yunhong observed Li Chengfeng's self-assured demeanor and then glanced at Lu Ziming, his eyes reflecting a hint of pity. He thought to himself how misguided it was to challenge this boy, unaware of the extraordinary talents he possessed. Soon, regret would be Lu's companion. Hu Tiangong's face was alight with anticipation. He sensed that Li Chengfeng would once again astonish him. So he took the liberty of preparing himself mentally in advance. Lacking paper and a pencil, Wang Bin dashed out, taking over half an hour to procure the necessary supplies. Breathless, he returned and placed the paper and pencil before Li Chengfeng. Grasping the pencil, Li Chengfeng commenced to sketch and scribble on the paper. Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang exchanged eager glances, not daring to utter a sound for fear of disturbing his train of thought. Tian Guofeng also harbored a flicker of curiosity, eager to discern what talents this young man possessed that warranted such respect from Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang. In stark contrast, Lu Ziming regarded Li Chengfeng with a mocking sneer, doubting that he could possibly render a feng shui blueprint for a skyscraper in such a brief span of time. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 20 minutes had elapsed. Li Chengfeng completed his final stroke, a smile gracing his lips as he lifted his gaze and proclaimed, "It's done." Upon hearing those two words, the crowd hurriedly gathered around to inspect the paper. The sketch depicted a conical skyscraper, spiraling upwards, with annotations indicating the angles of inclination and spiral ascent, along with the inscription Qinglong position at the base. Chu Yunhong studied the rough draft of the building, his expression morphing into one of disdain. What an eyesore! If such a structure were erected in Haiqing, it would be the subject of ridicule. He quickly shook his head, dismissing the design. A tinge of disappointment washed over him. He had hoped Li Chengfeng would present a more exceptional feng shui design that would compel Lu Ziming to kneel and address him as grandfather. However, that now seemed rather unlikely. It is estimated that the one kneeling and calling grandfather is Li Chengfeng. Chu Qingyan also gathered around to join the excitement, and upon seeing the bizarre designs on the sketch, she mockingly remarked, "Oh, what is this? It looks so unattractive." Hu Tiangang, upon observing the design on the sketch, initially shook his head in dismay, thinking that Mr. Li was bound to fail. However, upon a second glance, despite having prepared himself, he was profoundly shocked. Lu Ziming and Tian Guofeng, upon witnessing Li Chengfeng's design, initially wore expressions of disdain and contempt, considering the feng shui design to be quite ugly. Yet, as they noticed the markings of the azure dragon position and the angles of the building's tilt, their disdain gradually dissipated, replaced by increasing astonishment and admiration, their hearts filled with excitement. Although Lu Ziming was not a professional feng shui master, but rather a master of I Ching, his understanding of feng shui was not as profound as Tian Guofeng's. Nevertheless, since feng shui is derived from I Ching, mastery in the latter guarantees a certain level of competence in the former. The two men stared at the rather unattractive building on the sketch for an extended period, secretly marveling at how remarkably perfect and profound this feng shui design truly was. Just as Chu Yinhong thought that Li Chengfeng was about to kneel and call Lu Ziming grandfather, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lu Ziming suddenly knelt on the ground, bowing twice to Li Chengfeng, and exclaimed with excitement, "Grandfather, your humble grandson concedes. Your feng shui design is truly extraordinary, and I, Lu Ziming, am genuinely impressed." Li Chengfeng was taken aback. This elder was indeed straightforward, and he hurried over to assist him in getting up. "Lu Lao, I was merely jesting. Why did you take it to heart? Please rise, for your actions could diminish my lifespan." Lu Ziming insisted on remaining on his knees, his expression grave as he proclaimed, "Grandfather, if you refuse to acknowledge me as your grandson, I shall remain here in supplication." Li Chengfeng was rendered speechless. This venerable gentleman possessed not only a forthright nature, but also a remarkable stubbornness, unwavering in his convictions. Had he foreseen such obstinacy, he would have refrained from engaging in this wager. This esteemed master of traditional Chinese studies, renowned within the realm of these studies, was now kneeling before a youth, addressing him as grandfather. Were this to become public knowledge, it would surely astound his peers. Chu Yinhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin were all puzzled, their minds swirling with confusion regarding the unfolding events. Li Chengfeng's design for the building was undeniably unappealing, resembling the haphazard scrawls of a child in kindergarten. Why then did Lu Ziming voluntarily concede defeat, lauding the design as impressive? Chu Yinhong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Old Lu, this building is clearly unattractive. What hidden profundity lies within?" "Silence. What do you know? Do not dare to speak ill of my grandfather's work." Lu Ziming retorted with indignation. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Lu Ziming's transformation was exceedingly abrupt. Just moments ago, he had derided Li Chengfeng, and now he was fervently defending him, instantly becoming his ardent supporter. Truly, one could only conclude that this individual must be out of his mind. Chapter 87. Flying Dragon Roll. Central Building of Haicheng, Part 3. Chu Yanhong was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why Lu Ziming's attitude towards Li Chengfeng had shifted so dramatically. Tian Guofeng's astonished gaze turned towards Li Chengfeng. The young man had crafted such an exquisite design for a feng shui building in merely half an hour. How could one not be impressed? Despite being an undeniably unattractive blueprint for a skyscraper, what secrets of feng shui lay concealed within, prompting the esteemed master of divination, Lu Ziming, to willingly concede defeat and kneel before Li Chengfeng, addressing him as grandfather? Chu Yanhong cast an irritable glance at Lu Ziming before shifting his attention to Tian Guofeng, his curiosity palpable as he inquired, "Old Tian, what on earth is happening?" Tian Guofeng took a deep breath, attempting to quell his astonishment before he spoke slowly. Although this design appears unappealing, it is, in fact, the optimal feng shui configuration to counteract the heavenly blade kill. The flying dragon whirlwind, or what could also be termed the tornado, features an elliptical form that spirals upwards from a base, giving the impression of a continuous rotation. At the pinnacle, there exists a protruding section that is strikingly unique. Many may not grasp the significance of this elevated portion. If one envisions the entire structure as a spiraling celestial dragon, then this protrusion symbolizes the dragon's head. The peculiarity and unsightliness of the building's design defy conventional architectural norms, leaving the average observer puzzled as to why such a structure would take this form, especially one that twists and tilts. However, to those well-versed in the esoteric principles of feng shui, the hidden intricacies of this design become immediately apparent. It represents the most flawless approach to neutralizing the heavenly blade kill. The selected location for the building lies in the auspicious Qinglong position, precisely in the southeast direction of the Jiandao Tower, effectively obstructing the morning sunlight from reaching it. Consequently, the favorable feng shui configuration of twin blades supporting the sun is diminished to mere twin blades without the sun to support them. As the morning sunlight fails to illuminate the Jiandao Tower, the lethal heavenly severing kill cannot manifest, thereby liberating the water dragon vein of the Huangpu River from its detrimental influence. While the ominous energy directed towards the Huangpu River is neutralized, as the sun descends in the west, its rays will once again strike the Jiandao Tower, causing the heavenly severing kill to target Lijiazui. At this juncture, the design of the tornado building, conceived by Li Chengfeng, assumes a pivotal role. The entire structure spirals upward, resembling a divine dragon soaring into the heavens, creating an ethereal vortex akin to a tornado, which directly shields Lijiazui from the impending threat of the heavenly severing kill. The vortex, formed by the dragon's ascendants, will disintegrate the lethal energy aimed at Lijiazui, casting it far into the ether, thereby ensuring that it cannot exert any influence over the area. Li Chengfeng's architectural design not only effectively dismantles the twin blades supporting the sun feng shui arrangement, but also safeguards the economic vitality of Lijiazui and the well-being of its residents. This ingenious feng shui design is precisely why Lu Ziming conceded, kneeling and imploring his grandfather. After hearing Tian Guofeng's explanation, Chu Yanhong, Chu Qingyan, and Wang Bin appeared to grasp the concept, albeit with lingering confusion. Nevertheless, they understood that the design of this building could indeed dismantle the twin blades supporting the sun feng shui arrangement. Sighing, Chu Yanhong acknowledged that while the building may lack aesthetic appeal, as long as it successfully disrupts the feng shui configuration, the other aspects become inconsequential. After a brief consultation, everyone unanimously agreed to adopt Li Chengfeng's feng shui design. As the blueprint was merely a rudimentary sketch, Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming intended to refine it further. With a serious expression, Lu Ziming fixed his gaze upon Li Chengfeng and respectfully inquired, "Grandfather, since you designed this grand building, why not bestow upon a name?" Feeling somewhat awkward and slightly disdainful, Li Chengfeng replied, "Old Lu, I kindly request that you refrain from calling me grandfather." Unwavering, Lu Ziming responded, "No, I, Lu Ziming, willingly accept my fate. From this moment forth, You shall be my grandfather, and I shall be your grandson." Li Chingfeng was a loss for words, realizing that he had no means to contend with this persistent elder, hoping only to avoid future encounters. With a respectful gaze, Tian Guofeng urged, "Young sir, please, bestow a name upon this building." At that moment, Chu Yinhong and Hu Tiangang also encouraged Li Chingfeng to name the edifice, not one to evade the request. Li Chingfeng furrowed his brow in contemplation for a brief moment before declaring, "Let this building be named Haiqing Loyalty Mansion. What do you think?" In unison, the group nodded and affirmed, "Excellent. It shall be called Haiqing Loyalty Mansion." Thus, through the collective agreement of all present, the design and name of the building were firmly established. 3 months after the completion of the sword building, construction of the Haiqing Loyalty Mansion officially commenced. After nearly a decade of trials and tribulations, this magnificent structure was finally put into operation. Upon its completion, it stood as the tallest building in Huaxia, soaring over 630 meters high, with a total investment nearing 15 billion. Today, the 3 towering skyscrapers that stand in Haiqing are whimsically referred to by the people of Huaxia as the 3 divine artifacts of Haiqing: the pagoda, the sword, and the tornado. Yet, few are aware that these magnificent structures are the result of a contest of skills between esteemed feng shui masters of Huaxia and the elite practitioners of Yinyang feng shui from Jiujiu. Tian Guofeng and Lu Ziming discarded all the design drafts they had previously brought, seizing a hastily sketched blueprint created by Li Chingfeng as though it were a priceless treasure. They intended to take this sketch back for meticulous refinement, both eager to possess it. Yet ultimately, it was Lu Ziming who prevailed in obtaining it from Tian Guofeng. Before their departure, Tian Guofeng gazed at Li Chingfeng with profound respect and, in a tone filled with admiration, expressed, "Young sir, today you have imparted to me invaluable knowledge, and I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to you." As he spoke, he deeply bowed before Li Chingfeng, continuing, "Your design has not only salvaged Haiqing, but also saved countless lives. I once again express my sincere thanks." He bowed once more, his admiration for Li Chingfeng genuine and profound. Despite his youth, Li Chingfeng's mastery of feng shui is unparalleled. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Chingfeng hurriedly assisted Tian Guofeng and replied with a tone of righteous dignity, "Elder Tian, you flatter me. As a citizen of Huaxia, it is our duty to safeguard the dragon vein of our homeland and contribute to our nation." This statement elevated Li Chingfeng in the eyes of both men. His youthful yet profound sense of patriotism was indeed rare and commendable. With a deep sense of respect for Li Chingfeng, the two